Chapter 1 of How I Found Livingstone. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. How I Found Livingstone. Travels, Adventures, and Discoveries in Central Africa, including 4 months' residence with Dr. Livingstone. By Sir Henry M. Stanley. Chapter 1. Introductory. My instructions to find and relieve Livingstone. On the 16th day of October, in the year of our Lord 1869, I was in Madrid, fresh from the carnage at Valencia. At 10 a.m. Jacopo, at No. Calle de la Cruz, handed me a telegram. It read, "Come to Paris on important business." The telegram was from Mr. James Gordon Bennett, Jr., the young manager of the New York Herald. Down came my pictures from the walls of my apartments on the second floor. Into my trunks went my books and souvenirs. My clothes were hastily collected, some half washed, some from the clothesline half dry, and after a couple of hours of hasty hard work, my portmanteaus were strapped up and labelled Paris. At 3 p.m. I was on my way, and being obliged to stop at Bayonne a few hours, did not arrive at Paris until the following night. I went straight to the Grand Hotel, and knocked at the door of Mr. Bennett's room. "Come in," I heard a voice say. Entering, I found Mr. Bennett in bed. "Who are you?" he asked. "My name is Stanley," I answered. "Ah, yes, sit down. I have important business on hand for you." After throwing over his shoulders his robe de chambre, Mr. Bennet asked, "Where do you think Livingstone is?" "I really do not know, sir." "Do you think he is alive?" "He may be, and he may not be," I answered. "Well, I think he is alive, and that he can be found, and I am going to send you to find him." "What!" said I. "Do you really think I can find Dr. Livingstone? Do you mean me to go to Central Africa?" "Yes, I mean that you shall go and find him wherever you hear that he is, and to get what news of him you can, and perhaps," delivering himself thoughtfully and deliberately, "the old man may be in want. Take enough with you to help him should he require it. Of course you will act according to your own plans, and do what you think best, but find Livingstone." Said I, wondering at the cool order of sending one to Central Africa to search for a man whom I, in common with almost all other men, believed to be dead, "Have you considered seriously the great expense you are likely to incur on account of this little journey?" "What will it cost?" he asked abruptly. "Burke and Speke's journey to Central Africa cost between £3,000 and £5,000, and I fear it cannot be done under £2,500. "Well, I will tell you what you will do. Draw £1,000 now, and when you have gone through that, draw another 1,000, and when that is spent, draw another 1,000, and when you have finished that, draw another 1,000, and so on, but find Livingstone." Surprised but not confused at the order, for I knew that Mr. Bennet, when once he had made up his mind, was not easily drawn aside from his purpose, I yet thought, seeing it was such a gigantic scheme, that he had not quite considered in his own mind the pros and cons of the case. I said, "I have heard that should your father die, you will sell the Herald and retire from business." "Whoever told you that is wrong, for there is not money enough in New York City to buy the New York Herald. My father has made it a great paper, but I mean to make it greater. I mean that it shall be a newspaper in the true sense of the word. I mean that it shall publish whatever news will be interesting to the world, at no matter what cost." "After that," said I have nothing more to say. Do you mean me to go straight on to Africa to search for Dr. Livingstone?" "No, I wish you to go to the inauguration of the Suez Canal first, and then proceed up the Nile. I hear Baker is about starting for Upper Egypt. Find out what you can about his expedition, and as you go up describe as well as possible whatever is interesting for tourists, and then write up a guide, a practical one, for Lower Egypt. Tell us about whatever is worth seeing and how to see it. Then you might as well go to Jerusalem. I hear Captain Warren is making some interesting discoveries there. Then visit Constantinople, and find out about that trouble between the Khedive and the Sultan. Then, let me see, you might as well visit the Crimea and those old battlegrounds, then go across the Caucasus to the Caspian Sea. I hear there is a Russian expedition bound for Khiva. From thence you may get through Persia to India. You could write an interesting letter from Persepolis. Baghdad will be close on your way to India. Suppose you go there and write up something about the Euphrates Valley Railway. Then, when you have come to India, you can go after Livingstone. Probably you will hear by that time that Livingstone is on his way to Zanzibar, but if not, go into the interior and find him. If alive, get what news of his discoveries you can, and if you find he is dead, bring all possible proofs of his being dead. That is all. Good night, and God be with you." "Good night, sir," I said. "What it is in the power of human nature to do I will do, and on such an errand as I go upon, God will be with me." I lodged with young Edward King, who is making such a name in New England. He was just the man who would have delighted to tell the journal he was engaged upon what young Mr. Bennet was doing, and what errand I was bound upon. I should have liked to exchange opinions with him upon the probable results of my journey, but I dared not do so. Though oppressed with the great task before me, I had to appear as if only going to be present at the Suez Canal. Young King followed me to the express train bound for Marseilles, and at the station we parted, he to go and read the newspapers at Bowles' reading room, I to Central Africa, and who knows? There is no need to recapitulate what I did before going to Central Africa. I went up the Nile and saw Mr. Higginbotham, chief engineer in Baker's expedition, at Philae, and was the means of preventing a duel between him and a mad young Frenchman, who wanted to fight Mr. Higginbotham with pistols, because that gentleman resented the idea of being taken for an Egyptian, through wearing a fez cap. I had a talk with Captain Warren at Jerusalem, and descended one of the pits with a sergeant of engineers to see the marks of the Tyrian workmen on the foundation stones of the Temple of Solomon. I visited the mosques of Stamboul with the Minister Resident of the United States, and the American Consul General. I travelled over the Crimean battle-grounds with King Lake's glorious books for reference in my hand. I dined with the widow of General Liprandi at Odessa. I saw the Arabian traveller Palgrave at Trebizond, and Baron Nicolay, the civil governor of the Caucasus, at Tiflis. I lived with the Russian ambassador while at Teheran, and wherever I went through Persia I received the most hospitable welcome from the gentlemen of the Indo-European Telegraph Company, and following the examples of many illustrious men, I wrote my name upon one of the Persepolitan monuments. In the month of August, 1870, I arrived in India. On the 12th of October I sailed on the bark Polly from Bombay to Mauritius. As the Polly was a slow sailer, the passage lasted 37 days. On board this bark was a William Lawrence Farquhar, hailing from Leith, Scotland, in the capacity of first mate. He was an excellent navigator, and thinking he might be useful to me, I employed him, his pay to begin from the date we should leave Zanzibar for Bagamoyo. As there was no opportunity for getting to Zanzibar direct, I took ship to Seychelles. 3 or 4 days after arriving at Mahe, one of the Seychelles group, I was fortunate enough to get a passage for myself, William Lawrence Farquhar, and an Arab boy from Jerusalem who was to act as interpreter, on board an American whaling vessel bound for Zanzibar, at which port we arrived on the 6th of January, 1871. I have skimmed over my travels thus far, because these do not concern the reader. They led over many lands, but this book is only a narrative of my search after Livingstone, the great African traveller. It is an Icarian flight of journalism, I confess. Some even have called it quixotic. But this is a word I can now refute, as will be seen before the reader arrives at the finis. I have used the word soldiers in this book. The armed escort a traveller engages to accompany him into East Africa is composed of free black men, natives of Zanzibar, or freed slaves from the interior, who call themselves askari, an Indian name which, translated, means soldiers. They are armed and equipped like soldiers, though they engage themselves also as servants, but it would be more pretentious in me to call them servants than to use the word soldiers, and as I have been more in the habit of calling them soldiers than my watuma, servants, this habit has proved too much to be overcome. I have therefore allowed the word soldiers to appear, accompanied, however, with this apology. But it must be remembered that I am writing a narrative of my own adventures and travels, and that until I meet Livingstone I presume the greatest interest is attached to myself, my marches, my troubles, my thoughts, and my expressions. Yet though I may sometimes write my expedition, or my caravan, it by no means follows that I arrogate myself to this right. For it must be distinctly understood that it is the New York Herald's expedition, and that I am only charged with its command by Mr. James Gordon Bennett, the proprietor of the New York Herald, as a salaried employee of that gentleman. One thing more. I have adopted the narrative form of relating the story of the search, on account of the greater interest it appears to possess over the diary form, and I think that in this manner I avoid the great fault of repetition for which some travellers have been severely criticised. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2 of How I Found Livingstone. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. How I Found Livingstone. Travels, Adventures, and Discoveries in Central Africa, including 4 months' residence with Dr. Livingstone. By Sir Henry M. Stanley. Chapter 2. Zanzibar. On the morning of the 6th January, 1871, we were sailing through the channel that separates the fruitful island of Zanzibar from Africa. The highlands of the continent loomed like the lengthening shadow in the grey of dawn. The island lay on our left, distant but a mile, coming out of its shroud of foggy folds, bit by bit as the day advanced, until it finally rose clearly into view, as fair in appearance as the fairest of the gems of creation. It appeared low, but not flat. There were gentle elevations cropping hither and yon above the languid but graceful tops of the cocoa trees that lined the margin of the island, and there were depressions visible at agreeable intervals, to indicate where a cool gloom might be found by those who sought relief from a hot sun, over which the sap-green water rolled itself with a constant murmur and moan. The island seemed buried under one deep stratum of verdure. The noble bosom of the strait bore several dhows speeding in and out of the Bay of Zanzibar with bellying sails. Towards the south, above the sea-line of the horizon, there appeared the naked masts of several large ships, and to the east of these a dense mass of white, flap-topped houses. This was Zanzibar, the capital of the island, which soon resolved itself into a pretty large and compact city, with all the characteristics of Arab architecture. Above some of the largest houses lining the bay front of the city streamed the blood-red banner of the Sultan, Said Berghash, and the flags of the American, English, North German Confederation, and French consulates. In the harbour were 13 large ships, 4 Zanzibar men-of-war, 1 English man-of-war, the Nymph, 2 American, 1 French, 1 Portuguese, 2 English, and 2 German merchantmen, besides numerous dhows hailing from Johanna and Mayotte of the Comoro Islands, dhows from Muscat and Kutch traders between India, the Persian Gulf, and Zanzibar. It was with the spirit of true hospitality and courtesy that Captain Francis R. Webb, United States Consul, formerly of the United States Navy, received me. Had this gentleman not rendered me such needful service, I must have condescended to take board and lodging at a house known as Charlie's, called after the proprietor, a Frenchman, who has won considerable local notoriety for harbouring penniless itinerants, and manifesting a kindly spirit always, though hidden under such a rugged front, or I should have been obliged to pitch my double-clothed American drill tent on the sand beach of this tropical island, which was by no means a desirable thing. But Captain Webb's opportune proposal to make his commodious and comfortable house my own, to enjoy myself, with the request that I would call for whatever I might require, obviated all unpleasant alternatives. One day's life at Zanzibar made me thoroughly conscious of my ignorance respecting African people and things in general. I imagined I had read Burton and Speke through fairly well, and that consequently I had penetrated the meaning, the full importance and grandeur, of the work I was about to be engaged upon. But my estimates, for instance, based upon book information, were simply ridiculous. Fanciful images of African attractions were soon dissipated, anticipated pleasures vanished, and all crude ideas began to resolve themselves into shape. I strolled through the city. My general impressions are of crooked, narrow lanes, whitewashed houses, mortar-plastered streets in the clean quarter, of seeing alcoves on each side, with deep recesses, with a foreground of red-turbaned Banyans, and a background of flimsy cottons, prints, calicoes, domestics, and what not, or of floors crowded with ivory tusks, or of dark corners with a pile of unginned and loose cotton, or of stores of crockery, nails, cheap Brummagem ware, tools, etc., in what I call the Banyan quarter, of streets smelling very strong, in fact exceedingly malodorous, with steaming yellow and black bodies, and woolly heads, sitting at the doors of miserable huts, chatting, laughing, bargaining, scolding, with a compound smell of hides, tar, filth, and vegetable refuse. In the negro quarter, of streets lined with tall, solid-looking houses, flat-roofed, of great carved doors with large brass knockers, with Bobs sitting cross-legged watching the dark entrance to their masters' houses, of a shallow sea inlet, with some dhows, canoes, boats, an odd steam tub or two, leaning over on their sides in a sea of mud which the tide has just left behind it, of a place called Mzani Moya, one cocoa tree, whither Europeans wend on evenings with most languid steps, to inhale the sweet air that glides over the sea, while the day is dying and the red sun is sinking westward, of a few graves of dead sailors, who paid the forfeit of their lives upon their arrival in this land, of a tall house wherein lives Dr Tozor, missionary bishop of Central Africa, and his school of little Africans, and of many other things, which got together into such a tangle that I had to go to sleep, lest I should never be able to separate the moving images, the Arab from the African from the Banyan from the Hindi from the European, etc. Zanzibar is the Baghdad, the Isfahan, the Stambul, if you like, of East Africa. It is the great mart which invites the ivory traders from the African interior. To this market come the gum copal, the hides, the orchilla weed, the timber, and the black slaves from Africa. Baghdad had great silk bazaars, Zanzibar has her ivory bazaars. Baghdad once traded in jewels, Zanzibar trades in gum copal. Stambul imported Circassian and Georgian slaves, Zanzibar imports black beauties from Ihayao, Ugindi, Ugogo, Unyamwezi, and Gala. The same mode of commerce obtains here as in all Mohammedan countries. Nay, the mode was in vogue long before Moses was born. The Arab never changes. He brought the custom of his forefathers with him when he came to live on this island. He is as much of an Arab here as at Muscat or Baghdad. Wherever he goes to live he carries with him his harem, his religion, his long robe, his shirt, his slippers, and his dagger. If he penetrates Africa, not all the ridicule of the negroes can make him change his modes of life. Yet the land has not become Oriental. The Arab has not been able to change the atmosphere. The land is semi-African in aspect, the city is but semi-Arabian. To a newcomer into Africa, the Muscat Arabs of Zanzibar are studies. There is a certain empressement about them which we must admire. They are mostly all travellers. There are but a few of them who have not been in many dangerous positions, as they penetrated Central Africa in search of the precious ivory, and their various experiences have given their features a certain unmistakable air of self-reliance, or of self-sufficiency. There is a calm, resolute, defiant, independent air about them, which wins unconsciously one's respect. The stories that some of these men could tell, I have often thought, would fill many a book of thrilling adventures. For the half-caste I have great contempt. They are neither black nor white, neither good nor bad, neither to be admired nor hated. They are all things at all times, they are always fawning on the great Arabs, and always cruel to those unfortunates brought under their yoke. If I saw a miserable, half-starved negro, I was always sure to be told he belonged to a half-caste. Cringing and hypocritical, cowardly and debased, treacherous and mean, I have always found him. He seems to be forever ready to fall down and worship a rich Arab, but is relentless to a poor black slave. When he swears most, you may be sure he lies most, and yet this is the breed which is multiplied most at Zanzibar. The Banyan is a born trader, the beau ideal of a sharp money-making man. Money flows to his pockets as naturally as water down a steep. No pang of conscience will prevent him from cheating his fellow man. He excels a Jew, and his only rival in a market is a Parsee. An Arab is a babe to him. It is worth money to see him labour with all his energy, soul and body, to get advantage by the smallest fraction of a coin over a native. Possibly the native has a tusk, and it may weigh a couple of frasilahs, but though the scales indicate the weight, and the native declares solemnly that it must be more than 2 frasilahs, yet our Banyan will asseverate and vow that the native knows nothing whatever about it, and that the scales are wrong. He musters up a courage to lift it. It is a mere song, not much more than a frasilah. Come, he will say, close, man, take the money and go thy way. Art thou mad? If the native hesitates, he will scream in a fury. He pushes him about, spurns the ivory with contemptuous indifference. Never was such an ado about nothing. But though he tells the astounded native to be up and going, he never intends the ivory shall leave his shop. The Banyans exercise, of all other classes, most influence on the trade of Central Africa. With the exception of a very few rich Arabs, almost all other traders are subject to the pains and penalties which usury imposes. A trader desirous to make a journey into the interior, whether for slaves or ivory, gum copal, or orchilla weed, proposes to a Banyan to advance him $5,000 at a 50, 60, or 70 per cent interest. The Banyan is safe enough not to lose, whether the speculation the trader is engaged upon pays or not. An experienced trader seldom loses, or if he has been unfortunate, through no deed of his own, he does not lose credit. With the help of the Banyan, he is easily set on his feet again. We will suppose, for the sake of illustrating how trade with the interior is managed, that the Arab conveys by his caravan $5,000 worth of goods into the interior. At Unyanyembe the goods are worth $10,000. At Ujiji they are worth $15,000. They have trebled in price. 5 doti, or $7.50, will purchase a slave in the markets of Ujiji that will fetch in Zanzibar $30. Ordinary men slaves may be purchased for $6, which would sell for $25 on the coast. We will say he purchases slaves to the full extent of his means, after deducting $1,500 expenses of carriage to Ujiji and back, viz. $3,500. The slaves, 464 in number, at $7.50 per head, would realize $13,920 at Zanzibar. Again, let us illustrate trade in ivory. A merchant takes $5,000 to Ujiji, and after deducting $1,500 for expenses to Ujiji and back to Zanzibar, has still remaining $3,500 in cloth and beads, with which he purchases ivory. At Ujiji ivory is bought at $20 the frazila, or £35, by which he is enabled, with $3,500, to collect 175 frazilas, which, if good ivory, is worth about $60 per frazila at Zanzibar. The merchant thus finds that he has realized $10,500 net profit. Arab traders have often done better than this, but they almost always have come back with an enormous margin of profit. The next people to the Banyans in power in Zanzibar are the Mohammedan Hindis. Really, it has been a debatable subject in my mind whether the Hindis are not as wickedly determined to cheat in trade as the Banyans. But if I have conceded the palm to the latter, it has been done very reluctantly. This tribe of Indians can produce scores of unconscionable rascals where they can show but one honest merchant. One of the honestest among men, white or black, red or yellow, is a Mohammedan Hindi called Torya Topan. Amongst the Europeans at Zanzibar, he has become a proverb for honesty and strict business integrity. He is enormously wealthy, owns several ships and dhows, and is a prominent man in the councils of Said Berghash. Tarya has many children, 2 or 3 of whom are grown-up sons, whom he has reared up even as he is himself. But Tarya is but a representative of an exceedingly small minority. The Arabs, the Banyans, and the Mohammedan Hindis represent the higher and the middle classes. These classes own the estates, the ships, and the trade. To these classes bow the half-caste and the Negro. The next most important people who go to make up the mixed population of this island are the Negroes. They consist of the Aborigines, Wasawahili, Somalis, Comorines, Wanyamwezi, and a host of tribal representatives of Inner Africa. To a white stranger about penetrating Africa, it is a most interesting walk through the Negro quarters of the Wanyamwezi and the Waswahili. For here he begins to learn the necessity of admitting that Negroes are men, like himself, though of a different colour, that they have passions and prejudices, likes and dislikes, sympathies and antipathies, tastes and feelings, in common with all human nature. The sooner he perceives this fact, and adapts himself accordingly, the easier will be his journey among the several races of the interior. The more plastic his nature, the more prosperous will be his travels. Though I had lived some time among the Negroes of our Southern States, my education was Northern, and I had met in the United States black men whom I was proud to call friends. I was thus prepared to admit any black man, possessing the attributes of a true manhood or any good qualities, to my friendship, even to a brotherhood with myself, and to respect him for such, as if he were of my own colour and race. Neither his colour, nor any peculiarities of physiognomy should debar him with me from any rights he should fairly claim as a man. Have these men, these black savages from pagan Africa, I asked myself, the qualities which make man lovable among his fellows? Can these men, these barbarians, appreciate kindness or feel real resentment like myself? Was my mental question as I travelled through their quarters and observed their actions. Need I say that I was much comforted in observing that they were as ready to be influenced by passions, by loves and hates, as I was myself, that the keenest observation failed to detect any great difference between their nature and my own? The negroes of the island probably number 2/3 of the entire population. They compose the working class, whether enslaved or free. Those enslaved perform the work required on the plantations, the estates and gardens, of the landed proprietors, or perform the work of carriers, whether in the country or in the city. Outside the city they may be seen carrying huge loads on their heads, as happy as possible, not because they are kindly treated, or that their work is light, but because it is their nature to be gay and light-hearted, because they have conceived neither joys nor hopes which may not be gratified at will, nor cherished any ambition beyond their reach, and therefore have not been baffled in their hopes, nor known disappointment. Within the city, negro carriers may be heard at all hours, in couples, engaged in the transportation of clove bags, boxes of merchandise, etc., from store to go down, and from go down to the beach, singing a kind of monotone chant for the encouragement of each other, and for the guiding of their pace as they shuffle through the streets with bare feet. You may recognize these men readily, before long, as old acquaintances, by the consistency with which they sing the tunes they have adopted. Several times during a day I have heard the same couple pass beneath the windows of the consulate, delivering themselves of the same invariable tune and words. Some might possibly deem the songs foolish and silly, but they had a certain attraction for me, and I considered that they were as useful as anything else for the purposes that they were intended. The town of Zanzibar, situate on the south-western shore of the island, contains a population of nearly 100,000 inhabitants. That of the island altogether I would estimate at not more than 200,000 inhabitants, including all races. The greatest number of foreign vessels trading with this port are American, principally from New York and Salem. After the American come the German, then come the French and English. They arrive loaded with American sheeting, brandy, gunpowder, muskets, beads, English cotton, brass wire, chinaware, and other notions, and depart with ivory, gum copal, cloves, hides, cowries, sesamum, pepper, and cocoanut oil. The value of the exports from this port is estimated at $3,000,000, and the imports from all countries at $3,500,000. The Europeans and Americans residing in the town of Zanzibar are either government officials, independent merchants, or agents for a few great mercantile houses in Europe and America. The climate of Zanzibar is not the most agreeable in the world. I have heard Americans and Europeans condemn it most heartily. I have also seen nearly one-half of the white colony laid up in one day from sickness. A noxious malaria is exhaled from the shallow inlet of Malagash, and the undrained filth, the garbage, offal, dead mollusks, dead pariah dogs, dead cats, all species of carrion, remains of men and beasts unburied, assist to make Zanzibar a most unhealthy city, and considering that it ought to be most healthy, nature having pointed out to man the means and having assisted him so far, it is most wonderful that the ruling prince does not obey the dictates of reason. The Bay of Zanzibar is in the form of a crescent, and on the southwestern horn of it is built the city. On the east Zanzibar is bounded almost entirely by the Malagash Lagoon, an inlet of the sea. It penetrates to at least 250 yards of the sea behind or south of Shangani Point. Were these 250 yards cut through by a 10-foot ditch, and the inlet deepened slightly, Zanzibar would become an island of itself, and what wonders would it not effect to health and salubrity? I have never heard this suggestion made, but it struck me that the foreign consuls resident at Zanzibar might suggest this work to the Sultan, and so get the credit of having made it as healthy a place to live in as any near the equator. But apropos of this, I remember what Captain Webb, the American consul, told me on my first arrival, when I expressed to him my wonder at the apathy and inertness of men born with the indomitable energy which characterizes Europeans and Americans, of men imbued with the progressive and stirring instincts of the white people, who yet allow themselves to dwindle into pallid phantoms of their kind, into hypochondriacal invalids, into hopeless believers in the deadliness of the climate, with hardly a trace of that daring and invincible spirit which rules the world. "Oh," said Captain Webb, "it is all very well for you to talk about energy, and all that kind of thing, but I assure you that a residence of 4 or 5 years on this island, among such people as are here, would make you feel that it was a hopeless task to resist the influence of the example by which the most energetic spirits are subdued, and to which they must submit in time, sooner or later. We were all terribly energetic when we first came here, and struggled bravely to make things go on as we were accustomed to have them at home; but we have found that we were knocking our heads against granite walls to no purpose whatever. These fellows, the Arabs, the Banyans, and the Hindis, you can't make them go faster by ever so much scolding and praying, and in a very short time you see the folly of fighting against the unconquerable. Be patient, and don't fret; that is my advice, or you won't live long here. There were 3 or 4 intensely busy men, though, at Zanzibar, who were out at all hours of the day. I know one, an American; I fancy I hear the quick pit-pat of his feet on the pavement beneath the Consulate, his cheery voice ringing the salutation "Yambo" to every one he met, and he had lived at Zanzibar 12 years. I know another, one of the sturdiest of Scotchmen, a most pleasant-mannered and unaffected man, sincere in whatever he did or said, who has lived at Zanzibar several years, subject to the infructuosities of the business he has been engaged in, as well as to the calor and ennui of the climate, who yet presents as formidable a front as ever to the apathetic native of Zanzibar. No man can charge Captain H. C. Fraser, formerly of the Indian Navy, with being apathetic. I might with ease give evidence of the industry of others, but they are all my friends, and they are all good. The American, English, German, and French residents have ever treated me with a courtesy and kindness I am not disposed to forget. Taken as a body, it would be hard to find a more generous or hospitable colony of white men in any part of the world. Chapter 3
of How I Found Livingstone. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. How I Found Livingstone by Sir Henry M. Stanley. Chapter 3 Organization of the Expedition. I was totally ignorant of the interior, and it was difficult at first to know what I needed in order to take an expedition into Central Africa. Time was precious also, and much of it could not be devoted to inquiry and investigation. In a case like this, it would have been a godsend, I thought, had either of the 3 gentlemen, Captains Burton, Speke, or Grant, given some information on these points, had they devoted a chapter upon how to get ready for an expedition for Central Africa. The purpose of this chapter, then, is to relate how I set about it, that other travellers coming after me may have the benefit of my experience. These are some of the questions I asked myself as I tossed on my bed at night. How much money is required? How many pagazis or carriers? How many soldiers? How much cloth? How many beads? How much wire? What kinds of cloth are required for the different tribes? Ever so many questions to myself brought me no nearer the exact point I wished to arrive at. I scribbled over scores of sheets of paper, made estimates, drew out lists of material, calculated the cost of keeping 100 men for 1 year, at so many yards of different kinds of cloth, etc. I studied Burton, Speke, and Grant in vain. A good deal of geographical, ethnological, and other information appertaining to the study of Inner Africa was obtainable, but information respecting the organization of an expedition requisite before proceeding to Africa was not in any book. The Europeans at Zanzibar knew as little as possible about this particular point. There was not one white man at Zanzibar who could tell how many dotis a day a force of 100 men required to buy food for 1 day on the road. Neither, indeed, was it their business to know. But what should I do at all? This was a grand question. I decided it were best to hunt up an Arab merchant, who had been engaged in the ivory trade, or who was fresh from the interior. Sheikh Hasid was a man of note and of wealth in Zanzibar. He himself dispatched several caravans into the interior, and was necessarily acquainted with several prominent traders who came to his house to gossip about their adventures and gains. He was also the proprietor of the large house Captain Webb occupied. Besides, he lived across the narrow street which separated his house from the consulate. Of all men, Sheikh Hashid was the man to be consulted, and he was accordingly invited to visit me at the consulate. From the grey-bearded and venerable-looking sheik I elicited more information about African currency, the mode of procedure, the quantity and quality of stuffs I required, than I had obtained from 3 months' study of books upon Central Africa, and from other Arab merchants to whom the ancient sheik introduced me. I received most valuable suggestions and hints, which enabled me at last to organize an expedition. The reader must bear in mind that a traveller requires only that which is sufficient for travel and exploration, that a superfluity of goods or means will prove as fatal to him as poverty of supplies. It is on this question of quality and quantity that the traveller has first to exercise his judgment and discretion. My informants gave me to understand that for 100 men, 10 doti, or 40 yards of cloth per diem, would suffice for food. The proper course to pursue, I found, was to purchase 2,000 doti of American sheeting, 1,000 doti of kaniki, and 650 doti of the coloured cloths, such as Brosati, a great favourite in the Unyamwezi, Sahari, taken in Ugogo, Ismahili, Tajiri, Joho, Shas, Rahani, Jamdini, or Kanguru Kutch, blue and pink. These were deemed amply sufficient for the subsistence of 100 men for 12 months. 2 years at this rate would require 4,000 doti, equal to 16,000 yards of American sheeting, 2,000 doti, equal to 8,000 yards of kaniki, 1,300 doti, equal to 5,200 yards of mixed colored cloths. This was definite and valuable information to me, and excepting the lack of some suggestions as to the quality of the sheeting, kaniki, and colored cloths, I had obtained all I desired upon this point. Second in importance to the amount of cloth required was the quantity and quality of the beads necessary. Beads, I was told, took the place of cloth currency among some tribes of the interior. One tribe preferred white to black beads, brown to yellow, red to green, green to white, and so on. Thus, in Unyamwezi, red sami beads would readily be taken, where all other kinds would be refused. Black bubu beads, though currency in Ugogo, were positively worthless with all other tribes. The egg sungomasi beads, though valuable in Ujiji and Ugaha, would be refused in all other countries. The white Merikani beads, though good in Ufipa and some parts of Usagara and Ugogo, would certainly be despised in Usaguha and Uganongo. Such being the case, I was obliged to study closely and calculate the probable stay of an expedition in the several countries, so as to be sure to provide a sufficiency of each kind, and guard against any great overplus. Burton and Speke, for instance, were obliged to throw away as worthless several hundred fundo of beads. For example, supposing the several nations of Europe had each its own currency, without the means of exchange, and supposing a man was about to travel through Europe on foot, before starting he would be apt to calculate how many days it would take him to travel through France, how many through Prussia, Austria, and Russia, then to reckon the expense he would be likely to incur per day. If the expense be set down at a Napoleon per day, and his journey through France would occupy 30 days, the sum required for going and returning might be properly set down at 60 Napoleons, in which case, Napoleons not being current money in Prussia, Austria, or Russia, it would be utterly useless for him to burden himself with the weight of a couple thousand Napoleons in gold. My anxiety on this point was most excruciating. Over and over I studied the hard names and measures, conned again and again the polysyllables, hoping to be able to arrive some time at an intelligible definition of the terms. I revolved in my mind the words Muganguro, Gulabio, Sungomazi, Kadanduguru, Matunda, Sami, Bubu, Merikani, Hafta, Lunghiorega, and Lakio, until I was fairly beside myself. Finally, however, I came to the conclusion that if I reckoned my requirements at 50 kahit, or 5 fundo per day, for 2 years, and if I purchased only 11 varieties, I might consider myself safe enough. The purchase was accordingly made, and 22 sacks of the best species were packed and brought to Captain Webb's house, ready for transportation to Bagamoyo. After the beads came the wire question. I discovered, after considerable trouble, that numbers 5 and 6, almost the thickness of telegraph wire, were considered the best numbers for trading purposes. While beads stand for copper coins in Africa, cloth measures for silver, wire is reckoned as gold in the countries beyond the Tanganyika. 10 frashalaw, or 350 pounds, of brass wire, my Arab adviser thought, would be ample. Having purchased the cloth, the beads, and the wire, it was with no little pride that I surveyed the comely bales and packages lying piled up, row above row, in Captain Webb's capacious storeroom. Yet my work was not ended; it was but beginning. There were provisions, cooking utensils, boats, rope, twine, tents, donkeys, saddles, bagging, canvas, tar, needles, tools, ammunition, guns, equipments, hatchets, medicines, bedding, presents for chiefs, in short 1,000 things not yet purchased. The ordeal of chaffering and haggling with steel-hearted Banyans, Hindis, Arabs, and half-castes was most trying. For instance, I purchased 22 donkeys at Zanzibar, $40 and $50 were asked, which I had to reduce to $15 or $20 by an infinite amount of argument, worthy, I think, of a nobler cause. As was my experience with the ass dealers, so it was with the petty merchants. Even a paper of pins was not purchased without a 5% reduction from the price demanded, involving, of course, a loss of time and patience. After collecting the donkeys, I discovered there were no pack saddles to be obtained in Zanzibar. Donkeys without pack saddles were of no use whatever. I invented a saddle to be manufactured by myself and my white man Farquhar, wholly from canvas, rope, and cotton. 3 or 4 frasilahs of cotton and 10 bolts of canvas were required for the saddles. A specimen saddle was made by myself in order to test its efficiency. A donkey was taken and saddled, and a load of 140 pounds was fastened to it, and though the animal, a wild creature of Unyamwezi, struggled and reared frantically, not a particle gave way. After this experiment, Farquhar was set to work to manufacture 21 more after the same pattern. Woolen pads were also purchased to protect the animals from being galled. It ought to be mentioned here, perhaps, that the idea of such a saddle as I manufactured was first derived from the Otego saddle, in use among the transport trains of the English army in Abyssinia. A man named John William Shaw, a native of London, England, lately third mate of the American ship Nevada, applied to me for work. Though his discharge from the Nevada was rather suspicious, yet he possessed all the requirements of such a man as I needed, and was an experienced hand with the palm and needle, could cut canvas to fit anything, was a pretty good navigator, ready and willing, so far as his professions went. I saw no reason to refuse his services, and he was accordingly engaged at $300 per annum to rank second to William L. Farquhar. Farquhar was a capital navigator and excellent mathematician, was strong, energetic, and clever. The next thing I was engaged upon was to enlist, arm, and equip a faithful escort of 20 men for the road. Johari, the chief dragoman of the American consulate, informed me that he knew where certain of Speke's faithfuls were yet to be found. The idea had struck me before that if I could obtain the services of a few men acquainted with the ways of white men, and who could induce other good men to join the expedition I was organizing, I might consider myself fortunate. More especially had I thought of Sidi Mubarak Mumbai, commonly called Bombay, who, though his head was woodeny and his hands clumsy, was considered to be the faithfulest of the faithfuls. With the aid of the dragoman Johari, I secured in a few hours the services of Uledi, Captain Grant's former valet, Ulamengo, Baruti, Ambari, Mabruki, Munyi Mabruki, bull-headed Mabruki, Captain Burton's former unhappy valet, 5 of Speke's faithfuls. When I asked them if they were willing to join another white man's expeditions to Ujiji, they replied very readily that they were willing to join any brother of Speke's. Dr. John Kirk, Her Majesty's Consul at Zanzibar, who was present, told him that though I was no brother of Speke's, I spoke his language. This distinction mattered little to them, and I heard them, with great delight, declare their readiness to go anywhere with me, or to do anything I wished. Mombay, as they called him, or Bombay as we know him, had gone to Pemba, an island lying north of Zanzibar. Uledi was sure Mombay would jump with joy at the prospect of another expedition. Johari was therefore commissioned to write to him at Pemba, to inform him of the good fortune in store for him. On the 4th morning after the letter had been dispatched, the famous Bombay made his appearance, followed in decent order and due rank by the faithfuls of Speke. I looked in vain for the woodeny head and alligator teeth with which his former master had endowed him. I saw a slender short man of 50 or thereabouts, with a grizzled head, an uncommonly high narrow forehead, with a very large mouth showing teeth very irregular and wide apart. An ugly rent in the upper front row of Bombay's teeth was made with the clenched fist of Captain Speke in Uganda, when his master's patience was worn out, and prompt punishment became necessary. That Captain Speke had spoiled him with kindness was evident, from the fact that Bombay had the audacity to stand up for a boxing match with him. But these things I only found out when, months afterwards, I was called upon to administer punishment to him myself. But at his first appearance I was favourably impressed with Bombay, though his face was rugged, his mouth large, his eyes small, and his nose flat. "Salam alaikum," were the words he greeted me with. "Alaikum salam," I replied, with all the gravity I could muster. I then informed him I required him as captain of my soldiers to Ujiji. His reply was that he was ready to do whatever I told him, go wherever I like, in short, be a pattern to servants and a model to soldiers. He hoped I would give him a uniform and a good gun, both of which were promised. Upon inquiring for the rest of the faithfuls who accompanied Speke into Egypt, I was told that at Zanzibar there were but 6. Feraji, Maktub, Sadiq, Sunguru, Manyu, Matajari, Makata, and Almas were dead. Ulidi and Matamani were in Unyanyembe, Hassan had gone to Kilwa, and Ferahan was supposed to be in Ujiji. Out of the 6 faithfuls, each of whom still retained his medal for assisting in the discovery of the sources of the Nile, one, poor Mabruki, had met with a sad misfortune, which I feared would incapacitate him from active usefulness. Mabruki, the bull-headed, owned a shamba, or a house with a garden attached to it, of which he was very proud. Close to him lived a neighbour in similar circumstances, who was a soldier of Seyd Majid, with whom Mabruki, who was of a quarrelsome disposition, had a feud, which culminated in the soldier inducing 2 or 3 of his comrades to assist him in punishing the malevolent Mabruki, and this was done in a manner that only the heart of an African could conceive. They tied the unfortunate fellow by his wrists to a branch of a tree, and after indulging their brutal appetite for revenge in torturing him, left him to hang in that position for 2 days. At the expiration of the 2nd day he was accidentally discovered in a most pitiable condition. His hands had swollen to an immense size, and the veins of one hand had been ruptured; he had lost its use. It is needless to say that, when the affair came to Seyd Majid's ears, the miscreants were severely punished. Dr. Kirk, who attended the poor fellow, succeeded in restoring one hand to something of a semblance of its former shape, but the other hand is sadly marred, and its former usefulness gone for ever. However, I engaged Mabruki, despite his deformed hands, his ugliness and vanity, because he was one of Speke's faithfuls. For if he but wagged his tongue in my service, kept his eyes open, and opened his mouth at the proper time, I assured myself I could make him useful. Bombay, my captain of escort, succeeded in getting 18 more free men to volunteer as askari soldiers, men whom he knew would not desert, and for whom he declared himself responsible. They were an exceedingly fine-looking body of men, far more intelligent in appearance than I could ever have believed African barbarians could be. They hailed principally from Uhiyow, others from Unyamwezi, some came from Useguhha and Ugindo. Their wages were set down at $36 each man per annum, or $3 each per month. Each soldier was provided with a flintlock musket, powder horn, bullet pouch, knife, and hatchet, besides enough powder and ball for 200 rounds. Bombay, in consideration of his rank and previous faithful services to Burton, Speke, and Grant, was engaged at $80 a year, half that sum in advance. A good muzzle-loading rifle besides a pistol, knife, and hatchet were given to him, while the other 5 faithfuls, Ambari, Mabruki, Ulamengo, Baruti, and Ulida, were engaged at $40 a year, with proper equipments, as soldiers. Having studied fairly well all the East African travellers' books regarding Eastern and Central Africa, my mind had conceived the difficulties which would present themselves during the prosecution of my search after Dr. Livingstone. To obviate all of these, as well as human wit could suggest, was my constant thought and aim. Shall I permit myself, while looking from Ujiji over the waters of the Tanganyika Lake to the other side, to be balked on the threshold of success by the insolence of a King Kanina, or the caprice of a Hamed bin Sulayam? Was a question I asked myself. To guard against such a contingency, I determined to carry my own boats. Then, I thought, if I hear of Livingstone being on the Tanganyika, I can launch my boat and proceed after him. I procured one large boat, capable of carrying 20 persons, with stores and goods sufficient for a cruise, from the American consul, for the sum of $80, and a smaller one from another American gentleman, for $40. The latter would hold comfortably 6 men, with suitable stores. I did not intend to carry the boats whole or bodily, but to strip them of their boards and carry the timbers and thwarts only. As a substitute for the boards I proposed to cover each boat with a double canvas skin well tarred. The work of stripping them and taking them to pieces fell to me. This little job occupied me 5 days. I also packed them up for the pagazis. Each load was carefully weighed, and none exceeded 68 pounds in weight. John Shaw excelled himself in the workmanship displayed on the canvas boats. When finished, they fitted their frames admirably. The canvas, 6 bolts of English hemp No. 3, was procured from Ludha Damji, who furnished it from the Sultan's storeroom. An insuperable obstacle to rapid transit in Africa is the want of carriers, and as speed was the main object of the expedition under my command, My duty was to lessen this difficulty as much as possible. My carriers could only be engaged after arriving at Bagamoyo on the mainland. I had over 20 good donkeys ready, and I thought a cart adapted for the footpaths of Africa might prove an advantage. Accordingly, I had a cart constructed, 18 inches wide and 5 feet long, supplied with 2 fore-wheels of a light American wagon, more for the purpose of conveying the narrow ammunition boxes. I estimated that if a donkey could carry to Unyanyembe a load of 4 fresilahs, or 140 pounds, he ought to be able to draw 8 fresilahs on such a cart, which would be equal to the carrying capacity of 4 stout pagazis, or carriers. Events will prove how my theories were borne out in practice. When my purchases were completed, and I beheld them piled up, tier after tier, row upon row, here a mass of cooking utensils, there bundles of rope, tents, saddles, a pile of portmanteaus and boxes, containing every imaginable thing, I confess I was rather abashed at my own temerity. Here were at least 6 tons of material! How will it ever be possible, I thought, to move all this inert mass across the wilderness stretching between the sea and the great lakes of Africa? Bah! Cast all doubts away, man, and have at them. Sufficient for the day is the evil thereof, without borrowing from the morrow. The traveller must needs make his way into the African interior after a fashion very different from that to which he has been accustomed in other countries. He requires to take with him just what a ship must have when about to sail on a long voyage. He must have his slop chest, his little store of canned dainties, and his medicines, besides which he must have enough guns, powder, and ball to be able to make a series of good fights if necessary. He must have men to convey these miscellaneous articles, and as a man's maximum load does not exceed 70 pounds, to convey 11,000 pounds requires nearly 160 men. Europe and the Orient, even Arabia and Turkestan, have royal ways of travelling compared to Africa. Specie is received in all those countries, by which a traveller may carry his means about him on his own person. Eastern and Central Africa, however, demand a necklace instead of a cent, 2 yards of American sheeting instead of half a dollar or a florin, and a kitindi of thick brass wire in place of a gold piece. The African traveller can hire neither wagons nor camels, neither horses nor mules, to proceed with him into the interior. His means of conveyance are limited to black and naked men, who demand at least $15 a head for every 70 pounds weight carried only as far as Unyanyembe. One thing amongst others my predecessors omitted to inform men bound for Africa, which is of importance, and that is, that no traveller should ever think of coming to Zanzibar with his money in any other shape than gold coin. Letters of credit, circular notes, and such civilized things I have found to be a century ahead of Zanzibar people. 20 and 25 cents deducted out of every dollar I drew on paper is one of the unpleasant, if not unpleasantest things I have committed to lasting memory. For Zanzibar is a spot far removed from all avenues of European commerce, and coin is at a high premium. A man may talk and entreat, but though he may have drafts, checks, circular notes, letters of credit, a carte blanche to get what he wants, out of every dollar must be deducted 25 and 30 cents, so I was told, and so was my experience. What a pity there is no branch bank here! I had intended to have gone into Africa incognito, but the fact that a white man, even an American, was about to enter Africa was soon known all over Zanzibar. This fact was repeated 1,000 times in the streets, proclaimed in all the shop alcoves, and at the custom house. The native bazaar laid hold of it, and agitated it day and night until my departure. The foreigners, including the Europeans, wished to know the pros and cons of my coming in and going out. My answer to all questions, pertinent and impertinent, was, I am going to Africa. Though my card bore the words, Henry M. Stanley, New York Herald, very few, I believe, ever coupled the words New York Herald with a search after Dr. Livingstone. It was not my fault, was it? Ah me! What hard work it is to start an expedition alone! What with hurrying through the baking heat of the fierce, relentless sun from shop to shop, strengthening myself with far-reaching and enduring patience for the haggling contest with the livid-faced Hindi, summoning courage and wit to browbeat the villainous Goanese, and match the foxy Banyan, talking volumes throughout the day, correcting estimates, making up accounts, superintending the delivery of purchased articles, measuring and weighing them to see that everything was of full measure and weight, overseeing the white men Farquhar and Shaw, who were busy on donkey saddles, sails, tents, and boats for the expedition, I felt, when the day was over, as though limbs and brain well deserved their rest. Such labours were mine unremittingly for a month. Having bartered drafts on Mr. James Gordon Bennett to the amount of several $1,000s for cloth, beads, wire, donkeys, and 1,000 necessaries, having advanced pay to the white men and black escort of the expedition, having fretted Captain Webb and his family more than enough with the din of preparation, and filled his house with my goods, there was nothing further to do but to leave my formal adieus with the Europeans, and thank the Sultan and those gentlemen who had assisted me, before embarking for Bagamoyo. The day before my departure from Zanzibar, the American consul, having just habited himself in his black coat, and taking with him an extra black hat, in order to be in state apparel, proceeded with me to the Sultan's palace. The Prince had been generous to me. He had presented me with an Arab horse, had furnished me with letters of introduction to his agents, his chief men, and representatives in the interior, and in many other ways had shown himself well disposed towards me. The palace is a large, roomy, lofty square house, close to the fort, built of coral, and plastered thickly with lime mortar. In appearance it is half Arabic and half Italian. The shutters are Venetian blinds painted a vivid green, and presenting a striking contrast to the whitewashed walls. Before the great, lofty, wide door were ranged in 2 crescents several Baluch and Persian mercenaries, armed with curved swords and targes of rhinoceros hide. Their dress consisted of a muddy white cotton shirt reaching to the ankles, girdled with a leather belt thickly studded with silver bosses. As we came in sight, a signal was passed to some person inside the entrance. When within 20 yards of the door, the Sultan, who was standing waiting, came down the steps, and passing through the ranks advanced toward us, with his right hand stretched out and a genial smile of welcome on his face. On our side we raised our hats and shook hands with him, after which, doing according as he bade us, we passed forward, and arrived on the highest step near the entrance door. He pointed forward, we bowed, and arrived at the foot of an unpainted and narrow staircase, to turn once more to the Sultan. The consul, I perceived, was ascending sideways, a mode of progression which I saw was intended for a compromise with decency and dignity. At the top of the stairs we waited, with our faces towards the upcoming prince. Again we were waved magnanimously forward, for before us was the reception hall and throne room. I noticed as I marched forward to the furthest end that the room was high, and painted in the Arabic style, that the carpet was thick and of Persian fabric, that the furniture consisted of a dozen gilt chairs and a chandelier. We were seated. Ludha Damshi, the Banyan collector of customs, a venerable-looking old man with a shrewd, intelligent face, sat on the right of the Sultan. Next to him was the great Mohammedan merchant Tarya Topan, who had come to be present at the interview, not only because he was one of the councillors of His Highness, but because he also took a lively interest in this American expedition. Opposite to Ludha sat Captain Webb, and next to him I was seated, opposite Tarya Topan. The Sultan sat in a gilt chair between the Americans and the councillors. Johari the dragoman stood humbly before the Sultan, expectant and ready to interpret what we had to communicate to the prince. The Sultan, so far as dress goes, might be taken for a Mingrelian gentleman, excepting, indeed, for the turban, whose ample folds in alternate colours of red, yellow, brown, and white encircled his head. His long robe was of dark cloth, cinctured round the waist with his rich sword belt, from which was suspended a gold-hilted scimitar, encased in a scabbard also enriched with gold. His legs and feet were bare, and had a ponderous look about them, since he suffered from that strange curse of Zanzibar, elephantiasis. His feet were slipped into a pair of wata, Arabic for slippers, with thick soles and a strong leathern band over the instep. His light complexion and his correct features, which are intelligent and regular, bespeak the Arab patrician. They indicate, however, nothing except his high descent and blood. No traits of character are visible, unless there is just a trace of amiability, and perfect contentment with himself and all around. Such is Prince or Sayed Bergash, Sultan of Zanzibar and Pemba, and the east coast of Africa, from Somaliland to the Mozambique, as he appeared to me. Coffee was served in cups supported by golden finjas, also some cocoa-nut milk, and rich sweet sherbet. The conversation began with the question addressed to the council. "Are you well?" Council. "Yes, thank you. How is His Highness?" Highness. "Quite well." Highness to me. "Are you well?" Answer. "Quite well, thanks." The council now introduces business, and questions about my travels follow from His Highness. How do you like Persia? Have you seen Kerbela Baghdad, Messer, Stamboul? Have the Turks many soldiers? How many has Persia? Is Persia fertile? How do you like Zanzibar? Having answered each question to His Highness's satisfaction, he handed me letters of introduction to his officers at Bagamoyo and Kaoli, and a general introductory letter to all Arab merchants whom I might meet on the road, and concluded his remarks to me with the expressed hope that on whatever mission I was bound I should be perfectly successful. We bowed ourselves out of his presence in much the same manner that we had bowed ourselves in, he accompanying us to the great entrance door. Mr. Goodhue of Salem, an American merchant long resident in Zanzibar, presented me, as I gave him my adieu, with a blooded bay horse imported from the Cape of Good Hope, and worth, at least at Zanzibar, $500. February 4. By the 4th of February, 28 days from the date of my arrival at Zanzibar, the organization and equipment of the New York Herald expedition was complete. Tents and saddles had been manufactured, boats and sails were ready, the donkeys brayed, and the horses neighed impatiently for the road. Etiquette demanded that I should once more present my card to the European and American consuls at Zanzibar, and the word farewell was said to everybody. On the 5th day 4 dhows were anchored before the American consulate. Into one were lifted the 2 horses, into 2 others the donkeys, into the 4th, the largest, the black escort, and bulky moneys of the expedition. A little before noon we set sail. The American flag, a present to the expedition by that kind-hearted lady Mrs. Webb, was raised to the masthead. The consul, his lady, and exuberant little children, Mary and Charlie, were on the housetop waving the starry banner, hats and handkerchiefs, a token of farewell to me and mine. Happy people and good. May their course and ours be prosperous, and may God's blessing rest on us all. End of chapter 3.
Chapter 4, Part 1 of How I Found Livingstone. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tim Mackenzie. How I Found Livingstone. Travels, adventures, and discoveries in Central Africa, including 4 months' residence with Dr. Livingstone. By Sir Henry M. Stanley. Chapter 4, Part 1. Life at Bagamoyo. The Isle of Zanzibar, with its groves of coconut, mango, clove and cinnamon, and its sentinel islets of Chumbi and French, with its whitewashed city and jackfruit odour, with its harbour and ships that tread the deep, faded slowly from view, and looking westward, the African continent rose, a similar bank of green verdure to that which had just receded till it was a mere sinuous line above the horizon, looming in a northerly direction to the sublimity of a mountain chain. The distance across from Zanzibar to Bagamoyo may be about 25 miles, yet it took the dull and lazy dhows 10 hours before they dropped anchor on the top of the coral reef plainly visible a few feet below the surface of the water, within 100 yards of the beach. The newly enlisted soldiers, fond of noise and excitement, discharged repeated salvos by way of a salute to the mixed crowd of Arabs, Banyans, and Wasawahili, who stood on the beach to receive the Musungu, white man, which they did with a general stare and a chorus of "Yambo, Bana? How are you, master?" In our own land the meeting with a large crowd is rather a tedious operation, as our independent citizens insist on an interlacing of fingers and a vigorous shaking thereof before their pride is satisfied, and the peaceful manifestation endorsed. But on this beach, well lined with spectators, a response of "Yambo, Bana" sufficed, except with one who of all there was acknowledged the greatest, and who, claiming, like all great men, individual attention, came forward to exchange another "Yambo" on his own behalf, and to shake hands. This personage, with a long trailing turban, was Jemadar Esau, commander of the Zanzibar force of soldiers, police, or Baluch gendarmes stationed at Bagamoyo. He had accompanied Speke and Grant a good distance into the interior, and they had rewarded him liberally. He took upon himself the responsibility of assisting in the debarkation of the expedition, and unworthy as was his appearance, disgraceful as he was in his filth, I here commend him for his influence over the rabble to all future East African travellers. Foremost among those who welcomed us was a father of the Society of Saint-Esprit, who with other Jesuits, under Father Superior Horner, have established a missionary post of considerable influence and merit at Bagamoyo. We were invited to partake of the hospitality of the mission, to take our meals there, and, should we desire it, to pitch our camp on their grounds. But however strong the geniality of the welcome and sincere the heartiness of the invitation, I am one of those who prefer independence to dependence, if it is possible. Besides, my sense of the obligation between host and guest had just had a fine edge put upon it by the delicate forbearance of my kind host at Zanzibar, who had betrayed no sign of impatience at the trouble I was only too conscious of having caused him. I therefore informed the hospitable padre that only for one night could I suffer myself to be enticed from my camp. I selected a house near the western outskirts of the town, where there is a large open square through which the road from Unyanyembe enters. Had I been at Bagamoyo a month, I could not have bettered my location. My tents were pitched fronting the tembe house I had chosen, enclosing a small square where business could be transacted, bales looked over, examined and marked, free from the intrusion of curious sightseers. After driving the 27 animals of the expedition into the enclosure in the rear of the house, storing the bales of goods, and placing a cordon of soldiers round, I proceeded to the Jesuit mission, to a late dinner, being tired and ravenous, leaving the newly formed camp in charge of the white men and Captain Bombay. The mission is distant from the town a good half-mile to the north of it. It is quite a village of itself, numbering some 15 or 16 houses. There are more than 10 padres engaged in the establishment, and as many sisters, and all find plenty of occupation in inducing from native crania the fire of intelligence. Truth compels me to state that they are very successful, having over 200 pupils, boys and girls, in the mission, and, from the youngest to the oldest, they show the impress of the useful education they have received. The dinner furnished to the padres and their guest consisted of as many plates as a first-class hotel in Paris usually supplies, and cooked with nearly as much skill, though the surroundings were by no means equal. I feel assured also that the padres, besides being tasteful in their potages and entrees, do not stultify their ideas for lack of that element which Horace, Hafiz, and Byron have praised so much. The champagne, think of Champagne Clicquot in East Africa, Lafitte, La Rosée, Burgundy, and Bordeaux were of first-rate quality, and the meek and lowly eyes of the fathers were not a little brightened under the vinous influence. Ah, those fathers understand life, and appreciate its duration. Their festive board drives the African jungle fever from their doors, while it soothes the gloom and isolation which strike one with awe, as one emerges from the lighted room and plunges into the depths of the darkness of an African night, enlivened only by the wearying monotone of the frogs and crickets, and the distant ululation of the hyena. It requires somewhat above human effort, unaided by the ruby liquid that cheers, to be always suave and polite amid the dismalities of native life in Africa. After the evening meal, which replenished my failing strength, and for which I felt the intensest gratitude, the most advanced of the pupils came forward, to the number of 20, with brass instruments, thus forming a full band of music. It rather astonished me to hear instrumental sounds issue forth in harmony from such woolly-headed youngsters, to hear well-known French music at this isolated port, to hear Negro boys, that a few months ago knew nothing beyond the traditions of their ignorant mothers, stand forth and chant Parisian songs about French valour and glory, with all the sang-froid of gamins from the purlieus of Saint-Antoine. I had a most refreshing night's rest, and at dawn I sought out my camp, with a will to enjoy the new life now commencing. On counting the animals, 2 donkeys were missing, and on taking notes of my African moneys, 1 coil of No. 6 wire was not to be found. Everybody had evidently fallen on the ground to sleep, oblivious of the fact that on the coast there are many dishonest prowlers at night. Soldiers were dispatched to search through the town and neighbourhood, and Jemadar Esau was apprised of our loss, and stimulated to discover the animals by the promise of a reward. Before night, one of the missing donkeys was found outside the town nibbling at manioc leaves, but the other animal and the coil of wire were never found. Among my visitors this first day at Bagamoyo was Ali bin Salim, a brother of the famous Said bin Salim, formerly Ras Kafila to Burton and Speke, and subsequently to Speke and Grant. His salams were very profuse, and moreover, his brother was to be my agent in Unyamwezi, so that I did not hesitate to accept his offer of assistance. But alas, for my white face and too trustful nature! This Ali bin Salim turned out to be a snake in the grass, and a very sore thorn in my side. I was invited to his comfortable house to partake of coffee. I went there. The coffee was good, though sugarless. His promises were many, but they proved valueless. He said to me, "I am your friend. I wish to serve you. What can I do for you?" Replied I am obliged to you. I need a good friend who, knowing the language and customs of the Wanyamwezi, can procure me the pagazis I need and send me off quickly. Your brother is acquainted with the Wasungu, white men, and knows that what they promise they make good. Get me 140 pagazis, and I will pay you your price." With unctuous courtesy, the reptile I was now warmly nourishing said, "I do not want anything from you, my friend. For such a slight service, rest content and quiet. You shall not stop here 15 days. Tomorrow morning I will come and overhaul your bales to see what is needed." I bade him good morning, elated with the happy thought that I was soon to tread the Unyanyembe road. The reader must be made acquainted with 2 good and sufficient reasons why I was to devote all my energy to lead the expedition as quickly as possible from Bagamoyo. First, I wished to reach Ujiji before the news reached Livingstone that I was in search of him, for my impression of him was that he was a man who would try to put as much distance as possible between us, rather than make an effort to shorten it, and I should have my long journey for nothing. Second, the masika, or rainy season, would soon be on me, which, if it caught me at Bagamoyo, would prevent my departure until it was over, which meant a delay of 40 days, and exaggerated as the rains were by all men with whom I came in contact, it rained every day for 40 days without intermission. This I knew was a thing to dread, for I had my memory stored with all kinds of rainy unpleasantnesses. For instance, there was the rain of Virginia and its concomitant horrors, wetness, mildew, agues, rheumatics, and such like. Then there were the English rains, a miserable drizzle causing the blue devils. Then the rainy season of Abyssinia with the floodgates of the firmament opened, and an universal downpour of rain, enough to submerge half a continent in a few hours. Lastly, there was the pelting monsoon of India, a steady shut-in-house kind of rain. To which of these rains should I compare this dreadful masika of East Africa? Did not Burton write much about black mud in Uzaramo? Well, a country whose surface soil is called black mud in fine weather, what can it be called when 40 days' rain beat on it, and feet of pagazis and donkeys made paste of it? These were natural reflections, induced by the circumstances of the hour, and I found myself much exercised in mind in consequence. Ali bin Salim, true to his promise, visited my camp on the morrow with a very important air, and after looking at the pile of cloth bales, informed me that I must have them covered with mat bags. He said he would send a man to have them measured, but he enjoined me not to make any bargain for the bags, as he would make it all right. While awaiting with commendable patience the 140 pagazis promised by Ali bin Salim, we were all employed upon everything that thought could suggest needful for crossing the sickly maritime region, so that we might make the transit before the terrible fever could unnerve us and make us joyless. A short experience at Bagamoyo showed us what we lacked, what was superfluous and what was necessary. We were visited one night by a squall, accompanied by furious rain. I had $1,500 worth of pagazi cloth in my tent. In the morning I looked, and lo! the drilling had let in rain like a sieve, and every yard of cloth was wet. It occupied 2 days afterwards to dry the cloths and fold them again. The drill tent was condemned, and a No. 5 hemp canvas tent at onto prepared. After which I felt convinced that my cloth bales and 1 year's ammunition were safe, and that I could defy the Masika. In the hurry of departure from Zanzibar, and in my ignorance of how bales should be made, I had submitted to the better judgment and ripe experience of one Jetta, a commission merchant, to prepare my bales for carriage. Jetta did not weigh the bales as he made them up, but piled the Merikani, Kaniki, Barsati, Jamdani, Joho, Ismahili in alternate layers, and roped the same into bales. 1 or 2 pagazis came to my camp and began to chaffer. They wished to see the bales first, before they would make a final bargain. They tried to raise them up. It was of no use, and withdrew. A fine salter's spring balance was hung up, and a bale suspended to the hook. The finger indicated 105 pounds, or 3 frasilla, which was just 35 pounds or 1 frasilla overweight. Upon putting all the bales to this test, I perceived that Jetta's guesswork, with all his experience, had caused considerable trouble to me. The soldiers were set to work to reopen and repack, which latter task is performed in the following manner. We cut a doti, or 4 yards of Merikani, ordinarily sold at Zanzibar for $2.75 the piece of 30 yards, and spread out. We take a piece or bolt of good Merikani, and instead of the double fold given it by the Nashua and Salem mills, we fold it into 3 parts, by which the folds have a breadth of a foot. This piece forms the first layer, and will weigh 9 pounds. The second layer consists of 6 pieces of kaniki, a blue stuff similar to the blouse stuff of France, and the blue jeans of America, though much lighter. The third layer is formed of the second piece of Merikani, the fourth of 6 more pieces of kaniki, the fifth of Merikani, the sixth of kaniki as before, and the 7th and last of Merikani. We have thus 4 pieces of Merikani, which weigh 36 pounds, and 18 pieces of kaniki, weighing also 36 pounds, making a total of 72 pounds, or a little more than 2 frasillas. The cloth is then folded singly over these layers, each corner tied to another. A bundle of coir rope is then brought, and 2 men, provided with a wooden mallet for beating and pressing the bale, proceed to tie it up with as much nicety as sailors serve down rigging. When complete, a bale is a solid mass 3 feet and a half long, a foot deep and a foot wide. Of these bales I had to convey 82 to Unyanyembe, 40 of which consisted solely of the Merikani and Kaniki. The other 42 contained the Merikani and coloured cloths, which latter were to serve as honga or tribute cloths, and to engage another set of pagazis from Unyanyembe to Ujiji, and from Ujiji to the regions beyond. The 15th day asked of me by Ali bin Salim for the procuring of the pagazis passed by, and there was not the ghost of a pagazi in my camp. I sent Mabruki the bullhead to Ali bin Salim to convey my salams and express a hope that he had kept his word. In half an hour's time Mabruki returned with the reply of the Arab, that in a few days he would be able to collect them all. But, added Mabruki slyly, Bana, I don't believe him. He said aloud to himself in my hearing, why should I get the Musungu pagazis? Said Burgash did not send a letter to me, but to the Jemadar. Why should I trouble myself about him? Let Said Burgash write me a letter to that purpose, and I will procure them within 2 days. To my mind this was a time for action. Ali bin Salim should see that it was ill trifling with a white man in earnest to start. I rode down to his house to ask him what he meant. His reply was, Mabruki had told a lie as black as his face. He had never said anything approaching to such a thing. He was willing to become my slave, to become a pagazi himself. But here I stopped the voluble Ali, and informed him that I could not think of employing him in the capacity of a pagazi, neither could I find it in my heart to trouble Said Burgash to write a direct letter to him, or to require of a man who had deceived me once, as Ali bin Salim had, any service of any nature whatsoever. It would be better, therefore, if Ali bin Salim would stay away from my camp, and not enter it either in person or by proxy. I had lost 15 days for Jemadar Sadur at Kaole, and had never stirred from his fortified house in that village in my service, save to pay a visit, after the receipt of the Sultan's letter. Naranji, custom house agent at Kaoye, solely under the thumb of the great Luda Damji, had not responded to Luda's worded request that he would procure pagazis, except with winks, nods, and promises, and it is but just stated how I fared at the hands of Ali bin Salim. In this extremity I remembered the promise made to me by the great merchant of Zanzibar, Tarya Topan, a Mohammedan Hindi, that he would furnish me with a letter to a young man named Sur Haji Palu, who was said to be the best man in Bagamoyo to procure a supply of pagazis. I dispatched my Arab interpreter by a dhow to Zanzibar, with a very earnest request to Captain Webb that he would procure from Tarya Topan the introductory letter so long delayed. It was the last card in my hand. On the 3rd day the Arab returned, bringing with him not only the letter to Sur Haji Palu, but an abundance of good things from the ever-hospitable house of Mr. Webb. In a very short time after the receipt of his letter, the eminent young man Sur Haji Palu came to visit me, and informed me that he had been requested by Tarya Topan to hire for me 140 pagazis to Unyanyembe in the shortest time possible. This, he said, would be very expensive, for there were scores of Arabs and Wasawabili merchants on the lookout for every caravan that came in from the interior, and they paid 20 doti, or 80 yards of cloth, to each pagazi. Not willing or able to pay more, many of these merchants had been waiting as long as 6 months before they could get their quota. If you, continued he, desire to depart quickly, you must pay from 25 to 40 doti, and I can send you off before 1 month has ended. In reply, I said, here are my cloths for pagazis to the amount of $1,750, or 3,500 doti, sufficient to give 140 men 25 doti each. The most I am willing to pay is 25 doti. Send 140 pagazis to Unyanyembe with my cloth and wire, and I will make your heart glad with the richest present you have ever received. With a refreshing naivete, the young man said he did not want any present, but he would get me my quota of pagazis, and then I could tell the Wasungu what a good young man he was, and consequently the benefit he would receive would be an increase of business. He closed his reply with the astounding remark that he had 10 pagazis at his house already, and if I would be good enough to have 4 bales of cloth, 2 bags of beads, and 20 coils of wire carried to his house, the pagazis could leave Bagamoyo the next day, under charge of 3 soldiers. For, he remarked, it is much better and cheaper to send many small caravans than one large one. Large caravans invite attack, or are delayed by avaricious chiefs upon the most trivial pretexts, while small ones pass by without notice. The bales and the beads were duly carried to Sur Haji Palu's house, and the day passed with me in mentally congratulating myself upon my good fortune, in complimenting the young Hindi's talents for business, the greatness and influence of Tarya Topan, and the goodness of Mr. Webb in thus hastening my departure from Bagamoyo. I mentally vowed a handsome present, and a great puff in my book to Sur Haji Palu, and it was with a glad heart that I prepared these soldiers for their march to Unyanyembe. The task of preparing the first caravan for the Unyanyembe road informed me upon several things that have escaped the notice of my predecessors in East Africa, a timely knowledge of which would have been of infinite service to me at Zanzibar, in the purchase and selection of sufficient and proper cloth. End of Chapter 4, Part 1.
Chapter 4, Part 2 of How I Found Livingstone. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Beth Ann. How I Found Livingstone. Travels, Adventures, and Discoveries in Central Africa, including 4 months' residence with Dr. Livingstone. By Sir Henry M. Stanley. Chapter 4, Part 2. Life at Bagamoyo. The setting out of the first caravan enlightened me also on the subject of honga, or tribute. Tribute had to be packed by itself, all of choice cloth, for the chiefs, besides being avaricious, are also very fastidious. They will not accept the flimsy cloth of the pagazi, but a royal and exceedingly high priced dabwani, Ismahili, Rahini, or Sahari, or dhotis of crimson broadcloth. The tribute for the first caravan cost $25. Having more than 140 pagazis to dispatch, this tribute money would finally amount to $330 gold, with a minimum of 25 cents on each dollar. Ponder on this, O traveller. I lay bare these facts for your special instruction. But before my first caravan was destined to part company with me, Sir Haji Palo, worthy young man, and I were to come to a definite understanding about money matters. The morning appointed for departure, Sir Haji Palo came to my hut and presented his bill, with all the gravity of innocence, for supplying the pagazis with 25 doti each as their hire to Unyanyembe, begging immediate payment in money. Words fail to express the astonishment I naturally felt, that this sharp-looking young man should so soon have forgotten the verbal contract entered into between him and myself the morning previous, which was to the effect that out of the 3,000 doti stored in my tent and bought expressly for pagazi hire, each and every man hired from me as carriers, from Bagamoyo to Unyanyembe, should be paid out of the store there in my tent. When I asked if he remembered the contract, he replied in the affirmative. His reasons for breaking it so soon were, that he wished to sell his cloths, not mine, and for his cloths he should want money, not an exchange. But I gave him to comprehend that as he was procuring pagazis for me, he was to pay my pagazis with my cloths; that all the money I expected to pay him should be just such a sum I thought adequate for his trouble as my agent. and that only on these terms should he act for me in this or any other matter, and that the Musungu was not accustomed to eat his words. The preceding paragraph embodies many more words than are contained in it. It embodies a dialogue of an hour, an angry altercation of half an hour's duration, a vow taken on the part of Sir Haji Palo that if I did not take his cloths he should not touch my business, many tears, entreaties, woeful penance, and much else, all of which were responded to with, "Do as I want you to do, or do nothing." Finally came relief and a happy ending. Sir Haji Palo went away with a bright face, taking with him 3 soldiers' posho (food) and honga (tribute) for the caravan. Well for me that it had ended so, and that subsequent quarrels of a similar nature terminated so peaceably. Otherwise I doubt whether my departure from Bagamoyo would have happened so early as it did. While I am on this theme, as it early engrossed every moment of my time at Bagamoyo, I may as well be more explicit regarding Sir Haji Palo and his connection with my business. Sir Haji Palo was a smart young man of business, energetic, quick of mental calculation, and seemed to be born for a successful salesman. His eyes were never idle; they wandered over every part of my person, over the tent, the bed, the guns, the clothes, and having swung clear round, began the silent circle over again. His fingers were never at rest; they had a fidgety, nervous action at their tips, constantly in the act of feeling something. While in the act of talking to me, he would lean over and feel the texture of the cloth of my trousers, my coat, or my shoes, or socks. Then he would feel his own light Jamandani shirt, or Dabwani loin cloth. Then he would feel his own light Jamandi shirt, or Dabwani loin cloth, until his eyes casually resting upon a novelty, his body would lean forward, and his arm would stretch out with the willing fingers. His jaws also were in perpetual motion, caused by vile habits he had acquired of chewing betel nut and lime, and sometimes tobacco and lime. They gave out the sound similar to that of a young shoat in the act of sucking. He was a pious Mohammedan, and observed the external courtesies and ceremonies of the true believers. He would affably greet me, take off his shoes, entering my tent, protesting he was not fit to sit in my presence, and, after being seated, would begin his ever crooked errand. Of honesty, literal and practical honesty, this youth knew nothing. To the pure truth he was an utter stranger. The falsehoods he had uttered during his short life seemed already to have quenched the bold gaze of innocence from his eyes, to have banished the colour of truthfulness from his features, to have transformed him, yet a stripling of 20, into a most accomplished rascal, and consummate expert in dishonesty. During the 6 weeks I encamped at Bagamoyo, waiting for my quota of men, this lad of 20 gave me very much trouble. He was found out half a dozen times a day in dishonesty, yet was in no way abashed by it. He would send in his account of the cloths supplied to the pagazis, stating them to be 25 paid to each. On sending a man to inquire, I would find the greatest number to have been 20 and the smallest 12. Sir Haji Palo described the cloths to be of first class quality, Uyela cloths, worth in the market 4 times more than the ordinary quality given to the pagazis. Yet a personal examination would prove them to be the flimsiest goods sold, such as American sheeting 2½ feet broad, and worth $2.75 per 30 yards apiece at Zanzibar, or the most inferior Kanaki, which is generally sold at $9 per score. He would personally come to my camp and demand 40 pounds of Sami Sami, Marunka, and Buba beads for posho, or caravan rations. An inspection of their store before departure from their first camp from Bagamoyo would show a deficiency ranging from 5 to 30 pounds. Moreover, he cheated in cash money, such as demanding $4 for crossing the Kingani ferry for every 10 pagazis, when the fare was $2 for the same number, and an unconscionable number of pice (copper coins equal in value to 3/4 of a cent) were required for posho. It was every day for 4 weeks that this system of roguery was carried out. Each day conceived a dozen new schemes. Every instant of his time seemed to be devising how to plunder, until I was fairly at my wits' end how to thwart him. Exposure before a crowd of his fellows brought no blush of shame to his sallow cheeks. He would listen with a mere shrug of the shoulders, and that was all, which I might interpret any way it pleased me. A threat to reduce his present had no effect. A bird in the hand was certainly worth 2 in the bush for him, so $10 worth of goods stolen and in his actual possession was of more intrinsic value than the promise of 20 in a few days, though it was that of a white man. Readers will of course ask themselves why I did not, after the first discovery of these shameless proceedings, close my business with him, to which I make reply that I could not do without him unless his equal were forthcoming; that I never felt so thoroughly dependent on any one man as I did upon him. Without his or his duplicate's aid I must have stayed at Bagamoyo at least 6 months, at the end of which time the expedition would have become valueless, the rumour of it having been blown abroad to the 4 winds. It was immediate departure that was essential to my success, departure from Bagamoyo, after which it might be possible for me to control my own future in a great measure. These troubles were the greatest that I could at this time imagine. I have already stated that I had $1,750 worth of pagazis cloths, or 3,500 doti, stored in my tent, and above what my bales contained. Calculating 140 pagazis at 25 doti each, I supposed I had enough; yet, though I had been trying to teach the young Hindoo that the Musungu was not a fool, nor blind to his pilfering tricks, though the 3,500 doti were all spent, though I had only obtained 130 pagazis at 25 doti each, which in the aggregate amounted to 3,200 doti. Sir Haji Pallow's bill was 1,400 cash extra. His plea was that he had furnished Uyela cloths for Muhungu 240 doti, each in value to 960 of my doti; that the money was spent in fairy pice, in presents to chiefs of caravans of tents, guns, red broadcloth, in presents to the people on the Mrima coast, to induce them to hunt up pagazis. Upon this exhibition of most ruthless cheating I waxed indignant, and declared to him that if he would not run over his bill, and correct it, he should go without a pice. But before the bill could be put into proper shape, my words, threats, and promises falling heedlessly on a stony brain, a man, Kanji by name, from the store of Tayara Topan of Zanzibar, had to come over, when the bill was finally reduced to 738. Without any disrespect to Tayara Topan, I am unable to decide which is the most accomplished rascal, Kanji or young Sor Haji Palloo. In the words of a white man who knows them both, "there is not the splitting of a straw between them." Kanji is deep and sly, Sor Haji Palloo is bold and incorrigible. But peace be to them both. May their shaven heads never be covered with the troublous crown I wore at Bagamoyo. My dear friendly reader, do not think if I speak out my mind in this or in any other chapter upon matters seemingly trivial and unimportant, that seeming such they should be left unmentioned. Every tittle related is a fact, and to know facts is to receive knowledge. How could I ever recite my experience to you if I did not enter upon these miserable details, which sorely distracted the stranger upon his first arrival. Had I been a government official, I had but wagged my finger, and my quota of pagazis had been furnished me within a week. But as an individual arriving without the graces of official recognition, armed with no government influence, I had to be patient, bide my time, and chew the cud of irritation quietly. But the bread I ate was not all sour, as this was. The white men, Farquhar and Shaw, were kept steadily at work upon waterproof tents of hemp canvas, for I perceived, by the premonitory showers of rain that marked the approach of the Masika, that an ordinary tent of light cloth would subject myself to damp and my goods to mildew; and while there was time to rectify all errors that had crept into my plans through ignorance or over haste, I thought it was not wise to permit things to rectify themselves. Now that I have returned uninjured in health, though I have suffered the attacks of 23 fevers within the short space of 13 months, I must confess I owe my life, first to the mercy of God, secondly to the enthusiasm for my work, which animated me from the beginning to the end, thirdly, to have never ruined my constitution by indulgence in vice and intemperance, fourthly, to the energy of my nature, fifthly, to a native hopefulness which never died, and sixthly, to having furnished myself with a capacious water and damp proof canvas house. And here, if my experience may be of value, I would suggest that travellers, instead of submitting their better judgment to the caprices of a tent maker, who will endeavour to pass off a handsomely made fabric of his own, which is unsuited to all climes, to use his own judgment, and get the best and strongest that money will buy. In the end it will prove the cheapest, and perhaps be the means of saving his life. On one point I failed, and lest new and young travellers fall into the same error which marred much of my enjoyment, this paragraph is written. One must be extremely careful in his choice of weapons, whether for sport or defence. A traveller should have at least 3 different kinds of guns. One should be a fowling piece, the second should be a double barrelled rifle, No. 10 or 12, the third should be a magazine rifle for defence. For the fowling piece I would suggest No. 12 bore, with barrels at least 4 feet in length. For the rifle for larger game, I would point out, with due deference to old sportsmen of course, that the best guns for African game are the English Lancaster and Riley rifles; and for a fighting weapon, I maintain that the best yet invented is the American Winchester repeating rifle, or the 16 shooter, as it is called, supplied with a London Alais ammunition. If I suggest as a fighting weapon the American Winchester, I do not mean that the traveller need take it for the purpose of offence, but as the best means of efficient defence, to save his own life against African banditti, when attacked, a thing likely to happen any time. I met a young man soon after returning from the interior, who declared his conviction that the express rifle was the most perfect weapon ever invented to destroy African game. Very possibly the young man may be right, and that the express rifle is all he declares it to be, but he had never practised with it against African game, and as I had never tried it, I could not combat his assertion, but I could relate my experience with weapons, having all the penetrating powers of the express, and could inform him that though the bullets penetrated through the animals, they almost always failed to bring down the game at the first fire. On the other hand, I could inform him that during the time I travelled with Dr. Livingstone, the Doctor lent me his heavy Riley rifle, with which I seldom failed to bring an animal or two home to the camp, and that I found the Fraser shell answer all purposes for which it was intended. The feats related by Captain Speke and Sir Samuel Baker are no longer matters of wonderment to the young sportsman, when he has a Lancaster or a Raleigh in his hand. After a very few trials he can imitate them, if not excel their leads, provided he has a steady hand, and it is toward this end that this paragraph is written. African game require bone crushers, for any ordinary carbine possesses sufficient penetrating qualities, yet has not the disabling qualities which a gun must possess to be useful in the hands of an African explorer. I had not been long at Bagamoyo before I went over to Massawady's camp, to visit the Livingstone caravan, which the British Consul despatched on the 1st day of November, 1870, to the relief of Livingstone. The number of packages was 35, which required as many men to convey them to Unyanyembe. The men chosen to escort this caravan were composed of Johannes and Waihayo, 7 in number. Out of the 7, 4 were slaves. They lived in clover here, thoughtless of the errand they had been sent upon, and careless of the consequences. What these men were doing at Bagamoyo all this time I never could conceive, except indulging their own vicious propensities. It would be nonsense to say that there were no pagazis, because I know there were at least 15 caravans which had started for the interior since the Ramadan, December 15th, 1870. Yet Livingstone's caravan had arrived at this little town of Bagamoyo November 2nd, and here it had been lying until the 10th of February. In all, 100 days, for lack of the limited number of 35 pagazis, a number that might be procured within 2 days through consular influence. Bagamoyo has a most enjoyable climate. It is far preferable in every sense to that of Zanzibar. We were able to sleep in the open air, and rose refreshed and healthy each morning, to enjoy our matutinal bath in the sea, and by the time the sun had risen we were engaged in various preparations for our departure for the interior. Our days were enlivened by visits from the Arabs, who were also bound for Unyanyembe, by comical scenes in the camp, sometimes by court-martials held on the refractory, by a boxing match between Farquhar and Shaw, necessitating my prudent interference when they waxed too wroth, by a hunting excursion now and then to the Kirangani plain and river, by social conversation with the old Dromandar and his band of Baluches, who were never tired of warning me that the Masika was at hand, and of advising me that my best course was to hurry on before the season of travelling expired. Among the employees with the expedition were 2 Hindu and 2 Goanese. They had conceived the idea that the African interior was an El Dorado, the ground of which was strewn over with ivory tusks, and they had clubbed together, while their imaginations were thus heated, to embark in a little enterprise of their own. Their names were Jacko, Abdul Kader, Bundar Salam, and Aaron Sealer. Jacko engaged in my service as carpenter and general help, Abdul Kader as a tailor, and Bundar Salam as cook, and Aaron Sealer as chief butler. But Aaron Sealer, with an intuitive eye, foresaw that I was likely to prove a vigorous employer, and while there was yet time, he devoted most of it to conceive how it was possible to withdraw from the engagement. He received permission, upon asking for it, to go to Zanzibar to visit his friends. 2 days afterwards I was informed that he had blown his right eye out, and received a medical confirmation of the fact, and note of the extent of the injury, from Dr. Christie, the physician to His Highness Seyd Burghash. His compatriots, I imagined, were about planning the same thing, but a peremptory command to abstain from such folly, issued after they had received their advance pay, sufficed to check any sinister designs they may have formed. A groom was caught stealing from the bales one night, and the chase after him into the country until he vanished out of sight into the jungle, was one of the most agreeable diversions which occurred to wear away the interval employed in preparing for the march. I had now dispatched 4 caravans into the interior, and the 5th, which was to carry the boats and the boxes, personal luggage, and a few cloths and bead loads, was ready to be led by myself. The following is the order of departure of the caravans. 1871, February 6th. Expedition arrived at Bagamoyo. 1871, February 18th. First caravan departs with 24 pagazis and 3 soldiers. 1871, February 21st. Second caravan departs with 28 pagazis, 2 chiefs, and 2 soldiers. 1871, February 25th. Third caravan departs with 22 pagazis, 10 donkeys, 1 white man, 1 cook, and 3 soldiers. 1871, March 11th. Fourth caravan departs with 55 pagazis, 2 chiefs, and 3 soldiers. 1871, March 21st. Fifth caravan departs with 28 pagazis, 12 soldiers, 2 white men, 1 tailor, 1 cook, 1 interpreter, 1 gun bearer, 17 asses, 2 horses, and 1 dog. Total number inclusive of all souls comprised in caravans connected with the New York Herald expedition, 192. End of chapter 4, part 2.
Chapter 5, Part 1 of How I Found Livingstone. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lizzie Driver. How I Found Livingstone. Travels, Adventures and Discoveries in Central Africa, including 4 months' residence with Dr. Livingstone. By Sir Henry M. Stanley. Chapter 5, Part 1. Through Ukwa, Ukami, and Udo to Usagua. On the 21st of March, exactly 73 days after my arrival at Zanzibar, the 5th caravan, led by myself, left the town of Bagamoyo for our first journey westward, with "Forward" for its mot de go. As the kirangozi unrolled the American flag, and put himself at the head of the caravan, and the pagazis, animals, soldiers, and idlers were lined for the march, we bade a long farewell to the dolce far niente of civilized life, to the blue ocean, and to its open road to home, to the hundreds of dusky spectators who were there to celebrate our departure with repeated salvos of musketry. Our caravan is composed of 28 pagazis, including the kirangozi, or guide, 12 soldiers, under Captain Mbarak Bombay, in charge of 17 donkeys and their loads; Selim, my interpreter, in charge of the donkey and cart and its load; 1 cook and sub, who is also to be tailor and ready hand for all, and leads the grey horse; Shaw, once mate of a ship, now transformed into rear guard and overseer for the caravan, who is mounted on a good riding donkey and wearing a canoe-like tepee and sea boots; and lastly, on the splendid bay horse presented to me by Mr. Goodhue, myself, called Bana Makuba, the Big Master, by my people, the vanguard, the reporter, the thinker, and leader of the expedition. Altogether the expedition numbers on the day of departure 3 white men, 23 soldiers, 4 supernumeraries, 4 chiefs, and 153 pagazis, 27 donkeys, and 1 cart, conveying cloth, beads, and wire, boat fixings, tents, cooking utensils and dishes, medicine, powder, small shot, musket balls, and metallic cartridges, instruments and small necessaries, such as soap, sugar, tea, coffee, Liebig's extract of meat, pemmican, candles, etc., which make a total of 153 loads. The weapons of defence which the expedition possesses consist of 1 double-barrelled breech-loading gun, smooth-bore, 1 American Winchester rifle, or 16-shooter, 1 Henry rifle, or 16-shooter, 2 Stars breech-loaders, 1 Jocelyn breech-loader, 1 elephant rifle, carrying balls 8 to the pound, 6 single-barrelled pistols, 1 battle-axe, 2 swords, 2 daggers, Persian kamars purchased at Shiraz by myself, 1 boat spear, 2 American axes 4 pounds each, 24 hatchets, and 24 butcher knives. The expedition had been fitted with care. Whatever it needed was not stinted, everything was provided,
Nothing was done too hurriedly, yet everything was purchased, manufactured, collected, and compounded with the utmost dispatch, consistent with efficiency and means. Should it fail of success in its errand of rapid transit to Ujiji and back, it must simply happen from an accident which could not be controlled. So much for the personnel of the expedition and its purpose, until its point de mire be reached. We left Bagamoyo, the attraction of all the curious, with much éclat, and defiled up a narrow lane shaded almost to twilight by the dense umbrage of two parallel hedges of mimosa. We were all in the highest spirits. The soldiers sang, the kirangozi lifted his voice into a loud bellowing note, and fluttered the American flag, which told all onlookers, "Lo, a Musungu's caravan!" and my heart, I thought, palpitated much too quickly for the sober face of a leader. But I could not check it. The enthusiasm of youth still clung to me, despite my travels. My pulses bounded with the full glow of staple health. Behind me were the troubles which had harassed me for over 2 months. With that dishonest son of a Hindi, Soor Hadji Palloo, I had said my last word. Of the blatant rabble of Arabs, Banyans, and Baluchis I had taken my last look. With the Jesuits of the French mission I had exchanged farewells, and before me beamed the sun of promise as he sped towards the Occident. Loveliness glowed around me. I saw fertile fields, riant vegetation, strange trees. I heard the cry of cricket and peewit, and sibilant sound of many insects, all of which seemed to tell me, "At least you are started." What could I do but lift my face towards the pure glowing sky and cry, "God be thanked." The first camp, Shambagonera, we arrived at in 1 hour 30 minutes, equal to 3 1/4 miles. This first, or little journey, was performed very well, considering, as the Irishman says. The boy Selim upset the cart not more than 3 times. Zaidi, the soldier, only once let his donkey, which carried 1 bag of my clothes and a box of ammunition, lie in a puddle of black water. The clothes have to be re-washed. The ammunition box, thanks to my provision, was waterproof. Kamna perhaps knew the art of donkey driving, overjoyful at the departure, had sung himself into oblivion of the difficulties with which an animal of the pure asinine breed has naturally to contend against, such as not knowing the right road, and inability to resist the temptation of straying into the depths of a manioc field; and the donkey, ignorant of the custom in vogue amongst ass drivers of flourishing sticks before an animal's nose, and misunderstanding the direction in which he was required to go, ran off at full speed along an opposite road until his pack got unbalanced and he was fain to come to the earth. But these incidents were trivial, of no importance, and natural to the first little journey in East Africa. The soldier's point of character leaked out just a little. Bombay turned out to be honest and trusty, but slightly disposed to be dilatory. Uledi did more talking than work, while the runaway Ferajji and the useless-handed Mabruki Burton turned out to be true men and staunch, carrying loads the sight of which would have caused the strong-limbed Hamals of Stamboul to sigh. The saddles were excellent, surpassing expectation. The strong hemp canvas bore its 150 pounds burden with the strength of a bull hide, and the loading and unloading of miscellaneous baggage was performed with systematic dispatch. In brief, there was nothing to regret. The success of the journey proved our departure to be anything but premature. The next 3 days were employed in putting the finishing touches to our preparations for the long land journey and our precautions against the Masika, which was now ominously near, and in settling accounts. Shamba Gonra means Gonra's field. Gonra is a wealthy Indian widow, well disposed towards the Wasungu (whites). She exports much cloth, beads, and wire into the far interior, and imports in return much ivory. Her house is after the model of the town houses, with long sloping roof and projecting eaves, affording a cool shade, under which the pagazis love to loiter. On its southern and eastern side stretch the cultivated fields which supply Bagamoyo with the staple grain, matama, of East Africa. On the left grow Indian corn, and muhogo, a yam-like root of whitish colour, called by some manioc. When dry, it is ground and compounded into cakes similar to army slapjacks. On the north, just behind the house, winds a black quagmire, a sinuous hollow, which in its deepest part always contains water, the muddy home of the brake and rush-loving kiboko, or hippopotamus. Its banks, crowded with dwarf fan palm, tall water reeds, acacias, and tiger grass, afforded shelter to numerous aquatic birds, pelicans, etc. After following a course north easterly, it conflows with the Kingani, which, at distance of 4 miles from Gonera's country house, bends eastward into the sea. To the west, after a mile of cultivation, fall and recede in succession the sea beach of old in lengthy parallel waves, overgrown densely with forest grass and marsh reeds. On the spines of these land swells flourish ebony, calabash, and mango. Safari, safari, Leo! Pakia, pakia! A journey today! Set out, set out! Rang the cheery voice of the kirangozi, echoed by that of my servant Selim, on the morning of the 4th day, which was fixed for our departure in earnest. As I hurried my men to their work, and lent a hand with energy to drop the tents, I mentally resolved that, if my caravan should give me clear space, Unyanyembe should be our resting place before 3 months expired. By 6 a.m. our early breakfast was dispatched, and the donkeys and pagazis were defiling from Camp Gonera. Even at this early hour, and in this country place, there was quite a collection of curious natives, to whom we gave the parting "Kwaheri" with sincerity. My bay horse was found to be invaluable for the service of a quartermaster of a transport train; for to such was I compelled to compare myself. I could stay behind until the last donkey had quitted the camp, and by a few minutes' gallop I could put myself at the head, leaving Shaw to bring up the rear. The road was a mere footpath, and led over a soil which, though sandy, was of surprising fertility, producing grain and vegetables 100-fold, the sowing and planting of which was done in the most unskilful manner. In their fields, at heedless labour, were men and women in the scantiest costumes, compared to which Adam and Eve, in their fig tree apparel, must have been en grande tenue. We passed them with serious faces, while they laughed and giggled, and pointed their index fingers at this and that, which to them seemed so strange and bizarre. In about half an hour we had left the tall matama and fields of watermelons, cucumbers, and manioc, and, crossing a reedy slough, were in an open forest of ebony and calabash. In its depths are deer in plentiful numbers, and at night it is visited by the hippopotami of the Kingani, for the sake of its grass. In another hour we had emerged from the woods, and were looking down upon the broad valley of the Kingani, and a scene presented itself, so utterly different from what my foolish imagination had drawn, that I felt quite relieved by the pleasing disappointment. Here was a valley stretching 4 miles east and west, and about 8 miles north and south, left with the richest soil to its own wild growth of grass, which in civilization would have been a most valuable meadow for the rearing of cattle, invested as it was by dense forests, darkening the horizon at all points of the compass, and folded in by tree-clad ridges. At the sound of our caravan, the red antelope bounded away to our right and the left, and frogs hushed their croak. The sun shone hot, and while traversing the valley, we experienced a little of its real African fervour. About half-way across we came to a sluice of stagnant water which, directly in the road of the caravan, had settled down into an oozy pond. The pagazis crossed a hastily constructed bridge, thrown up a long time ago by some Washensi Samaritans. It was an extraordinary affair, rugged tree limbs resting on very unsteady forked piles, and it had evidently tested the patience of many a loaded Mnyamwezi, as it did those porters of our caravan. Our weaker animals were unloaded, the puddle between Bagamoyo and Genera having taught us prudence, but this did not occasion much delay. The men worked smartly under sure supervision. The turbid Kingani, famous for its hippopotami, was reached in a short time, and we began to thread the jungle along its right bank until we were halted point blank by a narrow sluice having an immeasurable depth of black mud. The difficulty presented by this was very grave, though its breadth was barely 8 feet. The donkeys, and least of all the horses, could not be made to traverse 2 poles like our biped carriers, neither could they be driven into the sluice, where they would quickly founder. The only available way of crossing it in safety was by means of a bridge, to endure in this conservative land for generations as the handiwork of the Wasungu. So we set to work, there being no help for it, with American axes, the first of their kind, the strokes of which ever rang in this part of the world, to build a bridge. Be sure it was made quickly, for where the civilized white is found, a difficulty must vanish. The bridge was composed of 6 stout trees thrown across. Over these were laid, crosswise, 15 pack saddles, covered again with a thick layer of grass. All the animals crossed it safely, and then for a third time that morning the process of wading was performed. The Kingani flowed northerly here, and our course lay down its right bank. Half a mile in that direction through a jungle of giant reeds and extravagant climbers brought us to the ferry, where the animals had to be again unloaded. Verily, I wished when I saw its deep muddy waters that I possessed the power of Moses with his magic rod, or, what would have answered my purpose as well, Aladdin's ring, for then I could have found myself and party on the opposite side without further trouble. But, not having either of these gifts, I issued orders for an immediate crossing, for it was ill wishing sublime things before this most mundane prospect. Kingwere, the canoe paddler, espying us from his brake covert on the opposite side, civilly responded to our halloos, and brought his huge hollow wood tree skilfully over the whirling eddies of the river to where we stood waiting for him. While one party loaded the canoe with our goods, others got ready a long rope to fasten around the animals' necks, wherewith to haul them through the river to the other bank. After seeing the work properly commenced, I sat down on a condemned canoe to amuse myself with the hippopotami by peppering their thick skulls with my No. 12 smoothbore. The Winchester rifle, calibre 44, a present from the Honourable Edward J. Morris, our minister at Constantinople, did no more than slightly tap them, causing about as much injury as a boy's sling. It was perfect in its accuracy of fire, for 10 times in succession I struck the tops of their heads between the ears. One old fellow, with the look of a sage, was tapped close to the right ear by one of these bullets. Instead of submerging himself as others had done, he coolly turned round his head as if to ask, "Why this waste of valuable cartridges on us?" The response to the mute inquiry of his sageship was an 1.25 ounce bullet from the smooth bore, which made him bellow with pain, and in a few moments he rose up again, tumbling in his death agonies. As his groans were so piteous, I refrained from a useless sacrifice of life, and left the amphibious horde in peace. A little knowledge concerning these uncouth inmates of the African waters was gained even during the few minutes we were delayed at the ferry. When undisturbed by foreign sounds, they congregate in shallow water on the sandbars, with the fore half of their bodies exposed to the warm sunshine. When thus somnolently reposing, very like a herd of enormous swine. When startled by the noise of an intruder, they plunge hastily into the depths, lashing the waters into a yellowish foam, and scatter themselves below the surface, when presently the heads of a few reappear, snorting the water from their nostrils, to take a fresh breath and a cautious scrutiny around them. When thus, we see but their ears, forehead, eyes, and nostrils, and as they hastily submerge again, it requires a steady wrist and a quick hand to shoot them. I have heard several comparisons made of their appearance while floating in this manner. Some Arabs told me before I had seen them that they looked like dead trees carried down the river. Others, who in some country had seen hogs, thought that they resembled them. But to my mind they looked more like horses. When swimming, their curved necks and pointed ears, their wide eyes and expanded nostrils, favour greatly this comparison. At night they seek the shore, and wander several miles over the country, luxuriating among its rank grasses, to within 4 miles of the town of Bagamoyo. The Kingani is 8 miles distant. Their wide tracks are seen. Frequently, if not disturbed by the startling human voice, they make a raid on the rich corn stalks of the native cultivators, and a dozen of them will, in a few minutes, make a frightful havoc in a large field of this plant. Consequently, we were not surprised, while delayed at the ferry, to hear the owners of the corn venting loud halloos, like the rosy-cheeked farmer boys in England when scaring the crows away from the young wheat. The caravan in the meanwhile had crossed safely. Bales, baggage, donkeys, and men. I had thought to have camped on the bank, so as to amuse myself with shooting antelope, and also for the sake of procuring their meat, in order to save my goats, of which I had a number constituting my live stock of provisions. But, thanks to the awe and dread which my men entertained of the hippopotami, I was hurried on to the outpost of the Baluch garrison at Bagamoyo, a small village called Kikoka, distant 4 miles from the river. The western side of the river was a considerable improvement upon the eastern, the plain slowly heaving upwards, as smoothly as the beach of a watering place, for the distance of a mile, until it culminated in a gentle and round ridge, presented none of those difficulties which troubled us on the other side. There were none of those cataclysms of mire and sloughs of black mud and over tall grasses, none of that miasmatic jungle with its noxious emissions. It was just such a scene as one may find before an English mansion, a noble expanse of lawn and sward, with boscage sufficient to agreeably diversify it. After traversing the open plain, the road led through a grove of young ebony trees, where guinea fowls and a hartebeest were seen. It then wound, with all the characteristic eccentric curves of a goat path, up and down a succession of land waves crested by the dark green foliage of the mango, and the scantier and light coloured leaves of the enormous calabash. The depressions were filled with jungle of more or less density, while here and there opened glades, shadowed even during noon by thin groves of towering trees. At our approach fled in terror flocks of green pigeons, jays, ibis, turtle doves, golden pheasants, quails, and moorhens, with crows and hawks, while now and then a solitary pelican winged its way to the distance. Nor was this enlivening prospect without its pairs of antelope and monkeys which hopped away like Australian kangaroos. These latter were of good size, with round bullet heads, white breasts, and long tails tufted at the end. We arrived at Kikoka by 5 p.m., having loaded and unloaded our pack animals 4 times, crossing one deep puddle, a mud sluice, and a river, and performed a journey of 11 miles. The settlement of Kikoka is a collection of straw huts, not built after any architectural style, but after a bastard form, invented by indolent settlers from the Mrima and Zanzibar, for the purpose of excluding as much sunshine as possible from the eaves and interior. A sluice and some wells provide them with water, which though sweet is not particularly wholesome or appetizing, owing to the large quantities of decayed matter which is washed into it by the rains, and is then left to corrupt in it. A weak effort has been made to clear the neighbourhood for providing a place for cultivation, but to the dire task of wood chopping and jungle clearing the settlers prefer occupying an open glade, which they clear of grass, so as to be able to hoe up 2 or 3 inches of soil, into which they cast their seed, confident of return. The next day was a halt at Kikoka, the 4th caravan, consisting solely of Wanyamwezi, proving a sore obstacle to a rapid advance. Maganga, its chief, devised several methods of extorting more cloth and presents from me, he having cost already more than any 3 chiefs together; but his efforts were of no avail further than obtaining promises of reward if he would hurry on to Unyanyembe, so that I might find my road clear. On the 27th, the Wanyamwezi having started, we broke camp soon after at 7 a.m. The country was of the same nature as that lying between the Kingani and Kikoka parkland, attractive and beautiful in every feature. I rode in advance to secure meat, should a chance present itself, but not the shadow of vert or venison did I see. Ever in our front, westerly, rolled the land waves, now rising, now subsiding, parallel one with the other, like a ploughed field many times magnified. Each ridge had its knot of jungle or its thin combing of heavily foliaged trees, until we arrived close to Rosako, our next halting place, when the monotonous waver of the land underwent a change, breaking into independent hammocks clad with dense jungle. On one of these, veiled by an impenetrable jungle of thorny acacia, rested Rosako, girt round by its natural fortification, neighbouring another village to the north of it, similarly protected. Between them sank a valley extremely fertile and bountiful in its productions, bisected by a small stream, which serves as a drain to the valley or low hills surrounding it. Rosako is the frontier village of Ukwe, while Kikaro is the north-westerly extremity of Uzaramo. We entered this village and occupied its central portion with our tents and animals. A kitanda, or square light bedstead, without valance, fringe, or any superfluity whatever, but nevertheless quite as comfortable as with them, was brought to my tent for my use by the village chief. The animals were, immediately after being unloaded, driven out to feed, and the soldiers to a man set to work to pile the baggage up, lest the rain, which during the Masika season always appears imminent, might cause irreparable damage. Among other experiments which I was about to try in Africa was that of a good watch dog on an unmannerly people who would insist upon coming into my tent at untimely hours and endangering valuables. Especially did I wish to try the effect of its bark on the mighty Wagogo, who, I was told by certain Arabs, would lift the door of the tent and enter whether you wished them or not, who would chuckle at the fear they inspired, and say to you, "Hi, hi, white man, I never saw the like of you before. Are there many more like you? Where do you come from?" Also would they take hold of your watch, and ask you with a cheerful curiosity, "What is this for, white man?" To which of course you would reply that it was to tell you the hour and the minute. But the Mgogo, proud of his prowess and more unmannerly than a brute, would answer you with a snort of insult. I thought of a watch dog, and procured a good one at Bombay, not only as a faithful companion, but to threaten the heels of just such gentry. But soon after our arrival at Rosako, it was found that the dog, whose name was Omar, given him from his Turkish origin, was missing. He had strayed away from the soldiers during a rain squall and had got lost. I dispatched Mabruki Burton back to Kikoka to search for him. On the following morning, just as we were about to leave Rosako, the faithful fellow returned with the lost dog, having found him at Kikoka. End of Chapter 5, Part 1. Chapter 5, Part 2 of How I Found Livingstone. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lizzie Driver. How I Found Livingstone. Travels, Adventures and Discoveries in Central Africa, including 4 months' residence with Dr. Livingstone, by Sir Henry M. Stanley. Chapter 5, Part 2. Through Ukwe, Ukami, and Udoe to Uskua. Previous to our departure on the morning after this, Maganga, chief of the 4th Caravan, brought me the unhappy report that 3 of his pagazis were sick, and he would like to have some doa medicine. Though not a doctor, or in any way connected with the profession, I had a well-supplied medicine chest, without which no traveller in Africa could live, for just such a contingency as was now present. On visiting Maganga's sick men, I found one suffering from inflammation of the lungs, another from the mukunguru, African intermittent. They all imagined themselves about to die, and called loudly for "Mama, Mama," though they were all grown men. It was evident that the 4th Caravan could not stir that day, so leaving word with Maganga to hurry after me as soon as possible, I issued orders for the march of my own. Excepting in the neighbourhood of the villages which we have passed, there were no traces of cultivation. The country extending between the several stations is as much a wilderness as the desert of Sahara, though it possesses a far more pleasing aspect. Indeed, had the first man at the time of the creation gazed at his world, and perceived it of the beauty which belongs to this part of Africa, he would have had no cause of complaint. In the deep thickets, set like islets amid a sea of grassy verdure, he would have found shelter from the noonday heat, and a safe retirement for himself and spouse during the awesome darkness. In the morning he could have walked forth on the sloping sward, enjoyed its freshness, and performed his ablutions in one of the many small streams flowing at its foot. His garden of fruit trees is all that is required. The noble forests, deep and cool, are round about him, and in their shade walk as many animals as one could desire. For days and days let a man walk in any direction, north, south, east, and west, and he will behold the same scene. Earnestly as I wished to hurry on to Unyanyembe, still a heartfelt anxiety about the arrival of my goods, carried by the 4th Caravan, served as a drag upon me, and before my caravan had marched 9 miles, my anxiety had risen to the highest pitch, and caused me to order a camp there and then. The place selected for it was near a long straggling sluice, having an abundance of water during the rainy season, draining as it does 2 extensive slopes. No sooner had we pitched our camp, built a boma of thorny acacia and other tree branches by stacking them round our camp, and driven our animals to grass, than we were made aware of the formidable number and variety of the insect tribe, which, for a time, was another source of anxiety, until a diligent examination of the several species dispelled it. As it was a most interesting hunt which I instituted for the several specimens of the insects, I here append the record of it for what it is worth. My object in obtaining these specimens was to determine whether the genus Glossina morsitans of the naturalist, or the tsetse, sometimes called tsetse, of Livingstone, Vardon, and Gumming, said to be deadly to horses, was amongst them. Up to this date I had been nearly 2 months in East Africa, and had yet seen no tsetse, and my horses, instead of becoming emaciated, for such is one of the symptoms of the tsetse bite, had considerably improved in condition. There were 3 different species of flies which sought shelter in my tent, which, unitedly, kept up a continual chorus of sounds. One performed the basso profondo, another a tenor, and the third a weak contralto. The first emanated from a ferocious and fierce fly, an inch long, having a ventral capacity for blood quite astonishing. This larger fly was the one chosen for the first inspection, which was of the intensest. I permitted one to alight on my flannel pyjamas, which I wore en deshabille in camp. No sooner had he alighted than his posterior was raised, his head lowered, and his weapons, consisting of 4 hair-like styles, unsheathed from the proboscis-like bag which concealed them, and immediately I felt pain like that caused by a dexterous lancet cut, or the probe of a fine needle. I permitted him to gorge himself, though my patience and naturalistic interest was sorely tried. I saw his abdominal parts distend with the plenitude of the repast, until it had swollen to 3 times its former shrunken girth, when he flew away of his own accord laden with blood. On rolling up my flannel pyjamas, to see the fountain whence the fly had drawn the fluid, I discovered it to be a little above the left knee, by a crimson bead resting over the insertion. After wiping the blood, the wound was similar to that caused by a deep thrust of a fine needle, but all pain vanished with the departure of the fly. Having caught a specimen of this fly, I next proceeded to institute a comparison between it and the tsetse, as described by Dr Livingstone on page 56 to 57, Missionary Travels and Researches in South Africa, Murray's edition of 1868. The points of disagreement are many, and such as to make it entirely improbable that this fly is a true tsetse, though my men unanimously stated that its bite was fatal to horses as well as to donkeys. A descriptive abstract of the tsetse would read thus: not much larger than a common housefly, nearly of the same brown colour as the honey bee. After part of the body has yellow bars across it. It has a peculiar buzz, and its bite is death to the horse, ox, and dog. On man the bite has no effect, neither has it on wild animals. When allowed to feed on the hand, it inserts the middle prong of 3 portions, into which the proboscis divides. It then draws the prong out a little way, and it assumes a crimson colour as the mandibles come into brisk operation. A slight itching irritation follows the bite. The fly which I had under inspection is called mabunga by the natives. It is much larger than the common housefly, fully a third larger than the common honey bee, and its colour more distinctly marked. Its head is black with a greenish gloss to it. The after part of the body is marked by a white line running lengthwise, from its junction with the trunk, and on each side of this white line are 2 other lines, one of a crimson colour, the other of a light brown. As for its buzz, there is no peculiarity in it. It might be mistaken for that of a honey bee. When caught, it made desperate efforts to get away, but never attempted to bite. This fly, along with a score of others, attacked my grey horse, and bit it so sorely in the legs that they appeared as if bathed in blood. Hence I might have been a little vengeful if, with more than the zeal of an entomologist, I caused it to disclose whatever peculiarities its biting parts possessed. In order to bring this fly as lifelike as possible before my readers, I may compare its head to a most tiny miniature of an elephant's, because it had a black proboscis and a pair of horny antennae, which in colour and curve resembled tusks. The black proboscis, however, is simply a hollow sheath, which encloses, when not in the act of biting, 4 reddish and sharp lancets. Under the microscope these 4 lancets differ in thickness. 2 are very thick, the third is slender, but the fourth, of an opal colour and almost transparent, is exceedingly fine. This last must be the sucker. When the fly is about to wound, the two horny antennae are made to embrace the part, the lancets are unsheathed, and in an instant the incision is performed. This I consider to be the African horsefly. The second fly, which sang the tenor notes, more nearly resembled in size and description the tsetse. It was exceedingly nimble, and it occupied 3 soldiers nearly an hour to capture a specimen. And, when it was finally caught, it stung most ravenously the hand, and never ceased its efforts to attack until it was pinned through. It had 3 or 4 white marks across the after part of its body, but the biting parts of this fly consisted of 2 black antennae and an opal-coloured style which folded away under the neck. When about to bite, this style was shot out straight, and the antennae embraced it closely. After death the fly lost its distinctive white marks. Only one of this species did we see at the camp. The third fly, called chafwa, pitched a weak alto crescendo note, was a third larger than the housefly, and had long wings. If this insect sang the feeblest note, it certainly did the most work, and inflicted the most injury. Horses and donkeys streamed with blood, and reared and kicked through the pain. So determined was it not to be driven before it obtained its fill, that it was easily dispatched. But this dreadful enemy to cattle constantly increased in numbers. The 3 species above named are, according to natives, fatal to cattle, and this may perhaps be the reason why such a vast expanse of first-class pasture is without domestic cattle of any kind, a few goats only being kept by the villagers. This fly I subsequently found to be the tsetse. On the second morning, instead of proceeding, I deemed it more prudent to await the 4th caravan. Burton experimented sufficiently for me on the promised word of the Banyans of Kaole and Zanzibar, and waited 11 months before he received the promised articles. As I did not expect to be much over that time on my errand altogether, it would be ruin, absolute and irredeemable, should I be detained at Unyanyembe so long a time by my caravan. Pending its arrival, I sought the pleasures of the chase. I was but a tyro in hunting, I confess, though I had shot a little on the plains of America and Persia, yet I considered myself a fair shot, and on game ground, and within a reasonable proximity to game, I doubted not but I could bring some to camp. After a march of a mile through the tall grass of the open, we gained the glades between the jungles. Unsuccessful here, after ever so much prying into fine hiding places and lurking corners, I struck a trail well traversed by small antelope and hartebeest, which we followed. It led me into a jungle, and down a watercourse bisecting it, but after following it for an hour I lost it, and in endeavouring to retrace it lost my way. However, my pocket compass stood me in good stead, and by it I steered for the open plain, in the centre of which stood the camp. But it was terribly hard work, this of plunging through an African jungle, ruinous to clothes and trying to the cuticle. In order to travel quickly I had donned a pair of flannel pyjamas, and my feet were encased in canvas shoes. As might be expected, before I had gone a few paces a branch of the acacia horrida, only one of 100 such annoyances, caught the right leg of my pyjamas at the knee and ripped it almost clean off, succeeding which, a stumpy kolquall caught me by the shoulder, and another rip was the inevitable consequence. And a few yards further on, a prickly aloetic plant disfigured by a wide tear the other leg of my pyjamas, and almost immediately I tripped against a convolvulus, strong as ratlin, and was made to measure my length on a bed of thorns. It was on all fours, like a hound on a scent, that I was compelled to travel, my solar topee getting the worse for wear every minute, my skin getting more and more wounded, my clothes at each stage becoming more and more tattered. Besides these discomforts, there was a pungent, acrid plant, which, apart from its strong odorous emissions, struck me smartly on the face, leaving a burning effect similar to cayenne, and the atmosphere, pent in by the density of the jungle, was hot and stifling, and the perspiration transuded through every pore, making my flannel tatters feel as if I had been through a shower. When I had finally regained the plain and could breathe free, I mentally vowed that the penetralia of an African jungle should not be visited by me again, save under most urgent necessity. The second and third day passed without any news of Maganga. Accordingly Shaw and Bombay were sent to hurry him up by all means. On the fourth morning Shaw and Bombay returned, followed by the procrastinating Maganga and his laggard people. Questions only elicited an excuse that his men had been too sick, and he had feared to tax their strength before they were quite equal to stand the fatigue. Moreover, he suggested that as they would be compelled to stay one more day at the camp, I might push on to Kingaru and camp there until his arrival. Acting upon which suggestion, I broke camp and started for Kingaru, distant 5 miles. On this march the land was more broken, and the caravan first encountered jungle, which gave considerable trouble to our cart. Pisolitic limestone cropped out in boulders and sheets, and we began to imagine ourselves approaching healthy highlands, and as if to give confirmation to the thought, to the north and northwest loomed the purple cones of Udoe, and topmost of all Dilemi Peak, about 1,500 feet in height above the sea level. But soon after, sinking into a bowl-like valley green with tall corn, the road slightly deviated from northwest to west, the country still rolling before us in wavy undulations. In one of the depressions between these lengthy land swells stood the village of Kingaru, with surroundings sufficient in their aspect of ague and fever. Perhaps the clouds surcharged with rain, and the overhanging ridges and their dense forests, dulled by the gloom, made the place more than usually disagreeable, but my first impressions of the sodden hollow, pent in by those dull woods, with the deep gully close by containing pools of stagnant water, were by no means agreeable. Before we could arrange our camp and set the tents up, down poured the furious harbinger of the Masika season in torrents sufficient to damp the ardour and newborn love for East Africa I had lately manifested. However, despite rain, we worked on until our camp was finished, and the property was safely stored from weather and thieves, and we could regard with resignation the raindrops beating the soil into mud of a very tenacious kind, and forming lakelets and rivers of our camping ground. Towards night, the scene having reached its acme of unpleasantness, the rain ceased, and the natives poured into camp from the villages, in the woods with their vendibles. Foremost amongst these, as if in duty bound, came the village sultan, lord, chief, or head, bearing 3 measures of matama and half a measure of rice, of which he begged, with paternal smiles, my acceptance. But under his smiling mask, bleared eyes, and wrinkled front was the visible soul of trickery, which was of the cunningest kind. Responding under the same mask adopted in this knavish elder, I said, "The chief of Kingaru has called me a rich sultan. If I am a rich sultan, why comes not the chief with a rich present to me, that he might get a rich return?" Said he, with another leer of his wrinkled visage, "Kingaru is poor. There is no matama in the village." To which I replied that since there was no matama in the village, I would pay him half a shakka, or a yard of cloth, which would be exactly equivalent to his present; that if he preferred to call his small basketful a present, I should be content to call my yard of cloth a present. With which logic he was fain to be satisfied. April 1st. To day the expedition suffered a loss in the death of the grey Arab horse presented by Sayd Burghash, Sultan of Zanzibar. The night previous I had noticed that the horse was suffering. Bearing in mind what has been so frequently asserted, namely, that no horses could live in the interior of Africa because of the tsetse, I had him opened, and the stomach, which I believed to be diseased, examined. Besides much undigested matama and grass, there were found 25 short, thick, white worms, sticking like leeches into the coating of the stomach, while the intestines were almost alive with a number of long, white worms. I was satisfied that neither man nor beast could long exist with such a mass of corrupting life within him. In order that the dead carcass might not taint the valley, I had it buried deep in the ground, about a score of yards from the encampment. From such a slight cause ensued a tremendous uproar from Kingaru, chief of the village, who, with his brother chiefs of the neighbouring villages, numbering in the aggregate 24 wattled huts, had taken counsel upon the best means of mulcting the musungu of a full doti, or 2 of Merikani, and finally had arrived at the conviction that the act of burying a dead horse in their soil without "by your leave, sir," was a grievous and finable fault. Affecting great indignation at the unpardonable omission, he, Kingaru, concluded to send the Musungi 4 of his young men to say to him that, "Since you have buried your horse in my ground, it is well. Let him remain there, but you must pay me 2 doti of Merikani." For reply the messengers were told to say to the chief that I would prefer talking the matter over with himself face to face, if he would condescend to visit me in my tent once again, as the village was but a stone's throw from our encampment. Before many minutes had elapsed, the wrinkled elder made his appearance at the door of my tent, with about half the village behind him. The following dialogue which took place will serve to illustrate the tempers of the people with whom I was about to have a year's trading intercourse. White man: "Are you the great chief of the Kingaru?" Kingaru: yes." White man: "The great chief?" Kingaru: yes." White man: "How many soldiers have you?" Kingaru: "Why?" White man: "How many fighting men have you?" Kingaru: "None." White man: "Oh, I thought you might have 1,000 men with you, by your going to fine a strong white man, who has plenty of guns and soldiers, 2 doti for burying a dead horse." Kingaru, rather perplexed: "No, I have no soldiers, I have only a few young men." White man: "Why do you come and make trouble, then?" Kingaru: "It was not I, it was my brothers who said to me, 'Come here, Kingaru, see what the white man has done. He has not taken possession of your soil, in that he has put his horse into your ground without your permission. Come, go to him, and see by what right. Therefore have I come to ask you, who gave you permission to use my soil for a burying ground?" White man: "I want no man's permission to do what is right. My horse died. Had I left him to fester and stink in your valley, sickness would visit your village, your water would become unwholesome, and caravans would not stop here for trade. For they would say, 'This is an unlucky spot, let us go away.' But enough said. I understand you to say that you do not want him buried in your ground. The error I have fallen into is easily put right. This minute my soldiers shall dig him out again, and cover up the soil as it was before, and the horse shall be left where he died." Then shouting to Bombay, "Ho, Bombay, take soldiers with jembes to dig my horse out of the ground, drag him to where he died, and make everything ready for a march to morrow morning." Kingaru, his voice considerably higher, and his head moving to and fro with emotion, cries out, "Akwana, bana! No, no, master. Let not the white man get angry. The horse is dead, and now lies buried. Let him remain so, since he is already there, and let us be friends again." The Sheikh of Kingaru being thus brought to his senses, we bid each other the friendly Kwaheri, and I was left alone to ruminate over my loss. Barely half an hour had elapsed, it was 9 P.M., the camp was in a semi doze, when I heard deep groans issuing from one of the animals. Upon inquiry as to what animal was suffering, I was surprised to hear that it was my bay horse. With the bull's eye lantern I visited him, and perceived that the pain was located in the stomach. But whether it was from some poisonous plant he had eaten while out grazing, or from some equine disease, I did not know. He discharged copious quantities of loose matter, but there was nothing peculiar in its colour. The pain was evidently very great, for his struggles were very violent. I was up all night, hoping that it was but a temporary effect of some strange and noxious plant. But at 6 o'clock the next morning, after a short period of great agony, he also died, exactly 15 hours after his companion. When the stomach was opened, it was found that death was caused by the internal rupture of a large cancer, which had affected the larger half of the coating of his stomach, and had extended an inch or two up the larynx. The contents of the stomach and intestines were deluged with the yellow viscous efflux from the cancer. I was thus deprived of both my horses, and that within the short space of 15 hours. With my limited knowledge of veterinary science, however, strengthened by the actual and positive proofs obtained by the dissection of the two stomachs, I can scarcely state that horses can live to reach Unyanyembe, or that they can travel with ease through this part of East Africa. But should I have occasion at some future day, I should not hesitate to take 4 horses with me, though I should certainly endeavour to ascertain previous to purchase whether they were perfectly sound and healthy, and to those travellers who cherish a good horse, I would say, try one, and be not discouraged by my unfortunate experiences. Chapter 5 Part 3 of How I Found Livingstone. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lizzie Driver. How I Found Livingstone. Travels, Adventures and Discoveries in Central Africa, including 4 months' residence with Dr. Livingstone, by Sir Henry M. Stanley. Chapter 5 Part 3 Through Ukwe, Ukami and Udoe to Usegoa. The 1st, 2nd and 3rd of April passed, and nothing had we heard or seen of the ever-lagging 4th caravan. In the meanwhile the list of casualties was being augmented. Besides the loss of this precious time, through the perverseness of the chief of the other caravan, and the loss of my 2 horses, a pagazi, carrying boat fixtures, improved the opportunity and deserted. Selim was struck down with a severe attack of ague and fever, and was soon after followed by the cook, then by the assistant cook and tailor, Abdul Kader. Finally, before the 3rd day was over, Bombay had rheumatism, Uledi, Grant's old valet, had a swollen throat, Zaidi had the flux, Kingaru had the mukunguru, Kamizi, a pagazi, suffered from a weakness of the loins, Fajala had a bilious fever, and before night closed, Makoviga was very ill. Out of a force of 25 men, 1 had deserted and 10 were on the sick list, and the presentiment that the ill-looking neighbourhood of Kingaru would prove calamitous to me was verified. On the 4th of April Maganga and his people appeared, after being heralded by musketry shots and horn blowing, the usual signs of an approaching caravan in this land. His sick men were considerably improved, but they required 1 more day of rest at Kingaru. In the afternoon he came to lay siege to my generosity, by giving details of Soor Hadji Palou's heartless cheats upon him, but I informed him that since I had left Bagamoyo I could no longer be generous. We were now in a land where cloth was at a high premium, that I had no more cloth than I should need to furnish food for myself and men, that he and his caravan had cost me more money and trouble than any 3 caravans I had, as indeed was the case. With this counterstatement he was obliged to be content, but I again solved his pecuniary doubts by promising that, if he hurried his caravan on to Unyanyembe, he should have no more cause of complaint. The 5th of April saw the 4th caravan vanish for once in our front, with a fair promise that, however fast we should follow, we should not see them on the hither side of Simbamwenni. The following morning, in order to rouse my people from the sickened torpitude they had lapsed into, I beat an exhilarating alarm on a tin pan with an iron ladle, intimating that a safari was about to be undertaken. This had a very good effect, judging from the extraordinary alacrity with which it was responded to. Before the sun rose we started. The Kingaru villagers were out with the velocity of hawks for any rags or refuse left behind us. The long march to Imbiki, 15 miles, proved that our protracted stay at Kingaru had completely demoralized my soldiers and pagazis. Only a few of them had strength enough to reach Imbiki before night. The others, attending the laden donkeys, put in an appearance next morning, in a lamentable state of mind and body. Khamisi, the pagazi with the weak loins, had deserted, taking with him 2 goats, the property tent, and the whole of Uledi's personal wealth, consisting of his visiting dish dashe, a long shirt of the Arabic pattern, 10 pounds of beads, and a few fine cloths, which Uledi, in a generous fit, had entrusted to him while he carried the pagazi's load, 70 pounds of bubu beads. This defalcation was not to be overlooked, nor should Khamisi be permitted to return without an effort to apprehend him. Accordingly Uledi and Ferajji were dispatched in pursuit while we rested at Imbiki, in order to give the dilapidated soldiers and animals time to recruit. On the 8th we continued our journey and arrived at Msuwa. This march will be remembered by our caravan as the most fatiguing of all, though the distance was but 10 miles. It was one continuous jungle, except 3 interjacent glades of narrow limits, which gave us 3 breathing pauses in the dire task of jungle travelling. The odour emitted from its fell plants was so rank, so pungently acrid, and the miasma from its decayed vegetation so dense, that I expected every moment to see myself and men drop down in paroxysms of acute fever. Happily this evil was not added to that of loading and unloading the frequently falling packs. 7 soldiers to attend 17 laden donkeys was entirely too small a number while passing through a jungle; for while the path is but a foot wide, with a wall of thorny plants and creepers bristling on each side, and projecting branches darting across it, with knots of spiky twigs, stiff as spike nails, ready to catch and hold anything above 4 feet in height, it is but reasonable to suppose that donkeys standing 4 feet high, with loads measuring across from bale to bale 4 feet, would come to grief. This grief was of frequent recurrence here, causing us to pause every few minutes for rearrangements. So often had this task to be performed that the men got perfectly discouraged, and had to be spoken to sharply before they set to work. By the time I reached Msuwa, there was nobody with me and the 10 donkeys I drove but Mabruk the Little, who, though generally stolid, stood to his work like a man. Bombay and Uledi were far behind, with the most jaded donkeys. Shaw was in charge of the cart, and his experiences were most bitter, as he informed me he had expended a whole vocabulary of stormy abuse known to sailors, and a new one which he had invented extempore. He did not arrive until 2 o'clock next morning, and was completely worn out. Another halt was fixed at Msuwa, that we and our animals might recuperate. The chief of the village, a white man in everything but colour, sent me and mine the fattest broad-tailed sheep of his flock, with 5 measures of matatma grain. The mutton was excellent, unapproachable. For his timely and needful present I gave him 2 doti, and amused him with an exhibition of the wonderful mechanism of the Winchester rifle and my breech-loading revolvers. He and his people were intelligent enough to comprehend the utility of these weapons at an emergency, and illustrated in expressive pantomime the powers they possessed against numbers of people armed only with spears and bows, by extending their arms with an imaginary gun and describing a clear circle. "Verily," said they, "the Wasungu are far wiser than the Washensi. What heads they have! What wonderful things they make! Look at their tents, their guns, their timepieces, their clothes, and that little rolling thing, the cart, which carries more than 5 men. Ki." On the 10th, recovered from the excessive strain of the last march, the caravan marched out of the Msuwa, accompanied by the hospitable villagers as far as their stake defence, receiving their unanimous "Kwaheris." Outside the village the march promised to be less arduous than between Imbiki and Msuwa. After crossing a beautiful little plain, interceded by a dry gully or mtoni, the route led by a few cultivated fields, where the tillers greeted us with one grand unwinking stare, as if fascinated. Soon after we met one of those sights common in part of the world, to wit a chain slave gang, bound east. The slaves did not appear to be in any way downhearted; on the contrary, they seemed imbued with the philosophic jollity of the jolly servant of Martin Chuzzlewit. Were it not for their chains, it would have been difficult to discover master from slave. The physiognomic traits were alike. The mild benignity with which we regarded was equally visible on all faces. The chains were ponderous; they might have held elephants captive, but as the slaves carried nothing but themselves, their weight could not have been insupportable. The jungle was scant on this march, and though in some places the packs met with accidents, they were not such as seriously to retard progress. By 10 a.m. we were in camp in the midst of an imposing view of green sward and forest domed by a cloudless sky. We had again pitched our camp in the wilderness, and, as is the custom of caravans, fired 2 shots to warn any Washensi, having grain to sell, that we were willing to trade. Our next halting place was Kisemo, distant but 11 miles from Msuwa, a village situated in a populous district, having in its vicinity no less than 5 other villages, each fortified by stakes and thorny abetis, with as much fierce independence as if their petty lords were so many Percys and Douglases. Each topped a ridge, or a low hummock, with an assumption of its own defiance of the cock on its own dunghill type. Between these humble eminences and low ridges of land wind narrow vales which are favoured with the cultivation of matama and Indian corn. Behind the village flows the Ungerengeri River, an impetuous stream during the Masika season, capable of overflowing its steep banks, but in the dry season it subsides into its proper status, which is that of a small stream of very clear, sweet water. Its course from Kisemo is south-west, then easterly. It is the main feeder of the Kingani River. The belles of Kisemo are noted for their vanity in brass wire, which is wound in spiral rings round their wrists and ankles, and the varieties of style which their hispid heads exhibit, while their poor lords, obliged to be contented with dingy torn clouts and split ears, shows what wide sway Asmodeus holds over this terrestrial sphere. For it must have been an unhappy time when the hard besieged husbands finally give way before their spouses. Besides these brassy ornaments on their extremities, and the various hair-dressing styles, the women of Kisemo frequently wear lengthy necklaces, which run in rivers of colours down their bodies. A more comical picture is seldom presented than that of one of these highly dressed females engaged in the homely and necessary task of grinding corn for herself and family, The grinding apparatus consists of two portions: one, a thick pole of hard wood about 6 feet long, answering for a pestle; the other, a capacious wooden mortar, 3 feet in height. While engaged in setting his tent, Shaw was obliged to move a small flat stone to drive a peg into the ground. The village chief, who saw him do it, rushed up in a breathless fashion and replaced the stone instantly, then stood on it in an impressive manner, indicative of the great importance attached to that stone and location. Bombay, seeing Shaw standing in silent wonder at the act, volunteered to ask the chief what was the matter. This sheikh solemnly answered, with a finger pointing downwards, "A ganga," whereupon I implored him to let me see what was under the stone. With a graciousness quite affecting, he complied. My curiosity was gratified with the sight of a small whittled stick, which pinned fast to the ground an insect, the cause of a miscarriage to a young female of the village. During the afternoon, Uledi and Ferajji, who had been dispatched after the truant Khamisi, returned with him and all the missing articles. Khamisi, soon after leaving the road and plunging into the jungle, where he was mentally trumpeting in his booty, was met by some of the plundering Washensi, who were always on the qui vive for stragglers, and unceremoniously taken to their village in the woods, and bound to a tree, preparatory to being killed. Khamisi said that he had asked them why they tied him up, to which they answered that they were about to kill him, because he was a Mgwana, whom they were accustomed to kill as soon as they were caught. But Uledi and Ferajji, shortly after coming upon the scene, both well armed, put an end to the debates upon Khamisi's fate, by claiming him as an absconding pagazi from the Musungu's camp, as well as all the articles he possessed at the time of capture. The robbers did not dispute the claim for the pagazi, goats, tent, or any other valuable found with him, but intimated that they deserved a reward for apprehending him. The demand being considered just, a reward to the extent of 2 doti and a fundo, or 10 necklaces of beads, was given. Khamisi, for his desertion and attempted robbery, could not be pardoned without first suffering punishment. He had asked at Bagamoyo, before enlisting in my service, an advance of $5 in money, and had received it, and a load of bubu beads, no heavier than a pagazi's load, had been given him to carry. He had therefore no excuse for desertion. Lest I should overstep prudence, however, in punishing him, I convened a court of 8 pagazis and 4 soldiers to sit in judgment, and asked them to give me their decision as to what should be done. Their unanimous verdict was that he was guilty of a crime almost unknown among the Wanyamwezi pagazis, and as it was likely to give a bad repute to the Wanyamwezi carriers, they therefore sentenced him to be flogged with the great master's donkey whip, which was accordingly carried out to poor Khamisi's crying sorrow. On the 12th the caravan reached Mussoudi, on the Ungerengeri river. Happily for our patient donkeys, this march was free from all the annoying troubles of the jungle. Happily for ourselves also, for we had no more the care of the packs and the anxiety about arriving at camp before night. The packs once put firmly on the backs of our good donkeys, they marched into camp, the road being excellent, without a single displacement or cause for one impatient word, soon after leaving Kisemo. A beautiful prospect, glorious in its wild nature, fragrant with its numerous flowers and variety of sweetly smelling shrubs, among which I recognized the wild sage, the indigo plant, etc., terminated only at the foot of Kira Peak and Sister Cones, which marked the boundaries between Udoe and Ukami, yet distant 20 miles. Those distant mountains formed a not unfit background to this magnificent picture of open plain, forest patches, and sloping lawns. there was enough of picturesqueness and sublimity in the blue mountains to render it one complete whole. Suppose a Byron saw some of these scenes, he would be inclined to poetise in this manner: Morn dawns, and with it stern Udoe's hills, dark Urrugum's rocks, and Kira's peak, robed in half a mist, bedewed with various rills, arrayed in many a dune and purple streak. When drawing near the valley of the Ungerengeri, granite knobs and protuberances of dazzling quartz showed their heads above the reddish soil. Descending the ridge where these rocks were prominent, we found ourselves in the sable loam deposit of the Ungerengeri, and in the midst of teeming fields of sugar cane and matama, Indian corn, muhogo, and gardens of curry, egg, and cucumber plants. On the banks of the Ungerengeri flourished the banana, and overtopping it by 70 feet and more, shot up the stately mparamusi, the rival in beauty of the Persian chenar and Abyssinian plane. Its trunk is straight and comely enough for the mainmast of a first-class frigate, while its expanding crown of leafage is distinguished from all others by its density and vivid greenness. There was a score of varieties of the larger kind of trees, whose far-extending branches embraced across the narrow but swift river. The depressions of the valley and the immediate neighbourhood of the river were choked with young forests of tiger grass and stiff reeds. Mussoudi is situated on a higher elevation than the average level of the village, and consequently looks down upon its neighbours, which number 100 and more. It is the western extremity of Ukwere, on the western bank of the Ungerengeri. The territory of the Wakami commences. We had to halt one day at Mussoudi because the poverty of the people prevented us from procuring the needful amount of grain. The cause of this scantiness in such a fertile and populous valley was that the number of caravans which had preceded us had drawn heavily from their stores for the upmarches. On the 14th we crossed the Ungerengeri, which here flows southerly to the southern extremity of the valley, where it bends easterly as far as Kisemo. After crossing the river here, fordable at all times and only 20 yards in breadth, we had another mile of the valley with its excessively moist soil and rank growth of grass. It then ascended into a higher elevation, and led through a forest of mparamusi, tamarind, tamarisk, acacia, and the blooming mimosa. This ascent was continued for 2 hours, when we stood upon the spine of the largest ridge, where we could obtain free views of the wooded plain below and the distant ridges of Kisemo, which we had but lately left. A descent of a few hundred feet terminated in a deep but dry mtoni with a sandy bed, on the other side of which we had to regain the elevation we had lost, and a similar country opened into view until we found a newly made boma with well-built huts of grass near a pool of water, which we at once occupied as a halting place for the night. The cart gave us considerable trouble. Not even our strongest donkey, though it carried with ease on its back 196 pounds, could draw the cart with a load of only 225 pounds weight. Early on the morning of the 15th we broke camp and started for Mikesh. By 8:30 a.m. we were ascending the southern face of the Kira Peak. When we had gained the height of 200 feet above the level of the surrounding country, we were gratified with a magnificent view of a land whose soil knows no Sabbath. After traversing the spine of a ridge abutting against the southern slope of Kira, we again descended into the little valley of Kiwrima, the first settlement we meet in Udoe, where there is always an abundant supply of water. 2 miles west of Kiwrima is Mikesh. On the 16th we reached Ulagalla, after a few hours' march. Ulagalla is the name of a district, or a portion of a district, lying between the mountains of Uruguru, which bound it southerly, and the mountains of Udoe, lying northerly and parallel with them, and but 10 miles apart. The principal part of the basin thus formed is called Ulagalla. Mohale is the next settlement, and here we found ourselves in the territory of Wasagua. On this march we were hemmed in by mountains, on our left by those of the Urugura, on our right by those of Udoe and Usagua, a most agreeable and welcome change to us after the long miles of monotonous level we had hitherto seen. When tired of looking into the depths of the forest that still ran on either side of the road, we had but to look up to the mountain's base, to note its strange trees, its plants, and vari-coloured flowers. We had but to raise our heads to vary this pleasant occupation by observing the lengthy and sinuous spine of the mountains, and mentally report upon their outline, their spurs, their projections and ravines, their bouldering rocks and deep clefts, and, above all, the dark green woods clothing them from summit to base. And when our attention was not required for the mundane task of regarding the donkeys' packs, or the pace of the cautious stepping pagazis, it was grateful to watch the vapours play about the mountain summits, to see them fold into fleecy crowns and fantastic clusters, dissolve, gather together into a pall that threatened rain, and sail away again before the brightening sun. At Mahale was the 4th caravan under Maganga, with 3 more sick men, who turned with eager eyes to myself, the dispenser of medicine, as I approached. Salvos of small arms greeted me, and a present of rice and ears of Indian corn for roasting were awaiting my acceptance. But, as I told Maganga, I would have preferred to hear that his party were 8 or 10 marches ahead. At this camp also we met Selim bin Rashid, bound eastward, with a huge caravan carrying 300 ivory tusks. This good Arab, besides welcoming the newcomer with a present of rice, gave me news of Livingstone. He had met the old traveller at Ujiji, had lived in the next but to him for 2 weeks, described him as looking old, with long grey moustaches and beard, just recovered from severe illness, looking very wan. When fully recovered, Livingstone intended to visit a country called Manyama, by way of Marungu. The valley of the Ungerengeri, with Mahale, exhibits wonderful fertility. Its crops of matama were of the tallest, and its Indian corn would rival the best crops ever seen in the Arkansas bottoms. The numerous mountain-fed streams rendered the great depth of loam very sloppy, in consequence of which several accidents occurred before we reached the camp, such as wetting cloth, mildewing tea, watering sugar, and rusting tools; but prompt attention to these necessary things saved us from considerable loss. There was a slight difference noticed in the demeanour and bearing of the Wasagua, compared with the Wadoe, Wakami, and Wukwe heretofore seen. There was none of that civility which we had been until now pleased to note. Their expressed desire to barter was accompanied with insolent hints that we ought to take their produce at their own prices. If we remonstrated, they became angry; retorting fiercely, impatient of opposition, they flew into passion, and would gibe in threats. This strange conduct, so opposite to that of the calm and gentle Wukwe, may be excellently illustrated by comparing the manner of the hot-headed Greek with that of the cool and collected German. Necessity compelled us to purchase eatables of them, and, to the credit of the country and its productions, be it said, their honey had the peculiar flavour of that of famed Hymettus. Following the latitudinal valley of the Ungerengeri, within 2 hours on the following morning we passed close under the wall of the capital of Useguhha, Simbamwenni. The first view of the walled town at the western foot of the Uruguru Mountains, with its fine valley abundantly beautiful, watered by 2 rivers and several pellucid streams of water distilled by the dew and cloud-enriched heights around, was one that we did not anticipate to meet in Eastern Africa. In Mazanderan, Persia, such a scene would have answered our expectations, but here it was totally unexpected. The town may contain a population of 3,000, having about 1,000 houses. Being so densely crowded, perhaps 5,000 would more closely approximate. The houses in the town are eminently African, but of the best type of construction. The fortifications are on an Arabic-Persic model, combining Arab neatness with Persian plan. Through a ride of 950 miles in Persia, I never met a town outside of the great cities better fortified than Simbamwenni. In Persia the fortifications were of mud. Even those of Casvin, Teheran, Isfahan, and Shiraz. Those of Simbamwenni are of stone, pierced with 2 rows of loopholes for musketry. The area of the town is about half a square mile, its plan being quadrangular. Well-built towers of stone guard each corner. 4 gates, one facing each cardinal point, and set halfway between the several towers, permit ingress and egress for its inhabitants. The gates are closed with solid square doors made of African teak, and carved with the infinitesimally fine and complicated devices of the Arabs, from which I suspect that the doors were made either at Zanzibar or on the coast, and conveyed to Simbamwenni plank by plank. Yet, as there is much communication between Bagamoyo and Simbamwenni, it is just possible that native artisans are the authors of this ornate workmanship, as several doors chiselled and carved in the same manner, though not quite so elaborately, were visible in the largest houses. The palace of the Sultan is after the style of those on the coast, with long sloping roof, wide eaves, and verandah in front. The Sultana is the eldest daughter of the famous Kisabengo, a name infamous throughout the neighbouring countries of Udoe, Ukami, Ukwe, Kingaru, Ukwenai, and Kingaruwana, for his kidnapping propensities. Kisabengo was another Theodore on a small scale. Sprung from humble ancestry, he acquired distinction for his personal strength, his powers of harangue, and his amusing and versatile address, by which he gained great ascendancy over fugitive slaves, and was chosen a leader among them. Fleeing from justice, which awaited him at the hands of the Zanzibar Sultan, he arrived in Ukami, which extended at that time from Ukwe to Usagara, and here he commenced a career of conquest, the result of which was the cession by the Wakami of an immense tract of fertile country, in the valley of the Ungerengeri. On its most desirable site, with the river flowing close under the walls, he built his capital, and called it Simbamwenni, which means the lion, or the strongest city. In old age the successful robber and kidnapper changed his name of Kisabengo, which had gained such a notoriety, to Simbamwenni, after his town, and when dying, after desiring that his eldest daughter should succeed him, he bestowed the name of the town upon her also, which name of Simbamwenni the Sultana now retains and is known by. While crossing a rapid stream, which, as I said before, flowed close to the walls, the inhabitants of Simbamwenni had a fine chance of gratifying their curiosity, of seeing the great Musungu, whose several caravans had preceded him, and who unpardonably, because unlicensed, had spread a report of his great wealth and power. I was thus the object of a universal stare. At one time, on the banks, there were considerably over 1,000 natives going through the several tenses and moods of the verb to stare, or exhibiting every phase of the substantive, viz., the stare peremptory, insolent, sly, cunning, modest, and casual. The warriors of the Sultana, holding in one hand the spear, the bow, and sheath or musket, embraced with the other their respective friends. Like so many models of Nisus and Euryalus, Theseus and Pirithous, Damon and Pythias, or Achilles and Patroclus, to whom they confidently related their diverse opinions upon my dress and colour. The words Musungu Kuba had as much charm for these people as the music of the Pied Piper had for the rats of Hamelin, since they served to draw from within the walls across their stream so large a portion of the population; and when I continued the journey to the Ungerengeri, distant 4 miles, I feared that the Hamelin catastrophe might have to be repeated before I could rid myself of them. But fortunately for my peace of mind, they finally proved vincible under the hot sun, and the distance we had to go to the camp. As we were obliged to overhaul the luggage and repair saddles, as well as to doctor a few of the animals, whose backs had by this time become very sore, I determined to halt here 2 days. Provisions were very plentiful also at Simbamwenni, though comparatively dear. On the 2nd day I was, for the first time, made aware that my acclimatization of the ague breeding swamps of Arkansas was powerless against the mukunguru of East Africa. The premonitory symptoms of the African type were felt in my system at 10 a.m. First, general lassitude prevailed, with a disposition to drowsiness. Secondly came the spinal ache, which, commencing from the loins, ascended the vertebrae and extended around the ribs until it reached the shoulders, where it settled into a weary pain. Thirdly came a chilliness over the whole body, which was quickly followed by a heavy head, swimming eyes, and throbbing temples, with vague vision, which distorted and transformed all objects of sight. This lasted until 10 p.m., and the mukunguru left me, much prostrated in strength. The remedy, applied for 3 mornings in succession after the attack, was such as my experience in Arkansas had taught me was the most powerful corrective, viz., a quantum of 15 grains of quinine, taken in 3 doses of 5 grains each, every other hour from dawn till meridian. The first dose to be taken immediately after the first effect of the purging medicine taken at bedtime the night previous. I may add that this treatment was perfectly successful in my case, and in all others which occurred in my camp. After the mukunguru had declared itself, there was no fear, with such a treatment of it, of a second attack, until at least some days afterwards. On the 3rd day the camp was visited by the ambassadors of Her Highness the Sultana of Simbamwenni, who came as her representatives to receive the tribute which she regards herself as powerful enough to enforce. But they, as well as Madame Simbamwenni, were informed that as we knew it was their custom to charge owners of caravans but one tribute, and as they remembered the Musungu Farquhar had paid already, it was not fair that I should have to pay again. The ambassadors replied with a "Ngemi" (very well), and promised to carry my answer back to their mistress, though it was by no means "very well." In fact, as it will be seen in a subsequent chapter, how the female Simbamwenni took advantage of an adverse fortune which befell me, to pay herself. With this I close the chapter of incidents experienced during our transit across the maritime region. End of chapter 5, part 3.
Chapter 6, Part 1 of How I Found Livingstone. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Anna Simon. How I Found Livingstone. Travels, Adventures and Discoveries in Central Africa, including 4 months' residence with Dr. Livingstone, by Sir Henry M. Stanley. Chapter 6, Part 1 To Ugogo. The distance from Bagamoyo to Simbamwenni we found to be 119 miles, and was accomplished in 14 marches. But these marches, owing to difficulties arising from the Masika season, and more especially to the lagging of the fourth caravan under Maganga, extended to 29 days, thus rendering our progress very slow indeed, but a little more than 4 miles a day. I infer from what I have seen of the travelling that had I not been encumbered by the sick Wanyamwezi porters, I could have accomplished the distance in 16 days. For it was not the donkeys that proved recreant to my confidence. They, poor animals, carrying a weight of 150 pounds each, arrived at Simbamwenni in first-rate order, but it was Maganga, composed of greed and laziness, and his weakly-bodied tribe, who were ever falling sick. In dry weather the number of marches might have been much reduced. Of the half-dozen of Arabs or so who preceded this expedition along this route, 2 accomplished the entire distance in 8 days. From the brief descriptions given of the country, as it day by day expanded to our view, enough may be gleaned to give readers a fair idea of it. The elevation of Simbamwenni cannot be much over 1,000 feet above the level, the rise of the land having been gradual. It being the rainy season, about which so many ominous statements were doled out to us by those ignorant of the character of the country, we naturally saw it under its worst aspect; but, even in this adverse phase of it, with all its depth of black mud, its excessive dew, its dripping and chill grass, its density of rank jungle, and its fevers, I look back upon the scene with pleasure, for the wealth and prosperity it promises to some civilized nation, which in some future time will come and take possession of it. A railroad from Bagamoyo to Simbamwenni might be constructed with as much ease and rapidity as, and at far less cost than the Union Pacific Railway, whose rapid strides day by day towards completion the world heard of and admired. A residence in this part of Africa, after a thorough system of drainage had been carried out, would not be attended with more discomfort than generally follows upon the occupation of new land. The temperature at this season during the day never exceeded 85 degrees Fahrenheit. The nights were pleasant, too cold without a pair of blankets for covering, and, as far as Simbamwenni, they were without that pest which is so dreadful on the Nebraska and Kansas prairies, the mosquito. The only annoyances I know of that would tell hard on the settler is the determined ferocity of the mabungo, or horsefly, the chufwa, etc., already described, which, until the dense forests and jungles were cleared, would be certain to render the keeping of domestic cattle unremunerative. Contrary to expectation, the expedition was not able to start at the end of 2 days. The third and the fourth days were passed miserably enough in the desponding valley of Ungerengeri. This river, small as it is in the dry seasons, becomes of considerable volume and power during the Masika, as we experienced to our sorrow. It serves as a drain to a score of peaks and 2 long ranges of mountains. Winding along their base, it is the recipient of the cascades seen flashing during the few intervals of sunlight, of all the nullahs and ravines which render the lengthy frontage of the mountain slopes so rugged and irregular, until it glides into the valley of Simbamwenni, a formidable body of water, opposing a serious obstacle to caravans without means to build bridges; added to which was an incessant downfall of rain, such a rain as shuts people indoors, and renders them miserable and unamiable, a real London rain, an eternal drizzle accompanied with mist and fog. When the sun shone, it appeared but a pale image of itself, and old pagazis, wise in their traditions as old whaling captains, shook their heads ominously at the dull spectre, and declared it was doubtful if the rain would cease for 3 weeks yet. The site of the caravan camp on the hither side of the Ungerengeri was a hotbed of malaria, unpleasant to witness, an abomination to memory. The filth of generations of pagazis had gathered innumerable hosts of creeping things. Armies of black, white, and red ants infest the stricken soil. Centipedes, like worms of every hue, clamber over shrubs and plants. Hanging to the undergrowth are the honeycombed nests of yellow-headed wasps, with stings as harmful as scorpions. Enormous beetles, as large as full-grown mice, roll dunghills over the ground. Of all sorts, shapes, sizes, and hues are the myriad-fold vermin with which the ground teems. In short, the richest entomological collection could not vie in variety and numbers with the species which the four walls of my tent enclosed from morning until night. On the fifth morning, or the 23rd April, the rain gave us a few hours' respite, during which we managed to wade through the Stygian quagmire reeking with noisomeness to the inundated river bank. The soldiers commenced at 5 a.m. to convey the baggage across from bank to bank over a bridge which was the most rustic of the rustic kind. Only an ignorant African would have been satisfied with its small utility as a means to cross a deep and rapid body of water. Even for light-footed Wanyamwezi pagazis it was anything but comfortable to traverse. Only a professional tight-rope performer could have carried a load across with ease. To travel over an African bridge requires first a long leap from land to the limb of a tree, which may or may not be covered by water, followed by a long jump ashore. With 70 pounds weight on his back, the carrier finds it difficult enough. Sometimes he is assisted by ropes extemporized from the long convolvuli which hang from almost every tree, but not always, these being deemed superfluities by the Washensi. Fortunately the baggage was transferred without a single accident, and though the torrent was strong, the donkeys were dragged through the flood by vigorous efforts and much objurgation without a casualty. This performance of crossing the Ungerengeri occupied fully 5 hours, though energy, abuse, and fury enough were expended for an army. Reloading and wringing our clothes dry, we set out from the horrible neighbourhood of the river, with its reek and filth, in a northerly direction, following a road which led up to easy and level ground. 2 obtruding hills were thus avoided on our left, and after passing them we had shut out the view of the hateful valley. I always found myself more comfortable and light-hearted while travelling than when chafing and fretting in camp at delays which no effort could avoid, and consequently I fear that some things, while on a march, may be tinted somewhat stronger than their appearance or merit may properly warrant. But I thought that the view opening before us was much more agreeable than the valley of Zimbamwenni with all its indescribable fertility. It was a series of glades opening one after another between forest clumps of young trees, hemmed in distantly by isolated peaks and scattered mountains. Now and again, as we crested low eminences, we caught sight of the blue Usagara mountains, bounding the horizon westerly and northerly, and looked down upon a vast expanse of plain which lay between. At the foot of the lengthy slope, well watered by bubbling springs and mountain rills, we found a comfortable khambi with well-made huts, which the natives call Simbo. It lies just 2 hours or 5 miles northwest of the Ungerengeri crossing. The ground is rocky, composed principally of quartzose detritus swept down by the constant streams. In the neighbourhood of these grow bamboo, the thickest of which was about 2½ inches in diameter; the myombo, a very shapely tree, with a clean trunk like an ash; the imbite, with large fleshy leaves like the mtamba, sycamore; plum tree; the ugaza, or tamarisk; and the mgongo, a tree containing several wide branches with small leaves clustered together in a clump, and the silk cotton tree. Though there are no villages or settlements in view of Simbo Khambi, there are several clustered within the mountain folds, inhabited by Wazigua, somewhat prone to dishonest acts and murder. The long broad plain visible from the eminences crossed between the Ungerengeri and Simbo was now before us, and became known to sorrowful memory subsequently as the Makata Valley. The initial march was from Simbo, its terminus at Rehenneko, at the base of the Usagara mountains, 6 marches distant. The valley commences with broad undulations, covered with young forests of bamboo, which grow thickly along the streams, the dwarf fan palm, the stately palmyra, and the mgongo. These undulations soon become broken by gullies containing water, nourishing dense crops of cane reeds and broad-bladed grass, and, emerging from this district, wide savannah covered with tall grass open into view, with an isolated tree here and there agreeably breaking the monotony of the scene. The Makata is a wilderness containing but one village of the Wasagua, throughout its broad expanse. Venison consequently abounds within the forest clumps, and the kudu, hartebeest, antelope, and zebra may be seen at early dawn emerging into the open savannahs to feed. At night the syn hyena prowls about with its hideous clamour seeking for sleeping prey, man or beast. The slushy mire of the savannahs rendered marching a work of great difficulty. Its tenacious hold of the feet told terribly on men and animals. A 10-mile march required 10 hours. We were therefore compelled to camp in the middle of this wilderness, and construct a new khambi, a measure which was afterwards adopted by half a dozen caravans. The cart did not arrive until nearly midnight, and with it, besides 3 or 4 broken-down pagazis, came Bombay with a dolorous tale that having put his load, consisting of the property tent, 1 large American axe, his 2 uniform coats, his shirts, beads and cloth, powder, pistol and hatchet, on the ground, to go and assist the cart out of a quagmire, he had returned to the place where he had left it and could not find it; that he believed that some thieving Washensi, who always lurk in the rear of caravans to pick up stragglers, had decamped with it. Which dismal tale, told me at black midnight, was not received at all graciously, but rather with most wrathful words, all of which the penitent captain received as his proper due. Working myself into a fury, I enumerated his sins to him. He had lost the goat at Muhale; he had permitted Khamisi to desert with valuable property at Imbiki; he had frequently shown culpable negligence in not looking after the donkeys, permitting them to be tied up at night without seeing that they had water, and in the mornings, when about to march, he preferred to sleep until 7 o'clock, rather than wake up early and saddle the donkeys, that we might start at 6 o'clock. He had shown of late great love for the fire, cowering like a bloodless man before it, torpid and apathetic. He had now lost the property tent in the middle of the Masiki season, by which carelessness the cloth bales would rot and become valueless. He had lost the axe which I should want at Ujiji to construct my boat; and finally he had lost a pistol and hatchet, and a flask full of the best powder. Considering all these things, how utterly incompetent he was to be captain, I would degrade him from his office and appoint Mabruki Burton instead. Uledi also, following the example of Bombay, instead of being second captain, should give no orders to any soldiers in future, but should himself obey those given by Mabruki, the said Mabruki being worth 12 Bombays and 24 Uledis; and so he was dismissed, with orders to return at daylight to find the tent, axe, pistol, powder and hatchet. The next morning the caravan, thoroughly fatigued with the last day's exertions, was obliged to halt. Bombay was dispatched after the lost goods. Kingaru, Mabruki the Great, and Mabruki the Little were dispatched to bring back 3 doti worth of grain, on which we were to subsist in the wilderness. 3 days passed away, and we were still at camp, awaiting, with what patience we possessed, the return of the soldiers. In the meantime provisions ran very low; no game could be procured; the birds were so wild. 2 days' shooting procured but 2 potfuls of birds, consisting of grouse, quail, and pigeons. Bombay returned unsuccessfully from his search after the missing property, and suffered deep disgrace. On the 4th day I dispatched Shaw with 2 more soldiers, to see what had become of Kingaru and the 2 Mabrukis. Towards night he returned completely prostrated, with a violent attack of the mukunguru, or ague, but bringing the missing soldiers, who were thus left to report for themselves. With most thankful hearts did we quit our camp, where so much anxiety of mind and fretfulness had been suffered, not heeding a furious rain, which, after drenching us all night, might have somewhat damped our ardour for the march under other circumstances. The road for the first mile led over reddish ground, and was drained by gentle slopes falling east and west; but, leaving the cover of the friendly woods, on whose eastern margin we had been delayed so long, we emerged into one of the savannahs, whose soil during the rain is as soft as slush, and tenacious as thick mortar, where we were all threatened with the fate of the famous Arkansas traveller, who had sunk so low in one of the many quagmires in Arkansas County that nothing but his tall stovepipe hat was left visible. Shaw was sick, and the whole duty of driving the foundering caravan devolved upon myself. The Wanyamwezi donkeys stuck in the mire as if they were rooted to it. As fast as one was flogged from his stubborn position, prone to the depths fell another, giving me a Sisyphean labour which was maddening trader pelting rain, assisted by such men as Bombay and Uledi, who could not for a whole skin's sake stomach the storm and mire. 2 hours of such a task enabled me to drag my caravan over a savannah 1.5 miles broad, and barely had I finished congratulating myself over my success before I was halted by a deep ditch which, filled with rain water from the inundated savannahs, had become a considerable stream, breast deep, flowing swiftly into the Makata. Donkeys had to be unloaded, led through a torrent, and loaded again on the other bank, an operation which consumed a full hour. Presently, after straggling through a wood clump, barring our progress was another stream, swollen into a river. The bridge being swept away, we were obliged to swim and float our baggage over, which delayed us 2 hours more. Leaving this second river bank, we splashed, waded, occasionally half swimming, and reeled through mire, water-dripping grass and matama stalks, along the left bank of the Makata proper, until farther progress was effectually prevented for that day by a deep bend of the river, which we should be obliged to cross the next day. Though but 6 miles were traversed during that miserable day, the march occupied 10 hours. Half dead with fatigue, I yet could feel thankful that it was not accompanied by fever, which it seemed a miracle to avoid, for if ever a district was cursed with the ague, the Makata wilderness ranks foremost of those afflicted. Surely the sight of the dripping woods enveloped in opaque mist, of the inundated country with lengthy swaths of tiger grass laid low by the turbid flood, of mounds of decaying trees and canes, of the swollen river and the weeping sky, was enough to engender the mukunguru. The well-used khambi and the heaps of filth surrounding it were enough to create a cholera. The Makata, a river whose breadth during the dry season is but 40 feet, in the Masika season assumes the breadth, depth, and force of an important river. Should it happen to be an unusually rainy season, it inundates the great plain which stretches on either side, and converts it into a great lake. It is the main feeder of the Wami river, which empties into the sea between the ports of Saadani and Winde. About 10 miles northeast of the Makata crossing, the Great Makata, the Little Makata, a nameless creek, and the Rudewa river unite, and the river thus formed becomes known as the Wami. Throughout Usagara, the Wami is known as the Mukondokwa. 3 of these streams take their rise from the crescent-like Usagara range, which bounds the Makata plain south and southwesterly, while the Rudewa rises in the northern horn of the same range. So swift was the flow of the Makata, and so much did its unsteady bridge, half buried in the water, imperil the safety of the property, that its transfer from bank to bank occupied fully 5 hours. No sooner had we landed every article on the other side, undamaged by the water, than the rain poured down in torrents that drenched them all, as if they had been dragged through the river. To proceed through the swamp which an hour's rain had formed was utterly out of the question. We were accordingly compelled to camp in a place where every hour furnished its quota of annoyance. One of the Wangwana soldiers engaged at Bagamoyo, named Kingaru, improved an opportunity to desert with another Mangwana's kit. My 2 detectives, Uledi, Grant's valet, and Sarmian, were immediately dispatched in pursuit, both being armed with American breech-loaders. They went about their task with an adroitness and celerity which augured well for their success. In an hour they returned with the runaway, having found him hidden in the house of a Mzagua chief called Kigondo, who lived about a mile from the eastern bank of the river, and who had accompanied Uledi and Sarmian to receive his reward, and render an account of the incident. Kigondo said, when he had been seated, "I saw this man carrying a bundle, and running hard, by which I knew that he was deserting you. We, my wife and I, were sitting in our little watch hut, watching our corn, and, as the road runs close by, this man was obliged to come close to us. We called to him when he was near, saying, 'Master, where are you going so fast? Are you deserting the Musungu? For we know you belong to him, since you bought from us yesterday 2 doti worth of meat.' 'Yes,' said he, 'I am running away. I want to get to Simbamwenni. If you will take me there, I will give you a doti.' We said to him then, 'Come into our house and we'll talk it over quietly.' When he was in our house, in an inner room, we locked him up, and went out again to the watch. but leaving word with the women to look out for him. We knew that, if you wanted him, you would send askari (soldiers) after him. We had but lit our pipes when we saw 2 men armed with short guns and having no loads coming along the road, looking now and then on the ground as if they were looking at footmarks. We knew them to be the men we were expecting, so we hailed them and said, "Masters, what are you looking for?" They said, "We are looking for a man who has deserted our master. Here are his footsteps. If you have been long in your hut you must have seen him. Can you tell us where he is?" We said, "Yes, he is in our house. If you'll come with us we will give him up to you, but your master must give us something for catching him." As Kigondo had promised to deliver Kingaru up, there remained nothing further to do for Uledi and Sarmian but to take charge of their prisoner and bring him and his captors to my camp on the western bank of the Makata. Kingaru received 24 lashes and was chained, his captor a doti, besides 5 kete of red coral beads for his wife. That downpour of rain which visited us the day we crossed the Makata proved the last of the Masika season. As the first rainfall which we had experienced occurred on the 23rd March and the last on the 30th April, its duration was 39 days. The seers of Bagamoyo had delivered their vaticinations concerning this same Masika with solemnity. For 40 days, said they, rain would fall incessantly, whereas we had but experienced 18 days' rain. Nevertheless, we were glad that it was over, for we were tired of stopping day after day to dry the bales and grease the tools and ironware, and of seeing all things of cloth and leather rot visibly before our eyes. The 1st of May found us struggling through the mire and water of the Makata with a caravan bodily sick from the exertion and fatigue of crossing so many rivers and wading through marshes. Shaw was still suffering from his first mukunguru. Zaidi, a soldier, was critically ill with the smallpox. The Kichuma Chuma, little irons, had hold of Bombay across the chest, rendering him the most useless of the unserviceables. Mabruk Salim, a youth of lusty frame, following the example of Bombay, laid himself down on the marshy ground, professing his total inability to breast the Makata swamp. Abdul Kader, the Hindi tailor and adventurer, the weakliest of mortal bodies, was ever ailing for lack of force, as he expressed it in French, i.e. strength. Ever indisposed to work, shiftless, mock-sick, but ever hungry. "O God!" was the cry of my tired soul. Were all the men of my expedition like this man, I should be compelled to return. Solomon was wise, perhaps from inspiration, perhaps from observation. I was becoming wise by experience, and I was compelled to observe that when mud and wet sapped the physical energy of the lazily inclined, a dog whip became their backs, restoring them to a sound, sometimes to an extravagant activity. For 30 miles from our camp was the Makata plain an extensive swamp. The water was on an average 1 foot in depth. In some places we plunged into holes 3, 4, or even 5 feet deep. Plash, splash, plash, splash, were the only sounds we heard from the commencement of the march until we found the bomas occupying the only dry spots along the line of march. This kind of work continued for 2 days, until we came in sight of the Rudewa River, another powerful stream with banks brimful of rushing rain water. Crossing a branch of the Rudewa, and emerging from the dank, reedy grass crowding the western bank, the view consisted of an immense sheet of water, topped by clumps of grass, tufts, and foliage of thinly scattered trees, bounded 10 or 12 miles off by the eastern front of the Usagara mountain range. The acme of discomfort and vexation was realized on the 5-mile march from the Rudewa branch. As myself and the Wangwana appeared with the loaded donkeys, the pagazis were observed huddled on a mound. When asked if the mound was the camp, they replied, "No." "Why then do you stop here?" "Ugh, water plenty." One drew a line across his loins to indicate the depth of water before us, another drew a line across his chest, another across his throat, another held his hand over his head, by which he meant that we should have to swim. Swim 5 miles through a reedy marsh! It was impossible. It was also impossible that such varied accounts could all be correct. Without hesitation, therefore, I ordered the Wangwana to proceed with the animals. After 3 hours of splashing through 4 feet of water, we reached dry land, and had traversed the swamp of Makata. but not without the swamp with its horrors having left a durable impression upon our minds. No one was disposed to forget its fatigues, nor the nausea of travel which it almost engendered. Subsequently we had to remember its passage still more vividly, and to regret that we had undertaken the journey during the Masika season, when the animals died from this date by twos and threes almost every day until but 5 sickly, worn-out beasts remained; when the Wangwana, soldiers, and pagazis sickened of diseases innumerable; when I myself was finally compelled to lie abed with an attack of acute dysentery, which brought me to the verge of the grave. I suffered more, perhaps, than I might have done had I taken the proper medicine, but my over-confidence in that compound called Collis Brown's chlorodyne delayed the cure which ultimately resulted from a judicious use of Dover's powder. In no one single case of diarrhoea or acute dysentery had this chlorodyne, about which so much has been said and written, any effect of lessening the attack whatever, though I used 3 bottles. To the dysentery contracted during the transit of the Makata swamp only 2 fell victims, and those were a pagazi and my poor little dog, Omar, my companion from India. The only tree of any prominence in the Makata valley was the palmyra palm, Borassus flabelliformis, and this grew in some places in numbers sufficient to be called a grove. The fruit was not ripe while we passed, otherwise we might have enjoyed it as a novelty. The other vegetation consisted of the several species of thorn bush, and the graceful parachute-topped and evergreen mimosa. The 4th of May we were ascending a gentle slope towards the important village of Rehenneko, the first village near to which we encamped in Usagara. It lay at the foot of the mountain, and its plenitude and mountain air promised us comfort and health. It was a square, compact village, surrounded by a thick wall of mud, enclosing cone-topped huts, roofed with bamboo and holcus stalks, and contained a population of about 1,000 souls. It has several wealthy and populous neighbours, whose inhabitants are independent enough in their manner, but not unpleasantly so. The streams are of the purest water, fresh and pellucid as crystal, bubbling over round pebbles and clean gravel, with a music delightful to hear to the traveller in search of such a sweetly potable element. The bamboo grows to serviceable size in the neighbourhood of Rehenneko, strong enough for tent and banji poles, and in numbers sufficient to supply an army. The mountain slopes are densely wooded with trees that might supply very good timber for building purposes. We rested 4 days at this pleasant spot to recruit ourselves and to allow the sick and feeble time to recover a little before testing their ability in the ascent of the Usagara mountains. End of Chapter 6, Part 1. Chapter 6, Part 2 of How I Found Livingstone. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Anna Simon. How I Found Livingstone. Travels, Adventures and Discoveries in Central Africa, including 4 months' residence with Dr Livingstone. By Sir Henry M. Stanley. Chapter 6, Part 2. To Ugogo. The 8th of May saw us with our terribly jaded men and animals winding up the steep slope of the first line of hills, gaining the summit of which we obtained a view remarkably grand, which exhibited as in a masterpiece the broad valley of the Makata, with its swift streams like so many cords of silver, as the sunshine played on the unshadowed reaches of water, with its thousands of graceful palms adding not a little to the charm of the scene, with the great wall of the Uruguru and Usapanga mountains dimly blue, but sublime in their loftiness and immensity, forming a fit background to such an extensive, far-embracing prospect. Turning our faces west, we found ourselves in a mountain world, fold rising above fold, peak behind peak, cone jostling cone. Away to the north, to the west, to the south, the mountain tops rolled like so many vitrified waves. Not one adust or arid spot was visible in all this scene. The diorama had no sudden changes or striking contrasts, for a universal forest of green trees clothed every peak, cone, and summit. To the men this first day's march through the mountain region of Usagara was an agreeable interlude after the successive journey over the flats and heavy undulations of the maritime region, but to the loaded and enfeebled animals it was most trying. We were –2 by the time we had arrived at our camp, but 7 miles from Rehenneko, our first instalment of the debt we owed to Makata. Water, sweet and clear, was abundant in the deep hollows of the mountains, flowing sometimes over beds of solid granite, sometimes over a rich red sandstone, whose soft substance was soon penetrated by the aqueous element, and whose particles were swept away constantly to enrich the valley below. And in other ravines it dashed and roared miniature thunder as it leaped over granite boulders and quartz rock. The 9th of May, after another such an up and down course, ascending hills and descending into the twilight depths of deepening valleys, we came suddenly upon the Mukondokwa and its narrow pent-up valley crowded with rank reedy grass, cane, and thorny bushes, and rugged tamarisk which grappled for existence with monster convolvuli, winding their coils around their trunks with such tenacity and strength that the tamarisk seemed grown but for their support. The valley was barely a quarter of a mile broad in some places, at others it widened to about a mile. The hills on either side shot up into precipitous slopes, clothed with mimosa, acacia, and tamarisk, enclosing a river and valley whose curves and folds were as various as a serpent's. Shortly after debouching into the Mukondokwa valley, we struck the road traversed by Captains Buxton and Speke in 1857, between Mbumi and Karatamara. The latter place should be called Mizongi, Karatamara being but the name of a chief. After following the left bank of the Mukondokwa, during which our route diverged to every point from southeast to west, north and northeast, for about an hour, we came to the fort. Beyond the fort, a short half-hour's march, we came to Kiora. At this filthy village of Kiora, which was well grounded with goat dung and peopled with a wonderful number of children for a hamlet that did not number 20 families, with a hot sun pouring on the limited open space, with a fury that exceeded 128 degrees Fahrenheit, which swarmed with flies and insects of known and unknown species, I found, as I had been previously informed, the 3rd caravan, which had started out of Bagamoyo, so well fitted and supplied. The leader, who was no other than the white man Farquhar, was sick abed with swollen legs, Bright's disease, unable to move. As he heard my voice, Farquhar staggered out of his tent, so changed from my spruce mate who started from Bagamoyo that I hardly knew him at first. His legs were ponderous, elephantine, since his leg illness was of elephantiasis or dropsy. His face was of a deathly pallor, for he had not been out of his tent for 2 weeks. A breezy hill overlooking the village of Kiora was chosen by me for my camping ground, and as soon as the tents were pitched, the animals attended to, and the boma made of thorn bushes, Farquhar was carried up by 4 men into my tent. Upon being questioned as to the cause of his illness, he said he did not know what had caused it. He had no pain, he thought, anywhere. I asked, "Do you not sometimes feel pain on the right side?" "Yes, I think I do, but I don't know." "Nor over the left nipple sometimes, a quick throbbing with the shortness of breath?" "Yes, I think I have. I know I breathe quick sometimes." He said his only trouble was in the legs, which were swollen to an immense size. Though he had a sound appetite, he yet felt weak in the legs. From the scant information of the disease and its peculiarities, as given by Farquhar himself, I could only make out, by studying a little medical book I had with me, that a swelling of the legs and sometimes of the body might result from either heart, liver, or kidney disease. But I did not know to what to ascribe the disease, unless it was to elephantiasis, a disease most common in Zanzibar, nor did I know how to treat it in a man who could not tell me whether he felt pain in his head or in his back, in his feet or in his chest. It was therefore fortunate for me that I overtook him at Kiora, though he was about to prove a sore encumbrance to me, for he was not able to walk, and the donkey carriage, after the rough experience of the Makata Valley, was failing. I could not possibly leave him at Kiora; death would soon overtake him there, but how long I could convey a man in such a state through a country devoid of carriage was a question to be resolved by circumstances. On the 11th of May the 3rd and 5th caravans, now united, followed up the right bank of the Mukondokwa through fields of holcus, the great Mukondokwa ranges rising in higher altitude as we proceeded west, and enfolding us in a narrow river valley round about. We left Muniyi Usagara on our right, and soon after found hill spurs athwart our road, which we were obliged to ascend and descend. A march of 8 miles from the fort of Misonghi brought us to another ford of the Mukondokwa, where we bid a long adieu to Burton's Road, which led up to the Goma Pass and up the steep slopes of Rubeho. Our road left the right bank and followed the left over a country quite the reverse of the Mukondokwa valley, enclosed between mountain ranges. Fertile soils and spontaneous vegetation, reeking with miasma and overpowering from their odour, we had exchanged for a droughty wilderness of aloetic and cactaceous plants, where the kolquall and several thorn bushes grew paramount. Instead of the tree-clad heights, slopes, and valleys, instead of cultivated fields, we saw now the confines of uninhabited wilderness. The hilltops were bared of their bosky crowns, and revealed their rocky natures bleached white by rain and sun. Guru Peak, the loftiest of the Usagara cones, stood right shoulderwards of us as we ascended the long slope of dun grey soil which rose beyond the brown Mukondokwa on the left. At the distance of 2 miles from the last ford we found a neat khambi, situated close to the river, where it first broke into a furious rapid. The next morning the caravan was preparing for the march when I was informed that the Bana Mdogo (little master) Shaw had not yet arrived with the cart and the man in charge of it. Late the previous night I had dispatched one donkey for Shaw, who had said he was too ill to walk, and another for the load that was on the cart, and had retired satisfied that they would soon arrive. My conclusion, when I learned in the morning that the people had not yet come in, was that Shaw was not aware that for 5 days we should have to march through a wilderness totally uninhabited. I therefore dispatched Chowpereh, a Mugana soldier, with the following note to him: "You will, upon receipt of this order, pitch the cart into the nearest ravine, gully, or river, as well as all the extra pack saddles, and come at once, for God's sake, for we must not starve here." 1, 2, 3, and 4 hours were passed by me in the utmost impatience, waiting, but in vain, for Shaw. Having a long march before us, I could wait no longer, but went to meet his party myself. About a quarter of a mile from the fort I met the van of the laggards, stout burly Chowpereh, and, O cart makers, listen! He carried the cart on his head, wheels, shafts, body, axle, and all complete, he having found that carrying it was much easier than drawing it. The sight was such a damper to my regard for it as an experiment that the cart was wheeled into the depths of the tall reeds and there left. The central figure was Shaw himself, riding at a gait which seemed to leave it doubtful on my mind whether he or his animal felt most sleepy. Upon expostulating with him for keeping the caravan so long waiting when there was a march on hand, in a most peculiar voice, which he always assumed when disposed to be ugly-tempered, he said he had done the best he could. But as I had seen the solemn pace at which he rode, I felt dubious about his best endeavours, and of course there was a little scene. But the young European Mtongi of an East African expedition must needs sup with the fellows he has chosen. We arrived at Madete at 4 p.m., minus 2 donkeys, which had stretched their weary limbs in death. We had crossed the Mukondokwa about 3 p.m., and after taking its bearings and course, I made sure that its rise took place near a group of mountains about 40 miles north by west of Guru Peak. Our road led west-northwest, and at this place finally diverged from the river. On the 14th, after a march of 7 miles over hills whose sandstone and granite formation cropped visibly here and there above the surface, whose stony and dry aspect seemed reflected in every bush and plant, and having gained an altitude of about 800 feet above the flow of the Mukondokwa, we sighted the lake of Ugombo, a grey sheet of water lying directly at the foot of the hill, from whose summit we gazed at the scene. The view was neither beautiful nor pretty, but what I should call refreshing. It afforded a pleasant relief to the eyes fatigued from dwelling on the bleak country around. Besides, the immediate neighbourhood of the lake was too tame to call forth any enthusiasm. There were no grandly swelling mountains, no smiling landscapes, nothing but a dun brown peak, about 1,000 feet high above the surface of the lake at its western extremity, from which the lake derived its name, Ugombo. Nothing but a low dun brown irregular range, running parallel with its northern shore at the distance of a mile. Nothing but a low plain stretching from its western shore far away towards the Mpwapwa Mountains and Marenga Mkali, then apparent to us from our coign of vantage, from which extensive scene of dun brownness we were glad to rest our eyes on the quiet grey water beneath. Descending from the summit of the range, which bounded the lake east for about 400 feet, we travelled along the northern shore. The time occupied in the journey from the eastern to the western extremity was exactly 1 hour and 30 minutes. As this side represents its greatest length, I conclude that the mile is 3 miles long by 2 miles greatest breadth. The immediate shores of the lake, on all sides, for at least 50 feet from the water's edge, is one impassable morass nourishing rank reeds and rushes, where the hippopotamus' ponderous form has crushed into watery trails the soft composition of the morass as he passes from the lake on his nocturnal excursions. The lesser animals, such as the mbogo, buffalo, the pundatera, zebra, the twiga, giraffe, the boar, the kudu, the hyrax, or coney, and the antelope, come here also to quench their thirst by night. The surface of the lake swarms with an astonishing variety of waterfowl, such as black swan, duck, ibis sacra cranes, pelicans, and soaring above on the lookout for their prey are fish eagles and hawks, while the neighbourhood is resonant with the loud chirps of the guinea fowls calling for their young, with the harsh cry of the toucan, the cooing of the pigeon, and the tweet tu of the owl. From the long grass in its vicinity also issue the grating and loud cry of the florican, woodcock, and grouse. Being obliged to halt here 2 days, owing to the desertion of the Hindi cooper Jako with one of my best carbines, I improved the opportunity of exploring the northern and southern shores of the lake. At the rocky foot of a low, humpy hill on the northern side, about 15 feet above the present surface of the water, I detected in most distinct and definite lines the agency of waves. From its base could be traced clear to the edge of the dank morass tiny lines of the comminuted shell, as plainly marked as the small particles which lie in rows on a beach after a receding tide. There is no doubt that the wave marks on the sandstone might have been traced much higher by one skilled in geology. It was only its elementary character that was visible to me. Nor do I entertain the least doubt, after a 2 days' exploration of the neighbourhood, especially of the low plain at the western end, that this lake of Ugombo is but the tail of what was once a large body of water, equal in extent to the Tanganika; and, after ascending halfway up Ugombo Peak, this opinion was confirmed when I saw the long depressed line of plain at its base stretching towards the Mpwapwa Mountains 30 miles off, and thence round to Marenga Mkali, and covering all that extensive surface of 40 miles in breadth and at unknown length. A depth of 12 feet more, I thought, as I gazed upon it, would give the lake a length of 30 miles, and a breadth of 10. A depth of 30 feet would increase its length over 100 miles, and give it a breadth of 50, for such was the level nature of the plain that stretched west of Ugombo and north of Marenga Mkali. Besides, the water of the lake partook slightly of the bitter nature of the Matamombo Creek, distant 15 miles, and in a still lesser degree of that of Marenga Mkali, 40 miles off. Towards the end of the first day of our hold, the Hindi cooper Jako arrived in camp, alleging as an excuse that feeling fatigued he had fallen asleep in some bushes a few feet from the roadside. Having been the cause of our detention in the hungry wilderness of Ugombo, I was not in a frame of mind to forgive him, so, to prevent any future truant tricks on his part, I was under the necessity of including him with the chain gangs of runaways. 2 more of our donkeys died, and to prevent any of the valuable baggage being left behind, I was obliged to send Farquhar off on my own riding ass to the village of Mpwapwa, 30 miles off, under the charge of Mabruki Burton. To save the expedition from ruin, I was reluctantly compelled to come to the conclusion that it were better for me, for him and concerned, that he be left with some kind of chief of a village, with a 6 months' supply of cloth and beads, until he got well, than that he make his own recovery impossible. The 16th of May saw us journeying over the plain which lies between Ugombo and Mpwapwa, skirting close, at intervals, a low range of trap rock, out of which had become displaced by some violent agency several immense boulders. On its slopes grew the kolquel to a size which I had not seen in Abyssinia. In the plain grew baobab, an immense tamarind, and a variety of thorn. Within 5 hours from Ugombo the mountain range deflected towards the north east, while we continued on a northwesterly course, heading for the lofty mountain line of the Mpwapwa. To our left towered to the blue clouds the gigantic Rubeho. The adoption of this new road to Unyanyembe, by which we were travelling, was now explained. We were enabled to avoid the passes and stiff steeps of Rubeho, and had nothing worse to encounter than a broad smooth plain which sloped gently to Ugogo. After a march of 15 miles we camped at a dry mtoni called Matamombo, celebrated for its pools of bitter water of the colour of ochre. Monkeys and rhinoceroses, besides kudus, steinbocks, and antelopes, were numerous in the vicinity. At this camp my little dog Omar died of inflammation of the bowels, almost on the threshold of the country, Ugogo, where his faithful watchfulness would have been invaluable to me. The next day's march was also 15 miles in length, through one interminable jungle of thorn bushes. Within 2 miles of the camp the road led up a small river bed, broad as an avenue, clear to the Kambi of Mpwapwa, which was situated close to a number of streams of the purest water. The following morning found us much fatigued after the long marches from Ugombo, and generally disposed to take advantage of the precious luxuries Mpwapwa offered to caravans fresh from the fly-plagued lands of the Wasagua and Wado. Sheikh Thani, clever but innocently speaking old Arab, was encamped under the grateful umbrage of a huge mtamba sycamore, and had been regaling himself with fresh milk, luscious mutton, and rich bullock humps, ever since his arrival here 2 days before; and, as he informed me, it did not suit his views to quit such a happy abundance so soon for the saline nitrous water of Marenga Mkali, with its several terekezas and manifold disagreeables. "No," he said to me, emphatically, "better stop here 2 or 3 days, give your tired animals some rest, collect all the pagazis you can, fill your inside with fresh milk, sweet potatoes, beef, mutton, ghee, honey, beans, matama, maweri, and nuts. Then, Inshallah, we shall go together through Ugogo without stopping anywhere." As the advice tallied accurately with my own desired and keen appetite for the good things he named, he had not long to wait for my assent to his counsel. "Ugogo," continued he, "is rich with milk and honey, rich in flour, beans, and almost every eatable thing, and, Inshallah, before another week is gone we shall be in Ugogo." I had heard from passing caravans so many extremely favourable reports respecting Ugogo and its productions that it appeared to me a very land of promise, and I was most anxious to refresh my jaded stomach with some of the precious esculents raised in Ugogo. But when I heard that Mpwapwa also furnished some of those delicate eatables and good things, most of the morning hours were spent in inducing the slow-witted people to part with them, and when, finally, eggs, milk, honey, mutton, ghee, ground matama, and beans had been collected in sufficient quantities to produce a respectable meal, my keenest attention and best culinary talents were occupied for a couple of hours in converting this crude supply into a breakfast which could be accepted by and befit a stomach at once fastidious and famished, such as mine was. The subsequent healthy digestion of it proved my endeavours to have been eminently successful. At the termination of this eventful day, the following remark was jotted down in my diary: "Thank God! After 57 days of living upon matama porridge and tough goat, I have enjoyed with unctuous satisfaction a real breakfast and dinner." It was in one of the many small villages which are situated upon the slopes of the Mpwapwa that a refuge and a home for Farquhar was found until he should be enabled by restored health to start to join us at Unyanyembe. Food was plentiful and of sufficient variety to suit the most fastidious; cheap also, much cheaper than we had experienced for many a day. Leucole, the chief of the village, with whom arrangements for Farquhar's protection and comfort were made, was a little old man of mild eye and a very pleasing face, and on being informed that it was intended to leave the Musungu entirely under his charge, suggested that some man should be left to wait on him and interpret his wishes to his people. As Jacob was the only one who could speak English, except Bombay and Selim, Jacob was appointed, and the chief Leucole was satisfied. 6 months' provisions of white beads, Merikani, and Kaniki cloth, together with 2 doti of handsome cloth to serve as a present to Leucole after his recovery, were taken to Farquhar by Bombay, together with a Star's carbine, 300 rounds of cartridge, a set of cooking pots, and 3 pounds of tea. Abdullah bin Nasib, who was found encamped here with 500 pagazis and a train of Arab and Wasawahili satellites who revolved around his importance, treated me in somewhat the same manner that Hamid bin Sulayman treated Speke at Kasenge. Followed by his satellites, he came, a tall, nervous-looking man of 50 or thereabouts, to see me in my camp, and asked me if I wished to purchase donkeys. As all my animals were either sick or moribund, I replied very readily in the affirmative, upon which he graciously said he would sell me as many as I wanted, and for payment I could give him a draft on Zanzibar. I thought him a very considerate and kind person, fully justifying the encomiums lavished on him in Burton's Lake Regions of Central Africa, and accordingly I treated him with the consideration due to so great and good a man. The morrow came, and with it went Abdullah bin Nasib, or Kisesa, as he is called by the Wanyamwezi, with all his pagazis, his train of followers, and each and every one of his donkeys, towards Bagamoyo, without so much as giving a kwaheri or good-bye. At this place there are generally to be found from 10 to 30 pagazis awaiting up caravans. I was fortunate enough to secure 12 good people, who, upon my arrival at Unyanyembe, without an exception, voluntarily engaged themselves as carriers to Ujiji. With the formidable marches of Marenga Mkali in front, I felt thankful for this happy windfall, which resolved the difficulties I had been anticipating, for I had but 10 donkeys left, and 4 of these were so enfeebled that they were worthless as baggage animals. Mpwapwa, so called by the Arabs, who have managed to corrupt almost every native word, is called Bambwa by the Wasagara. It is a mountain range rising over 6,000 feet above the sea, bounding on the north the extensive plain which commences at Ugombo Lake, and on the east that part of the plain which is called Marenga Mkali, which stretches away beyond the borders of Uhumba. Opposite Mpwapwa, at the distance of 30 miles or so, rises the Anak peak of Rubeho, with several other ambitious and tall brethren cresting long lines of rectilinear scarps, which ascend from the plain of Ugombo and Marenga Mkali as regularly as if they had been chiselled out by the hands of generations of masons and stone cutters. Upon looking at Mpwapwa's greenly tinted slopes, dark with many a densely foliaged tree, its many rills flowing sweet and clear, nourishing besides thick patches of gum and thorn bush, giant sycamore and parachute-topped mimosa, and permitting my imagination to picture sweet views behind the tall cones above, I was tempted to brave the fatigue of an ascent to the summit. Nor was my love for the picturesque disappointed. One sweep of the eyes embraced hundreds of square miles of plain and mountain, from Ugombo Peak away to distant Ugogo, and from Rubeho and Ugogo to the dim and purple pasture lands of the wild untamable Wahumba. The plain of Ugombo and its neighbour of Marenga Mkali, apparently level as a sea, was dotted here and there with hillocks dropped in nature's careless haste, which appeared like islands amid the dun and green expanse. Where the jungle was dense the colour was green, alternating with dark brown. Where the plain appeared denuded of bush and brake it had a whitey brown appearance, on which the passing clouds now and again cast their deep shadows. Altogether this side of the picture was not inviting; it exhibited too plainly the true wilderness in its sternest aspect. But perhaps the knowledge that in the bosom of the vast plain before me there was not one drop of water but was bitter as nitre, and undrinkable as urine, prejudiced me against it. The hunter might consider it a paradise, for in its depths were all kinds of game to attract his keenest instincts, but to the mere traveller it had a stern outlook. Nearer, however, to the base of the Mpwapwa the aspect of the plain altered. At first the jungle thinned, openings in the wood appeared, then wide and naked clearings, then extensive fields of the hardy holcus, Indian corn, and maweri of barley, with here and there a square tembe or village. Still nearer ran thin lines of fresh young grass, great trees surrounded a patch of alluvial meadow. A broad river bed, containing several rivulets of water, ran through the thirsty fields, conveying the vivifying element which in this part of Usagara was so scarce and precious. Down to the river bed sloped the Mpwapwa, roughened in some places by great boulders of basalt, or by rock masses, which had parted from a precipitous scarp, where clung the kolquall with a sure hold, drawing nourishment where every other green thing failed, clad in others by the hardy mimosa, which rose like a sloping bank of green verdure almost to the summit. and, happy sight to me so long a stranger to it, there were hundreds of cattle grazing, imparting a pleasing animation to the solitude of the deep folds of the mountain range. But the fairest view was obtained by looking northward towards the dense group of mountains which buttressed the front range, facing towards Rubeho. It was the home of the winds, which starting here and sweeping down the precipitous slopes and solitary peaks on the western side, and gathering strength as they rushed through the prairie-like Marenga Mkali, howled through Ugogo and Unyamwezi with the force of a storm. It was also the home of the dews, where sprang the clear springs which cheered by their music the bosky dells below, and enriched the populous district of Mpwapwa. One felt better, stronger, on this breezy height, drinking in the pure air and feasting the eyes on such a varied landscape as it presented, on spreading plateaus green as lawns, on smooth rounded tops, on mountain vales containing recesses which might charm a hermit's soul, on deep and awful ravines where reigned a twilight gloom, on fractured and riven precipices, on huge fantastically worn boulders which overtopped them, on picturesque tracts which embraced all that was wild and all that was poetical in nature. Mpwapwa, though the traveller from the coast will feel grateful for the milk it furnished after being so long deprived of it, will be kept in mind as a most remarkable place for earwigs. In my tent they might be counted by thousands. In my slung cot they were by hundreds. On my clothes they were by fifties. On my neck and head they were by scores. The several plagues of locusts, fleas, and lice sink into utter insignificance compared with this fearful one of earwigs. It is true they did not bite, and they did not irritate the cuticle, but what their presence and numbers suggested was something so horrible that it drove one nearly insane to think of it. Who will come to East Africa without reading the experiences of Burton Speke? Who is he that having read them will not remember with horror the dreadful account given by Speke of his encounters with these pests? My intense nervous watchfulness alone, I believe, saved me from a like calamity. Second to the earwigs in importance and in numbers were the white ants, whose powers of destructiveness were simply awful. Mats, cloths, portmanteaus, clothes, in short, every article I possessed, seemed on the verge of destruction, and, as I witnessed their voracity, I felt anxious lest my tent should be devoured while I slept. This was the first Kambi since leaving the coast where their presence became a matter of anxiety. At all other camping places hitherto the red and black ants had usurped our attention, but at Mpwapwa the red species were not seen, while the black were also very scarce. After a 3 days' halt at Mpwapwa, I decided of a march to Marenga Mkali, which should be uninterrupted until we reached Mvumi in Ugogo, where I should be inducted into the art of paying tribute to the Wagogo chiefs. The first march to Kisokwe was purposely made short, being barely 4 miles, in order to enable Sheikh Thani, Sheikh Hamed, and 5 or 6 Wasawahili caravans to come up with me at Chunyo, on the confines of Marenga Mkali. End of Chapter 6, Part 2.
Chapter 7, Part 1 of How I Found Livingstone. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. How I Found Livingstone. Travels, Adventures, and Discoveries in Central Africa, including 4 months' residence with Dr. Livingstone. By Sir Henry M. Stanley. Chapter 7, Part 1. Marenga, Makali, Ugogo, and Uyanzi to Unyanyembe. The 22nd of May saw Thani and Hamad's caravans united with my own at Chunyo, 3½ hours' march from Mpwapwa. The road from the latter place ran along the skirts of the Mpwapwa range. At 3 or 4 places it crossed outlying spurs that stood isolated from the main body of the range. The last of these hill spurs, joined by an elevated cross ridge to the Mpwapwa, shelters the tomb of Chunyo, situated on the western face from the stormy gusts that come roaring down the steep slopes. The water of Chunyo is eminently bad. In fact, it is its saline nitrous nature which has given the name Marenga Mkali, bitter water, to the wilderness which separates Usagara from Ugogo. Though extremely offensive to the palate, Arabs and the natives drink it without fear, and without any bad results, but they are careful to withhold their baggage animals from the pits. Being ignorant of its nature, and not exactly understanding what precise location was meant by Marenga Mkali, I permitted the donkeys to be taken to water, as usual after a march, and the consequence was calamitous in the extreme. What the fearful swamp of Makata had spared, the waters of Marenga Mkali destroyed. In less than 5 days after our departure from Chunyo or Marenga Mali, 5 out of the 9 donkeys left to me at the time, the 5 healthiest animals, fell victim. We formed quite an imposing caravan as we emerged from inhospitable Chunyo, in number amounting to about 400 souls. We were strong in guns, flags, horns, sounding drums, and noise. To Sheikh Hamed, by permission of Sheikh Thani, and myself was allotted the task of guiding and leading this great caravan through dreaded Ugogo, which was a most unhappy selection, as will be seen hereafter. Marenga Mali, over 30 miles across, was at last before us. This distance had to be traversed within 36 hours, so that the fatigue of the ordinary march would be more than doubled by this. From Chunyo to Ugogo not one drop of water was to be found. As a large caravan, say over 200 souls, seldom travels over 1 3/4 miles per hour, a march of 30 miles would require 17 hours of endurance, without water, and but little rest. East Africa generally possessing unlimited quantities of water, caravans have not been compelled, for lack of the element, to have recourse to the mushok of India and the kurba of Egypt. Being able to cross the waterless districts by a couple of long marches, they content themselves for the time with a small gourdful, and with keeping their imaginations dwelling upon the copious quantities they will drink upon arrival at the watering place. The march through this waterless district was most monotonous, and a dangerous fever attacked me, which seemed to eat into my very vitals. The wonders of Africa that bodied themselves forth in the shape of flocks of zebras, giraffes, elands, or antelopes, galloping over the jungleless plain, had no charm for me, nor could they serve to draw my attention from the severe fit of sickness which possessed me. Towards the end of the first march I was not able to sit upon the donkey's back, nor would it do, when but a third of the way across the wilderness, to halt until the next day. Soldiers were therefore detailed to carry me in a hammock, and when the terekeza was performed in the afternoon, I lay in a lethargic state, unconscious of all things. With the night passed the fever, and at 3 o'clock in the morning, when the march was resumed, I was booted and spurred, and the recognized Matangi of my caravan once more. At 8 a.m. we had performed the 32 miles. The wilderness of Marenga Mkali had passed and we entered Ugogo, which was at once a dreaded land to my caravan and a land of promise to myself. The transition from the wilderness into this promised land was very gradual and easy. Very slowly the jungle thinned, the cleared land was a long time appearing, and when it had finally appeared, there were no signs of cultivation until we could clearly make out the herbage and vegetation on some hill slopes to our right, running parallel with our route. Then we saw timber on the hills, and broad acreage under cultivation, and lo, as we ascended a wave of reddish earth, covered with tall weeds and cane, but a few feet from us, and directly across our path, were the fields of matama and grain we had been looking for, and Ugogo had been entered an hour before. The view was not such as I expected. I had imagined a plateau several hundred feet higher than Marenga Mkali, and an expansive view which should reveal Ugogo and its characteristics at once. But instead, while travelling from the tall weeds which covered the clearing which had preceded the cultivated parts, we had entered into the depths of the taller matama stalks, and, excepting some distant hills near Mvumi, where the great Sultan lived, the first of the tribe to whom we should pay tribute, the view was extremely limited. However, in the neighbourhood of the first village a glimpse at some of the peculiar features of Ugogo was obtained, and there was a vast plain, now flat, now heaving upwards, here level as a table, there tilted up into rugged knolls bristling with scores of rough boulders of immense size, which lay piled one above another, as if the children of a Titanic race had been playing at house building. Indeed, these piles of rounded, angular, and riven rock formed miniature hills of themselves, and appeared as if each body had been ejected upwards by some violent agency beneath. There was one of these in particular, near Mvumi, which was so large, and being slightly obscured from view by the outspreading branches of a gigantic baobab, bore such a strong resemblance to a square tower of massive dimensions, that for a long time I cherished the idea that I had discovered something most interesting, which had strangely escaped the notice of my predecessors in East Africa. A nearer view dispelled the illusion, and it proved out to be a huge cube of rock, measuring about 40 feet each way. The baobabs were also particularly conspicuous on this scene, no other kind of tree being visible in the cultivated parts. These had probably been left for two reasons: first, want of proper axes for felling trees of such enormous growth; secondly, because during a famine the fruit of the baobab furnishes a flour which, in the absence of anything better, is said to be eatable and nourishing. The first words I heard in Ugogo were from a Wagogo elder, of sturdy form, who in an indolent way tended the flocks, but showed a marked interest in the stranger clad in white flannels, with a Hawk's patent cork solar topi on his head, a most unusual thing in Ugogo, who came walking past him, and there were Yambo, Musungu, Yambo, Bana, Bana, delivered with a voice loud enough to make itself heard a full mile away. No sooner had the greeting been delivered than the word Musungu seemed to electrify his entire village, and the people of other villages, situated at intervals near the road, noting the excitement that reigned at the first, also participated in the general frenzy which seemed suddenly to have possessed them. I consider my progress from the first village to Mvumi to have been most triumphant, for I was accompanied by a furious mob of men, women, and children, all almost as naked as Mother Earth when the first world dawned upon her in the Garden of Eden, fighting, quarrelling, jostling, staggering against each other for the best view of the white man, the like of whom was now seen for the first time in this part of Ugogo. The cries of admiration, such as "Haile," which broke often in the confused uproar upon my head, were not gratefully accepted, inasmuch as I deemed many of them impertinent. A respectful silence and more reserved behaviour would have won my esteem; but, ye powers, who cause etiquette to be observed in Usungu, respectful silence, reserved behaviour, and esteem are terms unknown in savage Ugogo. Hitherto I had compared myself to a merchant of Bagdad travelling among the Kurds of Kurdistan, selling his wares of Damascus silk, keffiyehs, etc., but now I was compelled to lower my standard, and thought myself not much better than a monkey in a zoological collection. One of my soldiers requested them to lessen their vociferous noise, but the evil-minded race ordered him to shut up, as a thing unworthy to speak to the Wagogo. When I imploringly turned to the Arabs for counsel in the strait, old Sheikh Thani, always worldly wise, said, "Heed them not, they are dogs who bite besides barking." At 9 a.m. we were in our boma, near the Mvumi village, but here also crowds of Wagogo came to catch a glimpse of the Musungu, whose presence was soon made known throughout the district of Mvumi. But 2 hours later I was oblivious of their endeavours to see me, for, despite repeated doses of quinine, the Mukunguru had sure hold of me. The next day was a march of 8 miles, from East Mvumi to West Mvumi, where lived the Sultan of the district. The quantity and variety of provisions which arrived at our boma did not belie the reports respecting the productions of Ugogo. Milk, sour and sweet, honey, beans, matama, maweri, Indian corn, ghee, peanuts, and a species of bean nut very like a large pistachio or an almond, watermelons, pumpkins, mushmelons, and cucumbers were brought, and readily exchanged for Merikani, Kaniki, and for the white Merikani beads and sami or samsam. The trade and barter which progressed in the camp from morning till night reminded me of the customs existing among the Gallas and Abyssinians. Eastward, caravans were obliged to dispatch men with cloth, to purchase from the villagers. This was unnecessary in Ugogo, where the people voluntarily brought every vendible they possessed to the camp. The smallest breadth of white or blue cloth became saleable and useful in purchasing provisions, even a loin cloth worn threadbare. The day after our march was a halt. We had fixed this day for bearing the tribute to the great Sultan of Mvumi. Prudent and cautious Sheikh Thani early began this important duty, the omission of which would have been a signal for war. Hamed and Thani sent 2 faithful slaves, well up to the eccentricities of the Wagogo sultans, well spoken, having glib tongues and the real instinct for trade as carried on amongst Orientals. They bore 6 doti of cloths, viz., 1 doti of Dabwani Ulya, contributed by myself, also 1 doti of Barsati from me, 2 doti Merikani sateen from Sheikh Thani, and 2 doti of Kaniki from Sheikh Hamed, as a first instalment of the tribute. The slaves were absent a full hour, but having wasted their powers of pleading in vain, they returned with the demand for more, which Sheikh Thani communicated to me in this wise: "Off, this Sultan is a very bad man indeed. He says the Musungu is a great man, I call him a Sultan. The Musungu is very rich, for he has several caravans already gone past. The Musungu must pay 40 doti, and the Arabs must pay 12 doti each, for they have rich caravans. It is of no use for you to tell me you are all one caravan, otherwise why so many flags and tents? Go and bring me 60 doti, with less I will not be satisfied." I suggested to Sheikh Thani, upon hearing this exorbitant demand, that I had 20 Wasungu armed with Winchester repeating rifles; the Sultan might be obliged to pay tribute to me; but Thani prayed and begged me to be cautious lest angry words might irritate the Sultan and cause him to demand a double tribute, as he was quite capable of doing so, and if you preferred war, said he, your pagazis would all desert, and leave you and your cloth to the small mercy of the Wagogo. But I hastened to allay his fears by telling Bombay, in his presence, that I had foreseen such demands on the part of the Wagogo, and that having set aside 120 dota of Hanga cloths, I should not consider myself a sufferer if the Sultan demanded and I paid 40 cloths to him; that he must therefore open the Hanga bale, and permit Sheikh Thani to extract such cloths as the Sultan might like. Sheikh Thani, having put on the cap of consideration and joined heads with Hamed and the faithful serviles, thought if I paid 12 doti, out of which 3 should be of Ulya quality, that the Sultan might possibly condescend to accept our tribute, supposing he was persuaded by the oratorical words of the faithfuls, that the Musungu had nothing with him but the Mashiwa boat, which would be of no use to him, come what might, with which prudent suggestion the Musungu concurred, seeing its wisdom. The slaves departed, bearing this time from our boma 30 doti, with our best wishes for their success. In an hour they returned with empty hands, but yet unsuccessful. The Sultan demanded 6 doti of Merikani and a fundu of bubu from the Musungu, and from the Arabs and other caravans 12 doti more. For the 3rd time the slaves departed for the Sultan's tembe, carrying with them 6 doti Merikani and a fundu of bubu for myself, and 10 doti from the Arabs. Again they returned to us with the Sultan's word, that, as the doti of the Musungu were short measure, and the cloths of the Arabs of miserable quality, the Musungu must send 3 doti full measure, and the Arabs 5 doti of Kaniki. My 3 doti were at once measured out with the longest forearm, according to Kigogo measure, and sent off by Bombay; but the Arabs, almost in despair, declared they would be ruined if they gave way to such demands, and out of the 5 doti demanded sent only 2, with a pleading to the Sultan that he would consider what was paid as just and fair mahungo, and not ask any more. But the Sultan of Mvumi was by no means disposed to consider any such proposition, but declared he must have 3 doti, and these to be 2 of Ulya cloth and 1 Kitambi Basardi, which, as he was determined to obtain, were sent to him heavy with the deep maledictions of Sheikh Hamed and the despairing sighs of Sheikh Thani. Altogether, the sultanship of a district in Ugogo must be very remunerative, besides being a delightful sinecure, so long as the Sultan has to deal with timid Arab merchants who fear to exhibit anything approaching to independence and self-reliance, lest they might be mulcted in cloth. In one day from one camp the Sultan received 47 doti, consisting of Merikani, Kaniki, Barsati, and Dabwani, equal to $35.25, besides 7 doti of superior cloths, consisting of Rahani, Sohori, and Dabwani Ulya, and 1 fundo of bubu, equal to $14, making a total of $49.25, a most handsome revenue for a Mgogo chief. On the 27th of May we gladly shook the dust of Mvumi from our feet, and continued on our route, ever westward. 5 of my donkeys had died the night before, from the effects of the water of Marenga Mkali. Before leaving the camp of Mvumi I went to look at their carcasses, but found them to have been clean picked by the hyaenas, and the bones taken possession of by an army of white-necked crows. As we passed the numerous villages, and perceived the entire face of the land to be one vast field of grain, and counted the people halted by scores on the roadside to feast their eyes with a greedy stare on the Musungu, I no longer wondered at the extortionate demands of the Wagogo. For it was manifest that they had but to stretch out their hands to possess whatever the wealth of a caravan consisted of, and I began to think better of the people who, knowing well their strength, did not use it, of people who were intellectual enough to comprehend that their interest lay in permitting the caravans to pass on, without attempting any outrage. Between Mvumi and the next Sultan's district, that of Matamburu, I counted no less than 25 villages, scattered over the clayey coloured plain. Despite the inhospitable nature of the plain, it was better cultivated than any part of any other country we have seen since leaving Bagamoyo. When we had at last arrived at our boma of Matamburu, the same groups of curious people, the same eager looks, the same exclamations of surprise, the same peals of laughter at something they deemed ludicrous in the Musungu's dress or manner, awaited us as at Mvumi. The Arabs, being Wakonongo travellers, whom they saw every day, enjoyed a complete immunity from the vexations which we had to endure. The Sultan of Matamburu, a man of Herculean form and massive head, well set on shoulders that might vie with those of Milo, proved to be a very reasonable person. Not quite so powerful as the Sultan of Mvumi, he yet owned a fair share of Ugogo and about 40 villages, and could, if he chose, have oppressed the mercantile souls of my Arab companions, in the same way as he of Mvumi. 4 doti of cloth were taken to him as a preliminary offering to his greatness, which he said he would accept, if the Arabs and Musungu would send him 4 more. As his demands were reasonable, this little affair was soon terminated to everybody's satisfaction, and soon after the kirangozi of Sheikh Hamed sounded the signal for the morrow's march. At the orders of the same Sheikh, the kirangozi stood up to speak before the assembled caravans. "Words, words from the Bana," he shouted. "Give ear, kirangozis. Listen, children of Unyamwezi. The journey is for tomorrow. The road is crooked and bad, bad. The jungle is there, and many Wagogo lie hidden within it. Wagogo spear the pagazis, and cut the throats of those who carry matumba, bales, and ushanga, beads. The Wagogo have been to our camp. They have seen your bales. Tonight they seek the jungle. Tomorrow watch well, O Wanyamwenzi. Keep close together. Lag not behind. Kirangozis walk slow, that the weak, the sick, and the young may keep up with the strong. Take 2 rests on the journey. These are the words of the Bana. Do you hear them, Wanyamwenzi?" A loud shout in the affirmative from all. "Do you understand them well?" Another chorus. Then, Bas, having said which, the elegant kirangozi retired into the dark night, and his straw hut. The march to Bihawana, our next camp, was rugged and long, through a continuous jungle of gums and thorns, up steep hills, and finally over a fervid plain, while the sun waxed hotter and hotter as it drew near the meridian, until it seemed to scorch all vitality from inanimate nature, while the view was one white blaze, unbearable to the pained sight, which sought relief from the glare in vain. Several sandy watercourses, on which were impressed many a trail of elephants, were also passed on this march. The slope of these stream beds trended south east and south. In the middle of this scorching plain stood the villages of Bihawana, almost undistinguishable from the extreme lowness of the huts, which did not reach the height of the tall bleached grass which stood smoking in the untempered heat. Our camp was in a large boma, about 1/4 of a mile from the Sultan's temple. Soon after arriving at the camp, I was visited by 3 Wagogo, who asked me if I had seen a Mgogo on the road with a woman and child. I was about to answer, very innocently, yes, when Mabruki, cautious and watchful always for the interests of the master, requested me not to answer, as the Wagogo, as customary, would charge me with having done away with them, and would require their price from me. Indignant at the imposition they were about to practise upon me, I was about to raise my whip to flog them out of the camp, when again Mabruki, with a roaring voice, bade me beware, for every blow would cost me 3 or 4 doti of cloth. As I did not care to gratify my anger at such an expense, I was compelled to swallow my wrath, and consequently the Wagogo escaped chastisement. We halted for one day at this place, which was a great relief to me, as I was suffering severely from intermittent fever, which lasted in this case 2 weeks, and entirely prevented my posting my diary in full, as was my custom every evening after a march. The Sultan of Bihawana, though his subjects were evil disposed, and ready handed at theft and murder, contented himself with 3 doti as honga. From this chief I received news of my 4th caravan, which had distinguished itself in a fight with some outlawed subjects of his. My soldiers had killed 2 who had attempted, after waylaying a couple of my pagazis, to carry away a bale of cloth and a bag of beads. Coming up in time, the soldiers decisively frustrated the attempt. The Sultan thought that if all caravans were as well guarded as mine were, there would be less depredations committed on them while on the road, with which I heartily agreed. The next Sultan's tembe through whose territory we marched, this being on the 30th of May, was at Kididimo, but 4 miles from Bihawana. The road led through a flat elongated plain, lying between 2 lengthy hilly ridges, thickly dotted with the giant forms of the baobab. Kididimo is exceedingly bleak in aspect. Even the faces of the Wagogos seem to have contracted a bleak hue from the general bleakness around. The water of the pits obtained in the neighbourhood had an execrable flavour, and 2 donkeys sickened and died in less than an hour from its effects. Man suffered nausea and a general irritability of the system, and accordingly revenged himself by cursing the country and its imbecile ruler most heartily. The climax came, however, when Bombay reported, after an attempt to settle the Muhongo, that the chief's head had grown big since he had heard that the Musungu had come, and that its bigness would not be reduced unless he could extract 10 doti as tribute. Though the demand was large, I was not in a humour, being feeble and almost nerveless from repeated attacks of the Mukunguru, to dispute the sum; consequently it was paid without many words. But the Arabs continued the whole afternoon negotiating, and at the end had to pay 8 doti each. End of Chapter 7, Part 1. Chapter 7, Part 2 of How I Found Livingstone. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. How I Found Livingstone. Travels, Adventures, and Discoveries in Central Africa, including 4 months' residence with Dr Livingstone. By Sir Henry M. Stanley. Chapter 7, Part 2. Marenga, Makali, Ugogo, and Uyanza to Unyanyembe. Between Kididimo and Yambwa, the district of the Sultan Pembera Pera, was a broad and lengthy forest and jungle inhabited by the elephant, rhinoceros, zebra, deer, antelope, and giraffe. Starting at dawn of the 31st, we entered the jungle, whose dark lines and bosky banks were clearly visible from our bower at Kididimo, and travelling for 2 hours, halted for rest and breakfast, at pools of sweet water surrounded by tracts of vivid green verdure, which were a great resort for the wild animals of the jungle, whose tracks were numerous and recent. A narrow nullah, shaded deeply with foliage, afforded excellent retreats from the glaring sunshine. At meridian, our thirsts quenched, our hunger satisfied, our gourds refilled, we set out from the shade into the heated blaze of hot noon. The path serpentined in and out of jungle and thin forest, into open tracts of grass bleached white as stubble, into thickets of gums and thorns, which emitted an odour as rank as a stable, through clumps of wide-spreading mimosa and colonies of baobab, through a country teeming with noble game, which, though we saw them frequently, were yet as safe from our rifles as if we had been on the Indian Ocean. A terekeza, such as we are now making, admits of no delay. Water we had left behind at noon; until noon of the next day not a drop was to be obtained, and unless we marched fast and long on this day, raging thirst would demoralize everybody. So for 6 long weary hours we toiled bravely, and at sunset we camped, and still a march of 2 hours, to be done before the sun was an hour high, intervened between us and our camp at Nyambwa. That night the men bivouacked under the trees, surrounded by many miles of dense forest, enjoying the cool night unprotected by hat or tent, while I groaned and tossed throughout the night in a paroxysm of fever. The morn came, and while it was yet young, the long caravan, or string of caravans, was under way. It was the same forest, admitting, on the narrow line which we threaded, but one man at a time. Its view was as limited. To our right and left the forest was dark and deep. Above was a riband of glassy sky, flecked by the floating nimbus. We heard nothing, save a few stray notes from a flying bird, or the din of caravans as the men sang, or hummed, or conversed, or shouted, as the thought struck them that we were nearing water. One of my pagazis, wearied and sick, fell and never rose again. The last of the caravan passed him before he died. At 7 a.m. we were encamped at Nyamba, drinking the excellent water found here with the avidity of thirsty camels. Extensive fields of grain had heralded the neighbourhood of the villages, at the sight of which we were conscious that the caravan was quickening its pace, as approaching its halting place. As the Wasungu drew within the populated area, crowds of Wagogo used their utmost haste to see them before they passed by. Young and old of both genders pressed about us in a multitude, a very howling mob. This excessive demonstrativeness elicited from my sailor overseer the characteristic remark: "Well, I declare, these must be the genuine Ugogians, for they stare, stare! There is no end to their staring. I'm almost tempted to slap 'em in the face." In fact, the conduct of the Wagogo of Nyambwa was an exaggeration of the general conduct of Wagogo. Hitherto, those we had met had contented themselves with staring and shouting, but these outstepped all bounds, and my growing anger at their excessive insolence vented itself in gripping the rowdiest of them by the neck, and before he could recover from his astonishment administering a sound thrashing with my dog whip, which he little relished. This proceeding educed from the tribe of starers all their native power of vituperation and abuse, in expressing which they were peculiar. Approaching in manner to angry tomcats, they jerked their words with something of a splitting hiss and half bark. The ejaculation, as near as I can spell it phonetically, was "hacht," uttered in a shrill crescendo tone. They paced backwards and forwards, asking themselves, "Are the Wagogo to be beaten like slaves by this Musungu? A Mgogo is a Mwana, a free man; he is not used to be beaten. Hacht." But whenever I made motion, flourishing my whip, towards them, these mighty braggarts found it convenient to move to respectable distances from the irritated Musungu. Perceiving that a little manliness and show of power was something which the Wagogo long needed, and that in this instance it relieved me from annoyance, I had recourse to my whip, whose long lash cracked like a pistol shot whenever they overstepped moderation. So long as they continued to confine their obtrusiveness to staring, and communicating to each other their opinions respecting my complexion and dress and accoutrements, I philosophically resigned myself in silence for their amusement; but when they pressed on me, barely allowing me to proceed, a few vigorous and rapid slashes right and left with my serviceable thong soon cleared the track. Pembera Para is a queer old man, very small, and would be very insignificant were he not the greatest sultan in Ugogo, and enjoying a sort of demediate power over many other tribes. Though such an important chief, he is the meanest dressed of his subjects, is always filthy, ever greasy, eternally foul about the mouth, but these are mere eccentricities; as a wise judge he is without parallel, always has a dodge ever ready for the abstraction of cloth from the spiritless Arab merchants, who trade with Unyanyembe every year, and disposes with ease of a judicial case which would overtask ordinary men. Sheikh Hamed, who was elected guider of the united caravans now travelling through Ugogo, was of such a fragile and small make, that he might be taken for an imitation of his famous prototype, Dapper. Being of such dimensions, what he lacked for weight and size he made up by activity. No sooner had he arrived in camp than his trim, dapper form was seen frisking about from side to side of the great boma, fidgeting, arranging, disturbing everything and everybody. He permitted no bales or packs to be intermingled, or to come into too close proximity to his own. He had a favourite mode of stacking his goods, which he would see carried out. He had a special eye for the best place for his tent, and no one else must trespass on that ground. One would imagine that walking 10 or 15 miles a day he would leave such trivialities to his servants, but no, nothing could be right unless he had personally superintended it, in which work he was tireless and knew no fatigue. Another not uncommon peculiarity pertained to Sheikh Hamed. As he was not a rich man, he laboured hard to make the most of every shukka and doti expended, and each fresh expenditure seemed to gnaw his very vitals. He was ready to weep, as he himself expressed it, at the high prices of Ugogo, and the extortionate demands of its sultans. For this reason, being the leader of the caravans, so far as he was able, we were very sure not to be delayed in Ugogo, where food was so dear. The day we arrived at Nyambwa will be remembered by Hamed as long as he lives, for the trouble and vexation which he suffered. His misfortunes arose from the fact that, being too busily engaged in fidgeting about the camp, he permitted his donkeys to stray into the matama fields of Pembera, the Sultan. For hours he and his servants sought for the stray donkeys, returning towards evening utterly unsuccessful, Hamed bewailing, as only an Oriental can do, when hard fate visits him with its inflictions, the loss of $100 worth of musket donkeys. Sheikh Thani, older, more experienced and wiser, suggested to him that he should notify the Sultan of his loss. Acting upon the sagacious advice, Hamed sent an embassy of 2 slaves, and the information they brought back was, that Pembera's servants had found the 2 donkeys eating the unripened matama, and that unless the Arab who owned them would pay 9 doti of first-class cloths, he, Pembera, would surely keep them, to remunerate him for the matama they had eaten. Hamed was in despair. 9 doti of first-class cloths, worth $25 in Unyanyembe for half a chukka's worth of grain, was, as he thought, an absurd demand. But then if he did not pay it, what would become of the $100 worth of donkeys? He proceeded to the Sultan to show him the absurdity of the damage claim, and to endeavour to make him accept 1 chukka, which would be more than double the worth of what grain the donkeys had consumed. But the Sultan was sitting on Pombe, he was drunk, which I believe to be his normal state, too drunk to attend to business, consequently his deputy, a renegade Mnyamwezi, gave ear to the business. With most of the Wagogo chief lives a Mnyamwezi, as their right-hand man, prime minister, counsellor, executioner, ready man at all things save the general good, a sort of harlequin Unyamwezi, who is such an intriguing, restless, unsatisfied person, that as soon as one hears that this kind of man forms one of and the chief of a Wagogo sultan's council, one feels very much tempted to do damage to his person. Most of the extortions practised upon the Arabs are suggested by these crafty renegades. Sheikh Hamed found that the Mnyamwezi was far more obdurate than the Sultan. Nothing under 9 doti first-class cloths would redeem the donkeys. The business that day remained unsettled, and the night following was, as one may imagine, a very sleepless one to Hamed. As it turned out, however, the loss of the donkeys, the after heavy fine, and the sleepless night proved to be blessings in disguise, for towards midnight a robber Wagogo visited his camp, and while attempting to steal a bale of cloth, was detected in the act by the wide-awake and irritated Arab, and was made to vanish instantly with a bullet whistling in close proximity to his ear. From each of the principals of the caravans the Mnyamwezi had received as tribute for his drunken master 15 doti, and from the other 6 caravans 6 doti each, altogether 51 doti. Yet on the next morning, when we took the road, he was not in a whit disposed to deduct a single cloth from the fine imposed on Hamed, and the unfortunate Sheikh was therefore obliged to liquidate the claim, or leave his donkeys behind. After travelling through the cornfields of Pembera we emerged upon a broad flat plain, as level as the still surface of a pond, whence the salt of the Wagogo is obtained. From Kenyeni, on the southern road, to beyond the confines of Ihumba and Ubanarama, this saline field extends, containing many large ponds of salt bitter water, whose low banks are covered with an effervescence partaking of the nature of nitrate. Subsequently, 2 days afterwards, having ascended the elevated ridge which separates Ugogo from Uyanzi, I obtained a view of this immense saline plain, embracing over 100 square miles. I may have been deceived, but I imagined I saw large expanses of greyish-blue water, which causes me to believe that this salina is but a corner of a great salt lake. The Wahumba, who are numerous, from Nyambwa to the Uyanzi border, informed my soldiers that there was a Maji Kuba away to the north. Mzanza, our next camp after Nyambwa, is situated in a grove of palms, about 13 miles from the latter place. Soon after arriving I had to bury myself under blankets, plagued with the same intermittent fever which first attacked me during the transit of Marenga Mkali. Feeling certain that one day's halt, which would enable me to take regular doses of the invaluable sulphate of quinine, would cure me, I requested Sheikh Thani to tell Hamed to halt on the morrow, as I should be utterly unable to continue thus long under repeated attacks of a virulent disease which was fast reducing me into a mere frame of skin and bone. Hamed, in a hurry to arrive at Unyanyembe in order to dispose of his cloth before other caravans appeared in the market, replied at first that he would not, that he could not, stop for Musungu. Upon Thani's reporting his answer to me, I requested him to inform Hamed that, as the Musungu did not wish to detain him or any other caravan, it was his express wish that Hamed would march and leave him, as he was quite strong enough in guns to march through Ugogo alone. Whatever cause modified the Sheikh's resolution and his anxiety to depart, Hamed's horn signal for the march was not heard that night, and on the morrow he had not gone. Early in the morning I commenced on my quinine doses. At 6 a.m. I took a second dose; before noon I had taken 4 more. Altogether 50 measured grains, the effect of which was manifest in the copious perspiration which drenched flannels, linen, and blankets. After noon I arose, devoutly thankful that the disease which had clung to me for the last 14 days had at last succumbed to quinine. On this day the lofty tent, and the American flag which ever flew from the centre pole, attracted the Sultan of Mizanza toward it, and was the cause of a visit with which he honoured me. As he was notorious among the Arabs for having assisted Mwana Sera in his war against Sheikh Snin bin Amir, high eulogies upon whom have been written by Burton and subsequently by Speke, and as he was the second most powerful chief in Ugogo, of course he was quite a curiosity to me. As the tent door was uplifted that he might enter, the ancient gentleman was so struck with astonishment at the lofty apex and internal arrangements, that the greasy barsati cloth which formed his sole and only protection against the chills of night and the heat of noon, in a fit of abstraction was permitted to fall down to his feet, exposing to the Musungu's unhallowed gaze the sad and aged wreck of what must have once been a towering form. His son, a youth of about 15, attentive to the infirmities of his father, hastened with filial duty to remind him of his condition; upon which, with an idiotic titter at the incident, he resumed his scanty apparel and sat down to wonder and gibber out his admiration at the tent and the strange things which formed the Musungu's personal baggage and furniture. After gazing in stupid wonder at the table, on which was placed some crockery and the few books I carried with me, at the slung hammock, which he believed was suspended by some magical contrivance, at the portmanteaus which contained my stock of clothes, he ejaculated, "Haila! The Musungu is a great sultan, who has come from his country to see Ugogo." He then noticed me, and was again wonderstruck at my pale complexion and straight hair; and the question now propounded was, how on earth was I white when the sun had burned his people's skins into blackness? Whereupon he was shown my cork toppy, which he tried on his woolly head, much to his own and to our amusement. The guns were next shown to him, the wonderful repeating rifle of the Winchester Company, which was fired 13 times in rapid succession to demonstrate its remarkable murderous powers. If he was astonished before, he was 1,000 times more so now, and expressed his belief that the Wagogo could not stand before the Musungu in battle, for wherever a Mgogo was seen such a gun would surely kill him. Then the other firearms were brought forth, each with its peculiar mechanism explained, until, in a burst of enthusiasm at my riches and power, he said he would send me a sheep or goat, and that he would be my brother. I thanked him for the honour, and promised to accept whatever he was pleased to send me. At the instigation of Sheikh Thani, who acted as interpreter, who said that Wagogo chiefs must not depart with empty hands, I cut off a shukka of Kaniki and presented it to him, which, after being examined and measured, was refused upon the ground that, the Musungu being a great sultan, should not demean himself so much as to give him only a shukka. This, after the 12 doti received as mahungo from the caravans, I thought, was rather sore, but as he was about to present me with a sheep or goat, another shukka would not matter much. Shortly after he departed, and true to his promise, I received a large fine sheep, with a broad tail, heavy with fat, but with the words, that being now his brother I must send him 3 doti of good cloth. As the price of a sheep is but a doti and a half, I refused the sheep and the fraternal honour, upon the ground that the gifts were all on one side, and that, as I had paid Mahongo, and given him a doti of Kaniki as present, I could not afford to part with any more cloth without an adequate return. During the afternoon, one more of my donkeys died, and at night the hyenas came in great numbers to feast upon the carcass. Ulimengo, the chasseur, and best shot of my Wangwana, stole out and succeeded in shooting 2, which turned out to be some of the largest of their kind. One of them measured 6 feet from the tip of the nose to the extremity of the tail, and 3 feet around the girth. On the 4th June we struck camp, and after travelling westward for about 3 miles, passing several ponds of salt water, we headed north by west, skirting the range of low hills which separates Ugogo from Uyanzi. End of Chapter 7, Part 2. Chapter 7, Part 3 of How I Found Livingstone. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. How I Found Livingstone. Travels, Adventures, and Discoveries in Central Africa, including 4 months' residence with Dr Livingstone, by Sir Henry M. Stanley. Chapter 7, Part 3. Marenga Mkali, Ugogo, and Uyanzi to Unyanyembe. After a 3 hours' march, we halted for a short time at Little Mukondoku to settle tribute with the brother of him who rules at Mukondoku proper. 3 doti satisfied the Sultan, whose district contains but 2 villages, mostly occupied by pastoral Wahumba and renegade Wahehe. The Wahumba live in plastered cow-dung cone huts, shaped like the Tartar tents of Turkestan. The Wahumba, so far as I have seen them, are a fine and well-formed race. The men are positively handsome, tall, with small heads, the posterior parts of which project considerably. One will look in vain for a thick lip or a flat nose among them. On the contrary, the mouth is exceedingly well cut, delicately small; the nose is that of the Greeks, so universal was the peculiar feature, that I at once named them the Greeks of Africa. Their lower limbs have not the heaviness of the Wagogo and other tribes, but are long and shapely, clean as those of an antelope. Their necks are long and slender, on which their small heads are poised most gracefully. Athletes from their youth, shepherd bred, and intermarrying among themselves, thus keeping the race pure, any of them would form a fit subject for the sculptor who would wish to immortalize in marble an Antonius, a Hylas, a Daphnis, or an Apollo. The women are as beautiful as the men are handsome. They have clear ebon skins, not coal black, but of an inky hue. Their ornaments consist of spiral rings of brass pendants from the ears, brass ring collars about the necks, and a spiral cincture of brass wire about their loins for the purpose of retaining their calf and goat skins, which are folded about their bodies, and, depending from the shoulder, shade 1/2 of the bosom, and fall to the knees. The Wahehe may be styled the Romans of Africa. Resuming our march, after a halt of an hour, in 4 hours more we arrived at Mukondoku proper. This extremity of Ugogo is most populous. The villages which surround the central tembe, where the Sultan Swaruru lives, amount to 36. The people who flocked from these to see the wonderful men whose faces were white, who wore the most wonderful things on their persons, and possessed the most wonderful weapons, guns which boomed as fast as you could count on your fingers, formed such a mob of howling savages, that I for an instant thought there was something besides mere curiosity which caused such commotion, and attracted such numbers to the roadside. Halting, I asked what was the matter, and what they wanted, and why they made such a noise. One burly rascal, taking my words for a declaration of hostilities, promptly drew his bow; but as prompt as he had fixed his arrow, my faithful Winchester with 13 shots in the magazine was ready and at the shoulder, and but waited to see the arrow fly to pour the leaden messengers of death into the crowd. But the crowd vanished as quickly as they had come, leaving the burly Thersites, and 2 or 3 irresolute fellows of his tribe, standing within pistol range of my levelled rifle. Such a dispersion of the mob which, but a moment before, was overwhelming in numbers, caused me to lower my rifle, and to indulge in a hearty laugh at the disgraceful flight of the men-destroyers. The Arabs, who were as much alarmed at their boisterous obtrusiveness, now came up to patch a truce, in which they succeeded to everybody's satisfaction. A few words of explanation, and the mob came back in greater numbers than before, and the Thersites who had been the cause of the momentary disturbance was obliged to retire abashed before the pressure of public opinion. A chief now came up, whom I afterwards learned was the second man to Swaruru, and lectured the people upon their treatment of the white stranger. "Know ye not, Wagogo," shouted he, "that this Musungu is a sultan? Mtemi, a most high title. He has not come to Ugogo like the Wakonongo Arabs to trade in ivory, but to see us, and to give presents. Why do you molest him and his people? Let them pass in peace. If you wish to see him, draw near, but do not mock him. The first of you who creates a disturbance, let him beware. Our great Mtemi shall know how you treat his friends." This little bit of oratorical effort on the part of the chief was translated to me there and then by the old Sheikh Thani, which having understood, I bade the Sheikh to inform the chief that, after I had rested, I should like him to visit me in my tent. Having arrived at the kambi which always surrounds some great baobab in Ugogo, at the distance of about half a mile from the temple of the Sultan, the Wagogo pressed in such great numbers to the camp that Sheikh Thani resolved to make an effort to stop or mitigate the nuisance. Dressing himself in his best clothes, he went to appeal to the Sultan for protection against his people. The Sultan was very inebriated, and was pleased to say, "What is it you want, you thief? You have come to steal my ivory or my cloth. Go away, thief!" But the sensible chief, whose voice had just been heard reproaching the people for their treatment of the Wasungu, beckoned to Thani to come out of the tembe, and then proceeded with him towards the kambi. The camp was in a great uproar; the curious Wagogo monopolized almost every foot of ground; there was no room to turn anywhere. The Wanyamwezi were quarrelling with the Wagogo; the Waswahili servants were clamouring loud that the Wagogo pressed down their tents, and that the property of the masters was in danger; while I, busy on my diary within my tent, cared not how great was the noise and confusion outside, so long as it confined itself to the Wagogo, Wanyamwezi, and Wangwana. The presence of the chief in the camp was followed by a deep silence that I was prevailed upon to go outside to see what had caused it. The chief's words were few and to the point. He said, "To your tembes, Wagogo, to your tembes. Why do you come to trouble the Wakonongo? What have you to do with them? To your tembes, go. Each Mgogo found in the kambi without meal, without cattle to sell, shall pay to the Mtembe cloth or cows. Away with you!" Saying which, he snatched up a stick and drove the hundreds out of the kambi, who were as obedient to him as so many children. During the 2 days we halted at Makondonko we saw no more of the mob, and there was peace. The Mahongo of the Sultan Swaruru was settled with a few words. The chief who acted for the Sultan as his prime minister having been made glad with the doti of Rehani Ulia from me, accepted the usual tribute of 6 doti, only one of which was of first class cloth. There remained but one more Sultan to whom Mahongo must be paid after Mokonduku, and this was the Sultan of Kiwa, whose reputation was so bad that owners of property who had control over the pagazis seldom passed by Kiwyeh, preferring the hardships of long marches through the wilderness to the rudeness and exorbitant demands of the chief of Kiwyeh. But the pagazis, on whom no burden or responsibility fell save that of carrying their loads, who could use their legs and show clean heels in the case of a hostile outbreak, preferred the march to Kiwyeh to enduring thirst and the fatigue of a terekeza. Often the preference of the pagazis won the day, when their employers were timid, irresolute men, like Sheikh Hamed. The 7th of June was the day fixed for our departure from Mokondoku, so the day before, the Arabs came to my tent to counsel with me as to the route we should adopt. On calling together the kirangozis of the respective caravans and veteran Wanyamwezi pagazis, we learned that there were 3 roads leading from Mokondoku to Uyanzi. The first was the southern road, and the one generally adopted, for the reasons already stated, and led by Kiwyeh. To this Hamed raised objections. The Sultan was bad, he said; he sometimes charged a caravan 20 doti; our caravan would have to pay about 60 doti. The Kiwyeh road would not do at all. Besides, he added, we have to make a terekeza to reach Kiwyeh, and then we will not reach it before the day after tomorrow. The second was the central road. We should arrive at Munyeka on the morrow; the day after would be a terekeza from Mugunguru Nullah to a camp near Unyambogi. 2 hours the next day would bring us to Kiti, where there was plenty of water and food. As neither of the kirangozis or Arabs knew this road, and as its description came from one of my ancient pagazis, Hamed said he did not like to trust the guidance of such a caravan in the hands of an old Mnyamwezi, and would therefore prefer to hear about the third road before rendering his decision. The third road was the northern. It led past numerous villages of the Wagogo for the first 2 hours, then we should strike a jungle, and 3 hours' march would then bring us to Simbo, where there was water but no village. Starting early next morning we would travel 6 hours, when we would arrive at a pool of water. Here, taking a short rest, an afternoon march of 5 hours would bring us within 3 hours of another village. As this last road was known to many, Hamed said, "Sheikh Thani, tell the Sahib that I think this is the best road." Sheikh Thani was told, after he had informed me that, as I had marched with them through Ugogo, if they decided upon going by Simbo my caravan would follow. Immediately after the discussion among the principals respecting the merits of the several routes, arose a discussion amongst the pagazis which resulted in an obstinate clamour against the Simbo road, for its long terekeza and scant prospects of water. The dislike to the Simbo road communicated itself to all the caravans, and soon it was magnified by reports of a wilderness reaching from Simbo to Kisuri, where there was neither food nor water to be obtained. Hamed's pagazis and those of the Arab servants rose in a body and declared they could not go on that march, and if Hamed insisted upon adopting it they would put their packs down and leave him to carry them himself. Hamed Kimiani, as he was styled by the Arabs, rushed up to Sheikh Thani and declared that he must take the Kiwa road, otherwise his pagazis would all desert. Thani replied that all the roads were the same to him, that wherever Hamed chose to go he would follow. They then came to my tent and informed me of the determination at which the Wanyamwezi had arrived. Calling my veteran Mnyamwezi, who had given me the favourable report once more to my tent, I bade him give a correct account of the Kiti road. It was so favourable that my reply to Hamed was, that I was the master of my caravan, that it was to go wherever I told the kirangozi, not where the pagazis chose, that when I told them to halt they must halt, and when I commanded a march should be made, and that as I fed them well and did not overwork them, I should like to see the pagazi or soldier that disobeyed me. You made up your mind just now that you would take the Simbo road, and we all agreed upon it. Now your pagazis say they will take the Kiwa road or desert. Go on the Kiwa road and pay 20 doti mahongo. I and my caravan tomorrow morning will take the Kiti road, and when you find me in Unyamwezi one day ahead of you, you will be sorry you did not take the same road. This resolution of mine had the effect of again changing the current of Hamed's thoughts, for he instantly thought, "That is the best road after all, and as the Sahib is determined to go on it, and we have all travelled together through the bad land of the Wagogo, Inshallah, let us all go the same way." And Thani, good old man, not objecting, and Hamed having decided, they both joyfully went out of the tent to communicate the news. On the 7th the caravans, apparently unanimous that the Kiti road was to be taken, were led as usual by Hamed's kirangozi. We had barely gone a mile before I perceived that we had left the Simbo road, had taken the direction of Kiti, and by a cunning detour, were now fast approaching the defile of the mountain ridge before us, which admitted access to the higher plateau of Kiwyeh. Instantly halting my caravan, I summoned the veteran who had travelled by Kiti, and asked him whether we were not going towards Kiwyeh. He replied that we were. Calling my pagazis together, I bade Bombay tell them that the Musungu never changed his mind, that as I had said my caravan should march by Kiti, to Kiti it must go whether the Arabs followed it or not. I then ordered the veteran to take up his load and show the kirangozi the proper road to Kiti. The Wanyamwezi pagazis put down their bales, and then there was every indication of a mutiny. The Wangwana soldiers were next ordered to load their guns and to flank the caravan, and shoot the first pagazis who made an attempt to run away. Dismounting, I seized my whip, and advancing towards the first pagazi who had put down his load, I motioned him to take up his load and march. It was unnecessary to proceed further; without an exception all marched away obediently after the kirangozi. I was about bidding farewell to Thani and Hamed when Thani said, "Stop a bit, Sahib, I have had enough of this child's play, I come with you," and his caravan turned after mine. Hamed's caravan was by this time close to the defile, and he himself was a full mile behind it, weeping like a child at what he was pleased to call our desertion of him, pitying his strait, for he was almost beside himself as thoughts of Kiwa's Sultan, his extortion and rudeness, swept across his mind, I advised him to run after his caravan, and tell it, as all the rest had taken the other road, to think of the Sultan of Kiwyeh. Before reaching the Kiti defile I was aware that Hamad's caravan was following us. The descent of the ridge was rugged and steep. Thorns of the prickliest nature punished us severely. The acacia horrida was here more horrid than usual. The gums stretched out their branches, and entangled the loads. The mimosa, with its umbrella-like top, served to shade us from the sun, but impeded a rapid advance. Steep outcrops of syenite and granite, worn smooth by many feet, had to be climbed over; rugged terraces of earth and rock had to be ascended; and distant shots resounding through the forest added to the alarm and general discontent, and had I not been immediately behind my caravan, watchful of every manoeuvre, my Wanyamwezi had deserted to a man. Though the height we ascended was barely 800 feet above the salina we had just left, the ascent occupied 2 hours. Having surmounted the plateau and the worst difficulties, we had a fair road comparatively, which ran through jungle, forest, and small open tracts, which in 3 hours more brought us to Munyeka, a small village, surrounded by a clearing richly cultivated by a colony of subjects of Swaruru of Mukondoku. By the time we had arrived at camp everybody had recovered his good humour and content except Hamed. Thani's men happened to set his tent too close to Hamed's tree, around which his bales were stacked. Whether the little Sheikh imagined honest old Thani capable of stealing one is not known, but it is certain that he stormed and raved about the near neighbourhood of his best friend's tent, until Thani ordered its removal 100 yards off. This proceeding even, it seems, did not satisfy Hamed, for it was quite midnight, as Thani said, when Hamed came, and kissing his hands and feet, on his knees implored forgiveness, which of course Thani, being the soul of good nature, and as large-hearted as any man, willingly gave. Hamed was not satisfied, however, until with the aid of his slaves he had transported his friend's tent to where it had at first been pitched. The water at Munyeka was obtained from a deep depression in a hump of syenite, and was as clear as crystal, and as cold as ice water, a luxury we had not experienced since leaving Sembweni. We were now on the borders of Unyanzi, or as it is better known, Mukondoku Makali, the hot ground or hot field. We had passed the village populated by Wagogo, and were about to shake the dust of Ugogo from our feet. We had entered Ugogo full of hopes, believing it a most pleasant land, a land flowing with milk and honey. We had been grievously disappointed. It proved to be a land of gall and bitterness, full of trouble and vexation of spirit, where danger was imminent at every step, where we were exposed to the caprice of inebriated sultans. Is it a wonder, then, that all felt happy at such a moment? With the prospect before us of what was believed by many to be a real wilderness, our ardour was not abated, but was rather strengthened. The wilderness in Africa proves to be, in many instances, more friendly than the populated country. The Kirangozi blew his kudu horn much more merrily on this morning than he was accustomed to do while in Ugogo. We were about to enter Magundu Makali. At 9 a.m., 3 hours after leaving Munyeka, and 2 hours since we had left the extreme limits of Ugogo, we were halted at Mabunguru Nala. The Nala runs southwesterly, after leaving its source in the chain of hills dividing Ugogo from Magunda Makali. During the rainy season it must be nearly impassable, owing to the excessive slope of its bed. Traces of the force of the torrent are seen in the syenite and basalt boulders which encumber their course. Their rugged angles are worn smooth, and deep basins are excavated where the bed is of the rock, which in the dry season serve as reservoirs. Though the water contained in them has a slimy and greenish appearance, and is well populated with frogs, it is by no means unpalatable. End of Chapter 7, Part 3. Chapter 7, Part 4 of How I Found Livingstone. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. How I Found Livingstone. Travels, Adventures, and Discoveries in Central Africa, including 4 months' residence with Dr Livingstone, by Sir Henry M. Stanley. Chapter 7, Part 4. Marenge Makali, Ugogo, and Uyanzi to Unyanyembe. At noon we resumed our march, the Wanyamwezi cheering, shouting, and singing, the Wangwana soldiers, servants, and pagazis vying with them in volume of voice and noise-making, the dim forest through which we were now passing resonant with their voices. The scenery was much more picturesque than any we had yet seen since leaving Bagamoyo. The ground rose into grander waves, hills cropped out here and there, great castles of syenite appeared, giving a strange and weird appearance to the forest. From a distance it would almost seem as if we were approaching a bit of England as it must have appeared during feudalism. The rocks assumed such strange, fantastic shapes. Now they were round boulders raised one above another, apparently susceptible to every breath of wind; anon they towered like blunt-pointed obelisks, taller than the tallest trees; again they assumed the shape of mighty waves, vitrified; here they were a small heap of fractured and riven rock; there they rose to the grandeur of hills. By 5 p.m. we had travelled 20 miles, and the signal was sounded for a halt. At 1 a.m., the moon being up, Hamed's horn and voice were heard throughout the silent camp awakening his pagazis for the march. Evidently Sheikh Hamed was gone stark mad, otherwise why should he be so frantic for the march at such an early hour? The dew was falling heavily, and chilled one like a frost, and an ominous murmur of deep discontent responded to the early call on all sides. Presuming, however, that he had obtained better information than we had, Sheikh Thani and I resolved to be governed as the events proved him to be right or wrong. As all were discontented this night, march was performed in a deep silence. The thermometer was at 53 degrees, we being about 4,500 feet above the level of the sea. The pagazis, almost naked, walked quickly in order to keep warm, and by doing so many a sore foot was made by stumbling against obtrusive roots and rocks, and treading on thorns. At 3 a.m. we arrived in the village of Unyambogi, where we threw ourselves down to rest and sleep until dawn should reveal what else was in store for the hard-dealt-with caravans. It was broad daylight when I awoke; the sun was flaring his hot beams in my face. Sheikh Thani came soon after to inform me that Hamed had gone to Kiti 2 hours since, but he, when asked to accompany him, positively refused, exclaiming against it as folly and utterly unnecessary. When my advice was asked by Thani, I voted the whole thing as sheer nonsense, and in turn asked him what a terekeza was for. Was it not an afternoon march enough to enable caravans to reach water and food? Thani replied that it was. I then asked him if there was no water or food to be obtained in Unyambogi. Thani replied that he had not taken pains to inquire, but was told by the villagers that there was an abundance of matamia, hindi, maweri, sheep, goats, and chickens in their village at cheap prices, such as were not known in Ugogo. Well then, said I, if Hamed wants to be a fool, and kill his pagazis, why should we? I have as much cause for haste as Sheikh Hamed, but Unyanyembe is far yet, and I am not going to endanger my property by playing the madman. As Thani had reported, we found an abundance of provisions at the village, and good sweet water from some pits close by. A sheep cost 1 chukka, 6 chickens were also purchased at that price, 6 measures of matama, maweri, or hindi were procurable for the same sum; in short, we were coming at last into the land of plenty. On the 10th June we arrived at Kiti after a journey of 4 hours and a half, where we found the irrepressible Hamed halted in sore trouble. He who would be a Caesar proved to be an irresolute Antony. He had to sorrow over the death of a favourite slave girl, the loss of 5 dish-dashes, Arab shirts, silvered sleeve and gold-embroidered jackets, with which he had thought to enter Unyanyembe in state, as became a merchant of his standing, which had disappeared with 3 absconding servants, besides copper trays, rice and pilau dishes, and 2 bales of cloth with runaway Wangwani pagazis. Salim, my Arab servant, asked him, "What are you doing here, Sheikh Hamed? I thought you were well on the road to Unyanyembe." Said he, "Could I leave Thani, my friend, behind?" Kiti abounded in cattle and grain, and we were able to obtain food at easy rates. The Wakimbu, emigrants from Ukimbu, near Ururi, are a quiet race, preferring the peaceful arts of agriculture to war, of tending their flocks to conquest. At the least rumour of war they remove their property and family, and emigrate to the distant wilderness, where they begin to clear the land and to hunt the elephant for his ivory. Yet we found them to be a fine race, and well armed, and seemingly capable by their numbers and arms to compete with any tribe. But here, as elsewhere, disunion makes them weak. They are mere small colonies, each colony ruled by its own chief, whereas were they united they might make a very respectable front before an enemy. Our next destination was Msalalo, a distant 15 miles from Kiti. Hamed, after vainly searching for his runaways and the valuable property he had lost, followed us, and tried once more, when he saw us encamped at Masalalo, to pass us, but his pagazis failed him, the march having been so long. Weld Ngaraiso was reached on the 15th, after 3½ hours' march. It is a flourishing place, where provisions were almost twice as cheap as they were at Unyambogi. 2 hours' march south is Jewel la Mokoa on the old road, towards which the road which we have been travelling since leaving Bagamoyo was now rapidly leading. Unyanyembe being near, the pagazis and soldiers having behaved excellently during the lengthy marches we had lately made, I purchased a bullock for 3 doti, and had it slaughtered for their special benefit. I also gave each a khet of red beads to indulge his appetite for whatever little luxury the country afforded. Milk and honey were plentiful, and 3 fasala of sweet potatoes were bought for a shukka, equal to about 40 cents of our money. The 13th of June brought us to the last village of Magunda Makali, in the district of Jiwa la Singa, after a short march of 8 miles and 3/4. Kusuri, so called by the Arabs, is called Konsuli by the Wakimbu who inhabit it. This is, however, but one instance out of many where the Arabs have misnamed or corrupted the native names of villages and districts. Between Ngaraiso and Kusuri we passed the village of Kururumo, now a thriving place, with many a thriving village near it. As we passed it, the people came out to greet the Musungu, whose advent had been so long heralded by his loud-mouthed caravans, and whose soldiers had helped them win the day in a battle against their fractious brothers of Jiwa la Mokoa. A little further on we came across a large khambi, occupied by a Sultan bin Mohammed, an Omani Arab of high descent, who, as soon as he was notified of my approach, came out to welcome me, and invited me to his khambi. As his harem lodged in his tent, of course I was not invited thither, but a carpet outside was ready for his visitor. After the usual questions had been asked about my health, the news of the road, the latest from Zanzibar and Oman, he asked me if I had much cloth with me. This was a question often asked by owners of down caravans, and the reason of it is that the Arabs, in their anxiety to make as much as possible of their cloth at the ivory ports on the Tanganika and elsewhere, are liable to forget that they should retain a portion for the down marches. As, indeed, I had but a bale left of the quantity of cloth retained for provisioning my party on the road, when outfitting my caravans on the coast, I could unblushingly reply in the negative. I halted a day at Kusuri to give my caravan a rest, after its long series of marches, before venturing on the 2 days' march through the uninhabited wilderness that separates the district of Jiwa la Singa Uyuza from the district of Tura in Unyanyembe. Hamed proceeded, promising to give Sayd ben Salim notice of my coming, and to request him to provide a tembe for me. On the 15th, having ascertained that Sheikh Thani would be detained several days at Kusuri, owing to the excessive number of his people who were laid up with that dreadful plague of East Africa, the smallpox, I bade him farewell, and my caravan struck out of Kusuri once more for the wilderness and the jungle. A little before noon we halted at the khambi of Mgongo Tembo, or the Elephant's Back, so called from a wave of rock whose back, stained into dark brownness by atmospheric influences, is supposed by the natives to resemble the blue-brown back of this monster of the forest. My caravan had quite an argument with me here, as to whether we should make the terekeza on this day or on the next. The majority was of the opinion that the next day would be the best for a terekeza, but I, being the Bana, consulting my own interests, insisted, not without a flourish or two of my whip, that the terekeza should be made on this day. Mgongo Tembo, when Burton and Speke passed by, was a promising settlement, cultivating many a fair acre of ground. But 2 years ago war broke out, for some bold act of its people upon caravans, and the Arabs came from Unyanyembe with their Wangwana servants, attacked them, burnt the villages, and laid waste the work of years. Since that time Mgongo Tembo has been but blackened wrecks of houses, and the fields a sprouting jungle. A cluster of date palms, overtopping a dense grove close to the Matani of Mgongo Tembo, revived my recollections of Egypt. The banks of the stream, with their verdant foliage, presented a strange contrast to the brown and dry appearance of the jungle which lay on either side. At 1 p.m. we resumed our loads and walking staffs, and in a short time were en route for the Ngwala Mtoni, distant 8 3/4 miles from the Khambi. The sun was hot, like a globe of living, seething flame; it flared its heat full on our heads, then, as it descended towards the west, scorched the air before it was inhaled by the lungs which craved it. Gourds of water were emptied speedily to quench the fierce heat that burned the throat and lungs. One pagazi, stricken heavily with the smallpox, succumbed, and threw himself down on the roadside to die. We never saw him afterwards, for the progress of a caravan on a terekeza is something like that of a ship in a hurricane. The caravan must proceed; woe befall him who lags behind, for hunger and thirst will overtake him; so must a ship drive before the fierce gale to escape foundering; woe befall him who falls overboard. An abundance of water, good, sweet, and cool, was found in the bed of the Mtoni in deep stony reservoirs. Here also the traces of furious torrents were clearly visible, as at Mungunguru. The Ngwala commences in Ubanarama to the north, a country famous for its fine breed of donkeys, and after running south-south-south-west, crosses the Unyanyembe road, from which point it has more of a westerly turn. On the 16th we arrived at Madedita, so called from a village which was, but is now no more. Madedita is 12 1/2 miles from the Ngwala Mtoni. A pool of good water a few hundred yards from the roadside is the only supply caravans can obtain, nearer than Tura and Unyamwezi. The tsetse or chufwa fly, as called by the Waswahili, stung us dreadfully, which is a sign that large game visit the pool sometimes, but must not be mistaken for an indication that there is any in the immediate neighbourhood of the water. A single pool so frequented by passing caravans, which must of necessity halt here, could not be often visited by the animals of the forest, who are shy in this part of Africa of the haunts of men. At dawn the next day we were on the road striding at a quicker pace than on most days, since we were about to quit Magundimali for the more populated and better land of Unyamwezi. The forest held its own for a wearisome long time, but at the end of 2 hours it thinned, then dwarfed into a low jungle, and finally vanished altogether, and we had arrived on the soil of Unyamwezi. With a broad plain, swelling, subsiding, and receding in lengthy and grand undulations, in our front, to one indefinite horizon line, which purpled in the far distance. The view consisted of fields of grain ripening, which followed the contour of the plain, and which rustled merrily before the morning breeze that came laden with the chills of Usagara. At 8 a.m. we had arrived at the frontier village of Unyamwezi, eastern Tura, which we invaded without any regard to the disposition of the few inhabitants who lived there. Here we found Nondo, a runaway of Speke's, one of those who had sided with Baraka against Bombay, who, desiring to engage himself with me, was engaging enough to furnish honey and sherbet to his former companions, and lastly to the pagazis. It was only a short breathing pause we made here, having another hour's march to reach central Tura. The road from eastern Tura led through vast fields of millet, Indian corn, hulkus sorghum, mawari, or panicum, or bajri, as called by Arabs, gardens of sweet potatoes, large tracts of cucumbers, watermelons, mushmelons, and peanuts which grew in the deep furrows between the ridges of the hulkus. Some broad-leafed plantain plants were also seen in the neighbourhood of the villages, which, as we advanced, became very numerous. The villages of the Wakimbu are like those of the Wagogo, square, flat-roofed, enclosing an open area, which is sometimes divided into 3 or 4 parts by fences or matamastak. At central Tura, where we encamped, we had evidence enough of the rascality of the Wakimbu of Tura. Hamed, who, despite his efforts to reach Unyanyembe in time to sell his cloths before other Arabs came with cloth supplies, was unable to compel his pagazis to the double march every day, was also encamped at central Tura, together with the Arab servants who preferred Hamed's imbecile haste to Thani's cautious advance. Our first night in Unyamwezi was very exciting indeed. The Musungu's camp was visited by 2 crawling thieves, but they were soon made aware by the portentous click of a trigger that the white man's camp was well guarded. Hamed's camp was next visited, but here also the restlessness of the owner frustrated their attempts, for he was pacing backwards and forwards through his camp, with a loaded gun in his hand, and the thieves were obliged to relinquish the chance of stealing any of his bales. From Hamed's they proceeded to Hassan's camp, one of the Arab servants, where they were successful enough to reach and lay hold of a couple of bales, but unfortunately they made a noise, which awoke the vigilant and quick-eared slave, who snatched his loaded musket, and in a moment had shot one of them through the heart. Such were our experiences of the Wakimbu of Tura. On the 18th the 3 caravans, Hamad's, Hassan's, and my own, left Tura by a road which zigzagged towards all points through the tall matama fields. In an hour's time we had passed Tura Pero, or Western Tura, and had entered the forest again, whence the Wakimbu of Tura obtain their honey, and where they excavate deep traps for the elephants with which the forest is said to abound. An hour's march from Western Tura brought us to a ziwa, or pond. There were 2, situated in the midst of a small open mbuga, or plain, which, even at this late season, was yet soft from the water which overflows it during the rainy season. After resting 3 hours, we started on the terekeza, or afternoon march. It was one and the same forest that we had entered soon after leaving Western Tura, that we travelled through until we reached the Kwala Mtoni, or as Burton has misnamed it on his map, Kwala. The water of this Mtoni is contained in large ponds, or deep depressions in the wide and crooked gully of Kwala. In these ponds a species of mudfish was found, of one of which I made a meal, by no means to be despised by one who had not tasted fish since leaving Bagamoyo. Probably if I had my choice, being, when occasion demands it, rather fastidious in my tastes, I would not select the mudfish. From Tura to the Kwala Mtoni is 17½ miles, a distance which, however easy it may be traversed once a fortnight, assumes a prodigious length when one has to travel it almost every other day; at least, so my pagazis, soldiers, and followers found it, and their murmurs were loud when I ordered the signal to be sounded on the march. Abdul Kader, the tailor who had attached himself to me as a man ready handed at all things, from mending a pair of pants, making a delicate entremets, or suiting an elephant, but whom the interior proved to be the weakliest of the weakly, unfit for anything except eating and drinking, almost succumbed on this march. Long ago the little stock of goods which Abdul had brought from Zanzibar folded in a pocket handkerchief, and with which he was about to buy ivory and slaves, and make his fortune in the famed land of Unyamwezi, had disappeared with the great eminent hopes he had built on them, like those of Al Nashar, the unfortunate owner of crockery in the Arabian tale. He came to me as we prepared for the march, with a most dolorous tale about his approaching death, which he felt in his bones, and weary back; his legs would barely hold him up; in short, he had utterly collapsed. Would I take mercy on him, and let him depart? The cause of this extraordinary request, so unlike the spirit with which he had left Zanzibar, eager to possess the ivory and slaves of Unyamwezi, was that on the long last march, 2 of my donkeys being dead, I had ordered that the 2 saddles which they had carried should be Abdul Kader's load to Unyanyembe. The weight of the saddles was 16 pounds, as the spring balance scale indicated, yet Abdul Kader became weary of life, as he counted the long marches that intervened between the Mtoni and the Unyanyembe. On the ground he fell prone, to kiss my feet, begging me in the name of God to permit him to depart. As I had some experience of Hindus, Malabaris, and coolies in Abyssinia, I knew exactly how to deal with a case like this. Unhesitatingly I granted the request as soon as asked, for as much tired as Abdul Kader said he was of life, I was with Abdul Kader's worthlessness. But the Hindi did not want to be left in the jungle, he said, but after arriving in Unyanyembe. Oh, said I, then you must reach Unyanyembe first; in the meanwhile you will carry those saddles there for the food which you must eat. As the march to Rubuga was 18 3/4 miles, the pagazis walked fast and long without resting. Rubuga, in the days of Burton, according to his book, was a prosperous district. Even when we passed, the evidences of wealth and prosperity which it possessed formerly were plain enough in the wide extent of its grain fields, which stretched to the right and left of the Unyanyembe road for many a mile. But they were the only evidences of what once were numerous villages, a well cultivated and populous district, rich in herds of cattle and stores of grain. All the villages are burnt down, the people have been driven north 3 or 4 days from Rubuga, the cattle were taken by force, the grain fields were left standing to be overgrown with jungle and rank weeds. We passed village after village that had been burnt, and were mere blackened heaps of charred timber and smoked clay; field after field of ripe grain years ago was yet standing in the midst of a crop of gums and thorns, mimosa and kokwal. We arrived at the village, occupied by about 60 Wangwana, who have settled here to make a living by buying and selling ivory. Food is provided for them in the deserted fields of the people of Rubuga. We were very tired and heated from the long march, but the pagazis had all arrived by 3 p.m. At the Wangwana village we met Amir Ben Sultan, the very type of old Arab sheikh, such as we read of in books, with a snowy beard and a clean, reverend face, who was returning to Zanzibar after a 10 years' residence in Unyanyembe. He presented me with a goat, and a goat skin full of rice, a most acceptable gift in a place where a goat cost 5 cloths. After a day's halt at Rubuga, during which I despatched 2 soldiers to notify Sheikh Said bin Salim and Sheikh bin Nasib, the 2 chief dignitaries of Unyanyembe, of my coming, on the 21st of June we resumed the march for Kigwa, distant 5 hours. The road ran through another forest similar to that which separated Tura from Rubuga, the country rapidly sloping as we proceeded westward. Kigwa we found to have been visited by the same vengeance which rendered Rubuga such a waste. The next day, after 3½ hours' rapid march, we crossed the Mtoni, which was no Mtoni, separating Kigwa from the Unyanyembe district, and after a short halt to quench our thirst, in 3½ hours more arrived at Shiza. It was a most delightful march, though a long one, for its picturesqueness of scenery which every few minutes was revealed, and the proofs everywhere we saw of the peaceful and industrious disposition of the people. A short hour and a half from Shiza we beheld the undulating plain wherein the Arabs have chosen to situate the central depot which commands such a wide and extensive field of trade. The lowing of cattle and the bleating of the goats and sheep were everywhere heard, giving the country a happy, pastoral aspect. The Sultan of Shiza desired me to celebrate my arrival in Unyanyembe with a 5-gallon jar of pombe, which he brought for that purpose. As the pombe was but stale ale in taste, and milk and water in colour, after drinking a small glassful I passed it to the delighted soldiers and pagazis. At my request the Sultan brought a fine fat bullock, for which he accepted 4½ doti of Merikani. The bullock was immediately slaughtered and served out to the caravan as a farewell feast. No one slept much that night, and long before dawn the fires were lit, and great steaks were broiling, that their stomachs might rejoice before parting with the Musungu, whose bounty they had so often tasted. 6 rounds of powder were served to each soldier and pagazi who owned a gun, to fire away when we should be near the Arab houses. The meanest pagazi had his best cloth about his loins, and some were exceedingly brave in gorgeous ulya kombiza pagonga, and crimson jawa, the glossy rahani, and the neat dabwani. The soldiers were mustered in new tarbushes, and the long white shirts of the Mrima and the island. For this was the great and happy day which had been on our tongues ever since quitting the coast, for which we had made those noted marches latterly, 178½ miles in 16 days, including pauses, something over 11 miles a day. The signal sounded and the caravan was joyfully off with banners flying and trumpets and horns blaring. A short 2½ hours' march brought us within sight of Kwikuru, which is about 2 miles south of Tabora, the main Arab town, on the outside of which we saw a long line of men in clean shirts, whereat we opened our charged batteries, and fired a volley of small arms, such as Kwikuru seldom heard before. The pagazis closed up and adopted the swagger of veterans, the soldiers blazed away uninterruptedly, while I, seeing that the Arabs were advancing towards me, left the ranks and held out my hand, which was immediately grasped by Sheikh Said bin Salim, and then by about 2 dozen people, and thus our entree into Unyanyembe was effected. End of Chapter 7, Part 4.
Chapter 8, Part 1 of How I Found Livingstone. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. How I Found Livingstone by Sir Henry M. Stanley. Chapter 8, Part 1. My life and troubles during my residence in Unyanyembe. I become engaged in a war. I received a noiseless ovation as I walked side by side with the governor, Sayd bin Salim, towards his tembe in Kwikuru, or the capital. The Wanyamwezi pagazis were out by the hundreds. The warriors of Mkasiwa, the sultan, hovered around their chief. The children were seen between the legs of their parents, even infants a few months old, slung over their mothers' backs. All paid the tribute due to my colour, with one grand concentrated stare. The only persons who talked with me were the Arabs, and aged Mkasiwa, ruler of Unyanyembe. Sayd bin Salim's house was at the north-western corner of the enclosure, a stockaded boma of Kwikuru. We had tea made in a silver teapot, and a bountiful supply of dampers was smoking under a silver cover, and to this repast I was invited. When a man has walked 8 miles or so without any breakfast, and a hot tropical sun has been shining on him for 3 or 4 hours, he is apt to do justice to a meal, especially if his appetite is healthy. I think I astonished the governor by the dexterous way in which I managed to consume 11 cups of his aromatic concoction of an Assam herb, and the easy, effortless style with which I demolished his high tower of slapjacks, that but a minute or so smoked hotly under their silver cover. For the meal I thanked the Sheikh, as only an earnest and sincerely hungry man, now satisfied, could thank him. Even if I had not spoken, my gratified looks had well informed him under what obligations I had been laid to him. Out came my pipe and tobacco pouch. "My friendly Sheikh, wilt thou smoke?" "No thanks, Arabs never smoke." "Oh, if you don't, perhaps you would not object to me smoking in order to assist digestion?" "Ngema, good, go on, master." Then began the questions, the gossipy, curious, serious, light questions. "How came the master?" "By the Mpwapwa road." "It is good. Was the Makata bad?" "Very bad." "What news from Zanzibar?" "Good. Syed Toorki has possession of Muscat, and Azim bin Ghis was slain in the streets." "Is this true, Ali?" "By God." "It is true." "This is news," stroking his beard. "Have you heard, master, of Suleiman bin Ali?" "Yes, the Bombay governor sent him to Zanzibar in a man of war, and Suleiman bin Ali now lies in the Guraiza fort." "That is very good. Did you have to pay much tribute to the Wagogo?" 8 times. Hamad Kimiani wished me to go by Kiwyeh, but I declined and struck through the forest to Munieka. Hamed and Thani thought it better to follow me than to brave Kiwyeh by themselves. "Where is that Haji Abdullah, Captain Burton, that came here, and Speak?" "Haji Abdullah? What Haji Abdullah?" "Ah, Sheikh Burton we call him. Oh, he is a great man now, a Balius, a consul, at El Sham (Damascus)." "Balius? At El Sham? Is not that near Bethlem el Quds (Jerusalem)?" "Yes, about 4 days. Speaky is dead, he shot himself by accident." "Ah, Wallah, by God, but this is bad news. Speaky dead? Mashallah. Oh, he was a good man, a good man. Dead? But where is his Kaza, Sheikh Said?" "Kaza? Kaza? I never heard the name before." "But you were with Burton and Speak at Kaza. You lived there several months when you were all stopping in Unyanyembe. It must be close here somewhere. Where did Haji Abdullah and Speaky live when they were in Unyanyembe? Was it not in Musa Mazuri's house?" "That was in Tabora." "Well then, where is Kaza? I have never seen the man yet who could tell me where that place is, and yet the 3 white men have that word down as the name of the place they lived at when you were with them. You must know where it is." "Wallahi bana, I never heard the name. But stop, Kaza in Kinyamwezi means kingdom. Perhaps they gave that name to the place they stopped at. But then I used to call the first house Snape bin Amma's house, and Speak lived at Musa Mazuri's house, but both houses, as well as all the rest, are in Tabora." "Thank you, Sheikh. I should like to go and look after my people, they must all be wanting food. I shall go with you to show you your house. The tembe is in Kwihara, only an hour's walk from Tabora." On leaving Kwikuru we crossed a low ridge, and soon saw Kwihara lying between 2 low ranges of hills, the northernmost of which was terminated westward by the round, fortress-like hill of Simbili. There was a cold glare of intense sunshine over the valley, probably the effect of a universal bleakness or an autumnal ripeness of the grass. unrelieved by any depth of colour to vary the universal sameness. The hills were bleached, or seemed to be, under that dazzling sunshine and clearest atmosphere. The corn had long been cut, and there lay the stubble and fields, a browny white expanse. The houses were of mud, and their flat roofs were of mud, and the mud was of a browny whiteness. The huts were thatched, and the stockades around them of barked timber, and these were of a browny whiteness. The cold, fierce, sickly wind from the mountains of Usagara sent a deadly chill to our very marrows, yet the intense sunshiny glare never changed. A black cow or two or a tall tree here and there caught the eye for a moment, but they never made one forget that the first impression of Kwihara was as of a picture without colour, or of food without taste, and if one looked up there was a sky of a pale blue, spotless and of an awful serenity. As they approached the tembe of Sayd bin Salim, Sheikh bin Nasib and other great Arabs joined us. Before the great door of the tembe the men had stacked the bales and piled the boxes, and were using their tongues at a furious rate, relating to the chiefs and soldiers of the first, second, and fourth caravans the many events which had befallen them, and which seemed to them the only things worth relating. Outside of their own limited circles they evidently cared for nothing. Then the several chiefs of the other caravans had in turn to relate their experiences of the road, and the noise of tongues was loud and furious. But as we approached all this loud sounding gabble ceased, and my caravan chiefs and guides rushed to me to hail me as master, and to salute me as their friend. One fellow, faithful Baruti, threw himself at my feet. The others fired their guns and acted like madmen suddenly become frenzied, and a general cry of welcome was heard on all sides. "Walk in, master, this is your house now. Here are your men's quarters, here you will receive the great Arabs. Here is the cookhouse, here is the storehouse, here is the prison for the refractory, here are your white men's apartments, and these are your own. See, here is the bedroom, here is the gun room, bathroom, etc." And so Sheikh Sayd talked as he showed me the several places. On my honour, it was a most comfortable place, this, in Central Africa. One could almost wax poetic, but we will keep such ambitious ideas for a future day. Just now, however, we must have the goods stored, and the little army of carriers paid off and disbanded. Bombay was ordered to unlock the strong storeroom, to pile the bales in regular tiers, the beads in rows one above another, and the wire in a separate place. The boats, canvas, etc., were to be placed high above the reach of white ants, and the boxes of ammunition and powder kegs were to be stored in the gun room, out of reach of danger. Then a bale of cloth was opened, and each carrier was rewarded according to his merits, that each of them might proceed home to his friends and neighbours and tell them how much better the white man behaved than the Arab. The reports of the leaders of the first, second, and fourth caravans were then received, their separate stores inspected, and the details and events of their marches heard. The first caravan had been engaged in a war in Kirurumo, and had come out of the fight successful, and had reached Unyanyembe without loss of anything. The second had shot a thief in the forest between Pembarapere and Kididimo. The fourth had lost a bale in the jungle of Marenga Mkali, and the porter who had carried it had received a very sore head from a knob stick wielded by one of the thieves, who prowl about the jungle near the frontier of Ugogo. I was delighted to find that their misfortunes were no more, and each leader was then and there rewarded with one handsome cloth, and 5 doti of Merikani. Just as I began to feel hungry again, came several slaves in succession, bearing trays full of good things from the Arabs. First an enormous dish of rice, with a bowl full of curried chicken, another with a dozen huge wheaten cakes, another with a plateful of smoking hot crullers, another with pawpaws, another with pomegranates and lemons. After these came men driving 5 fat humpbacked oxen, 8 sheep, and 10 goats, and another man with a dozen chickens and a dozen fresh eggs. This was real, practical, noble courtesy, munificent hospitality, which quite took my gratitude by storm. My people, now reduced to 25, were as delighted at the prodigal plenitude visible on my tables and in my yard as I was myself. And as I saw their eyes light up at the unctuous anticipations presented to them by their riotous fancies, I ordered a bullock to be slaughtered and distributed. The second day of the arrival of the expedition in the country which I now looked upon as classic ground, since Captains Burton, Speke, and Grant years ago had visited it and described it, came the Arab magnates from Tabora to congratulate me. Tabora is the principal Arab settlement in Central Africa. It contains over 1,000 huts and tembes, and one may safely estimate the population, Arabs, Wangwana, and natives, at 5,000 people. Between Tabora and the next settlement, Kwihara, rise two rugged hill ridges, separated from each other by a low saddle, over the top of which Tabora is always visible from Kwihara. There is no such recognized place as Kaza. They were a fine, handsome body of men, these Arabs. They mostly hailed from Oman, others were Wasawahili, and each of my visitors had quite a retinue with him. At Tabora they live quite luxuriously. The plain on which the settlement is situated is exceedingly fertile. Though naked of trees, the rich pasturage it furnishes permits them to keep large herds of cattle and goats, from which they have an ample supply of milk, cream, butter, and ghee. Rice is grown everywhere. Sweet potatoes, yams, muhogo, holcus sorghum, maize, or Indian corn, sesame, millet, field peas, or vetches called choroko, are cheap, and always procurable. Around their tembes the Arabs cultivate a little wheat for their own purposes, and have planted orange, lemon, pawpaw, and mangoes, which thrive here fairly well. Onions and garlic, chilies, cucumbers, tomatoes, and brinjals may be procured by the white visitor from the more important Arabs, who are undoubted Epicureans in their way. Their slaves convey to them from the coast, once a year at least, their stores of tea, coffee, sugar, spices, jellies, curries, wine, brandy, biscuits, sardines, salmon, and such fine cloths and articles as they require for their own personal use. Almost every Arab of any eminence is able to show a wealth of Persian carpets, and most luxurious bedding, complete tea and coffee services, and magnificently carved dishes of tinned copper and brass lavers. Several of them sport gold watches and chains, mostly all a watch and chain of some kind, and as in Persia, Afghanistan, and Turkey, the harems form an essential feature of every Arab's household. The sensualism of the Mohammedans is as prominent here as in the Orient. The Arabs who now stood before the front door of my tembe were the donors of the good things received the day before. As in duty bound, of course I greeted Sheikh Said first, then Sheikh bin Nasib, His Highness of Zanzibar's Consul at Karagwa. Then I greeted the noblest Trojan among the Arab population, noblest in bearing, noblest in courage and manly worth, Sheikh Khamis bin Abdullah, then young Amram bin Masoud, who is now making war on the king of Urori and his fractious people, then handsome, courageous Sood, the son of Said bin Majid, then dandified Thani bin Abdullah, then Musud bin Abdullah and his cousin Abdullah bin Masoud, who own the houses where formerly lived Burton and Speke, then old Suleiman Dawa, Said bin Saif, and the old hetman of Tabora, Sheikh Sultan bin Ali. As the visit of these magnates, under whose loving protection white travellers must needs submit themselves, was only a formal one, such as Arab etiquette, ever of the stateliest and truest, impelled them to, it is unnecessary to relate the discourse on my health and their wealth, my thanks and their professions of loyalty and attachment to me. After having expended our mutual stock of congratulations and nonsense, they departed, having stated their wish that I should visit them at Tabora and partake of a feast which they were about to prepare for me. 3 days afterwards I sallied out of my tembe, escorted by 18 bravely dressed men of my escort, to pay Tabora a visit. On surmounting the saddle over which the road from the valley of Kwihara leads to Tabora, the plain on which the Arab settlement is situated lay before us, one expanse of dun pasture land, stretching from the base of the hill on our left as far as the banks of the northern Gombe, which a few miles beyond Tabora heave into purple-coloured hills and blue cones. Within 3/4 of an hour we were seated on the mud verandah of the tembe of Sultan bin Ali, who, because of his age, his wealth, and his position, being a colonel in Seyd Burghash's unlovely army, is looked upon by his countrymen high and low as a referee and counsellor. His boma, or enclosure, contains quite a village of hive-shaped huts and square tembes. From here, after being presented with a cup of mocha coffee and some sherbet, we directed our steps towards Khamis bin Abdullah's house, who had, in anticipation of my coming, prepared a feast to which he had invited his friends and neighbours. The group of stately Arabs in their long white dresses and jaunty caps, also of a snowy white, who stood ready to welcome me to Tabora, produced quite an effect on my mind. I was in time for a council of war they were holding, and I was requested to attend. Khamis bin Abdullah, a bold and brave man, ever ready to stand up for the privileges of the Arabs and their rights to pass through any countries for legitimate trade, is the man who, in Speke's Journal of the Discovery of the Source of the Nile, is reported to have shot Maula, an old chief who sided with Manwasera during the wars of 1860, and who subsequently, after chasing his relentless enemy for 5 years through Ugogo and Unyamwezi as far as Ukonongo, had the satisfaction of beheading him, was now urging the Arabs to assert their rights against a chief called Mirambo of Uyoe, in a crisis which was advancing. This Mirambo of Uyoe, it seems, had for the last few years been in a state of chronic discontent with the policies of the neighbouring chiefs. Formerly a pagazi for an Arab, he had now assumed regal power, with the usual knack of unconscionable rascals who care not by what means they step into power. When the chief of Uyoe died, Mirambo, who was head of a gang of robbers infesting the forests of Wilyankuru, suddenly entered Uyoe, and constituted himself lord paramount by force. Some feats of enterprise which he performed to the enrichment of all those who recognized his authority established him firmly in his position. This was but a beginning. He carried war through Ugara to Ukonongo, through Usagozi to the borders of Uvinza, and after destroying the populations over 3 degrees of latitude, he conceived a grievance against Mkasiwa and against the Arabs, because they would not sustain him in his ambitious projects against the ally and friend with whom they were living in peace. The first outrage which this audacious man committed against the Arabs was the halting of an Ujiji bound caravan, and the demand for 5 kegs of gunpowder, 5 guns, and 5 bales of cloth. This extraordinary demand, after expending more than a day in fierce controversy, was paid; but the Arabs, if they were surprised at the exorbitant blackmail demanded of them, were more than ever surprised when they were told to return the way they came, and that no Arab caravan should pass through his country to Ujiji except over his dead body. On the return of the unfortunate Arabs to Unyanyembe, they reported the facts to Sheikh Said bin Salim, the governor of the Arab colony. This old man, being averse to war, of course tried every means to induce Mirambo as of old to be satisfied with presents; but Mirambo this time was obdurate, and sternly determined on war unless the Arabs aided him in the warfare he was about to wage against old Mkasiwa, Sultan of the Wanyamwezi of Unyanyembe. "This is the status of affairs," said Khamis bin Abdullah. "Mirambo says that for years he has been engaged in war against the neighbouring Washensi, and has come out of it victorious. He says this is a great year with him, that he is going to fight the Arabs in the Wanyamwezi of Unyanyembe, and that he shall not stop until every Arab is driven from Unyanyembe, and he rules over this country in place of Mkasiwa. Children of Oman, shall it be so? Speak, Salim, son of Saif, shall we go to meet this Mshensi, pagan, or shall we return to our island?" A murmur of approbation followed the speech of Khamis bin Abdullah, the majority of those present being young men eager to punish the audacious Mirambo. Salim, the son of Saif, an old patriarch, slow of speech, tried to appease the passions of the young men, scions of the aristocracy of Muscat and Mutra, and Bedouins of the desert, but Khamis's bold words had made too deep an impression on their minds. Soud, the handsome Arab whom I have noticed already as the son of Said, the son of Majid, spoke. "My father used to tell me that he remembered the days when the Arabs could go through the country from Bagamoyo to Ujiji, and from Kilwa to Lunda, and from Usenga to Uganda armed with canes. Those days are gone by. We have stood the insolence of the Wagogo long enough. Swaruru of Usui just takes from us whatever he wants, and now here is Mirambo, who says after taking more than 5 bales of cloth as tribute from one man that no Arab caravan shall go to Ujiji, but over his body. Are we prepared to give up the ivory of Ujiji, of Urundi, of Karagwa, of Uganda, because of this one man? I say war. War until we have got his beard under our feet. War until the whole of Uyoe and Wilyankuru is destroyed. War until we can again travel through any part of the country with only our walking canes in our hands." The universal assent that followed Sen's speech proved beyond a doubt that we were about to have a war. I thought of Livingstone. What if he were marching to Unyanyembe directly into the war country? Having found from the Arabs that they intended to finish the war quickly, at most within 15 days, as Uyoe was only 4 marches distant, I volunteered to accompany them, take my loaded caravan with me as far as Mfuto, and there leave it in charge of a few guards, and with the rest march on with the Arab army. And my hope was that it might be possible, after the defeat of Mirambo and his forest banditti, the Ruga Ruga, to take my expedition direct to Ujiji by the road now closed. The Arabs were sanguine of victory, and I partook of their enthusiasm. The council of war broke up. A great dishful of rice and curry, in which almonds, citron, raisins, and currants were plentifully mixed, was brought in, and it was wonderful how soon we forgot our warlike fervour after our attention had been drawn to this royal dish. I, of course, not being a Mohammedan, had a dish of my own, of a similar composition, strengthened by platters containing roast chicken and kebabs, crullers, cakes, sweetbread, fruit, glasses of sherbet and lemonade, dishes of gumdrops and muscat sweetmeats, dry raisins, prunes, and nuts. Certainly Khamis bin Abdullah proved to me that if he had a warlike soul in him, he could also attend to the cultivated tastes acquired under the shade of the mangoes on his father's estates in Zanzibar, the island. After gorging ourselves on these uncommon dainties, some of the chief Arabs escorted me to other tembes of Tabora. When we went to visit Musud bin Abdullah, he showed me the very ground where Burton and Speke's houses stood, now pulled down and replaced by his office. Sni bin Amer's house was also torn down, and the fashionable tembe of Unyanyembe, now in vogue, built over it. Finely carved rafters, huge carved doors, brass knockers, and lofty, airy rooms, a house built for defence and comfort. The finest house in Unyanyembe belongs to Amram bin Masud, who paid 60 frasila of ivory, over $3,000 for it. Very fair houses can be purchased for from 20 to 30 frasila of ivory. Amram's house is called the Two Seas, Baharin. It is 100 feet in length and 20 feet high, with walls 4 feet thick, neatly plastered over with mud mortar. The great door is a marvel of carving work for Unyanyembe artisans. Each rafter within is also carved with fine designs. Before the front of the house is a young plantation of pomegranate trees, which flourish here as if they were indigenous to the soil. A shadoof, such as may be seen on the Nile, serves to draw water to irrigate the gardens. End of Chapter 8, Part 1. Chapter 8, Part 2 of How I Found Livingstone. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. How I Found Livingstone by Sir Henry M. Stanley. Chapter 8, Part 2. My Life and Troubles during my residence in Unyanyembe. Towards evening we walked back to our own finely situated tembe in Kwihara, well satisfied with what we had seen at Tabora. My men drove a couple of oxen and carried 3 sacks of native rice, a most superior kind, the day's presents of hospitality from Khamis bin Abdullah. In Unyanyembe I found the Livingstone caravan, which started off in a fright from Bagamoyo upon the rumour that the English consul was coming. As all the caravans were now halted at Unyanyembe because of the now approaching war, I suggested to Sayd bin Salim that it were better that the men of the Livingstone caravan should live with mine in my tembe, that I might watch over the white men's goods. Sayd bin Salim agreed with me, and the men and goods were at once brought to my tembe. One day Asmani, who was now chief of Livingstone's caravan, the other having died of smallpox 2 or 3 days before, brought out a tent to the verandah where I was sitting writing, and showed me a packet of letters, which to my surprise was marked to Dr Livingstone, Ujiji, November 1st, 1870, registered letters. From November 1st, 1870 to February 10th, 1871, just 100 days at Bagamoyo. A miserable small caravan of 33 men halting 100 days at Bagamoyo, only 25 miles by water from Zanzibar. Poor Livingstone! Who knows but he may be suffering for want of these very supplies that were detained so long near the sea? The caravan arrived at Unyanyembe some time about the middle of May. About the latter part of May the first disturbances took place. Had this caravan arrived here in the middle of March, or even in the middle of April, they might have travelled on to Ujiji without trouble. On the 7th of July, about 2 p.m., I was sitting on the bozani as usual. I felt listless and languid, and a drowsiness came over me. I did not fall asleep, but the power of my limbs seemed to fail me. Yet the brain was busy. All my life seemed passing in review before me. When these retrospective scenes became serious, I looked serious. When they were sorrowful, I wept hysterically, and when they were joyous, I laughed loudly. Reminiscences of yet a young life's battles and hard struggles came surging into the mind in quick succession. Events of boyhood, of youth and manhood, perils, travels, scenes, joys and sorrows, loves and hates, friendships and indifferences. My mind followed the various and rapid transition of my life's passages. It drew the lengthy, erratic, sinuous lines of travel my footsteps had passed over. If I had drawn them on the sandy floor, what enigmatical problems they had been to those around me, and what plain, readable, intelligent histories they had been to me. The loveliest feature of all to me was the form of a noble and true man who called me son. Of my life in the great pine forests of Arkansas and in Missouri, I retained the most vivid impressions. The dreaming days I passed under the sighing pines on the Wahita's shores, the new clearing, the blockhouse, our faithful black servant, the forest deer, and the exuberant life I led, were all well remembered. And I remembered how one day, after we had come to live near the Mississippi, I floated down hundreds of miles, with a wild fraternity of gnarly giants, the boatmen of the Mississippi, and how a dear old man welcomed me back as if from the grave. I remembered also my travels on foot through sunny Spain and France, with numberless adventures in Asia Minor, among Kurdish nomads. I remembered the battlefields of America and the stormy scenes of rampant war. I remembered gold mines and broad prairies, Indian councils, and much experience in the new western lands. I remembered the shock it gave me to hear after my return from a barbarous country of the calamity that had overtaken the fond man whom I called father, and the hot, fitful life that followed it. Stop. Dear me, is it the 21st of July? Yes, Shaw informed me that it was the 21st of July after I recovered from my terrible attack of fever. The true date was the 14th of July, but I was not aware that I had jumped a week until I met Dr Livingstone. We two together examined the nautical almanac, which I brought with me. We found that the doctor was 3 weeks out of his reckoning, and to my great surprise I was also 1 week out, or 1 week ahead of the actual date. The mistake was made by my being informed that I had been 2 weeks sick, and as the day I recovered my senses was Friday, and Shaw and the people were morally sure that I was in bed 2 weeks, I dated it on my diary the 21st of July. However, on the 10th day after the first of my illness, I was in excellent trim again, only, however, to see and attend to Shaw, who was in turn taken sick. By the 22nd of July, Shaw was recovered, and Selim was prostrated, and groaned in his delirium for 4 days, but by the 28th we were all recovered, and were beginning to brighten up at the prospect of a diversion in the shape of a march upon Mirambo's stronghold. The morning of the 29th I had 50 men loaded with bales, beads, and wire for Ujiji. When they were mustered for the march outside the tembe, the only man absent was Bombay. While men were sent to search for him, others departed to get one more look and one more embrace with their black Delilahs. Bombay was found some time about 2 p.m., his face faithfully depicting the contending passions under which he was labouring: sorrow at parting from the flesh pots of Unyanyembe, regret at parting from his Dulcinea of Tabora. To be bereft of all enjoyment now, nothing but marches, hard, long marches, to go to the war, to be killed, perhaps. Oh, inspired by such feelings, no wonder Bombay was inclined to be pugnacious when I ordered him to his place, and I was in a shocking bad temper, for having been kept waiting from 8 a.m. to 2 p.m. for him. There was simply a word and a savage look, and my cane was flying around Bombay's shoulders, as if he were to be annihilated. I fancy that the eager fury of my onslaught broke his stubbornness more than anything else, for before I had struck him a dozen times he was crying for pardon. At that word I ceased belabouring him, for this was the first time he had ever uttered that word. Bombay was conquered at last. "March!" and the guide led off, followed in solemn order by 49 of his fellows, every man carrying a heavy load of African moneys, besides his gun, hatchet, and stock of ammunition, and his ugali pot. We presented quite an imposing sight while thus marching on in silence and order, with our flags flying, and the red blanket robes of the men streaming behind them as the furious north easter blew right on our flank. The men seemed to feel they were worth seeing, for I noticed that several assumed a more martial tread as they felt their royal Joho cloth tugging at their necks, as it was swept streaming behind by the wind. Maganga, a tall Mnyamwezi, stalked along like a very Goliath about to give battle alone to Mirambo and his 1,000 warriors. Frisky Khamisi paced on under his load, imitating a lion, and there was the rude jester, the incorrigible Ulimengo, with a stealthy pace like a cat, but their silence could not last long. Their vanity was so much gratified, the red cloaks danced so incessantly before their eyes, that it would have been a wonder if they could have maintained such serious gravity or discontent 1/2 hour longer. Ulimengo was the first who broke it. He had constituted himself the kirangozi or guide, and was the standard bearer, bearing the American flag, which the men thought would certainly strike terror into the hearts of the enemy. Growing confident at first, then valorous, then exultant, he suddenly faced the army he was leading, and shouted, "Hoi, hoi!" Chorus, "Hoi, hoi!" "Where are you going?" Chorus, "Going to war." "Against whom?" Chorus, "Against Mirambo." "Who is your master?" Chorus, "The white men." "Oh, oh!" Chorus, "Ow, ow!" "Ya, ya!" Chorus, "Ya, ya!" This was the ridiculous song they kept up all day without intermission. We camped the first day at Bomboma's village, situated a mile to the south west of the natural hill fortress of Zimbili. Bombay was quite recovered from his thrashing, and had banished the sullen thoughts that had aroused my ire, and the men having behaved themselves so well, a 5-gallon pot of pombe was brought, to further nourish the valour which they one and all thought they possessed. The second day we arrived at Masangi. I was visited soon afterwards by Soud, the son of Sayd bin Majid, who told me the Arabs were waiting for me, that they would not march from Mfuto until I had arrived. Eastern Mfuto, after a 6 hours' march, was reached on the third day from Unyanyembe. Shaw gave in, laid down in the road, and declared he was dying. This news was brought to me about 4 P.M. by one of the last stragglers. I was bound to despatch men to carry him to me, into my camp, though every man was well tired after the long march. A reward stimulated half a dozen to venture into the forest just at dusk, to find Shaw, who was supposed to be at least 3 hours away from camp. About 2 o'clock in the morning my men returned, having carried Shaw on their backs the entire distance. I was roused up, and had him conveyed to my tent. I examined him, and I assured myself he was not suffering from fever of any kind, and in reply to my inquiries as to how he felt, he said he could neither walk nor ride, that he felt such extreme weakness and lassitude that he was incapable of moving further. After administering a glass of port wine to him and a bowlful of sago gruel, we both fell asleep. We arrived early the following morning at Mfuto, the rendezvous of the Arab army. A halt was ordered the next day, in order to make ourselves strong by eating the beeves, which we freely slaughtered. The personnel of our army was as follows: Sheikh Said bin Salim, 25 half caste; Sheikh Khamis bin Abdullah, 250 slaves; Sheikh Thani bin Abdullah, 80 slaves; Sheikh Masoud bin Abdullah, 75 slaves; Sheikh Abdullah bin Masoud, 80 slaves; Sheikh Ali bin Said bin Nasib, 250 slaves; Sheikh Nasir bin Masoud, 50 slaves; Sheikh Hamed Kimiami, 70 slaves; Sheikh Hamdam, 30 slaves; Sheikh Said bin Habib, 50 slaves; Sheikh Salim bin Saif, 100 slaves; Sheikh Sunguru, 25 slaves; Sheikh Saboko, 25 slaves; Sheikh Saud bin Said bin Majid, 50 slaves; Sheikh Mohammed bin Masoud, 30 slaves; Sheikh Said bin Hamed, 90 slaves; the Herald Expedition, 50 soldiers; Nkasiwa's Wanyamwezi, 800 soldiers, 125 half-castes in Wangwanga, and 300 independent chiefs and their followers. This made a total of 2,255 according to numbers given me by Thani bin Abdullah, and corroborated by a baluk in the pay of Sheikh bin Nasib. Of these men, 1,500 were armed with guns, flintlock muskets, German and French double barrels, some English Enfields, and American Springfields. Besides these muskets, they were mostly armed with spears and long knives for the purpose of decapitating and inflicting vengeful gashes in the dead bodies. Powder and ball were plentiful. Some men were served 100 rounds each; my people received each man 60 rounds. As we filed out of the stronghold of Mfuto, with waving banners denoting the various commanders, with booming horns and the roar of 50 bass drums, called gomas, with blessings showered on us by the mollahs, and happiest predications from the soothsayers, astrologers, and the diviners of the Koran, who could have foretold that this grand force, before a week passed over its head, would be hurrying into that same stronghold of Mfuto, with each man's heart in his mouth from fear. The date of our leaving Mfuto for battle with Mirambo was the 3rd of August. All my goods were stored in Mfuto, ready for the march to Ujiji, should we be victorious over the African chief, but at least for safety, whatever befell us. Long before we reached Umanda, I was in my hammock in the paroxysms of a fierce attack of intermittent fever, which did not leave me until late that night. At Umanda, 6 hours from Mfuto, our warriors bedaubed themselves with the medicine which the wise men had manufactured for them, a compound of matama flower mixed with the juice of a herb, whose virtues were only known to the Wangana of the Wanyamwezi. At 6 a.m. on the 4th of August, we were once more prepared for the road, but before we were marched out of the village, the maneno, or speech, was delivered by the orator of the Wanyamwezi. Words, words, words! Listen, sons of Mkasiwa, children of Wanyamwezi. The journey is before you. The thieves of the forest are waiting. Yes, they are thieves. They cut up your caravans, they steal your ivory, they murder your women. Behold, the Arabs are with you. Al-Wali of the Arab Sultan and the white man are with you. Go, the son of Mkasiwa is with you. Fight, kill, take slaves, take cloth, take cattle. Kill, eat, and fill yourselves. Go! A loud wild shout followed this bold harangue. The gates of the village were thrown open, and blue, red, and white robed soldiers were bounding upwards like so many gymnasts, firing their guns incessantly in order to encourage themselves with noise, or to strike terror into the hearts of those who awaited us within the strong enclosure of Zimbizo, Sultan Kolongo's palace. As Zimbizo was distant only 5 hours from Umanda, at 11 a.m. we came in view of it. We halted on the verge of the cultivated area around it and its neighbours, within the shadow of the forest. Strict orders had been given by several chiefs to their respective commands not to fire until they were within shooting distance of the boma. Khamis bin Abdullah crept through the forest to the west of the village. The Wanyamwezi took their positions before the main gateway, aided by the forces of Saud, the son of Said, on the right, and the son of Habib on the left. Abdullah, Musud, and myself and others made ready to attack the eastern gate, which arrangement effectually shut them in, with the exception of the northern side. Suddenly a volley opened on us as we emerged from the forest along the Unyanyembe road, in the direction they had been anticipating the sight of an enemy, and immediately the attacking forces began their firing in most splendid style. There were some ludicrous scenes of men pretending to fire, then jumping off to one side, then forward, then backward, with the agility of hopping frogs, but the battle was none the less in earnest. The breech loaders of my men swallowed my metallic cartridges much faster than I liked to see, but happily there was a lull in the firing, and we were rushing into the village from the west, the south, the north, through the gates and over the tall palings that surrounded the village, like so many merry andrews, and the poor villagers were flying from the enclosure towards the mountains through the northern gate, pursued by the fleetest runners of our force and pelted in the back by bullets from breech loaders and shotguns. The village was strongly defended, and not more than 20 dead bodies were found in it, the strong thick wooden paling having afforded excellent protection against our bullets. From Zimbizo, after having left a sufficient force within, we sallied out, and in an hour had cleared the neighbourhood of the enemy, having captured 2 other villages, which we committed to the flames after gutting them of all valuables. A few tusks of ivory and about 50 slaves, besides an abundance of grain, composed the loot, which fell to the lot of the Arabs. On the 5th, a detachment of Arabs and slaves, 700 strong, scoured the surrounding country, and carried fire and devastation up to the boma of Wilyankuru. On the 6th, Saud bin Said and about 20 other young Arabs led a force of 500 men against Wilyankuru itself, where it was supposed Mirambo was living. Another party went out towards the low wooded hills, a short distance north of Zimbizo, near which place they surprised a youthful forest thief asleep, whose head they stretched backwards and cut it off as though he were a goat or a sheep. Another party sallied out southward, and defeated a party of Mirambo's bushwhackers, news of which came to our ears at noon. In the morning I had gone to Sayd bin Salim's tembe, to represent to him how necessary it was to burn the long grass in the forest of Zimbizo, lest it might hide any of the enemy. But soon afterwards I had been struck down with another attack of intermittent fever, and was obliged to turn in and cover myself with blankets to produce perspiration, but not, however, till I had ordered Shaw and Bombay not to permit any of my men to leave the camp. But I was told soon afterwards by Selim that more than one half had gone to the attack on Wilyankuru with Saud bin Said. About 6 p.m. the entire camp of Zimbizo was electrified with the news that all the Arabs who had accompanied Saud bin Said had been killed, and that more than one half of his party had been slain. Some of my own men returned, and from them I learned that Uledi, Grant's former valet, Mabruki Katalabu, killer of his father, Mabruki, the Little, Baruti of Usagua, and Ferahan had been killed. I learned also that they had succeeded in capturing Wilyankuru in a very short time, that Mirambo and his son were there, that as they succeeded in effecting an entrance, Mirambo had collected his men, and after leaving the village, had formed an ambush in the grass, on each side of the road between Wilyankuru and Zimbizo, and that as the attacking party were returning home laden with over 100 tusks of ivory, and 60 bales of cloth, and 200 or 300 slaves, Mirambo's men suddenly rose up on each side of them, and stabbed them with their spears. The brave Saud had fired his double-barrelled gun and shot 2 men, and was in the act of loading again when the spear was launched, which penetrated through and through him. All the other Arabs shared the same fate. This sudden attack from an enemy they believed to be conquered so demoralized the party that, dropping the spoil, each man took to his heels, and after making a wide detour through the woods, returned to Zimbizo to repeat the dolorous tale. The effect of this defeat is indescribable. It was impossible to sleep, from the shrieks of the women whose husbands had fallen. All night they howled their lamentations, and sometimes might be heard the groans of the wounded who had contrived to crawl through the grass unperceived by the enemy. Fugitives were continually coming in throughout the night, but none of my men who were reported to be dead were ever heard of again. The 7th was a day of distrust, sorrow, and retreat. The Arabs accused one another for urging war without expending all peaceful means first. There were stormy councils of war held, wherein were some who proposed to return at once to Unyanyembe and keep within their own houses, and Khamis bin Abdullah raved like an insulted monarch against the abject cowardice of his compatriots. These stormy meetings and propositions to retreat were soon known throughout the camp, and assisted more than anything else to demoralize completely the combined forces of Wanyamwezi and slaves. I sent Bombay to Sayd bin Salim to advise him not to think of retreat, as it would only be inviting Mirambo to carry the war to Unyanyembe. After dispatching Bombay with this message I fell asleep, but about 1:30 p.m. I was awakened by Selim saying, "Master, get up, they are all running away, and Khamis bin Abdullah is himself going." With the aid of Selim I dressed myself, and staggered towards the door. My first view was of Thani bin Abdullah being dragged away, who, when he caught sight of me, shouted out, "Bana, quick! Mirambo is coming!" He was then turning to run, and putting on his jacket, with his eyes almost starting out of their sockets with terror. Khamis bin Abdullah was also departing, he being the last Arab to leave. 2 of my men were following him. These Selim was ordered to force back with a revolver. Shaw was saddling his donkey with my own saddle, preparatory to giving me the slip, and leaving me in the lurch to the tender mercies of Mirambo. There were only Bombay, Mabruki Speak, Chanda, who was coolly eating his dinner, Mabruk Unyanyembe, Mtamani, Juma, and Samian, only 7 out of 50. All the others had deserted, and were by this time far away, except Uledi, Manwasera, and Zaidi, whom Selim brought back at the point of a loaded revolver. Selim was then told to saddle my donkey, and Bombay to assist Shaw to saddle his own. In a few moments we were on the road, the men ever looking back for the coming enemy. They belaboured the donkeys to some purpose, for they went at a hard trot which caused me intense pain. I would have gladly lain down to die, but life was sweet, and I had not yet given up all hope of being able to preserve it to the full and final accomplishment of my mission. My mind was actively at work, planning and contriving during the long lonely hours of night, which we employed to reach Mfuto, whither I found the Arabs had retreated. In the night Shaw tumbled off his donkey and would not rise, though implored to do so. As I did not despair myself, so I did not intend that Shaw should despair. He was lifted on his animal, and a man was placed at each side of him to assist him. Thus we rode through the darkness. At midnight we reached Mfuto safely, and were at once admitted into the village, from which we had issued so valiantly, but to which we were now returned so ignominiously. I found all my men had arrived here before dark. Ulimengo, the bold guide who had exulted in his weapons and in our numbers, and was so sanguine of victory, had performed the 11 hours' march in 6 hours. Sturdy Chowpereh, whom I regarded as the faithfulest of my people, had arrived only half an hour later than Ulimengo, and frisky Kamizi, the dandy, the orator, the rampant demagogue, yes, he had come third, and Speke's faithfuls had proved as cowardly as any poor nigger of them all. Only Selim was faithful. I asked Selim, "Why did you not also run away and leave your master to die?" "Oh, sir," said the Arab boy naively, "I was afraid you would whip me." End of Chapter 8, Part 2.
Chapter 9, Part 1 of How I Found Livingstone. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Anna Simon. How I Found Livingstone. Travels, Adventures and Discoveries in Central Africa, including 4 months' residence with Dr. Livingstone. By Sir Henry M. Stanley. Chapter 9. Part 1. My Life and Troubles in Unyanyembe. Continued. It never occurred to the Arab magnates that I had cause of complaint against them, or that I had a right to feel aggrieved at their conduct, for the base desertion of an ally who had, as a duty to friendship, taken up arms for their sake. Their salams the next morning after the retreat were given as if nothing had transpired to mar the good feeling that had existed between us. They were hardly seated, however, before I began to inform them that as the war was only between them and Mirambo, and that, as I was afraid, if they were accustomed to run away after every little check, that the war might last a much longer time than I could afford to lose, and that as they had deserted their wounded on the field, and left their sick friends to take care of themselves, they must not consider me in the light of an ally any more. "I am satisfied," said I, "having seen your mode of fighting, that the war will not be ended in so short a time as you think it will. It took you 5 years, I hear, to conquer and kill Manwasera. You will certainly not conquer Mirambo in less than a year." Aside, the same war is still raging, April 1874. End of aside. I am a white man, accustomed to wars after a different style. I know something about fighting, but I never saw people run away from an encampment like ours at Zimbizo for such slight cause as you had. By running away, you have invited Mirambo to follow you to Unyanyembe. You may be sure he will come. The Arabs protested one after another that they had not intended to have left me, but the Wanyamwezi of Mkaziba had shouted out that the Muzungu was gone, and the cry had caused a panic among their people, which it was impossible to allay. Later that day the Arabs continued their retreat to Tabora, which is 22 miles distant from Mfuto. I determined to proceed more leisurely, and on the second day after the flight from Zimbizo, the expedition, with all the stores and baggage, marched back to Mazangi, and on the third day to Kwihara. The following extracts from my diary will serve to show better than anything else my feelings and thoughts about this time, after our disgraceful retreat. Kwihara, Friday, 11th August 1871. Arrived today from Simbili, village of Mombomas. I am quite disappointed and almost disheartened. But I have one consolation. I have done my duty by the Arabs, a duty I thought I owed to the kindness they received me with. Now, however, the duty is discharged, and I am free to pursue my own course. I feel happy, for some reasons, that the duty has been paid at such a slight sacrifice. Of course, if I had lost my life in this enterprise, I should have been justly punished. But apart from my duty to the consideration with which the Arabs had received me, was the necessity of trying every method of reaching Livingstone. This road which the war with Mirambo has closed is only a month's march from this place, and, if the road could be opened with my aid sooner than without it, why should I refuse my aid? The attempt has been made for the second time to Ujiji. Both have failed. I am going to try another route. To attempt to go by the north would be folly. Mirambo's mother and people and the Wasui are between me and Ujiji, without including the Watuta, who are his allies and robbers. The southern route seems to be the most practicable one. Very few people know anything of the country south. Those whom I have questioned concerning it speak of want of water and robber Wazavira as serious obstacles. They also say that the settlements are few and far between. But before I can venture to try this new route, I have to employ a new set of men, as those whom I took to Mfuto consider their engagements at an end, and the fact of 5 of their number being killed rather damps their ardour for travelling. It is useless to hope that Wanyamwezi can be engaged, because it is against their custom to go with caravans as carriers during wartime. My position is most serious. I have a good excuse for returning to the coast, but my conscience will not permit me to do so, after so much money has been expended, and so much confidence has been placed in me. In fact, I feel I must die sooner than return. Saturday, August 12th. My men, as I suppose they would, have gone. They said that I engaged them to go to Ujiji by Mirambo's road. I have only 13 left. With this small body of men, whither can I go? I have over 100 loads in the storeroom. Livingstone's caravan is also here. His goods consist of 17 bales of cloth, 12 boxes, and 6 bags of beads. His men are luxuriating upon the best the country affords. If Livingstone is at Ujiji, he is now locked up with small means of escape. I may consider myself also locked up at Unyanyembe, and I suppose cannot go to Ujiji until this war with Mirambo is settled. Livingstone cannot get his goods, for they are here with mine. He cannot return to Zanzibar, and the road to the Nile is blocked up. He might, if he has men and stores, possibly reach Baker by travelling northwards, through Urundi, thence through Rwanda, Karagwa, Uganda, Unyoro, and Ubari to Gondokoro. Pagazis he cannot obtain, for the sources whence a supply might be obtained are closed. It is an erroneous supposition to think that Livingstone, any more than any other energetic man of his calibre, can travel through Africa without some sort of an escort, and a durable supply of marketable cloth and beads. I was told today by a man that when Livingstone was coming from Nyassa Lake towards the Tanganyika, the very time that people thought him murdered, he was met by Said bin Omar's caravan, which was bound for Ulamba. He was travelling with Mohammed bin Garab. This Arab, who was coming from Urunga, met Livingstone at Chikumbi's or Kwachikumbi's country, and travelled with him afterwards, I hear, to Manyuema or Manyema. Manyuema is 40 marches from the north of Nyassa. Livingstone was walking. He was dressed in American sheeting. He had lost all his cloth in Lake Liemba while crossing it in a boat. He had 3 canoes with him. In one he put his cloth, another he loaded with his boxes and some of his men. Into the third he went himself with 2 servants and 2 fishermen. The boat with his cloth was upset. On leaving Nyassa, Livingstone went to Ubisa, thence to Uyemba, thence to Urungo. Livingstone wore a cap. He had a breech-loading double-barreled rifle with him, which fired fulminating balls. He was also armed with 2 revolvers. The Wahio, with Livingstone, told this man that their master had many men with him at first, but that several had deserted him. August 13th. A caravan came in today from the sea-coast. They reported that William L. Farquhar, whom I left sick at Mvapa, Usagara, and his cook were dead. Farquhar, I was told, died a few days after I had entered Ugogo. His cook died a few weeks later. My first impulse was for revenge. I believed that Lukole had played me false, and had poisoned him, or that he had been murdered in some other manner. But a personal interview with the Masahili who brought the news, informing me that Farquhar had succumbed to his dreadful illness, has done away with that suspicion. So far as I could understand him, Farquhar had in the morning declared himself well enough to proceed, but in attempting to rise had fallen backward and died. I was also told that the Wasagara, possessing some superstitious notions respecting the dead, had ordered Jako to take the body out for burial. That Jako, not being able to carry it, had dragged the body to the jungle, and there left it naked, without the slightest covering of earth or anything else. "There's one of us gone, Shaw, my boy. Who will be the next?" I remarked that night to my companion. August 14th. Wrote some letters to Zanzibar. Shaw was taken very ill last night. August 19th. Saturday. My soldiers are employed stringing beads. Shaw is still abed. We hear that Mirambo is coming to Unyanyembe. A detachment of Arabs and their slaves have started this morning to possess themselves of the powder left there by the redoubtable Sheikh Said bin Salim, the commander-in-chief of the Arab settlements. August 21st. Monday. Shaw still sick. 100 fundo of beads have been strung. The Arabs are preparing for another sally against Mirambo. The advance of Mirambo upon Unyanyembe was denied by Said bin Salim this morning. August 22nd. We were stringing beads this morning when, about 10 a.m., we heard a continued firing from the direction of Tabora. Rushing out from our work to the front door, facing Tabora, we heard considerable volleying and scattered firing, plainly, and ascending to the top of my tembe, I saw with my glasses the smoke of the guns. Some of my men, who were sent on to ascertain the cause, came running back with the information that Mirambo had attacked Tabora with over 2,000 men, and that a force of over 1,000 Watuta, who had allied themselves with him for the sake of plunder, had come suddenly upon Tabora, attacking from opposite directions. Later in the day, or about noon, watching the low saddle over which we could see Tabora, we saw it crowded with fugitives from that settlement, who were rushing to our settlement at Kwihara for protection. From these people we heard the sad information that the noble Kabis bin Abdullah, his little protege Kamis, Mohammed bin Abdullah, Ibrahim bin Rashid, and Saif, the son of Ali, the son of Sheikh, the son of Nazib, had been slain. When I inquired into the details of the attack and the manner of the death of these Arabs, I was told that after the first firing which warned the inhabitants of Tabora that the enemy was upon them, Kamis bin Abdullah and some of the principal Arabs who happened to be with him had ascended to the roof of his tembe, and with his spy-glass he had looked towards the direction of the firing. To his great astonishment he saw the plain around Tabora filled with approaching savages, and about 2 miles off, near Kazima, a tent pitched, which he knew to belong to Mirambo, from its having been presented to that chief by the Arabs of Tabora when they were on good terms with him. Kamis bin Abdullah descended to his house, saying, "Let us go to meet him. Arm yourselves, my friends, and come with me." His friends advised him strongly not to go out of his tembe, for so long as each Arab kept to his tembe, they were more than a match for the Ruga Ruga and the Watuta together. But Kamis broke out impatiently with, "Would you advise us to stop in our tembes for fear of this Mshenti (pagan)? Who goes with me?" His little protege, Kamis, son of a dead friend, asked to be allowed to be his gun-bearer. Mohammed bin Abdullah, Ibrahim bin Rashid, and Saif the son of Ali, young Arabs of good families, who were proud to live with the noble Kamis, also offered to go with him. After hastily arming 80 of his slaves, contrary to the advice of his prudent friends, he sallied out, and was soon face to face with his cunning and determined enemy Mirambo. This chief, upon seeing the Arabs advance towards him, gave orders to retreat slowly. Kamis, deceived by this, rushed on with his friends after them. Suddenly Mirambo ordered his men to advance upon them in a body, and at the sight of the precipitate rush upon their party, Kamis's slaves incontinently took to their heels, never even deigning to cast a glance behind them, leaving their master to the fate which was now overtaking him. The savages surrounded the 5 Arabs, and though several of them fell before the Arabs' fire, continued to shoot at the little party, until Kamis bin Abdullah received a bullet in the leg, which brought him to his knees, and, for the first time, to the knowledge that his slaves had deserted him. Though wounded, the brave man continued shooting, but he soon afterwards received a bullet through the heart. Little Kamis, upon seeing his adopted father's fall, exclaimed, "My father Kamis is dead. I will die with him." and continued fighting until he received, shortly after, his death wound. In a few minutes there was not one Arab left alive. Late at night some more particulars arrived of this tragic scene. I was told by people who saw the bodies that the body of Khamis bin Abdullah, who was a fine, noble, brave, portly man, was found with the skin of his forehead, the beard and skin of the lower part of his face, the forepart of the nose, the fat over the stomach and abdomen, and lastly a bit from each heel cut off by the savage allies of Mirambo. And in the same condition were found the bodies of his adopted son and fallen friends. The flesh and skin thus taken from the bodies was taken, of course, by the waganga or medicine men, to make what they deemed to be the most powerful potion of all to enable men to be strong against their enemies. This potion is mixed up with their ugali and rice, and is taken in this manner with the most perfect confidence in its efficacy, as an invulnerable protection against bullets and missiles of all descriptions. It was a most sorry scene to witness from our excited settlement at Kwihara, almost the whole of Tabora in flames, and to see the hundreds of people crowding into Kwihara. Perceiving that my people were willing to stand by me, I made preparations for defence by boring loopholes for muskets into the stout clay walls of my tembe. They were made so quickly, and seemed so admirably adapted for the efficient defence of the tembe, that my men got quite brave, and Wangwana refugees with guns in their hands, driven out of Tabora, asked to be admitted into our tembe to assist in its defence. Livingstone's men were also collected, and invited to help defend their master's goods against Mirambo's supposed attack. By night I had 150 armed men in my courtyard, stationed at every possible point where an attack might be expected. Tomorrow Mirambo has threatened that he will come to Kwihara. I hope he will come, and if he comes within range of an American rifle, I shall see what virtue lies in American lead. August 23rd. We have passed a very anxious day in the valley of Kwihara. Our eyes were constantly directed towards unfortunate Tabora. It has been said that 3 tembes only have stood the brunt of the attack. Abid bin Suleiman's house has been destroyed, and over 200 tusks of ivory that belonged to him have become the property of the African Bonaparte. My tembe is in as efficient a state of defence as its style and means of defence will allow. Rifle pits surround the house outside, and all native huts that obstructed the view have been torn down, and all trees and shrubs which might serve as a shelter for any one of the enemy have been cut. Provisions and water enough for 6 days have been brought. I have ammunition enough to last 2 weeks. The walls are 3 feet thick, and there are apartments within apartments, so that a desperate body of men could fight until the last room had been taken. The Arabs, my neighbours, endeavoured to seem brave, but it is evident they are about despairing. I have heard it rumoured that the Arabs of Kwihara, if Tabora is taken, will start en masse for the coast, and give the country up to Mirambo. If such are their intentions, and they are really carried into effect, I shall be in a pretty mess. However, if they do leave me, Mirambo will not reap any benefit from my stores, nor from Livingstone's either, for I shall burn the whole house, and everything in it. August 24th. The American flag is still waving above my house, and the Arabs are still in Unyanyembe. About 10 a.m. a messenger came from Tabora, asking us if we were not going to assist them against Mirambo. I felt very much like going out to help them, but, after debating long upon the pros and cons of it, asking myself, was it prudent? Ought I to go? What will become of the people if I were killed? Will they not desert me again? What was the fate of Khamis bin Abdullah? I sent word that I would not go, that they ought to feel perfectly at home in their tembes against such a force as Mirambo had, that I should be glad if they could induce him to come to Kwihara, in which case I would try and pick him off. They say that Mirambo and his principal officer carry umbrellas over their heads, that he himself has long hair, like a Mnyamwezi pagazi, and a beard. If he comes, all the men carrying umbrellas will have bullets rained on them in the hope that one lucky bullet may hit him. According to popular ideas, I should make a silver bullet, but I have no silver with me. I might make a gold one. About noon I went over to see Sheikh bin Nasib, leaving about 100 men inside the house to guard it while I was absent. This old fellow is quite a philosopher in his way. I should call him a professor of minor philosophy. He is generally so sententious, fond of aphorisms, and a very deliberate character. I was astonished to find him so despairing. His aphorisms have deserted him. His philosophy has not been able to stand against disaster. He listened to me more like a moribund than one possessing all the means of defence and offence. I loaded his 2-pounder with ball and grape and small slugs of iron, and advised him not to fire it until Mirambo's people were at his gates. About 4 p.m. I heard that Mirambo had deported himself to Kazima, a place northwest of Tabora, a couple of miles. August 26th. The Arabs sallied out this morning to attack Kazima, but refrained, because Mirambo asked for a day's grace, to eat the beef he had stolen from them. He has asked them impudently to come tomorrow morning, at which time he says he will give them plenty of fighting. Kwihara is once more restored to a peaceful aspect, and fugitives no longer throng its narrow limits in fear and despair. End of Chapter 9, Part 1. Chapter 9, Part 2 of How I Found Livingstone. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Anna Simon. How I Found Livingstone. Travels, Adventures, and Discoveries in Central Africa, including 4 months' residence with Dr Livingstone. By Sir Henry M. Stanley. Chapter 9, Part 2. My Life and Troubles in Unyanyembe. Continued. August 27th. Mirambo retreated during the night, and when the Arabs went in force to attack his village of Kazima, they found it vacant. The Arabs hold councils of war nowadays, battle meetings of which they seem to be very fond, but extremely slow to act upon. They were about to make friends with the northern Watuta, but Mirambo was ahead of them. They had talked of invading Mirambo's territory the second time, but Mirambo invaded Unyanyembe with fire and sword, bringing death to many a household, and he has slain the noblest of them all. The Arabs spend their hours in talking and arguing, while the Ujiji and Karagwa roads are more firmly closed than ever. Indeed, many of the influential Arabs are talking of returning to Zanzibar, saying, Unyanyembe is ruined. Meanwhile, with poor success, however, perceiving the impossibility of procuring Wanyamwezi pagazis, I am hiring the Wangwana renegades living in Unyanyembe to proceed with me to Ujiji at treble prices. Each man is offered 30 doti, ordinary hire of a carrier being only from 5 to 10 doti to Ujiji. I want 50 men. I intend to leave about 60 or 70 loads here under charge of a guard. I shall leave all personal baggage behind, except one small portmanteau. August 28th. No news today of Mirambo. Shaw is getting strong again. Sheikh bin Nasib called on me today, but, except on minor philosophy, he had nothing to say. I have determined, after a study of the country, to lead a flying caravan to Ujiji, by a southern road through northern Ukonongo and Ukabendi. Sheikh bin Nasib has been informed tonight of this determination. August 29th. Shaw got up today for a little work. Alas, all my fine-spun plans of proceeding by boat over the Victoria Nyanza, thence down the Nile, have been totally demolished, I fear, through this war with Mirambo, this black Bonaparte. 2 months have been wasted here already. The Arabs take such a long time to come to a conclusion. Advice is plentiful, and words are as numerous as the blades of grass in our valley. All that is wanting is decision. The Arab's hope and stay is dead. Khamis bin Abdullah is no more. Where are the other warriors of whom the Wangwana and Wanyamwezi bards sing? Where is mighty Kisesa, great Abdullah bin Nasib? Where is Said, the son of Majid? Kisesa is in Zanzibar, and Said, the son of Majid, is in Ujiji, as yet ignorant that his son has fallen in the forest of Bulyankur. Shaw is improving fast. I am unsuccessful as yet in procuring soldiers. I almost despair of ever being able to move from here. It is such a drowsy, sleepy, slow, dreaming country. Arabs, Wangwana, Wanyamwezi, are all alike. all careless how time flies. There tomorrow means sometimes within a month. To me it is simply maddening. August 30th. Shaw will not work. I cannot get him to stir himself. I have petted him and coaxed him, I have even cooked little luxuries for him myself. And, while I am straining every nerve to get ready for Ujiji, Shaw is satisfied with looking on listlessly. What a change from the ready-handed bold man he was at Zanzibar! I sat down by his side today with my palm and needle, in order to encourage him, and today, for the first time, I told him of the real nature of my mission. I told him that I did not care about the geography of the country half as much as I cared about finding Livingstone. I told him, for the first time, "Now, my dear Shaw, you think probably that I have been sent here to find the death of the Tanganika. Not a bit of it, man. I was told to find Livingstone. It is to find Livingstone I am here. It is to find Livingstone I am going. Don't you see, old fellow, the importance of the mission? Don't you see what reward you will get from Mr. Bennet if you will help me? I am sure, if ever you come to New York, you will never be in want of a $50 bill. So shake yourself, jump about, look lively. Say you will not die. That is half the battle. Snap your fingers at the fever. I will guarantee the fever won't kill you. I have medicine enough for a regiment here." His eyes lit up a little, but the light that shone in them shortly faded and died. I was quite disheartened. I made some strong punch to put fire in his veins, that I might see life in him. I put sugar and eggs and seasoned it with lemon and spice. "Drink, Shaw," said I, "and forget your infirmities. You are not sick, dear fellow; it is only ennui you are feeling. Look at Selim here. Now, I will bet any amount that he will not die, that I will carry him home safe to his friends. I will carry you home also, if you will let me." September 1st. According to Thani bin Abdullah, whom I visited at his tembe in Maroro, Mirambo lost 200 men in the attack upon Tabora, while the Arabs' losses were 5 Arabs, 13 freemen and 8 slaves, besides 3 tembes, and over 100 small huts burned, 280 ivory tusks, and 60 cows and bullocks captured. September 3rd. Received a packet of letters and newspapers from Captain Webb at Zanzibar. What a good thing it is that one's friends, even in far America, think of the absent one in Africa. They tell me that no one dreams of my being in Africa yet. I applied to Sheikh bin Nasib today to permit Livingstone's caravan to go under my charge to Ujiji, but he would not listen to it. He says he feels certain I am going to my death. September 4th. Shaw is quite well today, he says. Selim is down with the fever. My force is gradually increasing, though some of my old soldiers are falling off. Umgareza is blind. Baruti has the smallpox very badly. Sadala has the intermittent. September 5th. Baruti died this morning. He was one of my best soldiers, and was one of those men who accompanied Speke to Egypt. Baruti is number 7 of those who have died since leaving Zanzibar. Today my ears have been poisoned with the reports of the Arabs about the state of the country I am about to travel through. The roads are bad, they are all stopped, the Rugarua are out in the forests, the Wakonongo are coming from the south to help Mirambo, the Washensi are at war, one tribe against another. My men are getting dispirited, they have imbibed the fears of the Arabs and the Wanyamwezi. Bombay begins to feel that I had better go back to the coast and try again some other time. We buried Baruti under the shade of the banyan tree, a few yards west of my tembe. The grave was made 4½ feet deep and 3 feet wide. At the bottom, on one side, a narrow trench was excavated, into which the body was rolled on his side, with his face turned towards Mecca. The body was dressed in a dhoti and a half of new American sheeting. After it was placed properly in its narrow bed, a sloping roof of sticks, covered over with matting and old canvas, was made to prevent the earth from falling over the body. The grave was then filled, the soldiers laughing merrily. On the top of the grave was planted a small shrub, and into a small hole made with the hand was poured water, lest he might feel thirsty, they said, on his way to paradise. Water was then sprinkled all over the grave, and the gourd broken. This ceremony being ended, the men recited the Arabic Fatah, after which they left the grave of their dead comrade to think no more of him. September 7th. An Arab named Mohammed presented me today with a little boy slave called Ndugu Mahali, my brother's wealth. As I did not like the name, I called the chiefs of my caravan together and asked them to give him a better name. One suggested Simba, a lion; another said he thought Gombe, a cow, would suit the boy child; another thought he ought to be called Mirambo, which raised a loud laugh. Bombay thought Bombay Mdogo would suit my black-skinned infant very well. Ulimengo, however, after looking at his quick eyes, and noting his celerity of movement, pronounced the name Kalula as the best for him, because, said he, just look at his eyes, so bright; look at his form, so slim; watch his movements, how quick. Yes, Kalulu is his name. Yes, Bana, said the others, let it be Kalulu. Kalulu is a Kisawahili term for the young of the bluebuck, perpusilla antelope. Well then, said I, water being brought in a huge tin pan, Selim, who was willing to stand godfather, holding him over the water, let his name henceforth be Kalulu, and let no man take it from him. And thus it was that the little black boy of Mohammed's came to be called Kalulu. The expedition is increasing in numbers. We had quite an alarm before dark; much firing was heard at Tabora, which led us to anticipate an attack on Kwihara. It turned out, however, to be a salute fired in honour of the arrival of Sultan Kitambi to pay a visit to Kaziwa, Sultan of Unyanyembe. September 8th. Towards night, Sheikh bin Nasib received a letter from an Arab at Mfuto, reporting that an attack was made on that place by Mirambo and his Watuta allies. It also warned him to bid the people of Kwihara hold themselves in readiness, because if Mirambo succeeded in storming Mfuto, he would march direct on Kwihara. September 9th. Mirambo was defeated with severe loss yesterday in his attack upon Mfuto. He was successful in an assault he made upon a small Wanyamwezi village, but when he attempted to storm Mfuto, he was repulsed with severe loss, losing 3 of his principal men. Upon withdrawing his forces from the attack, the inhabitants sallied out, and followed him to the forest of Umanda, where he was again utterly routed, himself ingloriously flying from the field. The heads of his chief men slain in the attack were brought to Kwikuru, the boma of Mkaziwa. September 14th. The Arab boy Selim is delirious from constant fever. Shaw is sick again. These two occupy most of my time. I am turned into a regular nurse, for I have no one to assist me in attending upon them. If I try to instruct Abdul Kader in the art of being useful, his head is so befogged with the villainous fumes of Unyamwezi tobacco that he wanders bewildered about, breaking dishes and upsetting cooked dainties, until I get so exasperated that my peace of mind is broken completely for a full hour. If I ask Faraji, my now formally constituted cook, to assist, his thick wooden head fails to receive an idea, and I am thus obliged to play the part of chef de cuisine. September 15th. The 3rd month of my residence in Unyanyembe is almost finished, and I am still here, but I hope to be gone before the 23rd instant. All last night until 9 a.m. this morning my soldiers danced and sang to the names of their dead comrades whose bones now bleach in the forests of Wilyankuru. 2 or 3 huge pots of pombe failed to satisfy the raging thirst which the vigorous exercise they were engaged in created. So, early this morning I was called upon to contribute a shukka for another potful of the potent liquor. Today I was busy selecting the loads for each soldier and pagazi. In order to lighten their labour as much as possible, I reduced each load from 70 pounds to 50 pounds, by which I hope to be enabled to make some long marches. I have been able to engage 10 pagazis during the last 2 or 3 days. I have 2 or 3 men still very sick, and it is almost useless to expect that they will be able to carry anything, but I am in hopes that other men may be engaged to take their places before the actual day of departure, which now seems to be drawing near rapidly. September 16th. We have almost finished our work. On the 5th day from this, God willing, we shall march. I engaged 2 more pagazis, besides 2 guides, named Asmani and Mabruki. If vastness of the human form could terrify anyone, certainly Asmani's appearance is well calculated to produce that effect. He stands considerably over 6 feet without shoes, and has shoulders broad enough for 2 ordinary men. Tomorrow I mean to give the people a farewell feast, to celebrate our departure from this forbidding and unhappy country. September 17th. The banquet is ended. I slaughtered 2 bullocks and had a barbecue, 3 sheep, 2 goats, and 15 chickens, 120 pounds of rice, 20 large loaves of bread made of Indian corn flour, 100 eggs, 10 pounds of butter, and 5 gallons of sweet milk were the contents of which the banquet was formed. The men invited their friends and neighbours, and about 100 women and children partook of it. After the banquet was ended, the pombe, or native beer, was brought in 5-gallon pots, and the people commenced their dance, which continues even now as I write. September 19th. I had a slight attack of fever today, which has postponed our departure. Selim and Shaw are both recovered. About 8 p.m. Sheikh bin Nasib came to me, imploring me not to go away tomorrow because I was so sick. Tani Sagburi suggested to me that I might stay another month. In answer, I told them that white men are not accustomed to break their words. I had said I would go, and I intended to go. Sheikh bin Nasib gave up all hope of inducing me to remain another day, and he has gone away, with a promise to write to Said Burkash to tell him how obstinate I am, and that I am determined to be killed. This was a parting shot. About 10 p.m. the fever had gone. All were asleep in the tembe but myself, and an unutterable loneliness came on me as I reflected on my position and my intentions, and felt the utter lack of sympathy with me in all around. It requires more nerve than I possess to dispel all the dark presentiments that come upon the mind. But probably what I call presentiments are simply the impress on the mind of the warnings which these false-hearted Arabs have repeated so often. This melancholy and loneliness, I feel, may probably have their origin from the same cause. The single candle which barely lights up the dark shade that fills the corners of my room is but a poor incentive to cheerfulness. I feel as though I were imprisoned between stone walls. But why should I feel as if baited by these stupid, slow-witted Arabs and their warnings and croakings? I fancy a suspicion haunts my mind as I write that there lies some motive behind all this. I wonder if these Arabs tell me all these things to keep me here, in the hope that I might be induced another time to assist them in their war with Mirambo. If they think so, they are much mistaken, for I have taken a solemn, enduring oath, an oath to be kept while the least hope of life remains in me, not to be tempted to break the resolution I have formed, never to give up the search until I find Livingstone alive, or find his dead body, and never to return home without the strongest possible proofs that he is alive or that he is dead. No living man or living man shall stop me, only death can prevent me. But death, not even this, I shall not die, I will not die, I cannot die. And something tells me, I do not know what it is, perhaps it is the ever-living hopefulness of my own nature, perhaps it is the natural presumption born out of an abundant and glowing vitality, or the outcome of an overweening confidence in oneself. Anyhow and everyhow, something tells me tonight I shall find him. And, write it larger, find him! Find him! Even the words are inspiring. I feel more happy. Have I uttered a prayer? I shall sleep calmly tonight. I have felt myself compelled to copy out of my diary the above notes, as they explain, written as they are on the spot, the vicissitudes of my life at Unyanyembe. To me they appear to explain far better than any amount of descriptive writing, even of the most graphic, the nature of the life I led. There they are, unexaggerated, in their literality, precisely as I conceived them at the time they happened. They speak of fevers without number to myself and men. They relate our dangers and little joys, our annoyances and our pleasures, as they occurred. End of Chapter 9, Part 2.
Chapter 10, Part 1 of How I Found Livingstone. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. How I Found Livingstone, Travels, Adventures and Discoveries in Central Africa by Sir Henry M. Stanley. Chapter 10, Part 1, Jumrera Ukonongo. The 20th of September had arrived. This was the day I had decided to cut loose from those who tormented me with their doubts, their fears, and beliefs, and commence the march to Ujiji by a southern route. I was very weak from the fever that had attacked me the day before, and it was a most injudicious act to commence a march under such circumstances, but I had boasted to Sheikh bin Nasib that a white man never breaks his word, and my reputation as a white man would have been ruined had I stayed behind or postponed the march in consequence of feebleness. I mustered the entire caravan outside the tembe. Our flags and streamers were unfurled, the men had their loads resting on the walls, there was considerable shouting and laughing and negroidal fanfaronade. The Arabs had collected from curiosity's sake to see us off, all except Sheikh bin Nasib, whom I had offended by my asinine opposition to his wishes. The old Sheikh took to his bed, but sent his son to bear me a last morsel of philosophic sentimentality, which I was to treasure up as the last words of the patriarchal Sheikh, the son of Nasib, the son of Ali, the son of Saif. Poor Sheikh! If thou hadst only known what was at the bottom of this stubbornness, this ass-like determination to proceed the wrong way, what wouldst thou then have said, O Sheikh? But the Sheikh comforted himself with the thought that I might know what I was about better than he did, which is most likely, only neither he nor any other Arab will ever know exactly the motive that induced me to march at all westward, when the road to the east was ever so much easier. My braves whom I had enlisted for a rapid march somewhere out of Unyanyembe were named as follows: John William Shaw, London, England; Salim Heshmi, Arab; Sidi Mbarak Mombe, Zanzibar; Mabruki Spoke, ditto; Ulimengo, ditto; Ambari, ditto; Uledi, ditto; Asmani, ditto; Samian, ditto; Kamna, ditto; Zaidi, ditto; Kamisi, ditto; Chopera, Bagamoyo; Kingaru, ditto; Balali, ditto; Ferus Unyanyembe; Rojab, Bagamoyo; Mabruk Unyanyembe, Unyanyembe; Mtamani, ditto; Chanda, Mororo; Sadala, Zanzibar; Kombo, ditto; Sabori the Great, Maroro; Sabori the Little, ditto; Marora, ditto; Faraji, the Cook, Zanzibar; Mabruk Salim, Zanzibar; Baraka, ditto; Ibrahim, Maroro; Mabruk Ferris, ditto; Baruti, Bagamoyo; Mgareza, Zanzibar; Hamadi, the Guide, ditto; Asmani, ditto, ditto; Mabruk, ditto, ditto; Hamdallah, the Guide, Tabora; Juma, Zanzibar; Maganga, Mkwenkwe; Mukadum, Tabora; Dasturi, ditto; Tumayono, Ujiji; Mparamoto, Ujiji; Wakiri, ditto; Mufu, ditto; Mpepo, ditto; Kapingu, Ujiji; Mashishanga, ditto; Muharuka, ditto; Misosi, ditto; Tufumbia, ditto; Majwara, boy, Uganda; Balali, boy, Uemba; Kalulu, boy, Lunda; Abdul Kader, tailor, Malabar. These are the men and boys whom I had chosen to be my companions on the apparently useless mission of seeking for the lost traveller David Livingstone. The goods with which I had burdened them consisted of 1000 doti, or 4000 yards of cloth, 6 bags of beads, 4 loads of ammunition, 1 tent, 1 bed and clothes, 1 box of medicine, sextant and books, 2 loads of tea, coffee, and sugar, 1 load of flour and candles, 1 load of canned meats, sardines, and miscellaneous necessaries, and 1 load of cooking utensils. The men were all in their places except Bombay. Bombay had gone, he could not be found. I dispatched a man to hunt him up. He was found weeping in the arms of his Delilah. Why did you go away, Bombay, when you knew I intended to go and was waiting? Oh, master, I was saying good bye to my missus. "Oh, indeed." "Yes, master. You know do it when you go away." "Silence, sir." "Oh, all right." "What is the matter with you, Bombay?" "Oh, nothing." As I saw he was in a humour to pick a quarrel with me before those Arabs who had congregated outside of my tembe to witness my departure, and as I was not in a humour to be balked by anything that might turn up, the consequence was that I was obliged to thrash Bombay, an operation which soon cooled his hot choler, but brought down on my head a loud chorus of remonstrances from my pretended Arab friends. "Now, master, don't. Stop it, master. The poor man knows better than you what he and you may expect on the road you are now taking." If anything was better calculated to put me in a rage than Bombay's insolence before a crowd, it was this gratuitous interference with what I considered my own especial business. But I restrained myself, though I told them in a loud voice that I did not choose to be interfered with unless they wished to quarrel with me. "No, no, Bana," they all exclaimed. "We do not wish to quarrel with you. In the name of God, go on your way in peace." "Fare you well, then," said I, shaking hands with them. "Farewell, master, farewell. We wish you, we are sure, all success, and God be with you and guide you. March!" A parting salute was fired, the flags were raised up by the guides, each pagazi rushed for his load, and in a short time, with songs and shouts, the head of the expedition had filed round the western end of my tembe, along the road to Ugunda. "Now, Mr. Shaw, I am waiting, sir. Mount your donkey if you cannot walk." "Please, Mr. Stanley, I'm afraid I cannot go." "Why?" "I don't know, I'm sure. I feel very weak." "So am I weak. It was but late last night, as you know, that the fever left me. Don't back out before these Arabs. Remember you are a white man. Here, Selim, Mabruki, Bombay, help Mr. Shaw on his donkey and walk by him." "Oh, Bana," said the Arabs, "don't take him. Do you not see he is sick?" "You keep away. Nothing will prevent me from taking him. He shall go. Go on, Bombay." The last of my party had gone. The tembe, so lately a busy scene, had already assumed a naked, desolate appearance. I turned towards the Arabs, lifted my hat, and said again, "Farewell," then faced about for the south, followed by my 4 young gun bearers, Selim, Kalulu, Majwara, and Belali. After half an hour's march the scenery became more animated. Shaw began to be amused. Bombay had forgotten our quarrel, and assured me if I could pass Mirambo's country I should catch the Tanganika. Mabruki Burton also believed we should. Selim was glad to leave Unyanyembe, where he had suffered so much from fever, and there was a something in the bold aspect of the hills which cropped upward above fair valleys that enlivened and encouraged me to proceed. In an hour and a half we arrived at our camp in the Kinyamwezi village of Mkwenkwe, the birthplace of our famous chanter Maganga. My tent was pitched, the goods were stored in one of the tembes, but one half the men had returned to Kwihara, to take one more embrace of their wives and concubines. Towards night I was attacked once again with the intermittent fever. Before morning it had departed, leaving me terribly prostrated with weakness. I had heard the men conversing with each other over their camp fires upon the probable prospects of the next day. It was a question with them whether I should continue the march. Mostly all were of the opinion that since the master was sick there would be no march. A superlative obstinacy, however, impelled me on, merely to spite their supine souls; but when I sallied out of my tent to call them to get ready, I found that at least 20 were missing, and Livingstone's letter carrier, Kaif Halek, or How do you do, had not arrived with Dr. Livingstone's letter bag. Selecting 20 of the strongest and faithfulest men, I despatched them back to Unyanyembe in search of the missing men, and Selim was sent to Sheikh bin Nasib to borrow or buy a long slave chain. Towards night my 20 detectives returned with 9 of the missing men. The Wajiji had deserted in a body, and they could not be found. Selim also returned with a strong chain, capable of imprisoning within the collars attached to it at least 10 men. Kaif Halek also appeared, with the letter bag which he was to convey to Livingstone under my escort. The men were then addressed, and the slave chain exhibited to them. I told them that I was the first white man who had taken a slave chain with him on his travels, but as they were all so frightened of accompanying me, I was obliged to make use of it, as it was the only means of keeping them together. The good need never fear being chained by me, only the deserters, the thieves who received their hire and presents, guns and ammunition, and then ran away. I would not put anyone this time in chains, but whoever deserted after this day I should halt and not continue the march till I found him, after which he should march to Ujiji with the slave chain round his neck. Do you hear? Yes, was the answer. Do you understand? Yes. We broke up camp at 6 p.m. and took the road for Inasuka, at which place we arrived at 8 p.m. When we were about commencing the march the next morning, it was discovered that 2 more had deserted. Baraka and Bombay were at once dispatched to Unyanyembe to bring back the 2 missing men, Asmani and Kingaru, with orders not to return without them. This was the 3rd time that the latter had deserted, as the reader may remember. While the pursuit was being effected, we halted at the village of Inasuka, more for the sake of Shaw than anyone else. In the evening the incorrigible deserters were brought back, and as I had threatened, were well flogged and chained, to secure them against further temptation. Bombay and Baraka had a picturesque story to relate of the capture, and as I was in an exceedingly good humour, their services were rewarded with a fine cloth each. On the following morning another carrier had absconded, taking with him his hire of 15 new cloths and a gun, but to halt anywhere near Unyanyembe any longer was a danger that could be avoided only by travelling without stoppages towards the southern jungle lands. It will be remembered that I had in my train the redoubtable Abdul Kader the tailor, he who had started from Bagamoyo with such bright anticipations of the wealth of ivory to be obtained in the great interior of Africa. On this morning, daunted by the reports of the dangers ahead, Abdul Kader craved to be discharged. He vowed he was sick and unable to proceed any further. As I was pretty well tired of him, I paid him off in cloth, and permitted him to go. About half way to Kasagera, Mabruk Salim was suddenly taken sick. I treated him with a grain of calomel and a couple of ounces of brandy. As he was unable to walk, I furnished him with a donkey. Another man named Zaidi was ill with rheumatic fever, and Shaw tumbled twice off the animal he was riding, and required an infinite amount of coaxing to mount again. Verily, my expedition was pursued by adverse fortunes, and it seemed as if the fates had determined upon our return. It really appeared as if everything was going to wreck and ruin. If I were only 15 days from Unyanyembe, thought I should be saved. Kasagera was the scene of rejoicing the afternoon and evening of our arrival. Absentees had just returned from the coast, and the youths were brave in their gaudy bedizenment. Their new barsatis, their soharis, and long cloths of bright new kaniki, with which they had adorned themselves behind some bush before they had suddenly appeared dressed in all this finery. The women high-hied like maenads, and the lulu-luing was loud, frequent, and fervent the whole of that afternoon. Sylph-like damsels looked up to the youthful heroes with intensest admiration on their features. Old women coddled and fondled them. Staff-using, stooping-backed patriarchs blessed them. This is fame in Unyamwezi. All the fortunate youths had to use their tongues until the wee hours of next morning had arrived, relating all the wonders they had seen near the Great Sea and in the Unguja, the island of Zanzibar, of how they saw great white men's ships and numbers of white men, of their perils and trials during their journey through the land of the fierce Wagogo, and divers other facts, with which the reader and I are by this time well acquainted. On the 24th we struck camp, and marched through a forest of imbiti wood in a south-south-west direction, and in about 3 hours came to Kigandu. On arriving before this village, which is governed by a daughter of Mkasiwa, we were informed we could not enter unless we paid toll. As we would not pay toll, we were compelled to camp in a ruined, rat-infested boma, situated a mile to the left of Kigandu, being well scolded by the cowardly natives for deserting Mkasiwa in his hour of extremity. We were accused of running away from the war. Almost on the threshold of our camp, Shaw, in endeavouring to dismount, lost his stirrups and fell prone on his face. The foolish fellow actually laid on the ground in the hot sun a full hour, and when I coldly asked him if he did not feel rather uncomfortable, he sat up and wept like a child. "Do you wish to go back, Mr. Shaw?" "If you please. I do not believe I can go any further, and if you would only be kind enough, I should like to return very much." "Well, Mr. Shaw, I have come to the conclusion that it is best you should return. My patience is worn out. I have endeavoured faithfully to lift you above these petty miseries which you nourish so devotedly. You are simply suffering from hypochondria. You imagine yourself sick, and nothing evidently will persuade you that you are not. Mark my words, to return to Unyanyembe is to die. Should you happen to fall sick in Kwihara, who knows how to administer medicine to you? Supposing you are delirious, how can any of the soldiers know what you want, or what is beneficial and necessary for you? Once again I repeat, if you return, you die." "Oh dear me, I wish I had never ventured to come. I thought life in Africa was so different from this. I would rather go back if you will permit me." The next day was a halt, and arrangements were made for the transportation of Shaw back to Kwihara. A strong litter was made, and 4 stout pagazis were hired at Kigandu to carry him. Bread was baked, a canteen filled with cold tea, and a leg of a kid was roasted for his sustenance while on the road. The night before we parted we spent together. Shaw played some tunes on an accordion which I had purchased for him at Zanzibar, but though it was only a miserable $10 affair, I thought the homely tunes evoked from the instrument that night were divine melodies. The last tune played before retiring was Home Sweet Home. The morning of the 27th we were all up early. There was considerable viz in our movements. A long, long march lay before us that day, but then I was to leave behind all the sick and ailing. Only those who were healthy and could march fast and long were to accompany me. Mabruk Salim I left in charge of a native doctor, who was to medicate him for a gift of cloth which I gave him in advance. The horn sounded to get ready. Shaw was lifted in his litter on the shoulders of his carriers. My men formed 2 ranks, the flags were lifted, and between these 2 living rows, and under those bright streamers, which were to float over the waters of the Tanganika before he should see them again, Shaw was borne away towards the north, while we filed off to the south with quicker and more elastic steps, as if we felt an incubus had been taken from us. We ascended a ridge bristling with syenite boulders of massive size, appearing above a forest of dwarf trees. The view which we saw was similar to that we had often seen elsewhere, an illimitable forest stretching in grand waves far beyond the ken of vision. Ridges, forest-clad, rising gently one above another until they receded in the dim purple-blue distance, with a warm haze floating above them, which, though clear enough in our neighbourhood, became impenetrably blue in the far distance. Woods, 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 leafy branches, foliage globes or parachutes, green, brown, or sere in colour, forests one above another, rising, falling, and receding, a very leafy ocean. The horizon at all points presents the same view. There may be an indistinct outline of a hill far away, or here and there a tall tree higher than the rest, conspicuous in its outlines against the translucent sky. With this exception it is the same clear sky dropping into the depths of the forest, the same outlines, the same forest, the same horizon. Day after day, week after week, we hurry to the summit of a ridge, expectant of a change, but the wearied eyes, after wandering over the vast expanse, return to the immediate surroundings satiated with the ever sameness of such scenes. Carlyle, somewhere in his writings, says that though the Vatican is great, it is but the chip of an eggshell compared to the star-fretted dome where Arcturus and Orion glance forever, and I say that though the grove of Central Park, New York, is grand compared to the thin groves seen in other cities, that though the Windsor and the New Forests may be very fine and noble in England, yet they are but faggots of sticks compared to these eternal forests of Unyamwezi. We marched 3 hours, and then halted for refreshments. I perceived that the people were very tired, not yet inured to a series of long marches, or rather not in proper trim for earnest hard work after our long rest in Kwihara. When we resumed our march again there were several manifestations of bad temper and weariness, but a few good-natured remarks about their laziness put them on their mettle, and we reached Ugunda at 2 p.m. after another 4-hour spurt. Ugunda is a very large village in the district of Uganda, which adjoins the southern frontier of Unyanyembe. The village probably numbers 400 families, or 2,000 souls. It is well protected by a tall and strong palisade of 3-inch timber. Stages have been erected at intervals above the palisades, with miniature embrasures in the timber for the muskets of the sharpshooters who take refuge within these box-like stages to pick out the chiefs of an attacking force. An inner ditch, with the sand or soil thrown up 3 or 4 feet high against the palings, serves as protection for the main body of the defenders, who kneel in the ditch and are thus enabled to withstand a very large force. For a mile or 2 outside the village all obstructions are cleared, and the besieged are thus warned by sharp-eyed watchers to be prepared for the defence before the enemy approaches within musket range. Mirambo withdrew his force of robbers from before this strongly defended village after 2 or 3 ineffectual attempts to storm it, and the Wagunda have been congratulating themselves ever since upon having driven away the boldest marauder that Unyamwezi has seen for generations. The Wagunda have about 3,000 acres under cultivation around their principal village, and this area suffices to produce sufficient grain not only for their own consumption, but also for the many caravans which pass this way for Ufipa and Marungu. However brave the Wagunda may be within the strong enclosure with which they have surrounded their principal village, they are not exempt from the feeling of insecurity which fills the soul of a Mnyamwezi during wartime. At this place the caravans are accustomed to recruit their numbers from the swarms of pagazis who volunteer to accompany them to the distant ivory regions south, but I could not induce a soul to follow me, so great was their fear of Mirambo and his Ruga-Raga. They were also full of rumours of wars ahead. It was asserted that Mbogo was advancing towards Uganda with 1,000 Wakonongo, that the Wazavira had attacked a caravan 4 months previously, that Simba was scouring the country with a band of ferocious mercenaries, and much more of the same nature and to the same intent. End of Chapter 10, Part 1.
Chapter 10, Part 2 of How I Found Livingstone. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Anna Simon. How I Found Livingstone. Travels, Adventures and Discoveries in Central Africa, including 4 months' residence with Dr Livingstone. By Sir Henry M. Stanley. Chapter 10, Part 2. To Mrera, Ukonongo. On the 28th we arrived at a small snug village embosomed within the forest called Benta, 3 hours and a quarter from Ugunda. The road led through the cornfields of the Wagunda, and then entered the clearings around the villages of Kisari, within one of which we found the proprietor of a caravan who was drumming up carriers for Ufipa. He had been halted here 2 months, and he made strenuous exertions to induce my men to join his caravan, a proceeding that did not tend to promote harmony between us. A few days afterwards I found, on my return, that he had given up the idea of proceeding south. Leaving Kisari, we marched through a thin jungle of black jack, over sun-cracked ground with here and there a dried-up pool, the bottom of which was well tramped by elephant and rhinoceros. Buffalo and zebra tracks were now frequent, and we were buoyed up with the hope that before long we should meet game. Benta was well supplied with Indian corn and a grain which the natives called choroko, which I take to be vetches. I purchased a large supply of choroko for my own personal use, as I found it to be a most healthy food. The corn was stored on the flat roofs of the tembes in huge boxes made out of the bark of the mtundu tree. The largest box I have ever seen in Africa was seen here. It might be taken for a Titan's hat box. It was 7 feet in diameter and 10 feet in height. On the 29th, after travelling in a southwest by south direction, we reached Kikuru. The march lasted for 5 hours over sun-cracked plains, growing the blackjack and ebony and dwarf shrubs, above which numerous ant hills of light chalky-coloured earth appeared like sand dunes. The mukunguru, a Kisawahili term for fever, is frequent in this region of extensive forests and flat plains, owing to the imperfect drainage provided by nature for them. In the dry season there is nothing very offensive in the view of the country. The burnt grass gives rather a sombre aspect to the country, covered with the hard-baked tracks of animals which haunt these plains during the latter part of the rainy season. In the forest numbers of trees lie about in the last stages of decay, and working away with might and main on the prostrate trunks may be seen numberless insects of various species. Impalpably, however, the poison of the dead and decaying vegetation is inhaled into the system with a result sometimes as fatal as that which is said to arise from the vicinity of the upas tree. The first evil results experienced from the presence of malaria are confined bowels and an oppressive languor, excessive drowsiness, and a constant disposition to yawn. The tongue assumes a yellowish, sickly hue, coloured almost to blackness. Even the teeth become yellow, and are coated with an offensive matter. The eyes of the patient sparkle lustrously, and become suffused with water. These are sure symptoms of the incipient fever which shortly will rage through the system. Sometimes this fever is preceded by a violent shaking fit, during which period blankets may be heaped on the patient's form, with but little amelioration of the deadly chill he feels. It is then succeeded by an unusually severe headache, with excessive pains about the loins and spinal column, which presently will spread over the shoulder blades, and, running up the neck, find a final lodgment in the back and front of the head. Usually, however, the fever is not preceded by a chill, but after languor and torpitude have seized him, with excessive heat and throbbing temples, the loin and spinal column ache, and raging thirst soon possesses him. The brain becomes crowded with strange fancies, which sometimes assume most hideous shapes. Before the darkened vision of the suffering man float in a seething atmosphere figures of created and uncreated reptiles, which are metamorphosed every instant into stranger shapes and designs, growing every moment more confused, more complicated, more hideous and terrible. Unable to bear longer the distracting scene, he makes an effort and opens his eyes, and dissolves the delirious dream, only, however, to glide again unconsciously into another dreamland, where another unreal inferno is dioramically revealed, and new agonies suffered. Oh, the many, many hours that I have groaned under the terrible incubi which the fits of real delirium evoke! Oh, the racking anguish of body that a traveller in Africa must undergo! Oh, the spite, the fretfulness, the vexation which the horrible phantasmagoria of diabolisms induce! The utmost patience fails to appease, the most industrious attendance fails to gratify, the deepest humility displeases. During these terrible transitions, which induce fierce distraction, Job himself would become irritable, insanely furious, and choleric. A man in such a state regards himself as the focus of all miseries. When recovered, he feels chastened, becomes urbane and ludicrously amiable. He conjures up fictitious delights from all things which but yesterday possessed for him such awful portentous aspects. His men he regards with love and friendship, whatever is trite he views with ecstasy. Nature appears charming. In the dead woods and monotonous forest his mind becomes overwhelmed with delight. I speak for myself, as a careful analyzation of the attack, in all its severe, plaintive, and silly faces appeared to me. I used to amuse myself with taking notes of the humorous and the terrible, the fantastic and exaggerated pictures that were presented to me, even while suffering the paroxysms induced by fever. We arrived at a large pool, known as the Ziwani, after a 4 hours' march in a south-southwest direction, the 1st of October. We discovered an old half-burnt khambi, sheltered by a magnificent mkuyu (sycamore), the giant of the forests of Unyamwezi, which after an hour we transformed into a splendid camp. If I recollect rightly, the stem of the tree measured 38 feet in circumference. It is the finest tree of its kind I have seen in Africa. A regiment might with perfect ease have reposed under this enormous dome of foliage during a noon halt. The diameter of the shadow it cast on the ground was 120 feet. The healthful vigour that I was enjoying about this time enabled me to regard my surroundings admiringly. A feeling of comfort and perfect contentment took possession of me, such as I knew not while fretting at Unyanyembe, wearing my life away in inactivity. I talked with my people as to my friends and equals. We argued with each other about our prospects in quite a companionable, sociable vein. When daylight was dying and the sun was sinking down rapidly over the western horizon, vividly painting the sky with the colours of gold and silver, saffron and opal, when its rays and gorgeous tints were reflected upon the tops of the everlasting forest, with the quiet and holy calm of heaven resting upon all around, and infusing even into the untutored minds of those about me the exquisite enjoyments of such a life as we were now leading in the depths of the great expanse of forest, the only and sole human occupants of it, this was the time after our day's work was ended, and the camp was in a state of perfect security, when we all would produce our pipes, and could best enjoy the labours which we had performed, and the contentment which follows a work well done. Outside nothing is heard beyond the cry of a stray florican, or guinea fowl, which has lost her mate, or the hoarse croaking of the frogs in the pool hard by, or the song of the crickets which seems to lull the day to rest. Inside our camp are heard the gurgles of the gourd pipes as the men inhale the blue ether, which I also love. I am contented and happy, stretched on my carpet under the dome of living foliage, smoking my short meerschaum, indulging in thoughts, despite the beauty of the still grey light of the sky, and of the air of serenity which prevails around, of home and friends in distant America, and these thoughts soon change to my work, yet incomplete, to the man who to me is yet a myth, who, for all I know, may be dead, or may be near or far from me, tramping through just such a forest, whose tops I see bound the view outside my camp. We are both on the same soil, perhaps in the same forest, who knows? Yet is he to me so far removed that he might as well be in his own little cottage of Ulva. Though I am even now ignorant of his very existence, yet I feel a certain complacency, a certain satisfaction which would be difficult to describe. Why is man so feeble and weak that he must tramp hundreds of miles to satisfy the doubts his impatient and uncurbed mind feels? Why cannot my form accompany the bold flights of my mind, and satisfy the craving I feel to resolve the vexed question that ever rises to my lips, is he alive? O soul of mine, be patient, thou hast a felicitous tranquillity which other men might envy thee. Sufficient for the hour is the consciousness thou hast that thy mission is a holy one. Onward, and be hopeful. Monday, the 2nd of October, found us traversing the forest and plain that extends from the Ziwani to Manyara, which occupied us 6½ hours. The sun was intensely hot, but the mtundu and miombo trees grew at intervals, just enough to admit free growth to each tree, while the blended foliage formed a grateful shade. The path was clear and easy, the tamped and firm red soil offered no obstructions. The only provocation we suffered was from the attacks of the tsetse, or panga, sword fly, which swarmed here. We knew we were approaching an extensive habitat of game, and we were constantly on the alert for any specimens that might be inhabiting these forests. While we were striding onward at the rate of nearly 3 miles an hour, the caravan I perceived sheered off from the road, resuming it about 50 yards ahead of something on the road, to which the attention of the men was directed. On coming up, I found the object to be the dead body of a man, who had fallen a victim to that fearful scourge of Africa, the smallpox. He was one of Oseto's gang of marauders, or guerrillas, in the service of Mkaziwa of Unyanyembe, who were hunting these forests for the guerrillas of Mirambo. They had been returning from Ukonongo from a raid they had instituted against the Sultan of Mbogo, and they had left their comrade to perish in the road. He had apparently been only 1 day dead. Apropos of this, it was a frequent thing with us to discover a skeleton or a skull on the roadside. Almost every day we saw 1, sometimes 2, of these relics of dead and forgotten humanity. Shortly after this we emerged from the forest and entered a mbuga, or plain, in which we saw a couple of giraffes, whose long necks were seen towering above a bush they had been nibbling at. This sight was greeted with a shout, for we now knew we had entered the game country, and that near the Gombe Creek or river where we intended to halt we should see plenty of these animals. A walk of 3 hours over this hot plain brought us to the cultivated fields of Manyara. Arriving before the village gate, we were forbidden to enter, as the country was throughout in a state of war, and it behoved them to be very careful of admitting any party, lest the villagers might be compromised. We were, however, directed to a kambi to the right of the village, near some pools of clear water, where we discovered some half-dozen ruined huts, which looked very uncomfortable to tired people. After we had built our camp, the kirangozi was furnished with some clothes to purchase food from the village, for the transit of a wilderness in front of us, which was said to extend 9 marches, or 135 miles. He was informed that the Mtemi had strictly prohibited his people from selling any grain whatever. This evidently was a case wherein the exercise of a little diplomacy He was informed that the Mtemi had strictly prohibited his people from selling any grain whatever. This evidently was a case wherein the exercise of a little diplomacy could only be effective, because it would detain us several days here if we were compelled to send men back to Kikuro for provisions. Opening a bale of choice goods, I selected 2 royal cloths, and told Bombay to carry them to him, with the compliments and friendship of the white man. The Sultan sulkily refused them, and bade him return to the white man and tell him not to bother him. Entreaties were of no avail, he would not relent, and the men, in exceedingly bad temper and hungry, were obliged to go to bed supperless. The words of Njara, a slave trader, and parasite of the great Sheikh bin Nasib, recurred to me. "Ah, master, master, you will find the people will be too much for you, and that you will have to return. The Wamanyara are bad, the Wakonongo are very bad, the Wazavira are the worst of all. You have come to this country at a bad time, it is war everywhere." And, indeed, judging from the tenor of the conversations around our campfires, it seemed but too evident. There was every prospect of a general decamp of all my people. However, I told them not to be discouraged, that I would get food for them in the morning. The bale of choice cloths was opened again next morning, and 4 royal cloths were this time selected, and 2 dhotis of Merikani, and Bombay was again dispatched, burdened with compliments and polite words. It was necessary to be very politic with a man who was so surly and too powerful to make an enemy of. What if he made up his mind to imitate the redoubtable Mirambo, king of Uyoe? The effect of my munificent liberality was soon seen in the abundance of provender which came to my camp. Before an hour went by, there came boxes full of choroko, beans, rice, matama or dura, and Indian corn, carried on the heads of a dozen villagers, and shortly after the Mtemi himself came, followed by about 30 musketeers and 20 spearmen, to visit the first white man ever seen on this road. Behind these warriors came a liberal gift, fully equal in value to that sent to him, of several large gourds of honey, fowls, goats, and enough vetches and beans to supply my men with 4 days' food. I met the chief at the gate of my camp, and bowing profoundly, invited him to my tent, which I had arranged, as well as my circumstances would permit, for this reception. My Persian carpet and bearskin were spread out, and a broad piece of brand new crimson cloth covered my kitanda, or bedstead. The chief, a tall robust man, and his chieftains were invited to seat themselves. They cast a look of such gratified surprise at myself, at my face, my clothes, and guns, as is almost impossible to describe. They looked at me intently for a few seconds, and then at each other, which ended in an uncontrollable burst of laughter, and repeated snappings of the fingers. They spoke the Kinyamwezi language, and my interpreter Maganga was requested to inform the chief of the great delight I felt in seeing them. After a short period expended in interchanging compliments, and a competitive excellence at laughing at one another, their chief desired me to show him my guns. The 16-shooter, the Winchester rifle, elicited 1,000 flattering observations from the excited man, and the tiny deadly revolvers, whose beauty and workmanship they thought were superhuman, evoked such gratified eloquence that I was fain to try something else. The double-barreled guns, fired with heavy charges of powder, caused them to jump up in affected alarm, and then to subside into their seats convulsed with laughter. As the enthusiasm of my guests increased, they seized each other's index fingers, screwed them, and pulled at them until I feared they would end in their dislocation. After having explained to them the difference between white men and Arabs, I pulled out my medicine chest, which evoked another burst of rapturous sighs at the cunning neatness of the array of vials. He asked what they meant. "Doa," I replied sententiously, a word which may be interpreted medicine. "Oh, oh," they murmured admiringly. I succeeded, before long, in winning unqualified admiration, and my superiority, compared to the best of the Arabs they had seen, was but too evident. "Doa, doa," they added. "Here," said I, uncorking a vial of medicinal brandy, "is the Kusungu Pombe," white man's beer. "Take a spoonful and try it," at the same time handing it. "Acht, acht, oh acht! What strong beer the white men have! Oh, my throat burns!" "Ah, but it's good," said I. "A little of it makes men feel strong and good, but too much of it makes men bad, and they die." "Let me have some," said one of the chiefs, "and me, and me, and me," as soon as each had tasted. I next produced a bottle of concentrated ammonia, which, as I explained, was for snake bites and headaches. The Sultan immediately complained he had a headache, and must have a little. Telling him to close his eyes, I suddenly uncorked the bottle, and presented it to his Majesty's nose. The effect was magical, for he fell back as if shot, and such contortions as his features underwent are indescribable. His chiefs roared with laughter, and clapped their hands, pinched each other, snapped their fingers, and committed many other ludicrous things. I verily believe, if such a scene were presented on any stage in the world, the effect of it would be visible instantaneously on the audience; that had they seen it as I saw it, they would have laughed themselves to hysteria and madness. Finally the Sultan recovered himself, great tears rolling down his cheeks, and his features quivering with laughter. Then he slowly uttered the word Kali, hot, strong, quick, or ardent medicine. He required no more, but the other chiefs pushed forward to get one wee sniff, which they no sooner had than all went into paroxysms of uncontrollable laughter. The entire morning was passed in this state visit, to the mutual satisfaction of all concerned. "Oh," said the Sultan at parting, "these white men know everything; the Arabs are dirt compared to them." That night Hamdallah, one of the guides, deserted, carrying with him his hire, 27 doti, and a gun. It was useless to follow him in the morning, as it would have detained me many more days than I could afford, but I mentally vowed that Mr. Hamdallah should work out those 27 doti of cloths before I reached the coast. End of Chapter 10, Part 2.
Chapter 10, Part 3 of How I Found Livingstone. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Beth Ann. How I Found Livingstone, Travels, Adventures, and Discoveries in Central Africa, including 4 months' residence with Dr. Livingstone. By Sir Henry M. Stanley. Chapter 10, Part 3. To Mrera, Ukonongo. Wednesday, October 4th, saw us travelling to the Gombe River, which is 4 hours 15 minutes march from Manyara. We had barely left the waving cornfields of my friend Mamanyara before we came in sight of a herd of noble zebra. 2 hours afterwards we had entered a grand and noble expanse of parkland, whose glorious magnificence and vastness of prospect, with a far stretching carpet of verdure, darkly flecked here and there by miniature clumps of jungle, with spreading trees growing here and there, was certainly one of the finest scenes to be seen in Africa; added to which, as I surmounted one of the numerous small knolls, I saw herds after herds of buffalo and zebra, giraffe and antelope, which sent the blood coursing through my veins in the excitement of the moment, as when I first landed on African soil. We crept along the plain noiselessly to our camp on the banks of the sluggish waters of the Gombe. Here at last was the hunter's paradise. How petty and insignificant appeared my hunts after small antelope and wild boar! What a foolish waste of energies those long walks through damp grasses and through thorny jungles! Did I not well remember my first bitter experience in African jungles, when in the maritime region? But this, where is the nobleman's park that can match this scene? Here is a soft, velvety expanse of young grass, grateful shade under those spreading clumps, herds of large and varied game, browsing within easy rifle range. Surely I must feel amply compensated now for the long southern detour I have made, when such a prospect as this opens to view. No thorny jungles and rank smelling swamps are here to daunt the hunter and to sicken his aspirations after true sport. No hunter could aspire after a nobler field to display his prowess. Having settled the position of the camp, which overlooked one of the pools found in the depression of the Gombe Creek, I took my double-barreled smooth bore and sauntered off to the parkland. Emerging from behind a clump, 3 fine plump springbok were seen browsing on the young grass, just within 100 yards. I knelt down and fired. One unfortunate antelope bounded upward instinctively, and fell dead. Its companions sprang high into the air, taking leaps about 12 feet in length, as if they were quadrupeds practising gymnastics, and away they vanished, rising up like India rubber balls, until a knoll hid them from view. My success was hailed with loud shouts by the soldiers, who came running out from the camp as soon as they heard the reverberation of the gun, and my gun bearer had his knife at the beast's throat, uttering a fervent Bismillah, as he almost severed the head from the body. Hunters were now directed to proceed east and north to procure meat, because in each caravan it generally happens that there are fundi, whose special trade it is to hunt for meat for the camp. Some of these are experts in stalking, but often find themselves in dangerous positions, owing to the near approach necessary before they can fire their most inaccurate weapons with any certainty. After luncheon, consisting of springbok steak, hot corn cake, and a cup of delicious mocha coffee, I strolled towards the southwest, accompanied by Kalulu and Majwara, 2 boy gun bearers. The tiny perpusilla started up like rabbits from me as I stole along through the underbrush. The honey bird hopped from tree to tree, chirping its call, as if it thought I was seeking the little sweet treasure, the hiding place of which it only knew. But no, I neither desired perpusilla nor the honey. I was on the search for something great this day. Keen-eyed fish eagles and bustards poised on trees above the sinuous Gombe thought, and probably with good reason, that I was after them, judging by the ready flight with which both species disappeared as they sighted my approach. Ah no, nothing but hartebeest, zebra, giraffe, eland, and buffalo this day. After following the Gombe's course for about a mile, delighting my eyes with long looks at the broad and lengthy reaches of water to which I was so long a stranger, I came upon a scene which delighted the innermost recesses of my soul. 5, 6, 7, 8, 10 zebras, switching their beautiful striped bodies, and biting one another, within about 150 yards. The scene was so pretty, so romantic, never did I so thoroughly realize that I was in Central Africa. I felt momentarily proud that I owned such a vast domain, inhabited with such noble beasts. Here I possessed, within reach of a leaden ball, any one I chose of those beautiful animals, the pride of the African forests. It was at my option to shoot any of them. Mine they were, without money or without price. Yet, knowing this, twice I dropped my rifle, loath to wound the royal beasts. But crack! And a royal one was on his back, battling the air with his legs. Ah, it was such a pity! But hasten, draw the keen, sharp edged knife across the beautiful stripes which fold around the throat, and what an ugly gash! It is done, and I have a superb animal at my feet. Hurrah! I shall taste of Ukonongo zebra to night. I thought a springbok and zebra enough for one day's sport, especially after a long march. The Gombe, a large stretch of deep water, winding in and out of green groves, calm, placid, with lotus leaves lightly resting on its surface, all pretty, picturesque, peaceful as a summer stream, looked very inviting for a bath. I sought out the most shady spot under a wide spreading mimosa, from which the ground sloped smooth as a lawn, to the still, clear water. I ventured to undress, and had already stepped in to my ankles in the water, and had brought my hands together for a glorious dive, when my attention was attracted by an enormously long body, which shot into view, occupying the spot beneath the surface which I was about to explore by a header. Great heavens! It was a crocodile! I sprang backward instinctively, and this proved my salvation, for the monster turned away with a most disappointed look, and I was left to congratulate myself upon my narrow escape from his jaws, and to register a vow never to be tempted again by the treacherous calm of an African river. As soon as I had dressed, I turned away from the now repulsive aspect of the stream. In strolling through the jungle towards my camp, I detected the forms of two natives looking sharply about them, and, after bidding my young attendants to preserve perfect quiet, I crept on towards them, and, by the aid of a thick clump of underbrush, managed to arrive within a few feet of the natives, undetected. Their mere presence in the immense forest, unexplained, was a cause of uneasiness in the then disturbed state of the country, and my intention was to show myself suddenly to them, and note its effect, which, if it betokened anything hostile to the expedition, could without difficulty be settled at once, with the aid of my double barreled smooth bore. As I arrived on one side of this bush, the two suspicious looking natives arrived on the other side, and we were separated by only a few feet. I made a bound, and we were face to face. The natives cast a glance at the sudden figure of a white man, and seemed petrified for a moment. But then, recovering themselves, they shrieked out, "Bana bana, you don't know us. We are Wakonongo, who came to your camp to accompany you to Mrera, and we are looking for honey." "Oh, to be sure you are the Wakonongo. Yes, yes. Ah, it is all right now. I thought you might be Ruga Ruga." So the two parties, instead of being on hostile terms with each other, burst out laughing. The Wakonongo enjoyed it very much, and laughed heartily as they proceeded on their way to search for the wild honey. On a piece of bark they carried a little fire, with which they smoked the bees out from their nests in the great matunda trees. The adventures of the day were over. The azure sky had changed to a dead gray. The moon was appearing just over the trees. The water of the Gombe was like a silver belt. Hoarse frogs bellowed their notes loudly by the margin of the creek. The fish eagles uttered their dirge like cries, as they were perched high on the tallest trees. Elands snorted their warning to the herds in the forest. Stealthy forms of the carnivore stole through the dark woods outside of our camp. Within the high enclosure of bush and thorn which we had raised about our camp, all was jollity, laughter, and radiant, genial comfort. Around every camp fire dark forms of men were seen squatted. One man gnawed at a luscious bone, another sucked the rich marrow in a zebra leg bone, another turned the stick, garnished with huge kebabs, to the bright blaze, another held a large rib over the flame. There were others, busy stirring industriously great black potfuls of ugali, and watching anxiously the meat simmering, and the soup bubbling, while the firelight flickered and danced bravely, and cast a bright glow over the naked forms of the men, and gave a crimson tinge to the tall tent that rose in the centre of the camp, like a temple to some mysterious god. The fires cast their reflections upon the massive arms of the trees, as they branched over our camp, and, in the dark gloom of their foliage, the most fantastic shadows were visible. Altogether it was a wild, romantic, and impressive scene; but little recked my men for shadows and moonlight, for crimson tints, and temple like tents. They were all busy relating their various experiences, and gorging themselves with the rich meats our guns had obtained for us. One was telling how he had stalked a wild boar, and the furious onset the wounded animal made on him, causing him to drop his gun and climb a tree, and the terrible grunt of the beast he well remembered, and the whole welkin rang with the peals of laughter which his mimic powers evoked. Another had shot a buffalo calf, and another had bagged a hartebeest. The Wakonongo related their laughable rencounter with me in the woods, and were lavish in their description of the stores of honey to be found in the woods; and all this time Selim and his youthful subs were trying their sharp teeth on the meat of a young pig, which one of the hunters had shot, but which nobody else would eat, because of the Mohammedan aversion to pig, which they had acquired during their transformation from negro savagery to the useful docility of the Zanzibar freedman. We halted the 2 following days, and made frequent raids on the herds of this fine country. The first day I was fairly successful again in the sport. I bagged a couple of antelopes, a kudu, A. streptocerius, with fine twisting horns, and a pala buck, A. melampus, a reddish brown animal standing about 3 1/2 feet, with broad posteriors. I might have succeeded in getting dozens of animals had I any of those accurate heavy rifles manufactured by Lancaster, Riley, or Blissett, whose every shot tells; but my weapons, save my light smooth bore, were unfit for African game. My weapons were more for men. With the Winchester rifle and the Starr's carbine, I was able to hit anything within 200 yards, but the animals, though wounded, invariably managed to escape the knife, until I was disgusted with the pea bullets. What is wanted for this country is a heavy bore; No. 10 or 12 is the real bone crusher. That will drop every animal shot in its tracks, by which all fatigue and disappointment are avoided. Several times during these 2 days was I disappointed after most laborious stalking and creeping along the ground. Once I came suddenly upon eland while I had a Winchester rifle in my hand, the eland and myself mutually astonished, at not more than 25 yards apart. I fired at its chest, and bullet, true to its aim, sped far into the internal parts, and the blood spouted from the wound. In a few minutes he was far away, and I was too much disappointed to follow him. All love of the chase seemed to be dying away before these several mishaps. What were 2 antelopes for one day's sport to the thousands that browsed over the plain? The animals taken to camp during our 3 days' sport were 2 buffaloes, 2 wild boar, 3 hartebeest, 1 zebra, and 1 pala. besides which were shot 8 guinea fowls, 3 florican, 2 fish eagles, 1 pelican, and one of the men caught a couple of large silurus fish. In the meantime the people had cut, sliced, and dried this bounteous store of meat for our transit through the long wilderness before us. Saturday, the 7th of October, we broke up camp, to the great regret of the meat loving, gormandizing Wangwana. They delegated Bombay early in the morning to speak to me, and entreat of me to stop one day longer. It was ever the case, they had always an unconquerable aversion to work when in the presence of meat. Bombay was well scolded for bearing any such request to me after 2 days' rest, during which time they had been filled to repletion with meat, and Bombay was by no means in the best humour. Flesh pots full of meat were far more to his taste than a constant tramping and its consequent fatigues. I saw his face settle into sulky ugliness, and his great nether lip hanging down limp, which meant, as if expressed in so many words, "Well, get them to move yourself, you wicked hard man. I shall not help you." An ominous silence followed my order to the kirangozi to sound the horn, and the usual singing and chanting were not heard. The men turned sullenly to their bales, and Asmani, the gigantic guide, our fundi, was heard grumblingly to say he was sorry he had engaged to guide me to the Tanganika. However, they started, though reluctantly. I stayed behind with my gun bearers to drive the stragglers on. In about half an hour I sighted the caravan at a dead stop, with the bales thrown on the ground, and the men standing in groups conversing angrily and excitedly. Taking my double-barrelled gun from Selim's shoulder, I selected a dozen charges of buckshot, and slipping 2 of them into the barrels, and adjusting my revolvers in order for handy work, I walked on towards them. I noticed that the men seized their guns as I advanced. When within 30 yards of the groups, I discovered the heads of 2 men appear above an ant hill on my left, with the barrels of their guns carelessly pointed toward the road. I halted, threw the barrel of my gun into the hollow with the left hand, and then, taking a deliberate aim at them, threatened to blow their heads off if they did not come forward to talk to me. These 2 men were gigantic Asmani and his sworn companion Mabruki, the guides of Sheikh bin Nasib. As it was dangerous not to comply with such an order, they presently came, but, keeping my eye on Asmani, I saw him move his fingers to the trigger of his gun, and bring his gun to a ready. Again I lifted my gun, and threatened him with instant death if he did not drop his gun. Asmani came on in a sidelong way, with a smirking smile on his face, but in his eyes shone the lurid light of murder as plainly as ever it shone in a villain's eyes. Mabruki sneaked to my rear, deliberately putting powder in the pan of his musket, but sweeping the gun sharply round, I planted the muzzle of it at about 2 feet from his wicked looking face, and ordered him to drop his gun instantly. He let it fall from his hand quickly, and giving him a vigorous poke in the breast with my gun, which sent him reeling away a few feet from me, I faced round to Asmani, and ordered him to put his gun down, accompanying it with nervous movement of my gun, pressing gently on the trigger at the same time. Never was a man nearer his death than was Asmani during those few moments. I was reluctant to shed his blood, and I was willing to try all possible means of avoiding doing so, but if I did not succeed in cowing this ruffian, authority was at an end. The truth was, they feared to proceed further on the road, and the only possible way of inducing them to move was by an overpowering force, an exercise of my power and will in this instance, even though he might pay the penalty of his disobedience with his death. As I was beginning to feel that Asmani had passed his last moment on earth, as he was lifting his gun to his shoulder, a form came up from behind him, and swept his gun aside with an impatient, nervous movement, and I heard Mabruki Burton say in horror-struck accents, "Man, how dare you point your gun at the master?" Mabruki then threw himself at my feet, and endeavoured to kiss them, and entreated me not to punish him. It was all over now, he said. There would be no more quarrelling. They would go as far as the Tanganika without any more noise, and Inshallah, said he, we shall find the old Musungu at Ujiji. Speak, men, freedmen, shall we not go to the Tanganyika without any more trouble? Tell the master with one voice. Iwala, Iwala, Banayango, Hamuno Maneno Magini, which literally translated means, yes, by God, my master, there are no other words, said each man loudly. Ask the master's pardon, man, or go thy way, said Mabruki peremptorily to Asmani, which Asmani did, to the gratification of us all. It remained only for me to extend a general pardon to all except to Bombay and Ambari, the instigators of the mutiny, which was now happily quelled. For Bombay could have, by a word, as my captain, nipped all manifestation of bad temper at the outset, had he been so disposed. But no, Bombay was more averse to marching than the cowardliest of his fellows, not because he was cowardly, but because he loved indolence. Again the word was given to march, and each man, with astonishing alacrity, seized his load, and filed off quickly out of sight. End of chapter 10, part 3. Chapter 10, Part 4 of How I Found Livingstone. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Beth Ann. How I Found Livingstone. Travels, Adventures, and Discoveries in Central Africa, including 4 months' residence with Dr. Livingstone. By Sir Henry M. Stanley. Chapter 10, Part 4. To Mrera Ukonongo. While on this subject, I may as well give here a sketch of each of the principal men whose names must often appear in the following chapters. According to rank, they consist of Bombay, Mabruki Burton, Asmani the guide, Chowpereh, Ulimengo, Kamizi, Ambari, Juma, Fajari the cook, Maganga the Manyamwezi, Salim the Arab boy, and youthful Kalulu, a gun bearer. Bombay has received an excellent character from Burton and Speke. Incarnation of honesty, Burton grandly terms him. The truth is, Bombay was neither very honest nor very dishonest, i.e., he did not venture to steal much. He sometimes contrived cunningly, as he distributed the meat, to hide a very large share for his own use. This peccadillo of his did not disturb me much. He deserved as captain a larger share than the others. He required to be closely watched, and when aware that this was the case, he seldom ventured to appropriate more cloth than I would have freely given him, had he asked for it. As a personal servant or valet, he would have been unexceptional, but as a captain or jemadar over his fellows, he was out of his proper sphere. It was too much brain work, and was too productive of anxiety to keep him in order. At times he was helplessly imbecile in his movements, forgot every order the moment it was given him, consistently broke or lost some valuable article, was fond of argument, and addicted to bluster. He thinks Haji Abdullah one of the wickedest white men born, because he saw him pick up men's skulls and put them in sacks, as if he was about to prepare a horrible medicine with them. He wanted to know whether his former master had written down all he himself did. and when told that Burton had not said anything, in his books upon the lake regions, upon collecting skulls at Kilwa, thought I would be doing a good work if I published this important fact. Bombay intends to make a pilgrimage to visit Speke's grave some day. I find upon returning to England that Captain Burton has informed the world of this wicked and abominable deed in his book upon Zanzibar, and that interesting collection may be seen at the Royal College of Surgeons, London. Mabruki, Ras Burqa Mabruki, bull-headed Mabruki, as Burton calls him, is a sadly abused man in my opinion. Mabruki, though stupid, is faithful. He is entirely out of his element as a valet. He might as well be clerk. As a watchman he is invaluable. As a second captain or fundi, whose duty it is to bring up stragglers, he is super excellent. He is ugly and vain, but he is no coward. Asmani the guide is a large fellow, standing over 6 feet, with the neck and shoulders of Hercules. Besides being guide, he is a fundi, sometimes called Fundi Asmani, or hunter. A very superstitious man, who takes great care of his gun, and talisman plated cord, which he has dipped in the blood of all the animals he has ever shot. He is afraid of lions, and will never venture out where lions are known to be. All other animals he regards as game, and he is indefatigable in their pursuit. He is seldom seen without an apologetic or treacherous smile on his face. He could draw a knife across a man's throat and still smile. Chowpereh is a sturdy short man of 30 or thereabouts, very good natured and humorous. When Chowpereh speaks in his dry Mark Twain style, the whole camp laughs. I never quarrel with Chowpereh, never did quarrel with him. A kind word given to Chowpereh is sure to be reciprocated with a good deed. He is the strongest, the healthiest, the amiablest, the faithfulest of all. He is the embodiment of a good follower. Khamisi is a neat, cleanly boy of 20 or thereabouts, active, loud-voiced, a boaster, and the cowardliest of the cowardly. He will steal at every opportunity. He clings to his gun most affectionately, is always excessively anxious if a screw gets loose, or if a flint will not strike fire. Yet I doubt that he would be able to fire his gun at an enemy from excessive trembling. Khamisi would rather trust his safety to his feet, which are small and well shaped. Ambari is a man of about 40. He is one of the faithfuls of Speke, and one of my faithfuls. He would not run away from me except when in the presence of an enemy, and imminent personal danger. He is clever in his way, but is not sufficiently clever to enact the part of captain. Could take charge of a small party, and give a very good account of them. Is lazy, and an admirer of good living, abhors marching, unless he has nothing to carry but his gun. Juma is the best abused man of the party, because he has old womanish ways with him. Yet in his old womanish ways he is disposed to do the best he can for me, though he will not carry a pound in weight without groaning terribly at his hard fate. To me he is sentimental and pathetic. To the unimportant members of the caravan he is stern and uncompromising. But the truth is that I could well dispense with Juma's presence. He was one of the incorrigible Inulites, eating far more than he was worth, besides being an excessively grumbling and querulous fool. Ulimengo, a strong, stalwart fellow of 30, was the maddest and most hare-brained of my party. Though an arrant coward, he was a consummate boaster. But though a devotee of pleasure and fun, he was not averse from work. With 100 men such as he, I could travel through Africa, provided there was no fighting to do. It will be remembered that he was the martial Coryphaeus who led my little army to war against Mirambo, chanting the battle song of the Wangwana, and that I stated that when the retreat was determined upon, he was the first of my party to reach the stronghold of Mfuto. He is a swift runner, and a fair hunter. I have been indebted to him on several occasions for a welcome addition to my larder. Ferajji, a former dishwasher to speak, was my cook. He was promoted to this office upon the defection of Bundar Salam, and the extreme non-fitness of Abdul Kader. For cleaning dishes, the first corn cob, green twig, a bunch of green leaves, or grass, answered Ferajji's purpose in the absence of a cloth. If I ordered a plate, and I pointed out a black, greasy, sooty thumb mark to him, a rub of a finger Ferajji thought sufficient to remove all objections. If I hinted that a spoon was rather dirty, Ferajji fancied that with a little saliva, and a rub of his loin cloth, the most fastidious ought to be satisfied. Every pound of meat, and every 3 spoonfuls of mush or porridge I ate in Africa contained at least 10 grains of sand. Ferajji was considerably exercised at a threat I made to him, that on arrival at Zanzibar I would get the great English doctor there to open my stomach, and count every grain of sand found in it, for each grain of which Ferajji should be charged $1. The consciousness that my stomach must contain a large number, for which the forfeits would be heavy, made him feel very sad at times. Otherwise Ferajji was a good cook, most industrious, if not accomplished. He could produce a cup of tea and 3 or 4 hot pancakes within 10 minutes after a halt was ordered, for which I was most grateful, as I was almost always hungry after a long march. Ferajji sided with Baraka against Bombay in Unyoro, and when Speke took Bombay's side of the question, Ferajji, out of love for Baraka, left Speke's service, and so forfeited his pay. Maganga was a Manyamwezi, a native of Mkwenkwe, a strong, faithful servant, an excellent pagazi, with an irreproachable temper. He it was who at all times on the march started the wildly exuberant song of the Wanyamwezi porters, which, no matter how hot the sun or how long the march, was sure to produce gaiety and animation among the people. At such times all hands sang with voices that could be heard miles away, which made the great forests ring with the sounds, which startled every animal, big or little, for miles around. On approaching a village the temper of whose people might be hostile to us, Maganga would commence his song, with the entire party joining in the chorus, by which mode we knew whether the natives were disposed to be friendly or hostile. If hostile or timid, the gates would at once be closed, and dark faces would scowl at us from the interior. If friendly, they rushed outside of their gates to welcome us, or to exchange friendly remarks. An important member of the expedition was Selim, the young Arab. Without someone who spoke good Arabic, I could not have obtained the friendship of the chief Arabs in Unyanyembe. Neither could I have communicated with them, for though I understood Arabic, I could not speak it. I have already related how Kalulu came to be in my service, and how he came to bear his present name. I soon found how apt and quick he was to learn, in consequence of which he was promoted to the rank of personal attendant. Even Selim could not vie with Kalulu in promptness and celerity, or in guessing my wants at the table. His little black eyes were constantly roving over the dishes, studying out the problem of what was further necessary, or had become unnecessary. We arrived at the Ziwani in about 4 hours 30 minutes from the time of our quitting the scene which had well nigh witnessed a sanguinary conflict. The Ziwani or pool contained no water, not a drop, until the parched tongues of my people warned them that they must proceed and excavate for water. This excavation was performed by means of strong hard sticks sharply pointed, in the dry hard caked bottom. After digging to a depth of 6 feet, their labours were rewarded with the sight of a few drops of muddy liquid percolating through the sides, which were eagerly swallowed to relieve their raging thirst. Some voluntarily started with buckets, gourds, and canteens south to a deserted clearing called the Tongoni, in Ukamba, and in about 3 hours returned with a plentiful supply for immediate use of good, clear water. In 1 hour 30 minutes we arrived at this Tongoni, or deserted clearing of the Wakamba. Here were 3 or 4 villages burnt, and an extensive clearing desolate, the work of the Wa Ruga Ruga of Marumbu. Those of the inhabitants who were left, after the spoliation and complete destruction of the flourishing settlement, emigrated westerly to Ugara. A large herd of buffalo now slaked their thirst at the pool which supplied the villages of Ukamba with water. Great masses of iron hematite cropped up above the surfaces in these forests. Wild fruit began to be abundant. The wood apple and tamarind, and a small plum like fruit, furnished us with many an agreeable repast. The honey bird is very frequent in these forests of Ukonongo. Its cry is a loud, quick chirrup. The Wakonongo understand how to avail themselves of its guidance to the sweet treasure of honey, which the wild bees have stored in the cleft of some great trees. Daily, the Wakonongo who joined our caravan brought me immense cakes of honeycomb containing delicious white and red honey. The red honeycomb generally contains large numbers of dead bees, but our exceedingly gluttonous people thought little of these. They not only ate the honey bees, but they ate a good deal of the wax. As soon as the honey bird descries the traveller, he immediately utters a series of wild, excited cries, hops about from twig to twig, and from branch to branch, then hops to another tree, incessantly repeating his chirruping call. The native, understanding the nature of the little bird, unhesitatingly follows him, but perhaps his steps are too slow for the impatient caller, upon which he flies back, urging him with louder, more impatient cries to hasten, and then darts swiftly forward, as if he would show how quickly he could go to the honey store, until at last the treasure is reached. The native has applied fire to the bees' nest and secured the honey, while the little bird preens himself, and chirrups in triumphant notes, as if he were informing the biped that without his aid he never could have found the honey. Buffalo gnats and tsetse were very troublesome on this march, owing to the numerous herds of game in the vicinity. On the 9th of October we made a long march in a southerly direction, and formed our camp in the centre of a splendid grove of trees. The water was very scarce on the road. The Wamrima and the Wanyamwezi are not long able to withstand thirst. When water is plentiful they slake their thirst at every stream and pool. When it is scarce, as it is here and in the deserts of Maranga and Magunda Makila, long afternoon marches are made, the men previously, however, filling their gourds so as to enable them to reach the water early next morning. Selim was never able to endure thirst. It mattered not how much of the precious liquid he carried, he generally drank it all before reaching camp, and he consequently suffered during the night. Besides this, he endangered his life by quaffing from every muddy pool, and on this day he began to complain that he discharged blood, which I took to be an incipient stage of dysentery. During these marches, ever since quitting Uganda, a favourite topic at the camp fires were the Wa Ruga Ruga and their atrocities, and a possible encounter that we might have with these bold rovers of the forest. I verily believe that a sudden onset of half a dozen of Mirambo's people would have set the whole caravan a running. We reached Marefu the next day, after a short 3 hours' march. We there found an embassy sent by the Arabs of Unyanyembe to the southern Watuta, bearing presents of several bales, in charge of Hassan the Mseguhha. This valiant leader and diplomatist had halted here some 10 days, because of wars and rumours of wars in his front. It was said that Mbogo, Sultan of Mbogo in Ukonongo, was at war with a brother of Manwa Sera, and as Mbogo was a large district of Ukonongo, only 2 days' march from Marefu, fear of being involved in it was deterring old Hassan from proceeding. He advised me also not to proceed, as it was impossible to be able to do so without being embroiled in the conflict. I informed him that I intended to proceed on my way, and take my chances, and graciously offered him my escort as far as the frontier of Ufipa, from which he could easily and safely continue on his way to the Watuta, but he declined it. We had now been travelling 14 days in a south westerly direction, having made a little more than 1 degree of latitude. I had intended to have gone a little further south, because it was such a good road; also since by going further south we should have laboured under no fear of meeting Mirambo. But the report of this war in our front, only 2 days off, compelled me, in the interest of the expedition, to strike across towards the Tanganika, in a west by north course through the forest, travelling, when it was advantageous, along elephant tracks and local paths. This new plan was adopted after consulting with Asmani the guide. We were now in Ukonongo, having entered this district when we crossed the Gombe Creek. The next day after arriving at Marefu, we plunged westward, in view of the villagers, and the Arab ambassador, who kept repeating until the last moment that we should certainly catch it. We marched 8 hours through a forest where the forest peach, or the mbembe, is abundant. The tree that bears this fruit is very like a pear tree, and is very productive. I saw one tree, upon which I estimated there were at least 6 or 7 bushels. I ate numbers of the peaches on this day. So long as this fruit can be produced, a traveller in these regions need not fear starvation. At the base of a graceful hilly cone we found a village called Utende, the inhabitants of which were in a state of great alarm as we suddenly appeared on the ridge above them. Diplomacy urged me to send forward a present of 1 doti to the Sultan, who however would not accept it, because he happened to be drunk with pombe, and was therefore disposed to be insolent. Upon being informed that he would refuse any present unless he received 4 more cloths, I immediately ordered a strong boma to be constructed on the summits of a little hill, near enough to a plentiful supply of water, and quietly again packed up the present in a bale. I occupied a strategically chosen position, as I could have swept the face of the hill, and the entire space between its base and the village of the Watende. Watchmen were kept on the look out all night, but we were fortunately not troubled until the morning, when a delegation of the principal men came to ask if I intended to depart without having made a present to the chief. I replied to them that I did not intend passing through any country without making friends with the chief, and if their chief would accept a good cloth from me, I would freely give it to him. Though they demurred at the amount of the present at first, the difference between us finally ended by my adding a fundo of red beads, sami sami, for the chief's wife. From the hill and ridge of Utende sloped a forest for miles and miles westerly, which was terminated by a grand and smooth topped ridge rising 500 or 600 feet above the plain. A 4 hours' march on the 12th of October brought us to a nullah similar to the Gombe, which, during the wet season, flows to the Gombe River, and thence to the Malagarazi River. A little before camping we saw a herd of nimba, or pala. I had the good fortune to shoot one, which was a welcome addition to our fast diminishing store of dried meats, prepared in our camp on the Gombe. By the quantity of bois de vache, we judged buffaloes were plentiful here, as well as elephant and rhinoceros. The feathered species were well represented by the ibis, fish eagles, pelicans, storks, cranes, several snowy spoonbills, and flamingos. From the nullah, or Mtoni, we proceeded to Mwaru, the principal village of the district of Mwaru, the chief of which is Ka Mirambo. Our march lay over desolated clearings once occupied by Ka Mirambo's people, but who were driven away by Mkasiwa some 10 years ago, during his warfare against Manwar Sera. Nongo, the brother of the latter, now waging war against Mbogo, had passed through Mwaru the day before we arrived, after being defeated by his enemy. The hilly ridge that bounded the westward horizon, visible from Utende, was surmounted on this day. The western slope trends southwest, and is drained by the river Mrera, which empties into the Malagarazi River. We perceived the influence of the Tanganika even here, though we were yet 12 or 15 marches from the lake. The jungles increased in density, and the grasses became enormously tall. These points reminded us of the maritime districts of Ukawere and Ukami. We heard from a caravan at this place, just come from Ufipa, that a white man was reported to be in Urua, whom I supposed to mean Livingstone. Upon leaving Mwaru, we entered the district of Mrera, a chief who once possessed great power and influence over this region. Wars, however, have limited his possessions to 3 or 4 villages, snugly embosomed within a jungle, whose outer rim is so dense that it serves like a stone wall to repel invaders. There were 9 bleached skulls stuck on top of as many poles before the principal gate of entrance, which told us of existing feuds between the Wakonongo and the Wazavira. This latter tribe dwelt in the country a few marches west of us, whose territory we should have to avoid unless we sought another opportunity to distinguish ourselves in battle with the natives. The Wazavira, we were told by the Wakonongo of Mrera, were enemies to all Wangwana. In a narrow strip of marsh between Mwaru and Mrera, we saw a small herd of wild elephants. It was the first time I had ever seen these animals in their native wildness, and my first impressions of them I shall not readily forget. I am induced to think that the elephant deserves the title of king of beasts. His huge form, the lordly way in which he stares at an intruder on his domain, and his whole appearance indicative of conscious might, afford good grounds for his claim to that title. This herd, as we passed it at the distance of a mile, stopped to survey the caravan as it passed, and, after having satisfied their curiosity, the elephants trooped into the forest which bounded the marshy plain southward, as if caravans were everyday things to them, whilst they, the free and unconquerable lords of the forest and the marsh, had nothing in common with the cowardly bipeds, who never found courage to face them in fair combat. The destruction which a herd makes in a forest is simply tremendous. When the trees are young, whole swaths may be found uprooted and prostrate, which marked the track of the elephants as they trampled their path through wood and brake. The boy Salim was so ill at this place that I was compelled to halt the caravan for him for 2 days. He seemed to be affected with a disease in the limbs, which caused him to sprawl, and tremble most painfully, besides suffering from an attack of acute dysentery; but constant attendance and care soon brought him round again, and the 3rd day he was able to endure the fatigue of riding. I was able to shoot several animals during our stay at Mrera. The forest outside the cultivation teems with noble animals. Zebra, giraffe, elephant, and rhinoceros are most common, Mataragamon and Guineafell were also plentiful. The warriors of Mrera are almost all armed with muskets, of which they take great care. They were very importunate in their demands for flints, bullets, and powder, which I always made it a point to refuse, lest at any moment a fracas occurring they might use the ammunition thus supplied to my own disadvantage. The men of this village were an idle set, doing little but hunting, gaping, gossiping, and playing like great boys. During the interval of my stay at Mrera, I employed a large portion of my time in mending my shoes, and patching up the great rents in my clothes, which the thorn species, during the late marches, had almost destroyed. Westward beyond Mrera was the wilderness, the transit of which we were warned would occupy 9 days. Hence arose the necessity to purchase a large supply of grain, which, ere attempting the great uninhabited void in our front, was to be ground and sifted. End of chapter 10, part 4. Chapter 11, part 1 of How I Found Livingstone. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Beth Ann. How I Found Livingstone. Travels, Adventures, and Discoveries in Central Africa, including 4 months' residence with Dr. Livingstone. By Sir Henry M. Stanley. Chapter 11, Part 1. Through Ukawendi, Uvinza, and Uha to Ujiji. We bade farewell to Mrera on the 17th of October to continue our route northwestward. All the men and I were firm friends now, all squabbling had long ceased. Bombay and I had forgotten our quarrel. The Kirangozi and myself were ready to embrace, so loving and affectionate were the terms upon which we stood towards one another. Confidence returned to all hearts, for now, as Mabruki Unyanyembe said, we could smell the fish of the Tanganyika. Unyanyembe, with all its disquietude, was far behind. We could snap our fingers at the terrible Marumbu and his unscrupulous followers. And, by, perhaps we may be able to laugh at the timid seer who always prophesied portentous events, Sheikh, the son of Nasib. We laughed joyously as we glided in Indian file through the young jungle beyond the clearing of Mrera, and boasted of our prowess. Oh, we were truly brave that morning. Emerging from the jungle, we entered a thin forest, where numerous ant hills were seen like so many sand dunes. I imagine that these ant hills were formed during a remarkably wet season, when possibly the forest-clad plain was inundated. I have seen ants at work by thousands, engaged in the work of erecting their hills in other districts suffering from inundation. What a wonderful system of cells these tiny insects construct! A perfect labyrinth, cell within cell, room within room, hall within hall, an exhibition of engineering talents and high architectural capacity, a model city, cunningly contrived for safety and comfort. Emerging after a short hour's march out of the forest, we welcome the sight of a murmuring, translucent stream, swiftly flowing towards the northwest, which we regard with the pleasure which only men who have for a long time sickened themselves with that potable liquid of the foulest kind, found in salinas, mbugas, pools, and puddle holes, can realize. Beyond this stream rises a rugged and steep ridge, from the summit of which our eyes are gladdened with scenes that are romantic, animated, and picturesque. They form an unusual feast to eyes sated with looking into the depths of forests, at towering stems of trees, and at tufted crowns of foliage. We have now before us scores of cones dotting the surface of a plain which extends across southern Ukonongo to the territory of the Wafipa, and which reaches as far as the Rikwa plain. The immense prospect before which we are suddenly ushered is most varied. Exclusive of conical hills and ambitious flat topped and isolated mountains, we are in view of the watersheds of the Rungwa River, which empties into the Tanganyika south of where we stand, and of the Malagarazi River, which the Tanganyika receives, a degree or so north of this position. A single but lengthy latitudinal ridge serves as a dividing line in the watershed of the Rungwa and the Malagarazi, and a score of miles or so farther west of this ridge rises another, which runs north and south. We camped on this day in the jungle, close to a narrow ravine with a marshy bottom, through the oozy, miry contents of which the waters from the watershed of the Rungwa slowly trickled southward towards the Rikwa plain. This was only one of many ravines, however, some of which were several hundred yards broad, others were but a few yards in width, the bottoms of which were most dangerous quagmires, overgrown with dense tall reeds and papyrus. Over the surface of these great depths of mud were seen hundreds of thin threads of slimy ochre colored water, which swarmed with animalcule. By and by, a few miles south of the base of this ridge, which I call Kasera from the country which it cuts in halves, these several ravines converge and debouch into the broad, marshy, oozy, spongy river of Usense, which tends in the south-easterly direction, after which, gathering the contents of the watercourses from the north and north-east into its own broader channel, it soon becomes a stream of some breadth and consequence, and meets a river flowing from the east, from the direction of Urore, with which it conflows into the Rikwa plain, and empties about 60 rectilineal miles further west into the Tanganyika lake. The Rungwa River, I am informed, is considered as a boundary line between the country of Usowa in the north, and Ufipa on the south. We had barely completed the construction of our camp defences, when some of the men were heard challenging a small party of natives, which advanced toward our camp, headed by a man who, from his garb and head dress, we knew was from Zanzibar. After interchanging the customary salutations, I was informed that this party was an embassy from Simba, who ruled over Kasera in southern Unyamwezi. Simba, I was told, was the son of Makasawa, king of Unyanyembe, and was carrying on war with Wazavira, of whom I was warned to beware. He had heard such reports of my greatness that he was sorry I did not take his road to Ukawende, that he might have had the opportunity of seeing me and making friends with me. But in the absence of a personal visit, Simba had sent this embassy to overtake me, in the hope that I would present him with a token of my friendship in the shape of cloth. Though I was rather taken aback by the demand, still it was politic in me to make this powerful chief my friend, lest on my return from the search after Livingstone he and I might fall out. And since it was incumbent on me to make a present for the sake of peace, it was necessary to exhibit my desire for peace by giving, if I gave at all, a royal present. The ambassador conveyed from me to Simba, or the Lion of Kasera, 2 gorgeous cloths, and 2 other doti consisting of Merikani and Kaneka, and if I might believe the ambassador, I had made Simba a friend for ever. On the 18th of October, breaking camp at the usual hour, we continued our march north westward by a road which zigzagged along the base of the Kasera mountains, and which took us into all kinds of difficulties. We traversed at least a dozen marshy ravines, the depth of mire and water which caused the utmost anxiety. I sunk up to my neck in deep holes in the Stygian ooze, caused by elephants, and had to tramp through the oozy beds of the Rungwa sources with any clothes wet and black with mud and slime. Decency forbade that I should strip, and the hot sun would also blister my body. Moreover, these morasses were too frequent to lose time in undressing and dressing, and, as each man was weighted with his own proper load, it would have been cruel to compel the men to bear me across. Nothing remained, therefore, but to march on, encumbered as I was by my clothing and accoutrements, into these several marshy watercourses, with all the philosophical stoicism that my nature could muster for such emergencies; but it was very uncomfortable, to say the least. We soon entered the territory of the dreaded Wazavira, but no enemy was in sight. Simba, in his wars, had made clean work of the northern part of Uzavira, and we encountered nothing worse than a view of the desolated country, which must have been once, judging from the number of burnt huts and debris of ruined villages, extremely populous. A young jungle was sprouting up vigorously in their fields, and was rapidly becoming the home of wild denizens of the forest. In one of the deserted and ruined villages I found quarters for the expedition, which were by no means uncomfortable. I shot 3 brace of guinea fowl in the neighbourhood of Msongi, the deserted village we occupied, and Ulimengo, one of my hunters, bagged an antelope, called the mbwala, for whose meat some of the Wanyamwezi have a superstitious aversion. I take this species of antelope, which stands about 3½ feet high, of a reddish hide, head long, horn short, to be the Nzo antelope, discovered by Speke in Uganda, and whose Latin designation is, according to Dr. Sclater, Tragelaphus speekia. It has a short bushy tail and long hair along the spine. A long march in a west by north direction, lasting 6 hours, through a forest where the sable antelope was seen, and which was otherwise prolific with game, brought us to a stream which ran by the base of a lofty conical hill, on whose slopes flourished quite a forest of feathery bamboo. On the 20th, leaving our camp, which lay between the stream and the conical hill above mentioned, and surmounting a low ridge which sloped from the base of the hill cone, we were greeted with another picturesque view, of cones and scarped mountains, which heaved upwards in all directions. A march of nearly 5 hours through this picturesque country brought us to the Mpokwa River, one of the tributaries of the Rungwa, and to a village lately deserted by the Wazavira. The huts were almost all intact, precisely as they were left by their former inhabitants. In the gardens were yet found vegetables, which, after living so long on meat, were most grateful to us. On the branches of trees still rested the lares and the penates of the Wazavira, in the shape of large and exceedingly well made earthen pots. In the neighbouring river one of my men succeeded, in few minutes, in catching 60 fish of the Silurus species, with the hand alone. A number of birds hovered about the stream, such as the white-headed fish eagle and the kingfisher, enormous snowy spoonbills, ibis, martins, etc. This river issued from a mountain clump 8 miles or so north of the village of Mpokwa, and comes flowing down a narrow thread of water, sinuously winding amongst tall reeds and dense brakes on either side of the home of hundreds of antelopes and buffalo. South of Mpokwa the valley broadens, and the mountains deflect eastward and westward, and beyond this point commences the plain known as the Rikwa, which, during the Masika, is inundated, but which, in the dry season, presents the same bleached aspect that plains in Africa generally do when the grass has ripened. Travelling up along the right bank of the Mpokwa on the 21st, we came to the head of the stream, and the sources of the Mpokwa, issuing out of deep defiles enclosed by lofty ranges. The mbwala and the buffalo were plentiful. On the 22nd, after a march of 4 hours and a half, we came to the beautiful stream of the Mtambu, the water of which was sweet, and clear as crystal, and flowed northward. We saw for the first time the home of the lion and the leopard. Hear what Freiligarth says of the place: "Where the thorny brake and thicket densely filled the interspace of the trees, through whose thick branches never sunshine lights the place, there the lion dwells, a monarch, mightiest among the brutes. There his right to reign supremest never one his claim disputes. There he layeth down to slumber, having slain and ta'en his fill. There he roameth, there he croucheth, as it suits his lordly will. We camped but a few yards from just such a place as the poet describes. The herd keeper who attended the goats and donkeys, soon after arrival in camp, drove the animals to water, and in order to obtain it they travelled through a tunnel in the break, caused by elephants and rhinoceros. They had barely entered the dark canvas passage, when a black spotted leopard sprang, and fastened its fangs on the neck of one of the donkeys, causing it from pain to bray hideously. Its companions set up such a frightful chorus, and so lashed their heels in the air at the feline marauder, that the leopard bounded away through the brake, as if in sheer dismay at the noisy cries which the attack had provoked. The donkey's neck exhibited some frightful wounds, but the animal was not dangerously hurt. Thinking that possibly I might meet with an adventure with a lion or a leopard in that dark belt of tall trees, under whose impenetrable shade grew the dense thicket that formed such admirable coverts for the carnivorous species, I took a stroll along the awesome place with the gun bearer, Kalulu, carrying an extra gun, and further a supply of ammunition. We crept cautiously along, looking keenly into the deep dark dens, the entrances of which were revealed to us as we journeyed, expectant every moment to behold the reputed monarch of the brake and thicket, bound forward to meet us, and I took especial delight in picturing, in my imagination, the splendor and majesty of the wrathful brute, as he might stand before me. I peered closely into every dark opening, hoping to see the deadly glitter of the great angry eyes, and the glowering menacing front of the lion, as he would regard me. But alas! after an hour's search for adventure, I had encountered nothing, and I accordingly waxed courageous, and crept into one of these leafy, thorny caverns, and found myself shortly standing under a canopy of foliage that was held above my head fully 100 feet by the shapely and towering stems of the royal mavuli. Who can imagine the position? A smooth lawn-like glade, a dense and awful growth of impenetrable jungle around us, those stately natural pillars, a glorious phalanx of royal trees, bearing at such sublime heights vivid green masses of foliage, through which no single sunray penetrated, while at our feet babbled the primeval brook, over smooth pebbles, in soft tones befitting the sacred quiet of the scene. Who could have desecrated this solemn, holy harmony of nature? But just as I was thinking it impossible that any man could be tempted to disturb the serene solitude of the place, I saw a monkey perched high on a branch over my head, contemplating, with something of an awe-struck look, the strange intruders beneath. Well, I could not help it. I laughed loud and long, until I was hushed by the chaos of cries and strange noises which seemed to respond to my laughing. A troop of monkeys, hidden in the leafy depths above, had been rudely awakened, and, startled by the noise I made, were hurrying away from the scene with a dreadful clamor of cries and shrieks. Emerging again into the broad sunlight, I strolled further in search of something to shoot. Presently I saw, feeding quietly in the forest which bounded the valley of the Mtambu on the left, a huge reddish colored wild boar, armed with most horrid tusks. Leaving Kalulu crouched down behind a tree, and my solar helmet behind another close by, that I might more safely stalk the animal, I advanced towards him some 40 yards, and, after taking a deliberate aim, fired at his fore shoulder. As if nothing had hurt him whatever, the animal made a furious bound, and then stood with his bristles erected, and tufted tail curved over the back, a most formidable brute in appearance. While he was thus listening, and searching the neighborhood with his keen small eyes, I planted another shot in his chest, which ploughed its way through his body. Instead of falling, however, as I expected he would, he charged furiously in the direction the bullet had come, and as he rushed past me, Another ball was fired, which went right through him, but still he kept on, until, within 6 or 7 yards from the trees behind which Kalulu was crouching down on one side, and the helmet was resting behind another, he suddenly halted, and then dropped. But as I was about to advance on him with my knife to cut his throat, he suddenly started up. His eyes had caught sight of the little boy Kalulu, and were then, almost immediately afterwards, attracted by the sight of the snowy helmet. These strange objects on either side of him proved too much for the boar. He darted on one side into a thick brake, from which it was impossible to oust him, and as it was now getting late, and the camp was about 3 miles away, I was reluctantly obliged to return without the meat. On our way to camp we were accompanied by a large animal, which persistently followed us on our left. It was too dark to see plainly, but a large form was visible, if not very clearly defined. It must have been a lion, unless it was the ghost of the dead boar. That night, about 11 P.M., we were startled by the roar of a lion, in close proximity to the camp. Soon it was joined by another, and another still, and the novelty of the thing kept me awake. I peered through the gate of the camp and endeavored to sight my rifle, my little Winchester, in the accuracy of which I had perfect confidence. But, alas for the cartridges! They might have been as well filled with sawdust for all the benefit I derived from them. Disgusted with the miserable ammunition, I left the lions alone, and turned in, with their roaring as a lullaby. That terrestrial paradise for the hunter, the valley of the pellucid Mtambu, was deserted by us the next morning for the settlement commonly known to the Wakawende as Imrima, with as much unconcern as though it were a howling desert. The village near which we encamped was called Itaga, in the district of Rusoa. As soon as we had crossed the river Mtambu we had entered Ukawende, commonly called Kawende by the natives of the country. The district of Rusoa is thickly populated. The people are quiet and well disposed to strangers, though few ever come to this region from afar. 1 or 2 Wasawahili traders visit it every year or so from Pumburu and Usowa, but very little ivory being obtained from the people, the long distance between the settlements serves to deter the regular trader from venturing hither. If caravans arrive here, the objective point to them is the district of Pumburu, situated southwesterly 1 day's good marching, or, say, 30 statute miles from Imrima, or they make for Usowa, on the Tanganyika via Pumburu, Katuma, Unyombe, and Ugarwa. Usowa is quite an important district on the Tanganyika, populous and flourishing. This was the road we had intended to adopt after leaving Imrima, but the reports received at the latter place forbade such a venture. For Mapunda, the Sultan of Usowa, though a great friend to the Arab traders, was at war with the colony of the Wazavira, who we must remember were driven from Mpokwa and vicinity in Utunda, and who were said to have settled between Pumburu and Usowa. It remained for us, like wise, prudent men, having charge of a large and valuable expedition on our hands, to decide what to do, and what route to adopt, now that we had approached much nearer to Ujiji than we were at Unyanyembe. I suggested that we should make direct for the Tanganyika by compass, trusting to no road or guide, but to march direct west until we came to the Tanganyika, and then follow the lake shore on foot until we came to Ujiji. For it ever haunted my mind that if Dr. Livingstone should hear of my coming, which he might possibly do if I travelled along any known road, he would leave, and that my search for him would consequently be a stern chase. But my principal men thought it better that we should now boldly turn our faces north, and march for the Malagarazi, which was said to be the large river flowing from the east to the Tanganyika. But none of my men knew the road to the Malagarazi. Neither could guides be hired from Sultan Imrira. We were, however, informed that the Malagarazi was but 2 days' march from Imrira. I thought it safe, in such a case, to provision my men with 3 days' rations. The village of Itaga is situated in a deep mountain hollow, finely overlooking a large extent of cultivation. The people grow sweet potatoes, manioc, out of which tapioca is made, beans, and holocaust. Not one chicken could be purchased for love or money, and besides grain, only a lean, scraggly specimen of a goat, a long time ago imported from Uvinza, was procurable. October the 25th will be remembered by me as a day of great troubles. In fact, a series of troubles began from this date. We struck an easterly road in order to obtain a passage to the lofty plateau which bounded the valley of the Imrera on the west and on the north. We camped, after a 2½ hours' march, at its foot. The defile promised a feasible means of ascent to the summit of the plateau, which rose upward in a series of scarps 1,000 feet above the valley of Imrera. While ascending that lofty arc of mountains which bounded westerly and northerly the basin of Imrera, extensive prospects southward and eastward were revealed. The character of the scenery at Ukawendi is always animated and picturesque, but never sublime. The folds of this ridge contain several ruins of bomas, which seem to have been erected during war time. The mbembe fruit was plentiful along this march, and every few minutes I could see from the rear one or two men hastening to secure a treasure of it which they discovered on the ground. A little before reaching the camp I had shot at a leopard, but failed to bring him down as he bounded away. At night the lions roared as at the Mutumba River. A lengthy march under the deep twilight shadows of a great forest, which protected us from the hot sunbeams, brought us, on the next day, to a camp newly constructed by a party of Arabs from Ujiji, who had advanced thus far on their road to Unyanyembe, but, alarmed at the reports of the war between Marumbu and the Arabs, had returned. Our route was along the right bank of the Rugufu, a broad, sluggish stream, well choked with the matete reeds and the papyrus. The tracks in the bois de vache of buffaloes were numerous, and there were several indications of rhinoceros being near. In a deep clump of timber near this river we discovered a colony of bearded and leonine looking monkeys. As we were about leaving our camp on the morning of the 28th, a herd of buffalo walked deliberately into view. Silence was quickly restored, but not before the animals, to their great surprise, had discovered the danger which confronted them. We commenced stalking them, but we soon heard the thundering sound of their gallop, after which it became a useless task to follow them, with a long march in the wilderness before one. The road led on this day over immense sheets of sandstone and iron ore. The water was abominable and scarce, and famine began to stare us in the face. We travelled for 6 hours, and had yet seen no sign of cultivation anywhere. According to my map, we were yet 2 long marches from the Malagarazi, if Captain Burton had correctly laid down the position of the river. According to the natives' account, we should have arrived at the Malagarazi on this day. End of chapter 11, part 1. Chapter 11, part 2 of How I Found Livingstone. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Beth Ann. How I Found Livingstone. Travels, Adventures, and Discoveries in Central Africa, including 4 months' residence with Dr. Livingstone. By Sir Henry M. Stanley. Chapter 11, Part 2. Through Ukawendi, Uvinza, and Uha, to Ujiji. On the 29th we left our camp, and after a few minutes we were in view of the sublimest, but ruggedest, scenes we had yet beheld in Africa. The country was cut up in all directions by deep, wild, and narrow ravines, trending in all directions, but generally toward the northwest, while on either side rose enormous square masses of naked rock, sandstone, sometimes towering and rounded, sometimes pyramidal, sometimes in truncated cones, sometimes in circular ridges, with sharp, rugged, naked backs, with but little vegetation anywhere visible, except it obtained a precarious tenure in the fissured crown of some gigantic hilltop, whither some soil had fallen, or at the base of the reddish ochre scarps which everywhere lifted their fronts to our view. A long series of descents down rocky gullies, wherein we were environed by threatening masses of disintegrated rock, brought us to a dry, stony ravine, with mountain heights looming above us 1,000 feet high. This ravine we followed, winding around in all directions, but which gradually widened, however, into a broad plain, with a western trend. The road, leaving this, struck across a low ridge to the north, and we were in view of deserted settlements where the villages were built on frowning castellated masses of rock. Near an upright mass of rock over 70 feet high, and about 50 yards in diameter, which dwarfed the gigantic sycamore close to it, we made our camp, after 5 hours and 30 minutes continuous and rapid marching. The people were very hungry. They had eaten every scrap of meat and every grain they possessed, 20 hours before, and there was no immediate prospect of food. I had but 1.5 pounds of flour left, and this would not have sufficed to begin to feed a force of over 45 people, but I had something like 30 pounds of tea, and 20 pounds of sugar left, and I at once, as soon as we arrived at camp, ordered every kettle to be filled and placed on the fire, and then made tea for all, giving each man a quart of hot, grateful beverage, well sweetened. Parties stole out also into the depths of the jungle in search for wild fruit, and soon returned laden with baskets of the wood peach and tamarind fruit, which, though it did not satisfy, relieved them. That night, before going to sleep, the Wangwana set up a loud prayer to Allah to give them food. We rose betimes in the morning, determined to travel until food could be procured, or we dropped down from sheer fatigue and weakness. Rhinoceros tracks abounded, and buffaloes seemed to be plentiful, but we never beheld a living thing. We crossed scores of short steeps, and descended as often into the depths of dry, stony gullies, and then finally entered a valley, bounded on one side by a triangular mountain with perpendicular sides, and on the other by a bold group, a triplet of hills. While marching down this valley, which soon changed its dry, bleached aspect to a vivid green, we saw a forest in the distance, and shortly found ourselves in cornfields. Looking keenly around for a village, we descried it on the summit of a lofty triangular hill on our right. A loud exultant shout was raised at the discovery. The men threw down their packs and began to clamor for food. Volunteers were asked to come forward to take cloth, and scale the heights to obtain it from the village at any price. While 3 or 4 sallied off, we rested on the ground, quite worn out. In about an hour the foraging party returned, with the glorious tidings that food was plentiful, that the village we saw was called Weld Nzogera's, the son of Nzogera, by which of course we knew that we were in Uvinza, Nzogera being the principal chief in Uvinza. We were further informed that Nzogera, the father, was at war with Lukunda Mira, about some salt pans in the valley of Malagarazi, and that it would be difficult to go to Ujiji by the usual road owing to this war. But, for a consideration, the son of Nzogera was willing to supply us with guides, who would take us safely by a northern road to Ujiji. Everything auguring well for our prospects, we encamped to enjoy the good cheer, for which our troubles and privations, during the transit of the Ukawendi forests and jungles, had well prepared us. I am now going to extract from my diary of the march, as, without its aid, I deem it impossible to relate fully our various experiences, so as to show them properly as they occurred to us. and as these extracts were written and recorded at the close of each day, they possess more interest, in my opinion, than a cold relation of facts now toned down in memory. October 31st, Tuesday. Our road led east-northeast for a considerable time after leaving the base of the triangular mountain whereon the son of Nzogera had established his stronghold, in order to avoid a deep and impassable portion of marsh that stood between us and the direct route to the Malagarazi River. The valley sloped rapidly to this marsh, which received in its broad bosom the drainage of 3 extensive ranges. Soon we turned our faces northwest, and prepared to cross the marsh, and the guides informed us, as we halted on the eastern bank, of a terrible catastrophe which occurred a few yards above where we were preparing to cross. They told of an Arab and his caravan, consisting of 35 slaves, who had suddenly sunk out of sight, and who were never more heard of. This marsh, as it appeared to us, presented a breadth of some 100 yards, on which grew a close network of grass, with much decayed matter mixed up with it. In the centre of this, and underneath it, ran a broad, deep, and rapid stream. As the guides proceeded across, the men stole after them with cautious footsteps. As they arrived near the centre, we began to see the unstable grassy bridge, so curiously provided by nature for us, move up and down in heavy, languid undulations, like the swell of the sea after a storm. Where the 2 asses of the expedition moved, the grassy waves rose a foot high, but suddenly one unfortunate animal plunged his feet through, and as he was unable to rise, he soon made a deep hollow, which was rapidly filling with water. With the aid of 10 men, however, we were enabled to lift him bodily up, and land him on a firmer part, and guiding them both across rapidly, the entire caravan crossed without accident. On arriving at the other side, we struck off to the north, and found ourselves in a delightful country, in every way suitable for agriculturists. Great rocks rose here and there, but in their fissures rose stately trees, under whose umbrage nestled the villages of the people. We found the various village elders greedy for cloth, but the presence of the younger son of Nzogera's men restrained their propensity for extortion. Goats and sheep were remarkably cheap and in good condition, and, consequently, to celebrate our arrival near the Malagarazi, a flock of 8 goats was slaughtered and distributed to the men. November 1st, striking northwest, after leaving our camp and descending the slope of a mountain, we soon beheld the anxiously looked for Malagarazi, a narrow but deep stream, flowing through a valley pent in by lofty mountains. Fish-eating birds lined the trees on its banks. Villages were thickly scattered about. Food was abundant and cheap. After travelling along the left bank of the river a few miles, we arrived at the settlements, recognizing Kiala as their ruler. I had anticipated we should be able at once to cross the river, but difficulties arose. We were told to camp before any negotiations could be entered into. When we demurred, we were informed that we might cross the river if we wished, but we should not be assisted in any way by any Mvinza. Being compelled to halt for this day, the tent was pitched in the middle of one of the villages, and the bales were stored in one of the huts, with 4 soldiers to guard them. After dispatching an embassy to Kiala, eldest son of the great chief Nzogera, to request permission to cross the river as a peaceable caravan, Kiala sent word that the white men should cross his river after the payment of 56 cloths. 56 cloths signified a bale nearly. Here was another opportunity for diplomacy. Bombay and Asmani were empowered to treat Kiala about the honga, but it was not to exceed 25 doti. At 6 a.m., having spoken for 7 hours, the 2 men returned, with the demand for 13 doti for Nzogera and 10 doti for Kiala. Poor Bombay was hoarse, but Asmani still smiled, and I relented, congratulating myself that the preposterous demand, which was simply robbery, was no worse. 3 hours later another demand was made. Kiala had been visited by a couple of chiefs from his father, and the chiefs being told that a white man was at the ferry, put in a claim for a couple of guns and a keg of gunpowder. But here my patience was exhausted, and I declared that they should have to take them by force, for I would never consent to be robbed and despoiled after any such fashion. Until 11 p.m. Bombay and Asmani were negotiating about this extra demand, arguing, quarrelling, threatening, until Bombay declared they would talk him mad if it lasted much longer. I told Bombay to take 2 cloths, one for each chief, and if they did not consider it enough, then I should fight. The present was taken, and the negotiations were terminated at midnight. November 2nd, Ihata Island, 1½ hour west of Kiala's. We arrived before the island of Ihata, on the left bank of the Malagarazi, at 5 p.m., the morning having been wasted in puerile talk with the owner of the canoes at the ferry. The final demand for ferriage across was 8 yards of cloth and 4 fundo of same same, or red beads, which was at once paid. 4 men with their loads were permitted to cross in the small, unshapely, cranky canoes. When the boatmen had discharged their canoes of their passengers and cargoes, they were ordered to halt on the other side, and, to my astonishment, another demand was made. The ferryman had found that 2 fundo of these were of short measure, and 2 fundo more must be paid, otherwise the contract for ferrying us across would be considered null and void. So 2 fundo more were added, but not without demur and much talk, which in these lands is necessary. 4 fundo equals 40 necklaces, 1 fundo being 10 necklaces. 3 times the canoe went backwards and forwards, when lo! another demand was made, with the usual clamour and fierce wordy dispute, this time for 5 kehete for the man who guided us to the ferry, a shuka of cloth for a babbler, who had attached himself to the old womanish Juma, who did nothing but babble and increase the clamour. These demands were also settled. About sunset we endeavoured to cross the donkeys. Simba, a fine, wild Kinyamwezi donkey, went in first, with a rope attached to his neck. He had arrived in the middle of the stream when we saw him begin to struggle. A crocodile had seized him by the throat. The poor animal's struggles were terrific. Chowpereh was dragging on the rope with all his might, but to no use, for the donkey sank, and we saw no more of him. The depth over the river at this place was about 15 feet. We had seen the light brown heads, the glittering eyes, and the ridgy backs hovering about the vicinity, but we had never thought that the reptiles would advance so near to such an exciting scene as the vicinity of the ferry presented during the crossing. Saddened by this loss, we resumed our work, and by 7 p.m. we were all across, excepting Bombay and the only donkey now left, which was to be brought across in the morning when the crocodile should have deserted the river. November 3rd. What contention have we not been witness to these last 3 days! What anxiety have we not suffered ever since our arrival at Uvinza! The Wavinza are worse than the Wagogo, and their greed is more insatiable. We got the donkey across with the aid of Maganga, or medicine men, who spat some chewed leaves of a tree which grows close to the stream over him. He informed me he could cross the river at any time, day or night, after rubbing his body with these chewed leaves, which he believed to be the most potent medicine. About 10 a.m. appeared from the direction of Ujiji a caravan of 80 Wagaha, a tribe which occupies a tract of country on the southwestern side of the Lake Tanganyika. We asked the news, and were told a white man had just arrived at Ujiji from Manyuema. This news startled us all. "A white man?" we asked. "Yes, a white man," they replied. "How is he dressed?" "Like the master," they answered, referring to me. "Is he young or old?" He is old, he has white hair on his face, and is sick." "Where has he come from?" "From a very far country away beyond Uguhha, called Manyuema." "Indeed! And is he stopping at Ujiji now?" "Yes, we saw him about 8 days ago." "Do you think he will stop there until we see him?" "Sigu don't know." "Was he ever at Ujiji before?" "Yes, he went away a long time ago." "Hurrah! This is Livingstone. He must be Livingstone. He can be no other. But still, he may be someone else. Someone from the west coast. Or perhaps he is Baker. No, Baker has no white hair on his face. But we must now march quick, lest he hears we are coming, and runs away." I addressed my men, and asked them if they were willing to march to Ujiji without a single halt, and then promised them, if they acceded to my wishes, 2 doti to each man. All answered in the affirmative, almost as much rejoiced as I was myself; but I was madly rejoiced, intensely eager to resolve the burning question, "Is it Dr. Livingstone?" God grant me patience, but I do wish there was a railroad, or at least horses, in this country. We set out at once from the banks of the Malagarazi, accompanied by 2 guides furnished us by Usenji, the old man of the ferry, who, now that we had crossed, showed himself more amiably disposed to us. We arrived at the village of Asinga, Sultan Katalambula, after a little over an hour's march across a saline plain, but which as we advanced into the interior became fertile and productive. November 4th. Started early with great caution, maintaining deep silence. The guides were sent forward, one 200 yards ahead of the other, that we might be warned in time. The first part of the march was through a thin jungle of dwarf trees, which got thinner and thinner until it vanished altogether, and we had entered Uhha, a plain country. Villages were visible by the score among the tall bleached stalks of doura and maize. Sometimes 3, sometimes 5, 10, or 20 beehive-shaped huts formed a village. The Wahha were evidently living in perfect security, for not one village amongst them all was surrounded with the customary defence of an African village. A narrow dry ditch formed the only boundary between Uhha and Uvinza. On entering Uhha, all danger from Makumba vanished. We halted at Kawanga, the chief of which lost no time in making us understand that he was the great Mutwar of Kameni under the king, and that he was the tribute gatherer for his Kia Majesty. He declared that he was the only one in Kameni, an eastern division of Uhha, who could demand tribute, and that it would be very satisfactory to him, and a saving of trouble to ourselves, if we settled his claim of 12 doti of good cloth at once. We did not think it the best way of proceeding, knowing as we did the character of the native African, so we at once proceeded to diminish this demand. But, after 6 hours' hot argument, the Mutwar only reduced it by 2. This claim was then settled, upon the understanding that we should be allowed to travel through Uhha as far as the Rusiji River, without being further mulcted. November 5th. Leaving Kawanga early in the morning, and continuing our march over the boundless plains, which were bleached white by the hot equatorial sun, we were marching westward full of pleasant anticipations that we were nearing the end of our troubles, joyfully congratulating ourselves that within 5 days we should see that which I had come so far from civilization, and through so many difficulties to see, and were about passing a cluster of villages, with all the confidence which men possess, against whom no one had further claim or a word to say, when I noticed 2 men darting from a group of natives who were watching us, and running towards the head of the expedition, with the object, evidently, of preventing further progress. The caravan stopped, and I walked forward to ascertain the cause from the 2 natives. I was greeted politely by the 2 Wahha, with the usual Yambos, and was then asked, "Why does the white man pass the village of the king of Uhha without a salutation and a gift? Does not the white man know there lives a king in Uhha, to whom the Wangwana and the Arabs pay something for right of passage?" "Why, we paid last night to the chief of Kawanga, who informed us that he was the man deputed by the king of Uhha to collect the toll." "How much did you pay?" 10 doti of good cloth. "Are you sure?" "Quite sure. If you ask him, he will tell you so." "Well," said one of the Wahha, a fine, handsome, intelligent looking youth, "it is our duty to the king to halt you here until we find the truth of this. Will you walk to our village, and rest yourselves under the shade of our trees until we can send messengers to Kawanga?" "No. The sun is but an hour high, and we have far to travel. But, in order to show you that we do not seek to pass through your country without doing that which is right, we will rest where we now stand, and we will send with your messengers 2 of our soldiers, who will show you the man to whom we paid the cloth." The messengers departed, but, in the meantime, the handsome youth, who turned out to be the nephew of the king, whispered some order to a lad, who immediately hastened away with the speed of an antelope to the cluster of villages which we had just passed. The result of this errand, as we saw in a short time, was the approach of a body of warriors, about 50 in number, headed by a tall, fine looking man, who was dressed in a crimson robe called joho, 2 ends of which were tied in a knot over the left shoulder. A new piece of American sheeting was folded like a turban around his head, and a large curved piece of polished ivory was suspended to his neck. He and his people were all armed with spears, and bows and arrows, and their advance was marked with a deliberation that showed they felt confidence in any issue that might transpire. We were halted on the eastern side of the Pomboy stream, near the village of Lukoma, in Kimenyi, Uhha. The gorgeously dressed chief was a remarkable man in appearance. His face was oval in form, high cheekbones, eyes deeply sunk, a prominent and bold forehead, a fine nose, and a well cut mouth. He was a tall figure, and perfectly symmetrical. When near to us, he hailed me with the words, "Yambo, bana!" (How do you do, master?) in quite a cordial tone. I replied, cordially also, "Yambo, mutwar!" (How do you do, chief?) We, myself and men, interchanged yambos with his warriors, and there was nothing in our first introduction to indicate that the meeting was of a hostile character. The chief seated himself, his haunches resting on his heels, laying down his bows and arrows by his side. His men did likewise. I seated myself on a bale, and each of my men sat down on their loads, forming quite a semicircle. The Wahha slightly outnumbered my party, but, while they were only armed with bows and arrows, spears, and knob sticks, we were armed with rifles, muskets, revolvers, pistols, and hatchets. All were seated, and deep silence was maintained by the assembly. The great plains around us were as still in this bright noon as if they were deserted of all living creatures. Then the chief spoke. "I am Mionvu, the great Mutwar of Kimenyi, and am next to the king who lives yonder," pointing to a large village some naked hills about 10 miles to the north. "I have come to talk with the white man. It has always been the custom of the Arabs and the Wangwana to make a present to the king when they pass through his country. Does not the white man mean to pay the king's dues? Why does the white man halt in the road? Why will he not enter the village of Lukoma, where there is food and shade, where we can discuss this thing quietly? Does the white man mean to fight? I know well he is stronger than we are. His men have guns, and the Wahha have but bows and arrows and spears, but Uhha is large, and our villages are many. Let him look around him everywhere. All is Uhha, and our country extends much farther than he can see or walk in a day. The king of Uhha is strong, yet he wishes friendship only with the white man. Will the white man have war or peace?" A deep murmur of assent followed this speech of Mionvu from his people, and disapprobation blended with a certain uneasiness from my men. When about replying, the words of General Sherman, which I heard him utter to the chiefs of the Arapahoes and the Cheyennes at North Platte, in 1867, came to my mind, and something of their spirit I embodied in my reply to Mionvu, Mutwar of Kimenyi. Mionvu, the great Mutwar, asked me if I have come for war. When did Mionvu ever hear of a white man warring against black man? Mionvu must understand that the white men are different from the black. White men do not leave their country to fight the black people, neither do they come here to buy ivory or slaves. They come to make friends with black people. They come to search for rivers, and lakes, and mountains. They come to discover what countries, what peoples, what rivers, what lakes, what forests, what plains, what mountains and hills are in your country, to know the different animals that are in the land of the black people, that when they go back they may tell the white kings, and men, and children, what they have seen and heard in the land so far from them. The white people are different from the Arabs and the Wangwana. The white people know everything, and are very strong. When they fight, the Arabs and the Wangwana run away. We have great guns which thunder, and when they shoot, the earth trembles. We have guns which carry bullets farther than you can see, even with these little things, pointing to my revolvers. I could kill 10 men, quicker than you could count. We are stronger than the Waha. Mionvu has spoken the truth, yet we do not wish to fight. I could kill Mionvu now, yet I talk to him as a friend. I wish to be a friend to Mionvu and to the black people. Will Mionvu say what I can do for him?" As these words were translated to him, imperfectly I suppose, but still intelligibly, the face of the Waha showed how well they appreciated them. Once or twice I thought I detected something like fear, but my assertions that I desired peace and friendship with them soon obliterated such feelings. Mionvu replied, "The white man tells me he is friendly. Why does he not come to our village? Why does he stop on the road? The sun is hot. Mionvu will not speak here any more. If the white man is a friend, he will come to the village. We must stop now. It is noon. You have broken our march. We will go and camp in your village," I said, at the same time rising, and pointing to the men to take up their loads. We were compelled to camp. There was no help for it. The messengers did not return from Kawanga. Having arrived in his village, Mionvu had cast himself at full length under the scanty shade afforded by a few trees within the boma. About 2 p.m. the messengers returned, saying it was true the chief of Kawanga had taken 10 cloths, not, however, for the king of Uhha, but for himself. Mionvu, who was evidently keen-witted, and knew perfectly what he was about, now roused himself, and began to make miniature faggots, of thin canes, 10 in each faggot, and shortly he presented 10 of these small bundles, which together contained 100, to me, saying each stick represented a cloth, and the amount of the honga required by the king of Uhha was 100 cloths, nearly 2 bales. Recovering from our astonishment, which was almost indescribable, we offered 10. "10 to the king of Uhha! Impossible! You do not stir from Lukomo until you pay us 100," exclaimed Mionvu, in a significant manner. I returned no answer, but went to my hut, which Mionvu had cleared for my use. Ambombe, Asmani, Mabruki, and Chowpereh were invited to come to me for consultation. Upon my asking them if we could not fight our way through Uhha, they became terror-stricken, and Bombay, in imploring accents, asked me to think well what I was about to do, because it was useless to enter on a war with the Wahha. Uhha is all a plain country. We cannot hide anywhere. Every village will rise all about us. And how can 45 men fight thousands of people? They would kill us all in a few minutes. And how would you ever reach Ujiji if you died? Think of it, my dear master, and do not throw your life away for a few rags of cloth." "Well, but Bombay, this is robbery. Shall we submit to be robbed? Shall we give this fellow everything he asks? He might as well ask me for all the cloth, and all my guns, without letting him see that we can fight. I can kill Mionvu and his principal men myself, and you can slay all those howlers out there without much trouble. If Mionvu and his principal were dead, we should not be troubled much, and we could strike south to the Malagarazi, and go west to Ujiji." "No, no, dear master, don't think of it for a moment. If we were near the Malagarazi, we should come across Lokinda Mira." "Well, then we will go north. Up that way Uhha extends far, and beyond Uhha are the Watutu." "Well, then, say what we shall do. We must do something, but we must not be robbed. Pay Mionvu what he asks, and let us go away from here. This is the last place we shall have to pay, and in 4 days we shall be in Ujiji." "Did Mionvu tell you that this is the last time we should have to pay?" "He did, indeed. What do you say, Asmani? Shall we fight or pay?" Asmani's face wore the usual smile, but he replied, "I am afraid we must pay. This is positively the last time." "And you, Chowpereh?" "Pay, Bana. It is better to get along quietly in this country. If we were strong enough they would pay us. Ah, if we only had 200 guns, how these Wahha would run!" "What do you say, Mabruki?" "Ah, master, dear master, it is very hard, and these people are great robbers. I would like to chop their heads off all, so I would, but you had better pay. This is the last time, and what are 100 cloths to you?" "Well, then, Bombay and Asmani, go to Mionvu and offer him 20. If he will not take 20, give him 30. If he refuses 30, give him 40. Then go up to 80. Slowly. Make plenty of talk. Not one doti more. I swear to you I will shoot Mionvu if he demands more than 80. Go, and remember to be wise." I will cut the matter short. At 9 P.M., 64 doti were handed over to Mionvu for the King of Uhha, 6 doti for himself, and 5 doti for his sub. Altogether 75 doti. A bale and a quarter. No sooner had we paid than they began to fight amongst themselves over the booty, and I was in hopes that the factions would proceed to battle, that I might have good excuse for leaving them, and plunging south to the jungle that I believed existed there, by which means, under its friendly cover, we might strike west. But no, it was only a verbose war, which portended nothing more than a noisy clamor. End of chapter 11, part 2.
Chapter 11, Part 3 of How I Found Livingstone. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. How I Found Livingstone. Travels, Adventures, and Discoveries in Central Africa, including 4 months' residence with Dr. Livingstone, by Sir Henry M. Stanley. Chapter 11, Part 3. Through Ukawindi, Uvinza, and Uhha to Ujiji. November 6th. At dawn we were on the road, very silent and sad. Our stock of cloth was much diminished. We had 9 bales left, sufficient to have taken us to the Atlantic Ocean, aided by the beads which were yet untouched, if we practiced economy. If I met many more like Mionvu, I had not enough to take me to Ujiji, and though we were said to be so near, Livingstone seemed to me to be just as far as ever. We crossed the Pombwe, and then struck across a slowly undulating plain rising gradually to mountains on our right. and on our left sinking towards the valley of the Malagarazi, which river was about 20 miles away. Villages rose to our view everywhere. Food was cheap, milk was plentiful, and the butter good. After a 4 hours' march we crossed the Kaningi River, and entered the boma of Kirihigi, inhabited by several Watusi and Waha. Here, we were told, lived the king of Uha's brother. This announcement was anything but welcome, and I began to suspect I had fallen into another hornet's nest. We had not rested 2 hours before 2 Wangwana entered my tent, who were slaves of Thani bin Abdullah, our dandified friend of Unyanyembe. These men came, on the part of the king's brother, to claim the honga. The king's brother demanded 30 doti, half a bale. Merciful Providence! What shall I do? We had been told by Mionvu that the honga of Uha was settled, and now here is another demand for the king's brother. It is the second time the lie has been told, and we have twice been deceived. We shall be deceived no more. These 2 men informed us there were 5 more chiefs, living but 2 hours from each other, who would exact tribute, or blackmail, like those we had seen. Knowing this much, I felt a certain calm. It was far better to know the worst at once. 5 more chiefs with their demands would assuredly ruin us. In view of which, what is to be done? How am I to reach Livingstone without being beggared? Dismissing the men, I called Bombay and told him to assist Asmani in settling the honga, as cheaply as possible. I then lit my pipe, put on the cap of consideration, and began to think. Within half an hour I had made a plan, which was to be attempted to be put in execution that very night. I summoned the 2 slaves of Thani bin Abdullah, after the honga had been settled to everybody's satisfaction, though the profoundest casuistries and diplomatic arguments failed to reduce it lower than 26 doti, and began asking them about the possibility of evading the tribute-taking Waha ahead. This rather astonished them at first, and they declared it to be impossible, but finally, after being pressed, they replied that one of their number should guide us at midnight, or a little after, into the jungle which grew on the frontiers of the Uha and Uvinza. By keeping a direct west course through this jungle until we came to Ukaranga, we might be enabled, we were told, to travel through Uha without further trouble. If I were willing to pay the guide 12 doti, and if I were able to impose silence on my people while passing through the sleeping village, the guide was positive I could reach Ujiji without paying another doti. It is needless to add that I accepted the proffered assistance at such a price with joy. But there was much to be done. Provisions were to be purchased, sufficient to last 4 days for the tramp through the jungle, and men were at once sent with cloth to purchase grain at any price. Fortune favored us, for before 8 p.m. we had enough for 6 days. November 7th. I did not go to sleep at all last night, but a little after midnight, as the moon was beginning to show itself, by gangs of 4 the men stole quietly out of the village, and by 3 a.m. the entire expedition was outside the boma, and not the slightest alarm had been made. After a signal to the new guide, the expedition began to move in a southern direction along the right bank of the Kaningi River. After an hour's march in this direction, we struck west, across the grassy plain, and maintained it despite the obstacles we encountered, which were sore enough to naked men. The bright moon lighted our path. Dark clouds now and then cast immense long shadows over the deserted and silent plains, and the moonbeams were almost obscured, and at such times our position seemed awful. Till the moon, rising in clouded majesty, at length, apparent queen, unveiled her peerless light, and o'er the dark her silver mantle threw. Bravely toiled the men without murmur, though their legs were bleeding from the cruel grass. Ambrosial morn at last appeared, with all its beautiful and lovely features. Heaven was born anew to us, with comforting omens and cheery promise. The men, though fatigued at the unusual travel, sped forward with quicker pace as daylight broke. until at 8 a.m. we sighted the swift Rusugi River, when a halt was ordered in a clump of jungle near it for breakfast and rest. Both banks of the river were alive with buffalo, eland, and antelope, but though the sight was very tempting, we did not fire, because we dared not. The report of a gun would have alarmed the whole country. I preferred my coffee, and the contentment which my mind experienced at our success. An hour after we had rested, some natives, carrying salt from the Malagarazi, were seen coming up the right bank of the river. When abreast of our hiding place, they detected us, and dropping their salt bags, they took to their heels at once, shouting as they ran, to alarm some villages that appeared about 4 miles north of us. The men were immediately ordered to take up their loads, and in a few minutes we had crossed the Rusugi, and were making direct for a bamboo jungle that appeared in our front. On, we kept steadily until at 1 p.m. we sighted the little lake of Musunya, as wearied as possible with our 9 hours' march. Lake Musunya is one of the many circular basins found in this part of Uhha. There was quite a group of them. The more correct term of these lakes would be immense pools. In the Masika season, Lake Musunya must extend to 3 or 4 miles in length by 2 in breadth. It swarms with hippopotami, and its shores abound with noble game. We were very quiet, as may be imagined, in our bivouac.
Chapter 1 of How I Found Livingstone. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. How I Found Livingstone. Travels, Adventures, and Discoveries in Central Africa, including 4 months' residence with Dr. Livingstone. By Sir Henry M. Stanley. Chapter 1. Introductory. My instructions to find and relieve Livingstone. On the 16th day of October, in the year of our Lord 1869, I was in Madrid, fresh from the carnage at Valencia. At 10 a.m. Jacopo, at No. Calle de la Cruz, handed me a telegram. It read, "Come to Paris on important business." The telegram was from Mr. James Gordon Bennett, Jr., the young manager of the New York Herald. Down came my pictures from the walls of my apartments on the 2nd floor. Into my trunks went my books and souvenirs. My clothes were hastily collected, some half washed, some from the clothesline half dry, and after a couple of hours of hasty hard work, my portmanteaus were strapped up and labelled Paris. At 3 p.m. I was on my way, and being obliged to stop at Bayonne a few hours, did not arrive at Paris until the following night. I went straight to the Grand Hotel, and knocked at the door of Mr. Bennett's room. "Come in," I heard a voice say. Entering, I found Mr. Bennett in bed. "Who are you?" he asked. "My name is Stanley," I answered. "Ah, yes, sit down. I have important business on hand for you." After throwing over his shoulders his robe de chambre, Mr. Bennet asked, "Where do you think Livingstone is?" "I really do not know, sir." "Do you think he is alive?" "He may be, and he may not be," I answered. "Well, I think he is alive, and that he can be found, and I am going to send you to find him." "What!" said I, "do you really think I can find Dr. Livingstone? Do you mean me to go to Central Africa?" "Yes, I mean that you shall go and find him wherever you hear that he is, and to get what news of him you can, and perhaps," delivering himself thoughtfully and deliberately, "the old man may be in want. Take enough with you to help him should he require it. Of course you will act according to your own plans, and do what you think best, but find Livingstone." Said I, wondering at the cool order of sending one to Central Africa to search for a man whom I, in common with almost all other men, believed to be dead, "Have you considered seriously the great expense you are likely to incur on account of this little journey?" "What will it cost?" he asked abruptly. "Burke and Speke's journey to Central Africa cost between £3,000 and £5,000, and I fear it cannot be done under £2,500. Well, I will tell you what you will do. Draw £1,000 now, and when you have gone through that, draw another 1,000, and when that is spent, draw another 1,000, and when you have finished that, draw another 1,000, and so on, but find Livingstone." Surprised, but not confused at the order, for I knew that Mr. Bennet, when once he had made up his mind, was not easily drawn aside from his purpose, I yet thought, seeing it was such a gigantic scheme, that he had not quite considered in his own mind the pros and cons of the case. I said, "I have heard that should your father die, you will sell the Herald and retire from business." "Whoever told you that is wrong, for there is not money enough in New York City to buy the New York Herald. My father has made it a great paper, but I mean to make it greater. I mean that it shall be a newspaper in the true sense of the word. I mean that it shall publish whatever news will be interesting to the world, at no matter what cost." "After that," said I have nothing more to say. Do you mean me to go straight on to Africa to search for Dr. Livingstone?" "No, I wish you to go to the inauguration of the Suez Canal first, and then proceed up the Nile. I hear Baker is about starting for Upper Egypt. Find out what you can about his expedition, and as you go up describe as well as possible whatever is interesting for tourists, and then write up a guide, a practical one, for Lower Egypt. Tell us about whatever is worth seeing and how to see it. Then you might as well go to Jerusalem. I hear Captain Warren is making some interesting discoveries there. Then visit Constantinople, and find out about that trouble between the Khedive and the Sultan. Then, let me see, you might as well visit the Crimea and those old battlegrounds, then go across the Caucasus to the Caspian Sea. I hear there is a Russian expedition bound for Khiva. From thence you may get through Persia to India. You could write an interesting letter from Persepolis. Baghdad will be close on your way to India. Suppose you go there and write up something about the Euphrates Valley Railway. Then, when you have come to India, you can go after Livingstone. Probably you will hear by that time that Livingstone is on his way to Zanzibar, but if not, go into the interior and find him. If alive, get what news of his discoveries you can, and if you find he is dead, bring all possible proofs of his being dead. That is all. Good night, and God be with you." "Good night, sir," I said. "What it is in the power of human nature to do I will do, and on such an errand as I go upon, God will be with me." I lodged with young Edward King, who is making such a name in New England. He was just the man who would have delighted to tell the journal he was engaged upon what young Mr. Bennet was doing, and what errand I was bound upon. I should have liked to exchange opinions with him upon the probable results of my journey, but I dared not do so. Though oppressed with the great task before me, I had to appear as if only going to be present at the Suez Canal. Young King followed me to the express train bound for Marseilles, and at the station we parted, he to go and read the newspapers at Bowles' reading room, I to Central Africa, and who knows? There is no need to recapitulate what I did before going to Central Africa. I went up the Nile and saw Mr. Higginbotham, chief engineer in Baker's expedition, at Philae, and was the means of preventing a duel between him and a mad young Frenchman, who wanted to fight Mr. Higginbotham with pistols, because that gentleman resented the idea of being taken for an Egyptian through wearing a fez cap. I had a talk with Captain Warren at Jerusalem, and descended one of the pits with a sergeant of engineers to see the marks of the Tyrian workmen on the foundation stones of the Temple of Solomon. I visited the mosques of Stamboul with the Minister Resident of the United States and the American Consul General. I travelled over the Crimean battlegrounds with King Lake's glorious books for reference in my hand. I dined with the widow of General Liprandi at Odessa. I saw the Arabian traveller Palgrave at Trebizond, and Baron Nicolay, the civil governor of the Caucasus, at Tiflis. I lived with the Russian ambassador while at Teheran, and wherever I went through Persia I received the most hospitable welcome from the gentlemen of the Indo-European Telegraph Company, and following the examples of many illustrious men, I wrote my name upon one of the Persepolitan monuments. In the month of August, 1870, I arrived in India. On the 12th of October I sailed on the bark Polly from Bombay to Mauritius. As the Polly was a slow sailer, the passage lasted 37 days. On board this bark was a William Lawrence Farquhar, hailing from Leith, Scotland, in the capacity of first mate. He was an excellent navigator, and thinking he might be useful to me, I employed him, his pay to begin from the date we should leave Zanzibar for Bagamoyo. As there was no opportunity for getting to Zanzibar direct, I took ship to Seychelles. 3 or 4 days after arriving at Mahe, one of the Seychelles group, I was fortunate enough to get a passage for myself, William Lawrence Farquhar, and an Arab boy from Jerusalem who was to act as interpreter, on board an American whaling vessel bound for Zanzibar, at which port we arrived on the 6th of January, 1871. I have skimmed over my travels thus far, because these do not concern the reader. They led over many lands, but this book is only a narrative of my search after Livingstone, the great African traveller. It is an Icarian flight of journalism, I confess; some even have called it quixotic; but this is a word I can now refute, as will be seen before the reader arrives at the finis. I have used the word soldiers in this book. The armed escort a traveller engages to accompany him into East Africa is composed of free black men, natives of Zanzibar, or freed slaves from the interior, who call themselves askari, an Indian name which, translated, means soldiers. They are armed and equipped like soldiers, though they engage themselves also as servants; but it would be more pretentious in me to call them servants than to use the word soldiers, and as I have been more in the habit of calling them soldiers than my Watuma servants, this habit has proved too much to be overcome. I have therefore allowed the word soldiers to appear, accompanied, however, with this apology. But it must be remembered that I am writing a narrative of my own adventures and travels, and that until I meet Livingstone I presume the greatest interest is attached to myself, my marches, my troubles, my thoughts, and my expressions. Yet though I may sometimes write my expedition, or my caravan, it by no means follows that I arrogate myself to this right. For it must be distinctly understood that it is the New York Herald's expedition, and that I am only charged with its command by Mr. James Gordon Bennett, the proprietor of the New York Herald, as a salaried employee of that gentleman. One thing more. I have adopted the narrative form of relating the story of the search, on account of the greater interest it appears to possess over the diary form, and I think that in this manner I avoid the great fault of repetition for which some travellers have been severely criticised. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2 of How I Found Livingstone. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. How I Found Livingstone. Travels, Adventures, and Discoveries in Central Africa, including 4 months' residence with Dr. Livingstone. By Sir Henry M. Stanley. Chapter 2. Zanzibar. On the morning of the 6th January, 1871, we were sailing through the channel that separates the fruitful island of Zanzibar from Africa. The highlands of the continent loomed like the lengthening shadow in the grey of dawn. The island lay on our left, distant but a mile, coming out of its shroud of foggy folds, bit by bit, as the day advanced, until it finally rose clearly into view, as fair in appearance as the fairest of the gems of creation. It appeared low, but not flat. There were gentle elevations cropping hither and yon above the languid but graceful tops of the cocoa trees that lined the margin of the island, and there were depressions visible at agreeable intervals, to indicate where a cool gloom might be found by those who sought relief from a hot sun, over which the sap-green water rolled itself with a constant murmur and moan. The island seemed buried under one deep stratum of verdure. The noble bosom of the strait bore several dhows speeding in and out of the bay of Zanzibar with bellying sails. Towards the south, above the sea-line of the horizon, there appeared the naked masts of several large ships, and to the east of these a dense mass of white, flap-topped houses. This was Zanzibar, the capital of the island, which soon resolved itself into a pretty large and compact city, with all the characteristics of Arab architecture. Above some of the largest houses lining the bay front of the city streamed the blood-red banner of the Sultan, Said Berghash, and the flags of the American, English, North German Confederation, and French consulates. In the harbour were 13 large ships, 4 Zanzibar men of war, 1 English man of war, the Nymph, 2 American, 1 French, 1 Portuguese, 2 English, and 2 German merchantmen, besides numerous dhows hailing from Johanna and Mayotte of the Comoro Islands, dhows from Muscat and Cutch traders between India, the Persian Gulf, and Zanzibar. It was with the spirit of true hospitality and courtesy that Captain Francis R. Webb, United States Consul, formerly of the United States Navy, received me. Had this gentleman not rendered me such needful service, I must have condescended to take board and lodging at a house known as Charlie's, called after the proprietor, a Frenchman, who has won considerable local notoriety for harbouring penniless itinerants, and manifesting a kindly spirit always, though hidden under such a rugged front, or I should have been obliged to pitch my double-clothed American drill tent on the sand beach of this tropical island, which was by no means a desirable thing. But Captain Webb's opportune proposal to make his commodious and comfortable house my own, to enjoy myself, with the request that I would call for whatever I might require, obviated all unpleasant alternatives. One day's life at Zanzibar made me thoroughly conscious of my ignorance respecting African people and things in general. I imagined I had read Burton and Speke through fairly well, and that consequently I had penetrated the meaning, the full importance and grandeur, of the work I was about to be engaged upon. But my estimates, for instance, based upon book information, were simply ridiculous. Fanciful images of African attractions were soon dissipated, anticipated pleasures vanished, and all crude ideas began to resolve themselves into shape. I strolled through the city. My general impressions are of crooked, narrow lanes, whitewashed houses, mortar-plastered streets in the clean quarter, of seeing alcoves on each side, with deep recesses, with a foreground of red-turbaned Banyans, and a background of flimsy cottons, prints, calicoes, domestics, and what not, or of floors crowded with ivory tusks, or of dark corners with a pile of unginned and loose cotton, or of stores of crockery, nails, cheap brummagem-ware, tools, etc., in what I call the Banyan quarter, of streets smelling very strong, in fact exceedingly malodorous, with steaming yellow and black bodies, and woolly heads, sitting at the doors of miserable huts, chatting, laughing, bargaining, scolding, with a compound smell of hides, tar, filth, and vegetable refuse. In the negro quarter, of streets lined with tall, solid-looking houses, flat-roofed, of great carved doors with large brass knockers, with Bobs sitting cross-legged watching the dark entrance to their masters' houses, of a shallow sea inlet, with some dhows, canoes, boats, an odd steam tub or two, leaning over on their sides in a sea of mud which the tide has just left behind it, of a place called Mzani Moya, one cocoa tree, whither Europeans wend on evenings with most languid steps, to inhale the sweet air that glides over the sea, while the day is dying and the red sun is sinking westward, of a few graves of dead sailors, who paid the forfeit of their lives upon their arrival in this land, of a tall house wherein lives Dr Tozor, missionary bishop of Central Africa, and his school of little Africans, and of many other things, which got together into such a tangle that I had to go to sleep, lest I should never be able to separate the moving images, the Arab from the African from the Banyan from the Hindi from the European, etc. Zanzibar is the Baghdad, the Isfahan, the Stambul, if you like, of East Africa. It is the great mart which invites the ivory traders from the African interior. To this market come the gum copal, the hides, the orchilla weed, the timber, and the black slaves from Africa. Baghdad had great silk bazaars, Zanzibar has her ivory bazaars. Baghdad once traded in jewels, Zanzibar trades in gum copal. Stamboul imported Circassian and Georgian slaves, Zanzibar imports black beauties from Ihayao, Ugindi, Ugogo, Unyamwezi, and Gala. The same mode of commerce obtains here as in all Mohammedan countries. Nay, the mode was in vogue long before Moses was born. The Arab never changes. He brought the custom of his forefathers with him when he came to live on this island. He is as much of an Arab here as at Muscat or Baghdad. Wherever he goes to live he carries with him his harem, his religion, his long robe, his shirt, his slippers, and his dagger. If he penetrates Africa, not all the ridicule of the negroes can make him change his modes of life. Yet the land has not become Oriental. The Arab has not been able to change the atmosphere. The land is semi-African in aspect, the city is but semi-Arabian. To a newcomer into Africa, the Muscat Arabs of Zanzibar are studies. There is a certain empressement about them which we must admire. They are mostly all travellers. There are but a few of them who have not been in many dangerous positions, as they penetrated Central Africa in search of the precious ivory, and their various experiences have given their features a certain unmistakable air of self-reliance, or of self-sufficiency. There is a calm, resolute, defiant, independent air about them, which wins unconsciously one's respect. The stories that some of these men could tell, I have often thought, would fill many a book of thrilling adventures. For the half-caste I have great contempt. They are neither black nor white, neither good nor bad, neither to be admired nor hated. They are all things at all times, they are always fawning on the great Arabs, and always cruel to those unfortunates brought under their yoke. If I saw a miserable, half-starved negro, I was always sure to be told he belonged to a half-caste. Cringing and hypocritical, cowardly and debased, treacherous and mean, I have always found him. He seems to be forever ready to fall down and worship a rich Arab, but is relentless to a poor black slave. When he swears most, you may be sure he lies most, and yet this is the breed which is multiplied most at Zanzibar. The Banyan is a born trader, the beau ideal of a sharp money-making man. Money flows to his pockets as naturally as water down a steep. No pang of conscience will prevent him from cheating his fellow man. He excels a Jew, and his only rival in a market is a Parsee. An Arab is a babe to him. It is worth money to see him labour with all his energy, soul and body, to get advantage by the smallest fraction of a coin over a native. Possibly the native has a tusk, and it may weigh a couple of frasilahs, but though the scales indicate the weight, and the native declares solemnly that it must be more than 2 frasilahs, yet our Banyan will asseverate and vow that the native knows nothing whatever about it, and that the scales are wrong. He musters up a courage to lift it. It is a mere song, not much more than a frasilah. Come, he will say, close, man, take the money and go thy way. Art thou mad? If the native hesitates, he will scream in a fury. He pushes him about, spurns the ivory with contemptuous indifference. Never was such an ado about nothing. But though he tells the astounded native to be up and going, he never intends the ivory shall leave his shop. The Banyans exercise, of all other classes, most influence on the trade of Central Africa. With the exception of a very few rich Arabs, almost all other traders are subject to the pains and penalties which usury imposes. A trader desirous to make a journey into the interior, whether for slaves or ivory, gum copal, or orchilla weed, proposes to a Banyan to advance him $5,000, at a 50, 60, or 70% interest. The Banyan is safe enough not to lose, whether the speculation the trader is engaged upon pays or not. An experienced trader seldom loses, or if he has been unfortunate, through no deed of his own, he does not lose credit. With the help of the Banyan, he is easily set on his feet again. We will suppose, for the sake of illustrating how trade with the interior is managed, that the Arab conveys by his caravan $5,000 worth of goods into the interior. At Unyamwebe the goods are worth $10,000. At Ujiji they are worth $15,000. They have trebled in price. 5 doti, or $7.50, will purchase a slave in the markets of Ujiji that will fetch in Zanzibar $30. Ordinary men slaves may be purchased for $6, which would sell for $25 on the coast. We will say he purchases slaves to the full extent of his means, after deducting $1,500 expenses of carriage to Ujiji and back, viz. $3,500. The slaves, 464 in number, at $7.50 per head, would realize $13,920 at Zanzibar. Again, let us illustrate trade in ivory. A merchant takes $5,000 to Ujiji, and after deducting $1,500 for expenses to Ujiji and back to Zanzibar, has still remaining $3,500 in cloth and beads, with which he purchases ivory. At Ujiji ivory is bought at $20 the frasilah, or £35, by which he is enabled with $3,500 to collect 175 frasilahs, which, if good ivory, is worth about $60 per frasilah at Zanzibar. The merchant thus finds that he has realized $10,500 net profit. Arab traders have often done better than this, but they almost always have come back with an enormous margin of profit. The next people to the Banyans in power in Zanzibar are the Mohammedan Hindis. Really, it has been a debatable subject in my mind whether the Hindis are not as wickedly determined to cheat in trade as the Banyans. But if I have conceded the palm to the latter, it has been done very reluctantly. This tribe of Indians can produce scores of unconscionable rascals where they can show but one honest merchant. One of the honestest among men, white or black, red or yellow, is a Mohammedan Hindi called Torya Topan. Amongst the Europeans at Zanzibar, he has become a proverb for honesty and strict business integrity. He is enormously wealthy, owns several ships and dhows, and is a prominent man in the councils of Said Berghash. Tarya has many children, 2 or 3 of whom are grown-up sons, whom he has reared up even as he is himself. But Tarya is but a representative of an exceedingly small minority. The Arabs, the Banyans, and the Mohammedan Hindis represent the higher and the middle classes. These classes own the estates, the ships, and the trade. To these classes bow the half-caste and the Negro. The next most important people who go to make up the mixed population of this island are the Negroes. They consist of the Aborigines, Wasawahili, Somalis, Comorines, Wanyamwezi, and a host of tribal representatives of Inner Africa. To a white stranger about penetrating Africa, it is a most interesting walk through the Negro quarters of the Wanyamwezi and the Waswahili. For here he begins to learn the necessity of admitting that Negroes are men, like himself, though of a different colour, that they have passions and prejudices, likes and dislikes, sympathies and antipathies, tastes and feelings, in common with all human nature. The sooner he perceives this fact, and adapts himself accordingly, the easier will be his journey among the several races of the interior. The more plastic his nature, the more prosperous will be his travels. Though I had lived some time among the Negroes of our Southern States, my education was Northern, and I had met in the United States black men whom I was proud to call friends. I was thus prepared to admit any black man, possessing the attributes of a true manhood or any good qualities, to my friendship, even to a brotherhood with myself, and to respect him for such, as if he were of my own colour and race. Neither his colour, nor any peculiarities of physiognomy should debar him with me from any rights he should fairly claim as a man. Have these men, these black savages from pagan Africa, I asked myself, the qualities which make man lovable among his fellows? Can these men, these barbarians, appreciate kindness or feel real resentment like myself? Was my mental question as I travelled through their quarters and observed their actions. Need I say that I was much comforted in observing that they were as ready to be influenced by passions, by loves and hates, as I was myself, that the keenest observation failed to detect any great difference between their nature and my own? The Negroes of the island probably number 2/3 of the entire population. They compose the working class, whether enslaved or free. Those enslaved perform the work required on the plantations, the estates and gardens, of the landed proprietors, or perform the work of carriers, whether in the country or in the city. Outside the city they may be seen carrying huge loads on their heads, as happy as possible, not because they are kindly treated, or that their work is light, but because it is their nature to be gay and light-hearted, because they have conceived neither joys nor hopes which may not be gratified at will, nor cherished any ambition beyond their reach, and therefore have not been baffled in their hopes, nor known disappointment. Within the city, Negro carriers may be heard at all hours, in couples, engaged in the transportation of clove bags, boxes of merchandise, etc., from store to go down, and from go down to the beach, singing a kind of monotone chant for the encouragement of each other, and for the guiding of their pace as they shuffle through the streets with bare feet. You may recognize these men readily, before long, as old acquaintances, by the consistency with which they sing the tunes they have adopted. Several times during a day I have heard the same couple pass beneath the windows of the consulate, delivering themselves of the same invariable tune and words. Some might possibly deem the songs foolish and silly, but they had a certain attraction for me, and I considered that they were as useful as anything else for the purposes that they were intended. The town of Zanzibar, situate on the south-western shore of the island, contains a population of nearly 100,000 inhabitants. That of the island altogether I would estimate at not more than 200,000 inhabitants, including all races. The greatest number of foreign vessels trading with this port are American, principally from New York and Salem. After the American come the German, then come the French and English. They arrive loaded with American sheeting, brandy, gunpowder, muskets, beads, English cotton, brass wire, chinaware, and other notions, and depart with ivory, gum copal, cloves, hides, cowries, sesamum, pepper, and cocoanut oil. The value of the exports from this port is estimated at $3,000,000, and the imports from all countries at $3,500,000. The Europeans and Americans residing in the town of Zanzibar are either government officials, independent merchants, or agents for a few great mercantile houses in Europe and America. The climate of Zanzibar is not the most agreeable in the world. I have heard Americans and Europeans condemn it most heartily. I have also seen nearly one half of the white colony laid up in one day from sickness. A noxious malaria is exhaled from the shallow inlet of Malagash, and the undrained filth, the garbage, offal, dead mollusks, dead pariah dogs, dead cats, all species of carrion, remains of men and beasts unburied, assist to make Zanzibar a most unhealthy city, and considering that it ought to be most healthy, nature having pointed out to man the means and having assisted him so far, it is most wonderful that the ruling prince does not obey the dictates of reason. The Bay of Zanzibar is in the form of a crescent, and on the southwestern horn of it is built the city. On the east, Zanzibar is bounded almost entirely by the Malagash Lagoon, an inlet of the sea. It penetrates to at least 250 yards of the sea behind or south of Shangani Point. Were these 250 yards cut through by a 10-foot ditch, and the inlet deepened slightly, Zanzibar would become an island of itself, and what wonders would it not effect to health and salubrity? I have never heard this suggestion made, but it struck me that the foreign consuls resident at Zanzibar might suggest this work to the Sultan, and so get the credit of having made it as healthy a place to live in as any near the equator. But apropos of this, I remember what Captain Webb, the American consul, told me on my first arrival, when I expressed to him my wonder at the apathy and inertness of men born with the indomitable energy which characterizes Europeans and Americans, of men imbued with the progressive and stirring instincts of the white people, who yet allow themselves to dwindle into pallid phantoms of their kind, into hypochondriacal invalids, into hopeless believers in the deadliness of the climate, with hardly a trace of that daring and invincible spirit which rules the world. "Oh," said Captain Webb, "it is all very well for you to talk about energy, and all that kind of thing, but I assure you that a residence of 4 or 5 years on this island, among such people as are here, would make you feel that it was a hopeless task to resist the influence of the example by which the most energetic spirits are subdued, and to which they must submit in time, sooner or later. We were all terribly energetic when we first came here, and struggled bravely to make things go on as we were accustomed to have them at home, but we have found that we were knocking our heads against granite walls to no purpose whatever. These fellows, the Arabs, the Banyans, and the Hindis, you can't make them go faster by ever so much scolding and praying, and in a very short time you see the folly of fighting against the unconquerable. Be patient, and don't fret. That is my advice, or you won't live long here." There were 3 or 4 intensely busy men, though, at Zanzibar, who were out at all hours of the day. I know one, an American. I fancy I hear the quick pit-pat of his feet on the pavement beneath the consulate, his cheery voice ringing the salutation "Yambo" to every one he met, and he had lived at Zanzibar 12 years. I know another, one of the sturdiest of Scotchmen, a most pleasant-mannered and unaffected man, sincere in whatever he did or said, who has lived at Zanzibar several years, subject to the infructuosities of the business he has been engaged in, as well as to the calor and ennui of the climate, who yet presents as formidable a front as ever to the apathetic native of Zanzibar. No man can charge Captain H.C. Fraser, formerly of the Indian Navy, with being apathetic. I might with ease give evidence of the industry of others, but they are all my friends, and they are all good. The American, English, German, and French residents have ever treated me with a courtesy and kindness I am not disposed to forget. Taken as a body, it would be hard to find a more generous or hospitable colony of white men in any part of the world. Chapter 3
of How I Found Livingstone. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. How I Found Livingstone by Sir Henry M. Stanley. Chapter 3 Organization of the Expedition. I was totally ignorant of the interior, and it was difficult at first to know what I needed in order to take an expedition into Central Africa. Time was precious also, and much of it could not be devoted to inquiry and investigation. In a case like this, it would have been a godsend, I thought, had either of the three gentlemen, Captains Burton, Speke, or Grant, given some information on these points, had they devoted a chapter upon how to get ready for an expedition for Central Africa. The purpose of this chapter, then, is to relate how I set about it, that other travelers coming after me may have the benefit of my experience. These are some of the questions I asked myself as I tossed on my bed at night. How much money is required? How many pagazis or carriers? How many soldiers? How much cloth? How many beads? How much wire? What kinds of cloth are required for the different tribes? Ever so many questions to myself brought me no clearer the exact point I wished to arrive at. I scribbled over scores of sheets of paper, made estimates, drew out lists of material, calculated the cost of keeping 100 men for 1 year, at so many yards of different kinds of cloth, etc. I studied Burton, Speke, and Grant in vain. A good deal of geographical, ethnological, and other information appertaining to the study of Inner Africa was obtainable, but information respecting the organization of an expedition requisite before proceeding to Africa was not in any book. The Europeans at Zanzibar knew as little as possible about this particular point. There was not one white man at Zanzibar who could tell how many dotis a day a force of 100 men required to buy food for 1 day on the road. Neither, indeed, was it their business to know. But what should I do at all? This was a grand question. I decided it were best to hunt up an Arab merchant, who had been engaged in the ivory trade, or who was fresh from the interior. Sheikh Hasid was a man of note and of wealth in Zanzibar. He himself dispatched several caravans into the interior, and was necessarily acquainted with several prominent traders who came to his house to gossip about their adventures and gains. He was also the proprietor of the large house Captain Webb occupied. Besides, he lived across the narrow street which separated his house from the consulate. Of all men, Sheikh Hasid was the man to be consulted, and he was accordingly invited to visit me at the consulate. From the grey-bearded and venerable-looking sheik I elicited more information about African currency, the mode of procedure, the quantity and quality of stuffs I required, than I had obtained from 3 months' study of books upon Central Africa, and from other Arab merchants to whom the ancient sheik introduced me, I received most valuable suggestions and hints, which enabled me at last to organize an expedition. The reader must bear in mind that a traveller requires only that which is sufficient for travel and exploration, that a superfluity of goods or means will prove as fatal to him as poverty of supplies. It is on this question of quality and quantity that the traveller has first to exercise his judgment and discretion. My informants gave me to understand that for 100 men 10 doti or 40 yards of cloth per diem would suffice for food. The proper course to pursue, I found, was to purchase 2,000 doti of American sheeting, 1,000 doti of kaniki, and 650 doti of the coloured cloths, such as brosati, a great favourite in the Unyamwezi, Sahari, taken in Ugogo, Ismahili, Tajiri, Joho, Shas, Rahani, Jamdini, or Kanguru Kutch, blue and pink. These were deemed amply sufficient for the subsistence of 100 men for 12 months. 2 years at this rate would require 4,000 doti, equal to 16,000 yards of American sheeting, 2,000 doti, equal to 8,000 yards of kaniki, 1,300 doti, equal to 5,200 yards of mixed colored cloths. This was definite and valuable information to me, and excepting the lack of some suggestions as to the quality of the sheeting, kaniki, and colored cloths, I had obtained all I desired upon this point. Second in importance to the amount of cloth required was the quantity and quality of the beads necessary. Beads, I was told, took the place of cloth currency among some tribes of the interior. One tribe preferred white to black beads, brown to yellow, red to green, green to white, and so on. Thus, in Unyamwezi, Red sami-sami beads would readily be taken, where all other kinds would be refused. Black bubu beads, though currency in Ugogo, were positively worthless with all other tribes. The egg sungomasi beads, though valuable in Ujiji and Ugaha, would be refused in all other countries. The white Merikani beads, though good in Ufipa and some parts of Usagara and Ugogo, would certainly be despised in Usaguha and Uganongo. Such being the case, I was obliged to study closely and calculate the probable stay of an expedition in the several countries, so as to be sure to provide a sufficiency of each kind, and guard against any great overplus. Burton and Speke, for instance, were obliged to throw away as worthless several hundred fundo of beads. For example, supposing the several nations of Europe had each its own currency, without the means of exchange, and supposing a man was about to travel through Europe on foot, before starting he would be apt to calculate how many days it would take him to travel through France, how many through Prussia, Austria, and Russia, then to reckon the expense he would be likely to incur per day. If the expense be set down at a Napoleon per day, and his journey through France would occupy 30 days, the sum required for going and returning might be properly set down at 60 Napoleons, in which case, Napoleons not being current money in Prussia, Austria, or Russia, it would be utterly useless for him to burden himself with the weight of a couple thousand Napoleons in gold. My anxiety on this point was most excruciating. Over and over I studied the hard names and measures, conned again and again the polysyllables, hoping to be able to arrive some time at an intelligible definition of the terms. I revolved in my mind the words Muganguro, Gulabio, Sungomazi, Kadanduguru, Matunda, Sami-Sami, Bubu, Merikani, Hafta, Lunghiorega, and Lakio, until I was fairly beside myself. Finally, however, I came to the conclusion that if I reckoned my requirements at 50 kahit, or 5 fundo per day, for 2 years, and if I purchased only 11 varieties, I might consider myself safe enough. The purchase was accordingly made, and 22 sacks of the best species were packed and brought to Captain Webb's house, ready for transportation to Bagamoyo. After the beads came the wire question. I discovered, after considerable trouble, that numbers 5 and 6, almost the thickness of telegraph wire, were considered the best numbers for trading purposes. While beads stand for copper coins in Africa, cloth measures for silver, wire is reckoned as gold in the countries beyond the Tanganyika. 10 frashalaw, or 350 pounds, of brass wire, my Arab adviser thought, would be ample. Having purchased the cloth, the beads, and the wire, it was with no little pride that I surveyed the comely bales and packages lying piled up, row above row, in Captain Webb's capacious storeroom. Yet my work was not ended, it was but beginning. There were provisions, cooking utensils, boats, rope, twine, tents, donkeys, saddles, bagging, canvas, tar, needles, tools, ammunition, guns, equipments, hatchets, medicines, bedding, presents for chiefs, in short 1,000 things not yet purchased. The ordeal of chaffering and haggling with steel-hearted Banyans, Hindis, Arabs, and half-castes was most trying. For instance, I purchased 22 donkeys at Zanzibar. $40 and $50 were asked, which I had to reduce to $15 or $20 by an infinite amount of argument, worthy, I think, of a nobler cause. As was my experience with the ass dealers, so it was with the petty merchants. Even a paper of pins was not purchased without a 5% reduction from the price demanded, involving, of course, a loss of time and patience. After collecting the donkeys, I discovered there were no pack saddles to be obtained in Zanzibar. Donkeys without pack saddles were of no use whatever. I invented a saddle to be manufactured by myself and my white man Farquhar, wholly from canvas, rope, and cotton. 3 or 4 frashillas of cotton and 10 bolts of canvas were required for the saddles. A specimen saddle was made by myself in order to test its efficiency. A donkey was taken.
Kaoya, solely under the thumb of the great Luther Damji, had not responded to Luther's worded request that he would procure pagazis, except with winks, nods, and promises, and it is but just stated how I fared at the hands of Ali bin Salim. In this extremity I remembered the promise made to me by the great merchant of Zanzibar, Taria Topan, a Mohammedan Hindi, that he would furnish me with a letter to a young man named Sur Haji Palu, who was said to be the best man in Bagamoyo to procure a supply of pagazis. I dispatched my Arab interpreter by a dhow to Zanzibar, with a very earnest request to Captain Webb that he would procure from Tarya Topan the introductory letter so long delayed. It was the last card in my hand. On the third day the Arab returned, bringing with him not only the letter to Sur Haji Palu, but an abundance of good things from the ever-hospitable house of Mr. Webb. In a very short time after the receipt of his letter, the eminent young man Sur Haji Palu came to visit me, and informed me that he had been requested by Tarya Topan to hire for me 140 pagazis to Unyanyembe in the shortest time possible. This, he said, would be very expensive, for there were scores of Arabs and Wasawabili merchants on the lookout for every caravan that came in from the interior, and they paid 20 doti, or 80 yards of cloth, to each pagazi. Not willing or able to pay more, many of these merchants had been waiting as long as 6 months before they could get their quota. If you, continued he, desire to depart quickly, you must pay from 25 to 40 doti, and I can send you off before 1 month is ended. In reply, I said, here are my cloths for pagazis to the amount of $1,750, or 3,500 doti, sufficient to give 140 men 25 doti each. The most I am willing to pay is 25 doti. Send 140 pagazis to Unyanyembe with my cloth and wire, and I will make your heart glad with the richest present you have ever received. With a refreshing naivete, the young man said he did not want any present, but he would get me my quota of pagazis, and then I could tell the Wasungu what a good young man he was, and consequently the benefit he would receive would be an increase of business. He closed his reply with the astounding remark that he had 10 pagazis at his house already, and if I would be good enough to have 4 bales of cloth, 2 bags of beads, and 20 coils of wire carried to his house, the pagazis could leave Bagamoyo the next day, under charge of 3 soldiers. For, he remarked, it is much better and cheaper to send many small caravans than one large one. Large caravans invite attack, or are delayed by avaricious chiefs upon the most trivial pretexts, while small ones pass by without notice. The bales and the beads were duly carried to Sur Haji Palu's house, and the day passed with me in mentally congratulating myself upon my good fortune, in complimenting the young Hindi's talents for business, the greatness and influence of Tarya Topan, and the goodness of Mr. Webb in thus hastening my departure from Bagamoyo. I mentally vowed a handsome present, and a great puff in my book to Sur Haji Palu, and it was with a glad heart that I prepared these soldiers for their march to Unyanyembe. The task of preparing the first caravan for the Unyanyembe road informed me upon several things that have escaped the notice of my predecessors in East Africa, a timely knowledge of which would have been of infinite service to me at Zanzibar, in the purchase and selection of sufficient and proper cloth. End of Chapter 4, Part 1.
Chapter 4, Part 2 of How I Found Livingstone. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Beth Ann. How I Found Livingstone. Travels, Adventures, and Discoveries in Central Africa, including 4 months' residence with Dr. Livingstone. By Sir Henry M. Stanley. Chapter 4, Part 2. Life at Bagamoyo. The setting out of the first caravan enlightened me also on the subject of honga, or tribute. Tribute had to be packed by itself, all of choice cloth, for the chiefs, besides being avaricious, are also very fastidious. They will not accept the flimsy cloth of the pagazi, but a royal and exceedingly high priced Dabwani, Ismahili, Rahini, or Sahari, or dhotis of crimson broadcloth. The tribute for the first caravan cost $25. Having more than 140 pagazis to dispatch, this tribute money would finally amount to $330 gold, with a minimum of 25 cents on each dollar. Ponder on this, O traveller. I lay bare these facts for your special instruction. But before my first caravan was destined to part company with me, Sir Haji Palo, worthy young man, and I were to come to a definite understanding about money matters. The morning appointed for departure, Sir Haji Palo came to my hut and presented his bill, with all the gravity of innocence, for supplying the pagazis with 25 doti each as their hire to Unyanyembe, begging immediate payment in money. Words fail to express the astonishment I naturally felt, that this sharp looking young man should so soon have forgotten the verbal contract entered into between him and myself the morning previous, which was to the effect that out of the 3,000 doti stored in my tent and bought expressly for pagazi hire, each and every man hired from me as carriers, from Bagamoyo to Unyanyembe, should be paid out of the store there in my tent. When I asked if he remembered the contract, he replied in the affirmative. His reasons for breaking it so soon were, that he wished to sell his cloths, not mine, and for his cloths he should want money, not an exchange. But I gave him to comprehend that as he was procuring pagazis for me, he was to pay my pagazis with my cloths; that all the money I expected to pay him should be just such a sum I thought adequate for his trouble as my agent, and that only on these terms should he act for me in this or any other matter, and that the Musungu was not accustomed to eat his words. The preceding paragraph embodies many more words than are contained in it. It embodies a dialogue of an hour, an angry altercation of half an hour's duration, a vow taken on the part of Sir Haji Palo that if I did not take his cloths he should not touch my business, many tears, entreaties, woeful penance, and much else, all of which were responded to with, "Do as I want you to do, or do nothing." Finally came relief and a happy ending. Sir Haji Palo went away with a bright face, taking with him 3 soldiers' posho (food) and honga (tribute) for the caravan. Well for me that it had ended so, and that subsequent quarrels of a similar nature terminated so peaceably. Otherwise I doubt whether my departure from Bagamoyo would have happened so early as it did. While I am on this theme, as it early engrossed every moment of my time at Bagamoyo, I may as well be more explicit regarding Sir Haji Palo and his connection with my business. Sir Haji Palo was a smart young man of business, energetic, quick of mental calculation, and seemed to be born for a successful salesman. His eyes were never idle; they wandered over every part of my person, over the tent, the bed, the guns, the clothes, and having swung clear round, began the silent circle over again. His fingers were never at rest; they had a fidgety, nervous action at their tips, constantly in the act of feeling something. While in the act of talking to me, he would lean over and feel the texture of the cloth of my trousers, my coat, or my shoes, or socks. Then he would feel his own light Jamandani shirt, or Dabwani loin cloth. Then he would feel his own light Jamandi shirt, or Dabwani loin cloth, until his eyes casually resting upon a novelty, his body would lean forward, and his arm would stretch out with the willing fingers. His jaws also were in perpetual motion, caused by vile habits he had acquired of chewing betel nut and lime, and sometimes tobacco and lime. They gave out the sound similar to that of a young shoat in the act of sucking. He was a pious Mohammedan, and observed the external courtesies and ceremonies of the true believers. He would affably greet me, take off his shoes, entering my tent protesting he was not fit to sit in my presence, and, after being seated, would begin his ever crooked errand. Of honesty, literal and practical honesty, this youth knew nothing. To the pure truth he was an utter stranger. The falsehoods he had uttered during his short life seemed already to have quenched the bold gaze of innocence from his eyes, to have banished the colour of truthfulness from his features, to have transformed him, yet a stripling of 20, into a most accomplished rascal, and consummate expert in dishonesty. During the 6 weeks I encamped at Bagamoyo, waiting for my quota of men, this lad of 20 gave me very much trouble. He was found out half a dozen times a day in dishonesty, yet was in no way abashed by it. He would send in his account of the cloths supplied to the pagazis, stating them to be 25 paid to each. On sending a man to inquire, I would find the greatest number to have been 20 and the smallest 12. Sir Haji Palo described the cloths to be of first class quality. Uyela cloths, worth in the market 4 times more than the ordinary quality given to the pagazis. Yet a personal examination would prove them to be the flimsiest goods sold, such as American sheeting 2½ feet broad, and worth $2.75 per 30 yards apiece at Zanzibar, or the most inferior Kanaki, which is generally sold at $9 per score. He would personally come to my camp and demand 40 pounds of Sami Sami, Marunka, and Buba beads for posho, or caravan rations. An inspection of their store before departure from their first camp from Bagamoyo would show a deficiency ranging from 5 to 30 pounds. Moreover, he cheated in cash money, such as demanding $4 for crossing the Kingani ferry for every 10 pagazis, when the fare was $2 for the same number, and an unconscionable number of pice, copper coins equal in value to 3/4 cent, were required for posho. It was every day for 4 weeks that this system of roguery was carried out. Each day conceived a dozen new schemes. Every instant of his time seemed to be devising how to plunder, until I was fairly at my wits' end how to thwart him. Exposure before a crowd of his fellows brought no blush of shame to his sallow cheeks. He would listen with a mere shrug of the shoulders, and that was all, which I might interpret any way it pleased me. A threat to reduce his present had no effect. A bird in the hand was certainly worth 2 in the bush for him, so $10 worth of goods stolen and in his actual possession was of more intrinsic value than the promise of 20 in a few days, though it was that of a white man. Readers will of course ask themselves why I did not, after the first discovery of these shameless proceedings, close my business with him, to which I make reply that I could not do without him unless his equal were forthcoming, that I never felt so thoroughly dependent on any one man as I did upon him. Without his or his duplicate's aid I must have stayed at Bagamoyo at least 6 months, at the end of which time the expedition would have become valueless, the rumour of it having been blown abroad to the 4 winds. It was immediate departure that was essential to my success, departure from Bagamoyo, after which it might be possible for me to control my own future in a great measure. These troubles were the greatest that I could at this time imagine. I have already stated that I had $1,750 worth of pagazis' cloths, or 3,500 doti, stored in my tent, and above what my bales contained. Calculating 140 pagazis at 25 doti each, I supposed I had enough. Yet, though I had been trying to teach the young Hindoo that the Musungu was not a fool, nor blind to his pilfering tricks, though the 3,500 doti were all spent, though I had only obtained 130 pagazis at 25 doti each, which in the aggregate amounted to 3,200 doti. Sir Haji Palo's bill was 1,400 cash extra. His plea was that he had furnished Ulloa cloths for Muhongo 240 doti, each in value to 960 of my doti; that the money was spent in fairy pies, in presents to chiefs of caravans of tents, guns, red broadcloth; in presents to the people on the Mrima coast, to induce them to hunt up pagazis. Upon this exhibition of most ruthless cheating I waxed indignant, and declared to him that if he would not run over his bill, and correct it, he should go without a pice. But before the bill could be put into proper shape, my words, threats, and promises falling heedlessly on a stony brain, a man, Kanji by name, from the store of Tayara Topan of Zanzibar, had to come over, when the bill was finally reduced to 738. Without any disrespect to Tayara Topan, I am unable to decide which is the most accomplished rascal, Kanji or young Sir Haji Palo. In the words of a white man who knows them both, "there is not the splitting of a straw between them." Kanji is deep and sly, Sir Haji Palo is bold and incorrigible. But peace be to them both. May their shaven heads never be covered with the troublous crown I wore at Bagamoyo. My dear friendly reader, do not think if I speak out my mind in this or in any other chapter upon matters seemingly trivial and unimportant, that seeming such they should be left unmentioned. Every tittle related is a fact, and to know facts is to receive knowledge. How could I ever recite my experience to you if I did not enter upon these miserable details, which sorely distract the stranger upon his first arrival? Had I been a government official, I had but wagged my finger, and my quota of pagazis had been furnished me within a week. But as an individual arriving without the graces of official recognition, armed with no government influence, I had to be patient, bide my time, and chew the cud of irritation quietly. But the bread I ate was not all sour, as this was. The white men, Farquhar and Shaw, were kept steadily at work upon waterproof tents of hemp canvas, for I perceived, by the premonitory showers of rain that marked the approach of the Masika, that an ordinary tent of light cloth would subject myself to damp, my goods to mildew; and while there was time to rectify all errors that had crept into my plans through ignorance or over haste, I thought it was not wise to permit things to rectify themselves. Now that I have returned uninjured in health, though I have suffered the attacks of 23 fevers within the short space of 13 months, I must confess I owe my life, first to the mercy of God, secondly to the enthusiasm for my work, which animated me from the beginning to the end, thirdly, to have never ruined my constitution by indulgence in vice and intemperance, fourthly, to the energy of my nature, fifthly, to a native hopefulness which never died, and sixthly, to having furnished myself with a capacious water and damp proof canvas house. And here, if my experience may be of value, I would suggest that travellers, instead of submitting their better judgment to the caprices of a tent maker, who will endeavour to pass off a handsomely made fabric of his own, which is unsuited to all climes, to use his own judgment, and get the best and strongest that money will buy. In the end it will prove the cheapest, and perhaps be the means of saving his life. On one point I failed, and lest new and young travellers fall into the same error which marred much of my enjoyment, this paragraph is written. One must be extremely careful in his choice of weapons, whether for sport or defence. A traveller should have at least 3 different kinds of guns. One should be a fowling piece, the second should be a double barrelled rifle, No. 10 or 12,
Zanzibar, and the word farewell was said to everybody. On the 5th day 4 dhows were anchored before the American consulate. Into one were lifted the 2 horses, into 2 others the donkeys, into the 4th, the largest, the black escort, and bulky moneys of the expedition. A little before noon we set sail. The American flag, a present to the expedition by that kind-hearted lady Mrs. Webb, was raised to the masthead. The consul, his lady, and exuberant little children, Mary and Charlie, were on the housetop waving the starry banner, hats and handkerchiefs, a token of farewell to me and mine. Happy people and good. May their course and ours be prosperous, and may God's blessing rest on us all. End of chapter 3.
Chapter 4, Part 1 of How I Found Livingstone. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tim Mackenzie. How I Found Livingstone. Travels, Adventures and Discoveries in Central Africa, including 4 months' residence with Dr. Livingstone. By Sir Henry M. Stanley. Chapter 4, Part 1. Life at Bagamoyo. The Isle of Zanzibar, with its groves of coconut, mango, clove and cinnamon, and its sentinel islets of Chumbi and French, with its whitewashed city and jackfruit odour, with its harbour and ships that tread the deep, faded slowly from view, and looking westward, the African continent rose, a similar bank of green verdure to that which had just receded till it was a mere sinuous line above the horizon, looming in a northerly direction to the sublimity of a mountain chain. The distance across from Zanzibar to Bagamoyo may be about 25 miles, yet it took the dull and lazy dhows 10 hours before they dropped anchor on the top of the coral reef plainly visible a few feet below the surface of the water, within 100 yards of the beach. The newly enlisted soldiers, fond of noise and excitement, discharged repeated salvos by way of a salute to the mixed crowd of Arabs, Banyans and Wasawahili, who stood on the beach to receive the Musungu, white man, which they did with a general stare and a chorus of "Yambo, Bana? How are you, master?" In our own land, the meeting with a large crowd is rather a tedious operation, as our independent citizens insist on an interlacing of fingers and a vigorous shaking thereof before their pride is satisfied, and the peaceful manifestation endorsed. But on this beach, well lined with spectators, a response of "Yambo, Bana!" sufficed, except with one who of all there was acknowledged the greatest, and who, claiming, like all great men, individual attention, came forward to exchange another "Yambo" on his own behalf, and to shake hands. This personage, with a long trailing turban, was Jemadar Esau, commander of the Zanzibar force of soldiers, police, or Baluch gendarmes stationed at Bagamoyo. He had accompanied Speke and Grant a good distance into the interior, and they had rewarded him liberally. He took upon himself the responsibility of assisting in the debarkation of the expedition, and unworthy as was his appearance, disgraceful as he was in his filth, I here commend him for his influence over the rabble to all future East African travellers. Foremost among those who welcomed us was a father of the Society of Saint-Esprit, who with other Jesuits, under Father Superior Horner, have established a missionary post of considerable influence and merit at Bagamoyo. We were invited to partake of the hospitality of the mission, to take our meals there, and, should we desire it, to pitch our camp on their grounds. But however strong the geniality of the welcome and sincere the heartiness of the invitation, I am one of those who prefer independence to dependence, if it is possible. Besides, my sense of the obligation between host and guest had just had a fine edge put upon it by the delicate forbearance of my kind host at Zanzibar, who had betrayed no sign of impatience at the trouble I was only too conscious of having caused him. I therefore informed the hospitable padre that only for one night could I suffer myself to be enticed from my camp. I selected a house near the western outskirts of the town, where there is a large open square through which the road from Unyanyembe enters. Had I been at Bagamoyo a month, I could not have bettered my location. My tents were pitched fronting the tembe house I had chosen, enclosing a small square where business could be transacted, bales looked over, examined and marked, free from the intrusion of curious sightseers. After driving the 27 animals of the expedition into the enclosure in the rear of the house, storing the bales of goods, and placing a cordon of soldiers round, I proceeded to the Jesuit mission, to a late dinner, being tired and ravenous, leaving the newly formed camp in charge of the white men and Captain Bombay. The mission is distant from the town a good half-mile to the north of it. It is quite a village of itself, numbering some 15 or 16 houses. There are more than 10 padres engaged in the establishment, and as many sisters, and all find plenty of occupation in inducing from native crania the fire of intelligence. Truth compels me to state that they are very successful, having over 200 pupils, boys and girls, in the mission, and, from the youngest to the oldest, they show the impress of the useful education they have received. The dinner furnished to the padres and their guest consisted of as many plates as a first-class hotel in Paris usually supplies, and cooked with nearly as much skill, though the surroundings were by no means equal. I feel assured also that the padres, besides being tasteful in their potages and entrees, do not stultify their ideas for lack of that element which Horace, Hafiz, and Byron have praised so much. The champagne, think of Champagne Clicquot in East Africa, Lafitte, La Rosée, Burgundy, and Bordeaux were of first-rate quality, and the meek and lowly eyes of the fathers were not a little brightened under the vinous influence. Ah, those fathers understand life, and appreciate its duration. Their festive board drives the African jungle fever from their doors, while it soothes the gloom and isolation which strike one with awe, as one emerges from the lighted room and plunges into the depths of the darkness of an African night, enlivened only by the wearying monotone of the frogs and crickets, and the distant ululation of the hyena. It requires somewhat above human effort, unaided by the ruby liquid that cheers, to be always suave and polite amid the dismalities of native life in Africa. After the evening meal, which replenished my failing strength, and for which I felt the intensest gratitude, the most advanced of the pupils came forward, to the number of 20, with brass instruments, thus forming a full band of music. It rather astonished me to hear instrumental sounds issue forth in harmony from such woolly-headed youngsters, to hear well-known French music at this isolated port, to hear negro boys, that a few months ago knew nothing beyond the traditions of their ignorant mothers, stand forth and chant Parisian songs about French valour and glory, with all the sang-froid of gamins from the purlieus of Saint-Antoine. I had a most refreshing night's rest, and at dawn I sought out my camp, with a will to enjoy the new life now commencing. On counting the animals, 2 donkeys were missing, and on taking notes of my African moneys, 1 coil of No. 6 wire was not to be found. Everybody had evidently fallen on the ground to sleep, oblivious of the fact that on the coast there are many dishonest prowlers at night. Soldiers were dispatched to search through the town and neighbourhood, and Jemadar Esau was apprised of our loss, and stimulated to discover the animals by the promise of a reward. Before night, one of the missing donkeys was found outside the town nibbling at manioc leaves, but the other animal and the coil of wire were never found. Among my visitors this first day at Bagamoyo was Ali bin Salim, a brother of the famous Said bin Salim, formerly Ras Kafila to Burton and Speke, and subsequently to Speke and Grant. His salams were very profuse, and moreover, his brother was to be my agent in Unyamwezi, so that I did not hesitate to accept his offer of assistance. But alas, for my white face and too trustful nature! This Ali bin Salim turned out to be a snake in the grass and a very sore thorn in my side. I was invited to his comfortable house to partake of coffee. I went there. The coffee was good, though sugarless. His promises were many, but they proved valueless. He said to me, "I am your friend. I wish to serve you. What can I do for you?" Replied I am obliged to you. I need a good friend who, knowing the language and customs of the Wanyamwezi, can procure me the pagazis I need and send me off quickly. Your brother is acquainted with the Wasungu, white men, and knows that what they promise they make good. Get me 140 pagazis and I will pay you your price." With unctuous courtesy, the reptile I was now warmly nourishing said, "I do not want anything from you, my friend. For such a slight service, rest content and quiet. You shall not stop here 15 days. Tomorrow morning I will come and overhaul your bales to see what is needed." I bade him good morning, elated with the happy thought that I was soon to tread the Unyanyembe road. The reader must be made acquainted with 2 good and sufficient reasons why I was to devote all my energy to lead the expedition as quickly as possible from Bagamoyo. First, I wished to reach Ujiji before the news reached Livingstone that I was in search of him, for my impression of him was that he was a man who would try to put as much distance as possible between us, rather than make an effort to shorten it, and I should have my long journey for nothing. Second, the Masika, or rainy season, would soon be on me, which, if it caught me at Bagamoyo, would prevent my departure until it was over, which meant a delay of 40 days, and exaggerated as the rains were by all men with whom I came in contact, it rained every day for 40 days without intermission. This I knew was a thing to dread, for I had my memory stored with all kinds of rainy unpleasantnesses. For instance, there was the rain of Virginia and its concomitant horrors, wetness, mildew, agues, rheumatics, and such like. Then there were the English rains, a miserable drizzle causing the blue devils. Then the rainy season of Abyssinia with the floodgates of the firmament opened, and an universal downpour of rain, enough to submerge half a continent in a few hours. Lastly, there was the pelting monsoon of India, a steady shut-in-house kind of rain. To which of these rains should I compare this dreadful Masika of East Africa? Did not Burton write much about black mud in Uzaramo? Well, a country whose surface soil is called black mud in fine weather, what can it be called when 40 days' rain beat on it, and feet of pagazis and donkeys made paste of it? These were natural reflections, induced by the circumstances of the hour, and I found myself much exercised in mind in consequence. Ali bin Salim, true to his promise, visited my camp on the morrow with a very important air, and after looking at the pile of cloth bales, informed me that I must have them covered with mat bags. He said he would send a man to have them measured, but he enjoined me not to make any bargain for the bags, as he would make it all right. While awaiting with commendable patience the 140 pagazis promised by Ali bin Salim, we were all employed upon everything that thought could suggest needful for crossing the sickly maritime region, so that we might make the transit before the terrible fever could unnerve us and make us joyless. A short experience at Bagamoyo showed us what we lacked, what was superfluous and what was necessary. We were visited one night by a squall, accompanied by furious rain. I had $1,500 worth of pagazi cloth in my tent. In the morning I looked, and lo! the drilling had let in rain like a sieve, and every yard of cloth was wet. It occupied 2 days afterwards to dry the cloths, and fold them again. The drill tent was condemned, and a No. 5 hemp canvas tent at onto prepared. After which I felt convinced that my cloth bales and 1 year's ammunition were safe, and that I could defy the Masika. In the hurry of departure from Zanzibar, and in my ignorance of how bales should be made, I had submitted to the better judgment and ripe experience of one Jetta, a commission merchant, to prepare my bales for carriage. Jetta did not weigh the bales as he made them up, but piled the Merikani, Kaniki, Barsati, Jamtani, Joho, Ismahili in alternate layers, and roped the same into bales. One or two pagazis came to my camp and began to chaffer. They wished to see the bales first, before they would make a final bargain. They tried to raise them up. It was of no use, and withdrew. A fine salter's spring balance was hung up, and a bale suspended to the hook. The finger indicated 105 pounds, or 3 frasilla, which was just 35 pounds or 1 frasilla overweight. Upon putting all the bales to this test, I perceived that Jetta's guesswork, with all his experience, had caused considerable trouble to me. The soldiers were set to work to reopen and repack, which latter task is performed in the following manner. We cut a doti, or 4 yards of Merikani, ordinarily sold at Zanzibar for $2.75 the piece of 30 yards, and spread out. We take a piece or bolt of good Merikani, and instead of the double fold given it by the Nashua and Salem mills, we fold it into 3 parts, by which the folds have a breadth of a foot. This piece forms the first layer, and will weigh 9 pounds. The second layer consists of 6 pieces of kaniki, a blue stuff similar to the blouse stuff of France, and the blue jeans of America, though much lighter. The third layer is formed of the second piece of Merikani, the fourth of 6 more pieces of kaniki, the fifth of Merikani, the sixth of kaniki as before, and the seventh and last of Merikani. We have thus 4 pieces of Merikani, which weigh 36 pounds, and 18 pieces of kaniki, weighing also 36 pounds, making a total of 72 pounds, or a little more than 2 frasillas. The cloth is then folded singly over these layers, each corner tied to another. A bundle of coir rope is then brought, and 2 men, provided with a wooden mallet for beating and pressing the bale, proceed to tie it up with as much nicety as sailors serve down rigging. When complete, a bale is a solid mass 3 feet and a half long, a foot deep and a foot wide. Of these bales I had to convey 82 to Unyanyembe, 40 of which consisted solely of the Merikani and Kaniki. The other 42 contained the Merikani and coloured cloths, which latter were to serve as honga or tribute cloths, and to engage another set of pagazis from Unyanyembe to Ujiji, and from Ujiji to the regions beyond. The 15th day asked of me by Ali bin Salim for the procuring of the pagazis passed by, and there was not the ghost of a pagazi in my camp. I sent Mabruki the bullhead to Ali bin Salim to convey my salams and express a hope that he had kept his word. In half an hour's time Mabruki returned with the reply of the Arab, that in a few days he would be able to collect them all, but, added Mabruki slyly, Bana, I don't believe him. He said aloud to himself in my hearing, why should I get the Musungu pagazis? Said Burgash did not send a letter to me, but to the Jemadar. Why should I trouble myself about him? Let Said Burgash write me a letter to that purpose, and I will procure them within 2 days. To my mind this was a time for action. Ali bin Salim should see that it was ill trifling with a white man in earnest to start. I rode down to his house to ask him what he meant. His reply was, Mabruki had told a lie as black as his face. He had never said anything approaching to such a thing. He was willing to become my slave, to become a pagazi himself. But here I stopped the voluble Ali, and informed him that I could not think of employing him in the capacity of a pagazi, neither could I find it in my heart to trouble Said Burgash to write a direct letter to him, or to require of a man who had deceived me once, as Ali bin Salim had, any service of any nature whatsoever. It would be better, therefore, if Ali bin Salim would stay away from my camp, and not enter it either in person or by proxy. I had lost 15 days for Jemadar Sadur at Kaole, and had never stirred from his fortified house in that village in my service, save to pay a visit, after the receipt of the Sultan's letter. Naranji, custom house agent at
Taken and saddled, and a load of 140 pounds was fastened to it, and though the animal, a wild creature of Unyamwezi, struggled and reared frantically, not a particle gave way. After this experiment, Farquhar was set to work to manufacture 21 more after the same pattern. Woolen pads were also purchased to protect the animals from being galled. It ought to be mentioned here, perhaps, that the idea of such a saddle as I manufactured was first derived from the Otego saddle, in use among the transport trains of the English army in Abyssinia. A man named John William Shaw, a native of London, England, lately third mate of the American ship Nevada, applied to me for work. Though his discharge from the Nevada was rather suspicious, yet he possessed all the requirements of such a man as I needed, and was an experienced hand with the palm and needle, could cut canvas to fit anything, was a pretty good navigator, ready and willing, so far as his professions went. I saw no reason to refuse his services, and he was accordingly engaged at $300 per annum to rank second to William L. Farquhar. Farquhar was a capital navigator and excellent mathematician, was strong, energetic, and clever. The next thing I was engaged upon was to enlist, arm, and equip a faithful escort of 20 men for the road. Johari, the chief dragoman of the American consulate, informed me that he knew where certain of Speke's faithfuls were yet to be found. The idea had struck me before that if I could obtain the services of a few men acquainted with the ways of white men, and who could induce other good men to join the expedition I was organizing, I might consider myself fortunate. More especially had I thought of Sidi Mubarak Mumbai, commonly called Bombay, who, though his head was woodeny and his hands clumsy, was considered to be the faithfulest of the faithfuls. With the aid of the dragoman Johari, I secured in a few hours the services of Uledi, Captain Grant's former valet, Ulamengo, Baruti, Ambari, Mabruki, Munyi Mabruki, bull-headed Mabruki, Captain Burton's former unhappy valet, 5 of Speke's faithfuls. When I asked them if they were willing to join another white man's expeditions to Ujiji, they replied very readily that they were willing to join any brother of Speke's. Dr. John Kirk, Her Majesty's Consul at Zanzibar, who was present, told him that though I was no brother of Speke's, I spoke his language. This distinction mattered little to them, and I heard them, with great delight, declare their readiness to go anywhere with me, or to do anything I wished. Mombay, as they called him, or Bombay as we know him, had gone to Pemba, an island lying north of Zanzibar. Uledi was sure Mombay would jump with joy at the prospect of another expedition. Johari was therefore commissioned to write to him at Pemba, to inform him of the good fortune in store for him. On the 4th morning after the letter had been dispatched, the famous Bombay made his appearance, followed in decent order and due rank by the faithfuls of Speke. I looked in vain for the woodeny head and alligator teeth with which his former master had endowed him. I saw a slender short man of 50 or thereabouts, with a grizzled head, an uncommonly high narrow forehead, with a very large mouth showing teeth very irregular and wide apart. An ugly rent in the upper front row of Bombay's teeth was made with the clenched fist of Captain Speke in Uganda, when his master's patience was worn out, and prompt punishment became necessary. That Captain Speke had spoiled him with kindness was evident, from the fact that Bombay had the audacity to stand up for a boxing match with him. But these things I only found out when, months afterwards, I was called upon to administer punishment to him myself. But at his first appearance I was favourably impressed with Bombay, though his face was rugged, his mouth large, his eyes small, and his nose flat. "Salam alaikum," were the words he greeted me with. "Alaikum salam," I replied, with all the gravity I could muster. I then informed him I required him as captain of my soldiers to Ujiji. His reply was that he was ready to do whatever I told him, go wherever I like, in short, be a pattern to servants and a model to soldiers. He hoped I would give him a uniform and a good gun, both of which were promised. Upon inquiring for the rest of the faithfuls who accompanied Speke into Egypt, I was told that at Zanzibar there were but 6. Feraji, Maktab, Sadiq, Sunguru, Manyu, Matajari, Makata, and Almas were dead. Uledi and Matamani were in Unyanyembe, Hassan had gone to Kilwa, and Ferahan was supposed to be in Ujiji. Out of the 6 faithfuls, each of whom still retained his medal for assisting in the discovery of the sources of the Nile, one, poor Mabruki, had met with a sad misfortune, which I feared would incapacitate him from active usefulness. Mabruki, the bull-headed, owned a shamba, or a house with a garden attached to it, of which he was very proud. Close to him lived a neighbour in similar circumstances, who was a soldier of Seyd Majid, with whom Mabruki, who was of a quarrelsome disposition, had a feud, which culminated in the soldier inducing 2 or 3 of his comrades to assist him in punishing the malevolent Mabruki, and this was done in a manner that only the heart of an African could conceive. They tied the unfortunate fellow by his wrists to a branch of a tree, and after indulging their brutal appetite for revenge in torturing him, left him to hang in that position for 2 days. At the expiration of the 2nd day he was accidentally discovered in a most pitiable condition. His hands had swollen to an immense size, and the veins of one hand had been ruptured; he had lost its use. It is needless to say that, when the affair came to Seyd Majid's ears, the miscreants were severely punished. Dr. Kirk, who attended the poor fellow, succeeded in restoring one hand to something of a semblance of its former shape, but the other hand is sadly marred, and its former usefulness gone forever. However, I engaged Mabruki, despite his deformed hands, his ugliness and vanity, because he was one of Speke's faithfuls. For if he but wagged his tongue in my service, kept his eyes open, and opened his mouth at the proper time, I assured myself I could make him useful. Bombay, my captain of escort, succeeded in getting 18 more free men to volunteer as askari soldiers, men whom he knew would not desert, and for whom he declared himself responsible. They were an exceedingly fine-looking body of men, far more intelligent in appearance than I could ever have believed African barbarians could be. They hailed principally from Uhiyo, others from Unyamwezi, some came from Useguhha and Ugindo. Their wages were set down at $36 each man per annum, or $3 each per month. Each soldier was provided with a flintlock musket, powder horn, bullet pouch, knife, and hatchet, besides enough powder and ball for 200 rounds. Bombay, in consideration of his rank and previous faithful services to Burton, Speke, and Grant, was engaged at $80 a year, half that sum in advance. A good muzzle-loading rifle, besides a pistol, knife, and hatchet, were given to him, while the other 5 faithfuls, Ambari, Mabruki, Ulamengo, Baruti, and Ulida, were engaged at $40 a year, with proper equipments, as soldiers. Having studied fairly well all the East African travellers' books regarding Eastern and Central Africa, my mind had conceived the difficulties which would present themselves during the prosecution of my search after Dr. Livingstone. To obviate all of these, as well as human wit could suggest, was my constant thought and aim. Shall I permit myself, while looking from Ujiji over the waters of the Tanganyika Lake to the other side, to be balked on the threshold of success by the insolence of a King Kanina, or the caprice of a Hamed bin Sulayam? Was a question I asked myself. To guard against such a contingency, I determined to carry my own boats. Then, I thought, if I hear of Livingstone being on the Tanganyika, I can launch my boat and proceed after him. I procured one large boat, capable of carrying 20 persons, with stores and goods sufficient for a cruise, from the American consul, for the sum of $80, and a smaller one from another American gentleman, for $40. The latter would hold comfortably 6 men, with suitable stores. I did not intend to carry the boats whole or bodily, but to strip them of their boards and carry the timbers and thwarts only. As a substitute for the boards I proposed to cover each boat with a double canvas skin well tarred. The work of stripping them and taking them to pieces fell to me. This little job occupied me 5 days. I also packed them up for the pagazis. Each load was carefully weighed, and none exceeded 68 pounds in weight. John Shaw excelled himself in the workmanship displayed on the canvas boats. When finished, they fitted their frames admirably. The canvas, 6 bolts of English hemp No. 3, was procured from Ludha Damji, who furnished it from the Sultan's storeroom. An insuperable obstacle to rapid transit in Africa is the want of carriers, and as speed was the main object of the expedition under my command, my duty was to lessen this difficulty as much as possible. My carriers could only be engaged after arriving at Bagamoyo on the mainland. I had over 20 good donkeys ready, and I thought a cart adapted for the footpaths of Africa might prove an advantage. Accordingly, I had a cart constructed, 18 inches wide and 5 feet long, supplied with 2 fore-wheels of a light American wagon, more for the purpose of conveying the narrow ammunition boxes. I estimated that if a donkey could carry to Unyanyembe a load of 4 fresilahs, or 140 pounds, he ought to be able to draw 8 fresilahs on such a cart, which would be equal to the carrying capacity of 4 stout pagazis, or carriers. Events will prove how my theories were borne out in practice. When my purchases were completed, and I beheld them piled up, tier after tier, row upon row, here a mass of cooking utensils, there bundles of rope, tents, saddles, a pile of portmanteaus and boxes, containing every imaginable thing, I confess I was rather abashed at my own temerity. Here were at least 6 tons of material. How will it ever be possible, I thought, to move all this inert mass across the wilderness stretching between the sea and the great lakes of Africa? Bah! Cast all doubts away, man, and have at them. Sufficient for the day is the evil thereof, without borrowing from the morrow. The traveller must needs make his way into the African interior after a fashion very different from that to which he has been accustomed in other countries. He requires to take with him just what a ship must have when about to sail on a long voyage. He must have his slop chest, his little store of canned dainties, and his medicines, besides which he must have enough guns, powder, and ball to be able to make a series of good fights if necessary. He must have men to convey these miscellaneous articles, and as a man's maximum load does not exceed 70 pounds, to convey 11,000 pounds requires nearly 160 men. Europe and the Orient, even Arabia and Turkestan, have royal ways of travelling compared to Africa. Specie is received in all those countries, by which a traveller may carry his means about him on his own person. Eastern and Central Africa, however, demand a necklace instead of a cent, 2 yards of American sheeting instead of half a dollar or a florin, and a kitindi of thick brass wire in place of a gold piece. The African traveller can hire neither wagons nor camels, neither horses nor mules, to proceed with him into the interior. His means of conveyance are limited to black and naked men, who demand at least $15 a head for every 70 pounds weight carried only as far as Unyanyembe. One thing amongst others my predecessors omitted to inform men bound for Africa, which is of importance, and that is, that no traveller should ever think of coming to Zanzibar with his money in any other shape than gold coin. Letters of credit, circular notes, and such civilized things I have found to be a century ahead of Zanzibar people. 20 and 25 cents deducted out of every dollar I drew on paper is one of the unpleasant, if not unpleasantest things I have committed to lasting memory. For Zanzibar is a spot far removed from all avenues of European commerce, and coin is at a high premium. A man may talk and entreat, but though he may have drafts, checks, circular notes, letters of credit, a carte blanche to get what he wants, out of every dollar must be deducted 25 and 30 cents, so I was told, and so was my experience. What a pity there is no branch bank here! I had intended to have gone into Africa incognito, but the fact that a white man, even an American, was about to enter Africa was soon known all over Zanzibar. This fact was repeated 1,000 times in the streets, proclaimed in all the shop alcoves, and at the custom house. The native bazaar laid hold of it, and agitated it day and night until my departure. The foreigners, including the Europeans, wished to know the pros and cons of my coming in and going out. My answer to all questions, pertinent and impertinent, was, I am going to Africa. Though my card bore the words, Henry M. Stanley, New York Herald, very few, I believe, ever coupled the words New York Herald with a search after Dr. Livingstone. It was not my fault, was it? Ah me, what hard work it is to start an expedition alone! What with hurrying through the baking heat of the fierce, relentless sun from shop to shop, strengthening myself with far-reaching and enduring patience for the haggling contest with the livid-faced Hindi, summoning courage and wit to browbeat the villainous Goanese, and match the foxy Banyan, talking volumes throughout the day, correcting estimates, making up accounts, superintending the delivery of purchased articles, measuring and weighing them to see that everything was of full measure and weight, overseeing the white men Farquhar and Shaw, who were busy on donkey saddles, sails, tents, and boats for the expedition, I felt, when the day was over, as though limbs and brain well deserved their rest. Such labours were mine unremittingly for a month. Having bartered drafts on Mr. James Gordon Bennett to the amount of several $1,000s for cloth, beads, wire, donkeys, and 1,000 necessaries, having advanced pay to the white men and black escort of the expedition, having fretted Captain Webb and his family more than enough with the din of preparation, and filled his house with my goods, there was nothing further to do but to leave my formal adieus with the Europeans, and thank the Sultan and those gentlemen who had assisted me, before embarking for Bagamoyo. The day before my departure from Zanzibar, the American consul, having just habited himself in his black coat, and taking with him an extra black hat, in order to be in state apparel, proceeded with me to the Sultan's palace. The Prince had been generous to me. He had presented me with an Arab horse, had furnished me with letters of introduction to his agents, his chief men, and representatives in the interior, and in many other ways had shown himself well disposed towards me. The palace is a large, roomy, lofty square house, close to the fort, built of coral, and plastered thickly with lime mortar. In appearance it is half Arabic and half Italian. The shutters are Venetian blinds painted a vivid green, and presenting a striking contrast to the whitewashed walls. Before the great, lofty, wide door were ranged in 2 crescents several Baluch and Persian mercenaries, armed with curved swords and targes of rhinoceros hide. Their dress consisted of a muddy white cotton shirt reaching to the ankles, girdled with a leather belt thickly studded with silver bosses. As we came in sight, a signal was passed to some person inside the entrance. When within 20 yards of the door, the Sultan, who was standing waiting, came down the steps, and passing through the ranks, advanced toward us, with his right hand stretched out, and a genial smile of welcome on his face. On our side we raised our hats and shook hands with him, after which, doing according as he bade us, we passed forward, and arrived on the highest step near the entrance door. He pointed forward, we bowed, and arrived at the foot of an unpainted and narrow staircase, to turn once more to the Sultan. The consul, I perceived, was ascending sideways, a mode of progression which I saw was intended for a compromise with decency and dignity. At the top of the stairs we waited, with our faces towards the upcoming prince. Again we were waved magnanimously forward, for before us was the reception hall and throne room. I noticed as I marched forward to the furthest end that the room was high, and painted in the Arabic style, that the carpet was thick and of Persian fabric, that the furniture consisted of a dozen gilt chairs and a chandelier. We were seated. Ludha Damshi, the Banyan collector of customs, a venerable-looking old man with a shrewd, intelligent face, sat on the right of the Sultan. Next to him was the great Mohammedan merchant Tarya Topan, who had come to be present at the interview, not only because he was one of the councillors of His Highness, but because he also took a lively interest in this American expedition. Opposite to Ludha sat Captain Webb, and next to him I was seated, opposite Tarya Topan. The Sultan sat in a gilt chair between the Americans and the councillors. Johari the dragoman stood humbly before the Sultan, expectant and ready to interpret what we had to communicate to the prince. The Sultan, so far as dress goes, might be taken for a Mingrelian gentleman, excepting, indeed, for the turban, whose ample folds in alternate colours of red, yellow, brown, and white encircled his head. His long robe was of dark cloth, cinctured round the waist with his rich sword belt, from which was suspended a gold-hilted scimitar, encased in a scabbard also enriched with gold. His legs and feet were bare, and had a ponderous look about them, since he suffered from that strange curse of Zanzibar, elephantiasis. His feet were slipped into a pair of wata, Arabic for slippers, with thick soles and a strong leathern band over the instep. His light complexion and his correct features, which are intelligent and regular, bespeak the Arab patrician. They indicate, however, nothing except his high descent and blood. No traits of character are visible, unless there is just a trace of amiability, and perfect contentment with himself and all around. Such is Prince or Sayed Burgash, Sultan of Zanzibar and Pemba, and the east coast of Africa, from Somaliland to the Mozambique, as he appeared to me. Coffee was served in cups supported by golden finjas, also some cocoa-nut milk, and rich sweet sherbet. The conversation began with the question addressed to the council. "Are you well?" Council. "Yes, thank you. How is His Highness?" Highness. "Quite well." Highness to me. "Are you well?" Answer. "Quite well, thanks." The council now introduces business, and questions about my travels follow from His Highness. "How do you like Persia? Have you seen Kerbela, Baghdad, Messer, Stamboul? Have the Turks many soldiers? How many has Persia? Is Persia fertile? How do you like Zanzibar?" Having answered each question to His Highness's satisfaction, he handed me letters of introduction to his officers at Bagamoyo and Kaole, and a general introductory letter to all Arab merchants whom I might meet on the road, and concluded his remarks to me with the expressed hope that on whatever mission I was bound I should be perfectly successful. We bowed ourselves out of his presence in much the same manner that we had bowed ourselves in, he accompanying us to the great entrance door. Mr. Goodhue of Salem, an American merchant long resident in Zanzibar, presented me, as I gave him my adieu, with a blooded bay horse imported from the Cape of Good Hope, and worth, at least at Zanzibar, $500. February 4. By the 4th of February, 28 days from the date of my arrival at Zanzibar, the organization and equipment of the New York Herald expedition was complete. Tents and saddles had been manufactured, boats and sails were ready, the donkeys brayed, and the horses neighed impatiently for the road. Etiquette demanded that I should once more present my card to the European and American consuls at